Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. Messages for Dad. Chapter 14, Determination. Seeing as the Emperor wasn't coming back anytime soon, it was decided that the family would take the night off to cool down and reconvene in the morning. Horus stopped everyone from leaving by clearing his throat as he stood near their father's throne. Before everyone retires, I believe it prudent to discuss the matter that pervades this room. Lehman sat back, rolling his eyes. What matter do we need to talk about? Father Dash. Horace paused as he heard everyone let out a long, suffering sigh. Please, I understand that all of us have our issues and vices that pertain to Father, but we need to have a discussion about how all of us have been acting thus far. Conrad has been downright hostile. Robot has been tearing his hair out. Lehman, you are outright depressed. Lion, I haven't heard a peep from you, which, to be frank, frightens the ever-loving shite out of me. Fulgrim looks close to becoming white from worry, and Sanguinius has been chewing through everything. All of us are tense, and we're all slowly starting to take it out on Father. Mordorion was the one to speak up first. Why? Why shouldn't we? As you have said, War Master, Mordorion spat out the word. All of us have our own vices with the Emperor. He has yet to apologize for taking my rightful kill on Barbarous Dash. Horus cut him off with a loud groan, rubbing his hands along his face in exasperation. Enough, Mordorion, enough. He mumbled through his hands before staring down at his brother. The entire time since you boarded the Bucephalus, you have been hell-bent on making the experience as uncomfortable as possible for everyone involved. Throughout the 7 weeks, and even now, you have done nothing but continue to act out like an angry child. You were the one to egg on Magnus during his vid and practically rubbing it in his face, even after Father lectured you both. Yes, he did not apologize, but you're only making it worse for yourself, him, and everyone else by not behaving as you should and not beating a dead Grox. He did not have the patience for this anymore and was done having to sit there and let it keep happening. You want me to simply get over it? Mordorion spoke in disbelief, then laughed, standing up since he was done having to play nice with everyone. How easily you lose control over your own emotions, War Master, that you fly from composed to anger in the span of a single breath. Forgive me if I cannot get over having to come to age on a planet where every breath of poison that filled my lungs burned me so terribly I feel no pain any longer. Forgive me if I cannot find any compassion for any psyker as I had seen and felt personally the full extent of the horror they can unleash. Forgive me, he positively mocked. That is not what the crux of our brother's points are, and you know it. Jagatai stood up. Now he was done having to listen to all of this bickering. Mordorion glared at him as he was the one having to stand up to one who was so clouded in self-hatred. You're only taking out this anger on anyone who even remotely resembles your adoptive father because you refuse to let go of the anger that bubbles within you. You have shown nothing but self-hatred ever since you had come to realize your own psychic potential. You want to hold on to this hatred because you know that is all you have left inside of you that remains of your old self. Enough. Corvus spoke up, rolling his eyes. While I don't agree with Mortarion's actions, I won't sit back and let all of you pile onto him. Jagatai, where was this wisdom and insight of yours when you had Magnus with you and he still believed he could do no wrong when it came to the warp? Funny how you can come out of nowhere and start blaming one brother for his actions while you have done nothing to stop another. Then you are attempting to follow my example. Jagatai huffed slightly, looking back between Mordorion and Corvus. You are the one to blatantly use your own psychic gifts for your own gain when it suits you just fine, yet you support the censure and abolishment of psychers. I have done everything I could to help Magnus. Perhaps I could have done more, but what of your own accomplishments? You accuse me of hypocrisy, yet do so yourself, the very meaning of the accusation. You show yourself to be a humanitarian for the populace, yet you have done nothing for your own blood brothers. I did not need to step up and help our brothers. They were just as capable as I to fix their own issues. The baselines needed all the help they could. I dedicated my time to helping as many people as possible. I'm not like Lehman, who continues to use psychers and call them wolf priests and deny their very nature. If I am a hypocrite, then he is the largest amongst us all. Oi, why are ye bringing me into this? Go back to tearing each other apart. So we should ignore you? Perturabo sounded off, just so you can continue to claim the glory without the consequence? As you always do. His tone obviously bitter. Lehman shrugged. Better to not get into a fight with all o' ye. Don't want to waste my time fighting against a man-child who went against the Emperor cause daddy, didn't put your head and tell ye, good job. Running with his tail between his legs. How candid-like of you, Lehman. Conrad snarled from his throne, done with the hypocrisy. Turning to childish barbs and word shivs rather than standing your ground. No wonder Father likes you so. Coming from the greatest of all salt mines. Fulgrim quipped from beside Ferris, who looked to be hiding his face from the rest of the family. Since day one, you have done nothing to help yourself, Conrad. I spent time feeding you, bathing you, making you presentable for the rest of the family. I spent time helping you, and yet you sit here and claim as if no one has ever done anything to help you. You went back on your word and told Rogel fracking Dorn about that personal conversation. Conrad snarled. So, honorable of the Palatine Phoenix, who carries himself in actuality with about as much honor as a diseased and rotting carcass of a peacock. Fulgrim stood, hands thrown up as he glared down at Conrad. I am not. All of us have seen the future. I at least am different compared to my future self. All you have done is push yourself more and more towards that same future, Conrad. You're completely ungrateful for everything I have done to help you. You have the gall to compare me to some low, dead peacock? You're an out-of-control, insane, greasy bat who damns himself to his own end and complains whenever someone rightly brings up your own failings as a person. Really shows how much you really cared if you can turn on me so quickly. It seems your time was well wasted instead of invested. Wasn't it, Ashen Phoenix? Enough. The words of Horus echoed throughout the chamber. Do you not see that this is exactly what I meant? This is what is causing us to fail. It is what caused us to all fall originally. And it is what can cause us to still fall, and Father wasn't even here. He breathed once, letting his words sink in. If we do not resolve these issues and act, not merely as brothers, but a family, stop blaming Father and see what we're doing is wrong and work together, we will run ourselves to ruin. He positively ran out of breath with his last word. We are all fighting for nothing but dead dreams and grudges that should have been buried long ago. He scanned the room, looking every single brother in the eye before positively pleading with them. Brother, we are all of the same blood. One by one, we can be ruled out and killed and fall to infighting. But as a pack, as a family, we can stay strong. He swayed his head side to side. I beseech all of you, don't let this opportunity go to waste. Please. The room cooled. The hot tempers that had been rising fell as many sat back down onto their thrones. By Father, they really had been ready to tear into each other as soon as their father left the room for, what was it, only minutes? Sanguinius, ever the level-headed one, stood and addressed the family. I believe we need to take a break and watch a vid. Something to distract us all. We're all extremely tense for our own reasons that we will work through as a family. Robot, who had been quiet all this time, nodded. That sounds excellent. Would anyone be averse to watching this without Father for once? There were no objections, mostly due to members of the family either being severely uncomfortable, undeniably tense from their outbursts, or desperately wishing anything else could be done so they no longer had to deal with the suffocating atmosphere. Horus nodded towards Muggos Lem, who was cowering behind a pillar. Muggos, please. Muggos Lem poked his head out from behind the pillar, scanned the room, and quietly made his way to the hollow projector to begin his rites. He had been sure he was going to almost die again from being in a room with almost 20 angry, godlike beings. However, his many attempted suicides foiled by his own mechanical being would see that he lives another day on the Bucephalus would see he survives almost 20 angry beings. As everyone took their seats, the vid started, yet the air was still thick with tension. 204 M42. Elsewhere, Macridge, Fortress of Hera. So, are you just going to follow me around, Constantine? Aegidius asked the Captain General who was standing guard in Aegidius' chambers. The young emperor having just come from his bath and was currently in the middle of redressing for his lesson with Eldred, the towel he was using to dry off his hair still draped over his head. The Captain General inclined his head to the young emperor. If that is what you wish of me, my emperor. A pout, and the young emperor pulled the towel off his head with a little too much force. You know my name is Aegidius, right? I'm not the emperor. A pinch in the back of his mind made him wince, wondering what the heck that was about. I am aware, my emperor. Lord Aegidius Guilliman, Imperial Prince of Imperium Secundus, first in line to inherit the title of Emperor over the Imperium. Son of Lord Premarch Robut Guilliman, Imperial Regent of Imperium Secundus, and have reigned the prophet of Ennead of Craftworld Bealtan. I know exactly who you are. I am simply using the correct term to address your inevitable status. Ferris. Any of you ever feel as if the Captain General somehow possessed the ability to stare into your very soul? Conrad. Silence. Fulgrim. Pointed silence. Horus. Looking between them both. Ferris. This is going to be painful. Rogel. Indeed. A sound of frustration escaped Aegidius as he collapsed onto his bed, staring up at the ceiling. But I'm not the Emperor yet. He stressed each word, hoping that somehow this would get his point across better. Dad says I get to be the Emperor when I'm older, but I'm not now. A few weak little kicks from his freshly socked feet, looking as if he was having a tantrum. Be that as it may, your father may have told you that you will be the Emperor in the future. This does not change anything in the slightest. Your condition and your inevitable status as the emperor must be addressed, and you must get used to hearing it now, rather than later. Constantine watched as the boy emperor lifted his head slightly to angrily pout at him. Pouting will do little to change my mind, my emperor. Lehman. Anyone ever try to pout at Constantine before, or was it just me? Corvus. Just you. Horus. Yup, for sure. Lion. 100% only you. The boy let out a sound of dismay, letting his head fall back down to his bed. I want Puppy. He's my friend, and I like him a lot better than I do you right now. He knew he was being kind of bratty, but Pomponius was always there, and Constantine was not mean, but also kind of weird and boring, and his mind itched a lot whenever he said anything to him. If it pleases you, my emperor, Shield Captain Pomponius remains your caretaker. I am simply the Captain General of your custodian guard, and will function in a more advisory, as well as replacement leadership role, until you yourself can take up the position. Two little fists were shot upwards, a loud yes coming from the boy. Good. I like Puppy a whole lot more. He sat up, ignoring the burning sensation in the back of his mind. It felt angry. I do have a question, though, he asked, trailing off and hoping the Captain General would catch on. Yes, my emperor. Aegidius, Constant, no, whatever. I gotta ask. You said condition. What condition do I have? I'm not sick. The boy sat there, looking up at the Captain General, waiting for whatever answer would be given. I simply refer to the fact that you yourself have been chosen as the heir to the imperial throne. You are the heir apparent. Even if your father chooses to produce another child, you are destined to take the throne. The reality of you being a hybrid, combined with a powerful, albeit still developing psychic potential, simply adds on to how fitting you are for the task. Robot. Anyone else feel as if Constantine is dodging the question? Lion. When isn't he dodging questions? Horus. Fair point. In all the time I have known him, I don't believe he has ever answered one of my questions directly. Perhaps he does not care for you. Horus. You might finally be back, but I assure you too, my pelt still reeks of ale. Shutting up. Aegidius' ears drooped in obvious disappointment. Oh, I don't know what I expected. He sighed. I don't even want to be the emperor. It just sounds like it's going to be really hard, really bad, and I don't even know if I'll be a good one in the first place. How am I supposed to follow Grandpa's whole rule? He sighed again, dejected. You will not. Constantine walked closer and pulled Aegidius to his feet. Conrad, are we sure Father didn't create Rogel from Constantine's DNA? Rogel, no. I assure you, I am a true son of our father. Just as he, I enjoy the partaking of alcohol, women, and copious amounts of gold. Perturabo. Oh, now look at what you've done. You made him go philosophical. Aegidius continued to remain surprised at just how gentle Constantine could be. Over the past few days, ever since he had replaced Puppy, the nascent emperor had discovered that in some way the Captain General was different from his kin, capable of even the smallest of moves with the utmost grace and gentle touch despite wearing full power armor. It was no different now, as he was put on his feet and a pair of boots dangled in front of him, looking comically small in Constantine's armored hands. And you cannot. Constantine continued from earlier. No one expects you to follow your grandfather step for step. They are, after all, an impossibility for you to achieve. A twist of the mouth, looking both disappointed and slightly uncomfortable. The boy emperor listened to the Captain General's words. I still don't know how to rule. I just barely got to sit at a war meeting, and I was lost. I had no idea what was going on. My mind itched the entire time. It was weird. I still barely know what happened. He started to slip on his boots. Standing on cold marble and socks was quite uncomfortable. You are a developing boy, my liege. One of only 8 standard Terran solar years of age. The progress you have made is remarkable for a human thus far, even if you do not realize it. Constantine walked away and looked out of the grand window of Aegidius' room, gazing across the ruined splendor of Macrage Magnus Civitas and the fortress of Hera. The emperor, above all else, was an architect, as all emperors are. He crossed his arms behind his back. To become a good architect, one needs experience above all else. Even if the images, texts, and studies do not make much sense as of now, they need not, for they shall add on to the foundation that you are building. He turned to him, those blue eyes shining with not a small amount of warmth. Your grandfather had almost 40 millennia worth of experience before he took the throne and built this Imperium from mere rocks and iron will. He walked back, now, towards Aegidius, seeing as the child was done with donning his boots. But unlike him, you need not start from nothing. Your armies, your people, your very system of government is already here, fallen into disrepair and left to rot. He knelt in front of Aegidius, helping him button up his shirt. All you need do is renovate it. Horus, robot. That has to be some of the best analogies combined with the pep talk I have ever heard. The fuck? Horus, Ferris. Are you all right, Horus? Corvus. Oh no, he's not. Horus. Why? Ferris. What do you dash? Horus. Why does Aegidius get to have Constantine answer his questions and give him a pep talk? I've known and worked with Constantine for nearly 200 years, and I've gotten squat. Corvus. Here we go again. Me. Sound of a raven croaking. Ferris. Oh, that's what you meant. A small blush reached the boy emperor's cheeks, embarrassment written on his face. Thank you. I'm sorry. He stopped, thinking again about everything Constantine spoke of. Of course, he won't be like his grandpa. His grandpa was super old and super smart and did everything himself. I still feel like I won't be as good as him. Can anyone be as good as grandpa was? No, Constantine answered without hesitation and raised himself to his full height. Your grandfather made and guided me. Do you think you can do that? Craft mere flesh into war material. Forge minds of scholars into those of warriors. And no, I don't even like war. I don't care about fighting or wanting to fight. I just want everything to be over. I don't want to rule over war. I just want everyone to be happy and safe. No more fighting, no more war. Constantine turned his back on Aegidius. No, my emperor, I don't believe you will ever be as good as your grandfather. The boy emperor was crushed, plainly on his face. Anyone could see the exact moment his confidence went up in flames. Ears folded back and flat against his head, eyes wide as he stared at nothing. Constantine turned over his shoulder, presenting a small smile. You will be far better. The shock made Aegidius sputter for a few seconds before he looked back down. Oh, how easily broken his confidence was. There was a searing heat at the back of his head that felt like someone slapped him there as hard as they could. Never forget, my liege. Faith, confidence, and will are fickle things. He opened the door. You must keep a firm grip on yours. Horus, violently pointing at the screen. What the what fuck? Lion, father said I couldn't be War Master because I had no people skills. Horus is better for the job because he knows how to speak and lead. Horus definitely doesn't act like a petulant child like Perturabo. Perturabo, A.Y. Jagatai baited. Aegidius nodded. All right. I'm sorry. Another itch like a pinch more. This was really annoying. Constantine nodded and pointed at the door. You should get a move on, my liege. Your lesson with Farser Eldred is due to start soon. Ears pricking up, Aegidius quickly started to make his way out of the room before he tripped and was caught by Constantine. Thank you, Constantine. And, would it kill you to call me Aegidius? Please. He was straightened up by Constantine, brushing any non-existent debris off himself and fixing his clothes. Well, there went his good luck on not falling over for so long. Of course, Emperor Aegidius. That was far from what he wanted, but at least he was using his name, leaving it for a later time. He left his room, quickly speeding up to get to his lesson with Farser Eldred. Hopefully, this lesson will not be as bad as it was with the last Farser. He immediately was joined by his big bro Sicarius and what sounded like another custodes. Most likely Constantine, since he hadn't stopped following him around for the last few days. I have my lesson with Mr. Eldred. Then after I have free time until dinner. Do you have anything to do, big bro? Aegidius asked, not running, but definitely not walking to his lesson. This concerned Sicarius, since this made for a hazard with his little brother. Actually, I thought you were going to be by my dad's side during his whole visit. Why are you here, big bro? Sicarius cleared his throat, keeping pace with his little brother. I was with your father, but he demanded privacy once he began wanting to spend time with your mother. What do my mom and dad do by themselves, anyway? Aegidius asked, immediately feeling like someone was shoving a white-hot iron rod into his skull. Geez, that has to stop. Maybe Mr. Eldred could see what was going on in his mind and making it do that. Horus loudly and awkwardly clears throat. Robot, I will personally maim anyone who tells him anything. Corvus, is that what you're focusing on? Sanguinius, looking away and whistling. Robot, yes. Of course, that's what I'm focusing on. What else would I focus on? Sanguinius, louder whistling along with blushing. Lehman, rising laughter. I'll see where this is going. Robot, I'm lost. Jagatai, unlike your future self, it appears. Nothing you need to concern yourself with, little brother. Robot, slaps armrests, thank you. Almost a second later, Aegidius was tripping and had to be caught again by Constantine. 2 trips in the same minute? Astounding. A new record. He huffed, hoping it wasn't going to get worse. He looked up to thank Constantine again for the help, but was pleasantly surprised to see not the Captain General, but instead Pomponius. Puppy. Aegidius immediately gave the custodian a hug, hanging off of the custodian's neck. I missed you. He awkwardly attempted to get his tiny hands around the custodian's neck, failing to do so even as Pomponius patted his back. I missed you too, my liege. He spoke in a nonchalant way. Well, let's go. I have to meet with Mr. Eldred. Aegidius grinned at the custodian, not even attempting to let go of him. My liege, you need to let go. Nah, I try to walk, but it's not working out well right now. It'll be quicker if I just hang on to you. Another scathing, mental slap to the back of the head. Who to whatever is doing that? That's just plain rude. He heard a sigh emit from Pomponius, but sure enough, the custodian began walking towards the spire of the fortress in which Eldred had made his home. Horace, what? I never got to be carried by a custodian. Weren't you the size of a teenager? Horace, not the point right now. Perhaps some things were destined to stay the same after all. Elsewhere earlier, Mackridge, fortress of Hera. Robert Guilliman walked the halls of his fortress, for the first time since he could remember doing so expressly for the mere purpose of wasting time. Wasting time and avoiding his son as much as possible. Father. Both of them. He couldn't bear to look into that face, be around that tiny boy who would ask him how well he did, ask him when was the next meeting, could he join? He couldn't bear to look at his own son, disgusted with the thought that those eyes had not been his own. Luckily for him, it was the higher echelon levels upon which he chose to stride, making interruptions and pesky serfs carrying orders much rarer than elsewhere. He had missed being able to do this, to shut off the intricate web of logistics and merely stride for the purpose of clarification instead of solution. Well, there needed to be a solution, but it required clarifying first. His father was alive. He was certain of it. Somehow the emperor had managed to claw his way back from the grave. He supposed that was meant to make him feel happy, ecstatic even. The emperor was back. Hurrah! And all that fanfare, and he simply could not find the energy for it. Always there came a catch. Always the proverbial, but in the sentence following good news. This time, it was his own son who was apparently due to pay that price. Normally, had it been any other to carry this burden, he would take a breather and move on, realizing it pointless to resist the change. But no, not his son, not Aegidius. He had already suffered enough. His childhood shortened to barely anything. His very existence questioned as a moral ambiguity within the Imperium's ever-dogged trend of hatred for anything Xeno. How long had this been going on? For how long had his father been there, leeching off of his only child, his only son? Was it harmful? Did his father hurt Aegidius? Was he controlling him? Was he doing something to sacrifice his son? More and more such questions went flying by his mind, all of them in some way pointing out what his father wouldn't do to come back. A grim, dry part of his mind growled as he remembered his last meeting with his father, the last meeting before the end. When he first came back from stasis seeking answers, revealed to him he was only a pawn, a tool. In the last meeting, he realized he was tricked then, played as brilliantly as if he was a mere piece on a regicide board. It took the entirety of the Indomitus crusade and then nearly dying at the hands of Mordorion to make him realize just how brilliantly the Emperor had planted the thought. By inciting hatred of his own creator into Guilliman's mind, the Emperor had done that most primal of things. He had given him purpose. Spite, that all too powerful emotion, king of all motivators. Many ideas and inventions were spawned over mankind's long and illustrious past, all simply because of spite. And his father had planted the very seed for it within his mind. Even as a decaying corpse, writhing with unknown energies, his father was wiser than he would care to give him credit for. But the question was, if the Emperor was willing to push so far as to almost make his son rebel in order to secure his Imperium, how far would he go to return? There was very little that he wouldn't do. If it meant the sacrifice of a child to bring him back, would he do it? Of course he would. It was the least he would have done in his long years of war. What was the life of a child compared to billions? What was humanity compared to mankind? The scales tipped away from that, unquestionably. Even the most simple of cogitators could weigh the choices and come to the logical decision, much as any cold and logical thing would. Fulgrim, Robot, I don't blame your future self at all. If I had to choose between father and Rosie, I do not believe I can make that choice. I love Rosie too much to sacrifice her. Robot, thank you. I am happy to know that it is not only I who would feel conflict over this decision. Horace, I feel as if that course of thoughts trampled me into the very ground. How bad is this future? Corvus, bad enough to actually ask the question of sacrificing children to save the life of another. We have all seen that the future is grim, more so than the future we thought we already knew. Vulcan, I honestly did not even dare to think it was going to be this bad. Mordorion, groans but says nothing. The only issue of it was, for all the logistical and clerical gifts Guilliman possessed, he was not a machine. Out of everything he knew, out of everything he felt, the price was too high to pay. His first thought had been to pay the price and await the results if it had been anyone else. However, if the price was a child, that price was the decision was made in a flash. The only way the Emperor would kill Aegidius would be over his own dead body. His son was amongst the extremely few good things that had happened since he had returned to this rotting corpse of an empire. And nothing would take that away, so long as he could prevent it. He would sooner see the entire Imperium burned to ashes than see his only boy be sacrificed for some greater good. He stopped suddenly, finding that he had reached out by instinct. It had been a long, long time since he had last visited this part of the fortress. It was ancient, by far one of the oldest still used parts, at one point housing the greatest of his advisory staff during the original rule of the Tetrarch from the era of the Great Crusade. Robot. Vulcan. What is it, brother? Robot. That is the room of Horus. Oh no. It was pointless. There was no need to open the door. No need to enter a silent tomb, vacant for millennia. He did it anyway, listening to the creaking of ancient hinges and wood as he stepped through the door and into the old chamber. It was exactly as he had remembered, untouched and unused by his own orders, as if he had stepped into a portal and was awaiting for the Tetrarchs to report to him on their work on Ultramar. He walked forward, feeling the ancient, plush carpet sink gently as he walked further and further into the room until he reached the middle of the rounded chamber. Then, he breathed and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath in a vain attempt to feel that most sweet, most soul-crushing of emotions. Nostalgia. It was there, for the barest glimmer of a second. He could smell her perfume. He imagined the cheering crowds outside, almost capable of hearing them as the fortress was first constructed so many years ago and she first came to these quarters. He remembered her. He almost felt as if he could reach out and hug her. His arms twitched, and then his eyes opened as the vision fell away and left a bitter aftertaste. Of course she was gone. Slowly, he walked over to the bed, slowly sitting himself on it and feeling it sink beneath his weight. How he could use her now. How badly he wished for the comfort of her arms at this time. The comfort only a mother was capable of giving her child. He ran to her and wept in her arms when news of the heresy first began, weeping for the loss of brothers and the life he knew. A wish of utter pointlessness and idiocy. His seneschal was dead. Tereshayutin was dead. It was pointless. He felt a tear slip down his cheek. Robot looks away in obvious pity. Fulgrim, why are we watching this? Sanguinius, I feel so sad. Robot, beginning to feel and look dejected. A mirror had been nearby, untouched and unused for millennia. She had used it countless times, laying there on a nightstand awaiting the next use. Always it had sat delicately in her hands, its purpose fulfilled. He reached out to it and grasped it in his hands, simply wanting to hold something of hers after so long. A single glance into its depths reminded him how far everything has gone. Instead of that youthful visage that greeted this part of the palace when it was first constructed, only stared back at the older, worn face of another. Untouched blonde, now broken with gray, bright blue eyes that held hope for the galaxy, now ringed and dreading the next day. The softness that had been there in his face was replaced with a hard set of countless disappointments and heartbreak. He hated looking at his face, seeing how far he had fallen from what he originally knew and felt. Everything he lost, everything he still could lose. Irony. It was the only thing he could compare his newfound visage to. When he had returned, he had called the Imperium a bloated, rotting corpse. How fitting it was now. He didn't belong on a throne. He belonged in a tomb, along with the rest of his already dead brothers and past servants of this once great empire. I have failed you, he whispered to no one in particular, although it felt almost as if she was there, behind him, ready to speak words of encouragement and chastisement. I have failed this Imperium. He spoke again, uncaring that no one was listening. I have failed my creator, my people, my very destiny. He swallowed once as the tear reached his chin and fell to the floor. But above all, I even managed to fail Aegidius. He swallowed again, feeling the lump forming in his throat. My own flesh and blood, condemned to serving a rotten corpse for eternity. Sanguinius, genuinely getting choked up. Conrad, looking away. Corvus, knowing his brother's pain. It felt almost as if she was approaching him then. The quiet swishing of the fine silks of her dress being heard as she approached and placed a gentle hand from behind him onto his cheek, just as she had done since he had been a mere babe. You have not failed. He whirled around, expecting a phantom, but finding Ivrain. He gulped quickly as he stood and walked away from his wife to the balcony, opening it quickly and stepping outside, desperately attempting to rid himself of his tears. He reached out with a hand behind him when he had realized that she had followed him. Please leave me. I am indecent. Lion humps and looks at his feet deep in thought. She paused, as if she was coming closer to an unhinged animal ready to strike from the corner. She sighed gently, weighing her options. Honesty had been beneficial to her before, so she might as well continue using it. I followed you here after I felt a spike in your emotions, staying beside the entrance, both inside the palace and on the balcony. Though, I'd hardly call this indecent. What ails you? He looked out over the ruined sprawl of his city as he took a deep breath, blinking away the last of his tears. Memories, he spoke at last, of a life long since past. One last breath as he attempted to truly compose himself. A pointless endeavor, do not mind it. She shrugged. I would be remiss to call it a useless endeavor. Memories still can serve a purpose long after they occurred. A proverb, she reminded herself, spoke to her by the late exarch of the howling banshees of Bealtan. Do you stand here, believing that they serve no purpose at all? They are of a dead woman. He spoke in a grim tone. Of a dead culture. He scowled. Of a dead era. She took a couple of steps closer to him, careful to not anger or surprise him. I believe both of us know of memories of eras long since past. He gripped the railing, feeling the wrought metal bite into the palms of his calloused hands. Did you see the downfall of Rain? The fall of the Eldari as Slaanesh was born? No, only what is shared by the few who do. He looked out at the sprawling city, seeing as its many people wandered about the streets so far below. Instead of the clean, organized streets of Macrage Magnus Civitas of the Great Crusade, he only saw the congested canals of a city behind walls. Imagine that you were born, not at its very peak, but close to its beginning. You oversaw it rise to greatness. You saw it go to its absolute zenith. The glory of everything it ever accomplished be celebrated. His hands gripped harder, feeling the metal begin to bend. Then think of the pleasure cults. Think of how things slowly began to fall apart. Think of how you scrambled about, running like a headless grox, attempting to repair that which was not meant to be repaired in the first place. Finding replacements for individuals not meant to be replaced. He breathed, his voice now slowly turning to fury. Imagine closing your eyes upon failing a battle and opening them to see the full hedonism of Slaanesh, of just how far your people have fallen, of how everything you have worked your entire life for, that gave your life its very meaning, has been stomped and burned into ashes, perverted and twisted into zealotry. Its very core tenets betrayed and spat upon. Your own kin seeing you as some sort of demented god and taking every one of your words as gospel. He spat, tasting bile in his mouth. Because that is how it feels for me. Every single day, of every single hour, of every single minute I spend here. He looked down, realizing he had twisted the metal railing into uselessness and stepped away from it. I'm a man out of time of Rain. Every day I look back. Every time I'm reminded of past glory. I wish that Fulgrim had struck true. Robot. Coming back to the Imperium in this state and expected to repair everything would have caused me to become bitter, angry. I see no reason for myself to hold anything back, all due to the hand he was dealt. Sanguinius. As much as Father lauds me, I do not believe I could have done nearly as good of a job as you have. Robot. A good job? Everything is practically falling to pieces. Sanguinius. And if not for you, then perhaps everything would have been lost long before Father's death. Robot. And according to the future me, perhaps it would have been for the best. She reached out a hand towards his back, watching as he flinched at the contact. Her other beside it, as she came full in contact with him. Face pressed against the taut, stressed, filled muscle that coiled like an angry serpent, she rested against him as her mind went wild. For as long as I have known, I have lived in the ruins of what used to be something great, something to look up to. Is it better to live in the ruins of something you have never known, or to live through something so grand, even for just a moment? She paused and let her cheek rest on his back. He was silent to her question. If you had fallen, if he had struck true, then I believe I would still be struggling against the darkness. My people would have fallen along with humanity, all while still refusing to believe that our destinies were intertwined. With the collapse of everything, I know I would have done the impossible and died with nothing to show for my efforts. She paused as her hands moved around his form. We would not have Aegidius. There would be no stability for either race. The darkness we wade through now would be even bleaker than ever before. Searching for the right words was difficult with this infernal language. She thought as she reached out to him through their bond, hoping to connect with him to express everything she felt for him. Sometimes words were just not enough. Sometimes raw feeling was the best to convey everything that needed to be said. She had felt the thoughts and souls of many humans in her day. But her husband had always surprised her. Even in his darkest of moods, his soul, his very being glowed like a star. Like the most primal of powers, it radiated as she attempted to wrap herself around it and calm the raging beast. She felt as he hung his head, then reached out and covered her own far smaller hands in his gigantic ones. She was important to you? She probed, hoping that she had used the correct words. Yes. He answered her immediately. He struggled with the words. The Eldari language had no words for the meaning of his seneschal. No true way of describing it. But High Gothic did. She was my confidant, the one always by my side, the one I could trust. He found the words catching in his throat, the memory proving too much to bear. She was my mother. Mrethai Kulhandil. She spoke up, the song of Eldari flitting through the air. Mother is closest to its translation. She nodded and began to wonder how deeply he did trust her. No, he disagreed weakly. She was not of my blood, nor of my soul. A small laugh, and she still gave you life. She raised you and led you to your path. If not for her, would you live the same life you live now? Not life. He chuckled humorlessly. Love. He scoffed. As ridiculous as it is. He shook his head. I was well into my second century of life when Horus Folly was unveiled to me. When I had found that so many had died already, I ran to her, as if I was a child. I ran to her and wept in her lap, just over there. He pointed at the bed. I knelt and wept, and all she did was listen. He chuckled at the obscenity of it all. It groaned pre-March, and I wept like a newborn babe. He smiled sadly, and then she pushed me to my feet and kept me standing there. You trusted her above all else. I see nothing obscene about it. Would you rather you didn't? What would be Aegidius? Would you rather he not do the same to either of us? His smile was gone then, reminded of the truth and of what he had seen. The anger swelled within him then, true anger, the likes of which he had not felt since his awakening. His blood running hot in his veins. She felt the spike in his emotions and wondered what she had done wrong. I worry for him, he admitted then. There is something different about him. Different. She pulled away slightly, her own soul burning as she thought about what was happening to her son, her child. Who did she have to kill? Different how so? In ways hidden to me. He looked at her, blue eyes meeting pale yellow. In ways hidden to you. In ways that worry me about his future. He swallowed then, wondering if it was the right decision to tell her. Today in the war room. You have felt Constantine's soul before? The Captain General of the Custodes. Yes, him. The one who took on the entire war host I had planned for Aegidius Guard with the training shock staff. What of him? Lehman. I can't be the only one who wants to see the Horus. Yes, I would too. It would be an amazing distraction from everything else that's happening in this vid. He joined us. He joined Aegidius. He proclaimed him Imperial Heir Apparent. A growl and tightening of her fists. Oh, really now? Has he forgotten our son? Isn't even a full cycle old yet? His training has only just begun not long ago, and yet he thinks he can dash. Ivrain. He cut her off. He proclaimed him Imperial Heir Apparent. He breathed, worry setting in once more. Then he stood by his side as Aegidius attended the meeting. You told me he was only heir in name. There was time for him to grow. Why is he heir apparent now? That is what worries me. Ivrain, he shook his head in disbelief. I saw beyond Aegidius' eyes, beyond eyes of glowing gold, radiating with utterly unspeakable power. She paused, thinking back to the prophecy the seers had proclaimed only decades before the death of the human emperor, that the return of a shining soul as bright as a star would arise from the ashes of two dying eras, rising from the ashes to lead both to a new age. Some called it the coming of a hero. Some called it the return of God. Others called it the beginning of the end. She called it a way to control her boy. She knew that soul. She knew it from the moment it sprung to life. Every day, cultivating it and growing it with her song. Then once he was born, his soul burned anything that attempted to pry too deep into it. Had it not been for the librarius pulling her back, she would have perished the first days after she had him back. But she never forgot how brightly it burned, how brightly it shone. She was right. Something latched onto him. Something was with him that she couldn't protect him from. Something so powerful that it burned her husband when he looked upon it. What was more powerful than his? When the dark pits of she who thirsts did that. What has happened to my child? She ground out, ready to go and find her son and pry once more. If it scared her husband, then she was determined to get it off of Aegidius, death be damned. I have scoured the tomes of the librarius, including the knowledge of the custodes. Guilliman clarified. I delved as deep as I could, past all the artifice in the sections of redacted knowledge. He sighed and ran a hand through his curled hair. The Astronomicon, from what I was able to discover, was not originally meant to be a beacon, but a weapon. One of unimaginable power. One controllable by only one living being. And only when said being is alive. Oh, gods no. Dread filled every part of her mind, rushing through everything she knew and what she had learned. All of it came together, and her dread turned to pure hate. The only one able to control that thing was the same person who put them all into this mess in the first place. As soon as the near blinding fury filled her psyche, she could feel his hands tighten around her own, keeping her there. I will kill that bastard. Her thoughts were cut off by a chuckle which soon turned into a full-blown laugh. You can't. Her husband spoke sadly. I'll try everything. Then you will kill Aegidius. He clarified. He is the Astronomicon, Ivrain. It's not within him. He is it. That is why he is so powerful. That is why his soul radiates my father's very being. Somehow, my father was able to cast the beacon's power into him. Your bastard of a father turns him into a weapon, and I am supposed to do nothing? How do we know he isn't just controlling that power, but controls him as well? Guilliman turned away. He was always good at that, you know. He asked, making weapons, he clarified. I'm a good example. He scoffed. What he was terrible at, as over half of my brothers are excellent examples of, is controlling his creations. She scoffed, pulling at the iron grip of his hands and not budging. There's a difference between someone like you and Aegidius. Oh, she wanted to go and find her boy and do everything she could to scrape off every bit of that bastard's influence off of him. But she did not want anything happening to him either. Maybe she should just kill the bastard? No, then the custodes will want to have her head. Does your father even know anything about the effects of a budding soul? Of a budding Eldari soul? He cultivated me and my brothers. Magnus, he turned to her again. I imagine you know of him enough to realize that he knows very much about budding souls. He shook his head yet again. No, we mustn't intervene. For Aegidius' sake, we must let things take their course for the time being at least. When the time comes, I will confront my faith. He is using our son as a weapon or a tool, or I wouldn't be surprised if he was squatting in Aegidius' mind, controlling him, or anything. I can't sit here and let this happen. Robu. Her vision got hazy, fury and frustration clouding her as she struggled to find any way to fix this. Frustration grew when she realized she couldn't think of anything. And what can you do about it? He yelled, his temper finally broken. Remember the last time you attempted to dig deep? To go into his very core? Remember the backlash? The shock? He chided even as he grabbed both of her arms. Remember how it practically killed you? He stressed, hoping to get through to her. If an Eldari's mother is not capable of reaching her own offspring's soul, then that soul is no longer hers to touch. Not my words, the words of your own teachings. It means the soul has found a greater purpose. It means it is protected by In Gyrum, she finished, the shock and true meaning of it finally coming to her realization. Powers of the great beyond. She whispered, a god. True frustration, tears welling up as she wanted to fight against it but couldn't. He's not supposed to. He's supposed to. He's not. She just wanted to scream, cry, punch, kick, anything. None of this was fair. I curse your father. I curse him for everything he's done. I hope he suffers for what he's done, and I hope he never feels the release of death. She buried her face into her husband's chest. Angry she could do nothing else. Smashing her forehead repeatedly at his muscled body in utter frustration as she attempted to come to terms with things she did not want to believe. Sanguinius. That was well. Horus. Frightening and sad at the same time. Sanguinius. Yes, of course, we all know of father's power, but they also managed to talk it out. The life of their only son in danger and under the rule of an immoral father, and yet they talked it out. Conrad. How the hell did they do that? Rogel. They obviously love each other and care for each other, share an understanding of their stances, and work as a team. It is not a difficult discipline. Perturabo, I would slap you for saying the obvious, but since in this case, we needed it, I'm somehow surprised that you know how relationships work. Yet, since you are helping bring us out of this feeling of doom and gloom, I won't. Now, she realized what her husband had felt. What meant to truly lose everything. To see it all destroyed by beings greater than you. Iniad had not yet truly come. The final crone sort of avoiding her. Because of this? Was it because her son was destined for something different? For this union to bear the labor of two eras. One of life, one of death. To be joined at the birth of one and the death of another. How could she have been so blind? No, she did not want to think of it. Of the inevitable. Of this cursed existence. Instead, she looked up at her husband, knowing how he felt very much the same. Of how they shared the same pain and destiny. She looked into his eyes and attached herself to his soul. Truly did so for the first time since their wedding night, what appeared to be ages ago now. She felt as he reached back, both spiritually and physically as they slowly leaned towards each other and their lips connected. Vulcan, wait, hold on, Ferris, oh, hell no. Robot, can all of you please stop acting like Jagatai, I'm not going to sit here and watch you fucking Eldar on screen. I have better things to do than watch amateur porn. Mortar Ion, did you just curse? Robot, and I don't want to star in amateur porn. Can someone skip? Mugoslam, my lords, the hollow projector. Ferris, don't you dare say what I think you're going to say. Mugoslam, it is refusing to skip. Ferris, I'm going to throw it out of the airlock. Suddenly has to dodge an empty data slate fired at his head. The both of them, deep in their grief and understanding, needed comfort above all else at this moment. Desperately needed relief and embrace in each other's arms. Neither could fight against the injustice. Neither could say anything to help. only to stand back as the very thing that made them happy was going to be burned for the sake of everyone, everything, and for one man. Finding comfort was all they wanted right now, made possible by companionship and understanding. Even as they found comfort above the billions who suffered in poverty below them, around them countless planets burned with untold trillions of lives, depending on them to lead them. And here they stood, grieving over the fate of one. The mantle on their shoulders weighed heavy as they stumbled back into the palace and continued to find comfort in each other. Robot, yes. Thank you, whatever merciful entity that stopped this. Jagatai, at least we get to see your little abomination again. Robot rolls eyes, he's my abomination, and I love him for it. Jagatai, at least you are honest. That I can respect. The void was all around him. It was calm, peaceful, infinite, and he had a feeling he shouldn't delve too deeply, lest he see something he really shouldn't see. Good. Eldred's words came into his mind. You are in harmony. Finally. It's Aegidius, try to find the words. So pretty. He heard a scoff and chuckle. Pretty. Barbaric high Gothic. It is child, the beginning and the end. The beginning and the end. Aegidius murmured as he extended his mind outwards, truly looking upon the marvel of such a sight and feeling. All around him, he could see the myriad of colors of the beyond, the very space that the Eldari have traversed for millions of years, being shared with him. For the first time during his psychic lessons, his mind was completely at peace. Nothing was holding him back. It felt as if his body was completely weightless, as if he was striding upon the very stars as his mind threaded through the Imperium. It was so incredibly full of life, so filled to the brim with a wonderful warmth and promises of comfort and glory. He reached further, slowly allowing himself to fall deeper and deeper into the trance, until something at the back of his head snapped him out of it and pulled him back. What the? Young one. Yes, Master Eldred? By Isha's beauty child. You almost slipped too deep. You must be careful. I'm sorry. Aegidius heard the mental equivalent of sigh. It is fine. You are but a novice in meditation. Though the logic of not bathing yourself too deeply in the energy of the Empyrean should be at least known to you at this point. Robot, well, at least Eldred was able to get into a trance at all. That is a miracle by itself, judging what Father and Magnus have told us. Jagatai, it is enlightening to see how the Eldar traverse the warp through their projections. That is the closest I'm ever going to get to praising them. Robot, don't worry, brother. No one is asking you to. Aegidius frowned and knew that if he could truly feel his body, that his ears would be down as well. I know I can't go too deep, but it is a tempting sight indeed. Hopefully you at least possess the logic to understand why not to do so. He felt his cheeks flush as he remembered the incident with the Astronomicon and War Room meeting, of how he had managed to. That is good enough for today. Bring yourself out of the trance. Slowly, Aegidius exhaled, attempting to remember what his old tutor had taught him. Unlatch, release, slip away. Darkness clouded his vision, and he opened his eyes to reveal him in the middle of the comfortable carpet, arrayed with various pillows in the dimly lit spire which Eldred had taken as his quarters. Symbols and tokens were everywhere. As Eldred had put it himself, the room was in harmony to sing with the warp, a feat which had taken him quite a while to do, with Monkey librarians clouding his mind every time he attempted something. Aegidius called at him, not wanting to clean up his room. Sanguinius, is he a hoarder? Emperor, who is? Sanguinius, father. Everyone turns to look, the Emperor entering the viewing room again. Emperor, I'm back. What did I miss while I was in the middle of coming to terms with all of the literal bullshit that is our family and future? Horus, well, if you must know, we made up Dash. No. Horus, for the most part. Emperor, well, that is great to hear, I suppose. And, yes, Eldred has always been a hoarder of extreme proportions. And incredibly lazy. Corvus, you speak as if you know him personally. Emperor, back in the day, yes. We were friends. I met his kids, little nut jobs. Eldred is one of the laziest people I've ever known and will go to incredible lengths to avoid cleaning anything. When wading through the Empyrean, you must remember that until you are sufficiently trained, it is unwise for you to delve too deep. Even the most accomplished farcers know not to dive too deeply into the great unknown, lest the attention of our sins lays its eyes upon you. Eldred was quick to latch onto an advisable moment. Aegidius' budding soul could not be allowed to be snatched by sheer thirst. What eyes? Aegidius cocked his head at his master, eyes wide and ears lowered. The culmination of the sin of the Eldar, the one whom your own mother fights against, the one who destroyed the Eldari Empire long ago. Their whispers will do anything to drag a budding soul, such as you, into their grasp. As with any Eldari, our fates lead to that inevitable destiny. He thought about what his master spoke of, but was slightly confused. What whispers? The old farcer paused, then tentatively asked, do you not hear them? Hear what? Eldred went silent, thinking back on an old theory he had. This was the second time he had heard of this phenomenon. Were those like his charge and granddaughter unable to hear the whispers, feel the tug of Silent Thresh? He knew the Ultramarines had another hybrid amongst their ranks. Perhaps he would get more use out of an adult's perspective rather than child. I see. Emperor, well, that was to be expected, I suppose. The child soul is mostly human. Thus, the unwritten contract of Slanish's existence does not extend to him. Robot, oh yes, in the future I have a half-Eldar astropath in my ranks. I forgot about him for a while. Conrad. Probably why this cast is so limited on the on-screen. OW. My head. Emperor. OHM. And as I recall, Eldred has a half-Eldar granddaughter. Wow. The way to escape Slanish is literally to know, not gonna say it. The young emperor wanted to ask more, but stopped as his mind itched again, and he reached up and was about to scratch when his hand was snatched by Eldred's. Pray tell, why is it that you feel compelled to do that on my fine wool carpet, young one? He did not want to explain why having head lice on his carpets was there for some cosmic purpose. Aegidius shrugged. My head itches a lot sometimes. I think it's my mind, because no matter how much I scratch, it doesn't go away. It's always in the same place too, ow. Instead of the itch, now it felt as if someone was slapping the back of his head with a lot of force, including the burn. Huh. Eldred wondered aloud. Are you quite sure it isn't some disease you carry? What? No. I wish. It's something in my head. It's being stupid, OW. A harder smack this time. Actually more like a series of smacks. Eldred rolled his eyes as he knelt in front of Aegidius, making sure not to dirty his expensive robes while doing so as he reached out with both hands and put both index fingers on the child's temples. He really hoped it wasn't some parasite. He did not want to deal with Psychnuian again. Nasty creatures. Glad he was able to dump all of them on some backwater planet all those thousands of years ago. Perturabo. Wait, hold on. Weren't those creatures a menace on Magnus Planet Dash? Emperor. OH. No one tell him. Jagatai. Sagely nodding along. Because we would have to deal with a psychic temper tantrum? Emperor. Exactly. He sighed as he connected to the child's mind. Now, let's see what's Dash. His eyes immediately went wide as he connected with Aegidius' inner mind. It began to spin like a crashing craft world as whatever was within Aegidius grabbed back. He desperately attempted to pull away, only to find out that he couldn't as his mind was assaulted by voices and power the likes of which he hadn't felt in. Angron, Slam's open door, we're back. Lorgar. And we even managed to bring Raggio. Raggio, strolling in behind, still frowning a bit. Shaynut Assyrianish Irantha Assyrianat, he exclaimed as he was pulled deeper into an astral plane, coming face to face with the burning, all-encompassing power of one he had not seen in quite some time. It swirled like a golden cloud of burning ashes, the skulls flying all around him as he was brought face to face with the being of such power that it hurt to even look upon it. But it looked at him. Its gaze pierced his very soul as the fear it sowed almost overwhelmed him. But at the very least, he now knew what he was looking upon. Or, at the very least, who? Anathema, he shouted in sheer disbelief as his soul was grabbed, twisted, and he was thrown, both spiritually and physically, away from Aegidius' mind and body, landing in a pile of old books on the other side of his room, his eyes scarred red. His old, creaking bones grating against his body as he heaved in mouthfuls of air, wondering how in the warp did that happen. Raggio instantly spins on his heel, walking the opposite way at twice the speed, even as what looks to be a book glides after him, even as the doors to the viewing room slam shut. Lorgar, what the fuck? Angron, glad to see I missed nothing. Plumps down on throne. He needed to tell the regent at once. But first, lessons are done for today. You may go. He rasped out, still reeling from such a shove. Master Eldred? Aegidius asked, looking over his tutor who 1 moment ago was touching his forehead and now was thrown backwards in his pile of books. Oh, that had to hurt. Are you all right? Perfectly fine, young one. Just some broken bones and scrapes. Nothing that I cannot heal myself. Oh, I do that a lot too. I bet you do. Must feel as if you were carrying a tumbling wraith knight inside of there. What? Aegidius asked. How did you know? Lucky guess. Eldred rasped. Run along now. Aegidius stood up, wanting to help the elder Eldari, and taking a few steps towards him. He started to move the items he could pick up off of Master Eldred. It wasn't right to leave him there like that. Eldred merely lied there, breathing and thinking it over. Guilliman would not be happy about this. Not to mention that he himself wasn't sure if it was as good or a bad thing. Well, now that he thought it over, Aegidius appeared to be controlling it for now. Was telling the regent and exposing this whole scandal even worth it? Robot, yes, facepalm's worst reality so far. Angron, What the fuck did I miss? Lorgar, fill me in please because I'm positive I just saw a very spooky version of Father that's inside of Aegidius. Emperor, Hey, I just got here too. Horus, Constantine is favoring Aegidius. We almost tore each other's heads off during a fight. Robot presumably fucked his Eldari wife, and now Aegidius is having a lesson with Eldred, and Father just threw Eldred across the room. Angron, why is he in the kid's head? Horus, I don't know. Maybe it has to do with the whole Father is a leech on a child's soul thing. Angron, that's a thing. Horus, yeah, it's a thing. Fulgrim, we got into an argument about it. Angron, why did I get to miss that? I wanted to fight too. Corvus, give it a bit. We'll most likely get back to fighting soon enough. Conrad, no physical blows were exchanged, sadly. Emperor, I would appreciate it if all of you don't fight, period. He attempted to get up, only to realize that most of the bones in his legs, some of his ribs, and even some of his arms had most likely been obliterated. Well, first he needed to get the child away. He was trying to tidy up the place now. Sanguinius, wow, he really is a hoarder. Emperor, it's almost AS if an O1 listens to me. Lorgar, probably because the last time we listened to you, we sat down for 7 weeks and did little to nothing for the Great Crusade and have been spending our time ignoring our flaws and refusing to get therapy and watch vids together. Emperor slowly gestures to the screen and then the entire family sitting and watching vids. Your point? Sanguinius, Lorgar just, no, stop. We already tried to get into that. Let's not. Lorgar, all right, fine. Let's ignore it. Lehman, let's see how long it lasts. You could go, child. He tried again. It's fine this way. Adds to the way the warp sings, really. Are you sure, Master Eldred? Oh yes, he tried to assure Aegidius. Fighting off a demon or two adds to the atmosphere. Just go, child. I'm sure you have books to read. Well, if you say so, do I tell the guards outside anything? He wanted to ask about that, but wasn't sure if it was wise or not. Did he have a demon in his mind? Lorgar, yes. Fulgrim, yes. Horus, yes. Robot, yes, actually. Emperor, for all of you can go to hell. Angron, sure, Mr. Atheist. Absolutely not. Our sessions are private. He counseled, weakly disguising what had happened. And no, I mean get you help or something. I'll be fine. Go. He ordered as he began to get up. With a squeak and an apology, Aegidius scampered out of the door, wondering what he did wrong this time. The moment the door closed behind him, Eldred looked after Aegidius and immediately collapsed back onto the pile of books. Most obliterated bones, so far for sure. If this is what he was capable of at this stage, he needed to keep this from Guilliman, at least for a little while. Robot, intensive grumbling. Well, he had a lot of healing to do now, but at least it couldn't get any worse. Rogel, he has just performed a jinx. Conrad, Murphy. Lorgar, really? There is no such thing as a jinx. He let his head hit the shelf behind him and began to hear a creaking noise. Lorgar, what? What now? Was one of those librarians coming to borrow? He saw as the shelf above him began to lean slightly forward. Worse it was. Lorgar, what the fuck? Rogel, I believe the correct set of words to use in this situation is, I told you so. Emperor, Rogel, when did you get sassy? Rogel, I am me, and I've always been sassy when the situation calls for it. The shelf smashed down upon him, breaking a few more bones even as he winced and sighed. Reminded him of when his children were all little budding souls. Well, one thing was for sure, he's sure, as the Imperium wasn't cleaning this up. Emperor, well, at least Eldred is still as lazy as the day I last saw him. Next morning, Fortress of Hera, Lord of Mackridge Apartments. Robot Guilliman opened his eyes, the sun shining in from the blinds being enough to wake him from the most restful sleep he had had in decades. Son, since when did he sleep for long enough to sleep through sunrise? What time was it? A quick glance at the chronometer next to his massive bed confirmed that he had, in fact, missed the start of breakfast. How'd he do that? He tended to be up at least 2 hours before the kitchens even started preparing. A silent noise of content, followed by the rustling of his bedsheets, alerted him to the fact that he was not alone even as his head whirled down, revealing the slender hand of an Eldar drabbed across his muscled bare chest. Olus, never mind. Robot totally fucked his Eldari wife. Robot, shut up. Suddenly perks up, say, Perturabo, what is your objective with Rogel? Perturabo looks over, bored and mouth partially open and ready to answer before smiling slowly. Horus, don't you dare. Robot, last I recalled, that objective is allowed for others who speak the obvious. Horus, yeah. Well, I have an alcohol-soaked pelt used for choking people with, and I'm not afraid to use it on someone else. That brought him up to speed quickly enough as his eidetic memory kicked into full gear and made him remember every single blissful second of the previous evening. His wife's head then popped up from below the cover. Her extravagantly long, platinum blonde hair framing her exquisitely crafted face as she subconsciously pressed herself closer to her husband, nuzzling into his side. Robot looked at her in surprise. It had been a very long time since they had been intimate with each other, even since they shared the same bed. The last time that had happened had been during their wedding night, when Aegidius was conceived. Emperor. She carried Aegidius for 2 years. He's 8 now, so wow. 10 years of no sex. How did you survive? Corvus. Wait. How did he survive for 10 years without sex? How did you? Emperor. Well, first of all, I'm a motherfucking emperor. Entire family groans. Emperor. Second of all, you don't know my life. Third of all, there are other ways to survive that dash. Lehman. Lala can't hear anything. Corvus. No more. Conrad. I can't escape these images. Sanguinius. Neither can I. Lorger. I want to fucking die. Mugoslem. Me first, please, my lords. I've tried more than all of you combined. Vulcan. We need you, Mugos. Please stay. Mugoslem. I shall endeavor to do so, my lord. The logical part of his mind told him to get up. He would no doubt already be missed. The reports were most likely already piled high upon his desk, and the petitioners lined up through the length of the entire fortress. But, as he looked upon the face of his beautiful wife, no makeup clouding her features as she slept, her mind appearing at complete peace, caused jealousy to stab at Robot's heart. Why should he rise now? He had already missed breakfast. What was the rush in a moment more of rest? Emperor, can't blame you. Waking up late, with a beautiful woman on you? Can't tell you how many times that's happened to me. Robot, can we not learn about your sexual exploits, please? Horace, why not? We're already watching yours. And hearing Dash. About Dash. Horace, my pelt. Robot. And I've already expressed that I did not want to star as an amateur porn star. He attempted to wiggle back underneath the covers, but in the process had apparently caused enough of a disturbance to wake his wife as her eyes snapped open, the gold-framed pupils of her eyes flying about in confusion before landing upon his face. Good morning. He greeted softly with a small smile. Her head rose then, and she looked around. Ah, she spoke in a rare moment of slight confusion. I have awoken with you. She then checked underneath the covers, causing her eyebrows to rise. Naked as the day I was born. Apparently so, Robot confirmed, even as he lifted himself and rested his massive body on the backboard, all the while stretching his arms. I will be honest. He began. I haven't had such a good rest in a while. That is because your soul was and is very tense. Ivrain breathed, apparently still unsure of what to make of the situation. We appear to have endorsed. She smiled back at her husband, feeling no small amount of pleasure from certain memories and parts of her body. So we have, Robot confirmed, still smiling, causing his wife to move like a slithering snake closer to his face. You were lovely, she confirmed, slightly grazing his cheek with one of her hands, before flinging off the covers and standing quickly, letting the chill of the morning air caress both of their bodies. A lot of sputtering and angered mutterings. Mordorion, I did not stay here to see a naked Eldar. Vulcan, neither did I. Jagatai, eyes have glazed over. Emperor, calm down Dash notices Robot. Robot, red-faced, and hasn't looked away. En Paul, so, do you have Dash? Robot what? No. However, you appear to have planted nothing. She contemplated quietly as she sat by her vanity, crossing her legs, and began the arduous process of brushing out her very long hair, not caring one bit that she was nude. Robot, starting to become slack-jawed as he obviously stared. Jagatai, beautiful cryptic, knife-eared assholes. Robot, for his part, was contemplative. A daughter or even another son, perhaps it was for the best that no more came into a world like this. He had little time already for Aegidius. Another was not a good idea indeed. You are not rising. His wife spoke up again, even as the sounds of her brush filled the air. No, he confirmed, continuing to relax. And why is that? I decided to rest. Ivrain's hand stalled mid-brush as she turned to look over her shoulder. Rest. One of her eyebrows rose. You. Rest. Indeed. He turned to her with an inquisitive look. Is that so hard to believe? Lehman, I want to rib at ye, but as long as the fucking nude Eldar is on screen Dash. Horace, ignore it. Vulcan, I cannot ignore the Eldar sitting 10 feet from our brother. Emperor, boys calm down, it's just tits. You can make fun of your brother. Corvus, no, it's too weird. As long as that Eldar is on screen, I don't think anyone can. Yes, she answered without hesitation. What has caused this decision? Guilliman thought about it. Was it selfish of him to seek some more rest before being thrown to the rabid hounds that were the bureaucrats of this Imperium? And above all, was rest truly the only thing that made him stay? He remembered. remembered how beautiful she was the night before, how they both sought and received such comfort and bliss in each other's arms. You, he finally answered. Me? The former, which asked with the slightest tilt of her head. You, he confirmed, smiling again. I will be completely honest, I do not think I could have so much as caught a moment of sleep if it weren't for you. She made a contemplative noise. Which part of me? My presence or my advice? Robot let out a chuckle. Throne, did it feel good to be able to laugh genuinely for once? To even be able to play a game of words which had no deeper meaning than for entertainment and mere playfulness. The part that makes you my wife. Vulcan, I admit that seeing our brother enjoy and laugh in her company does make it slightly more bearable. A small smile grazed said wife's face as she put down her hairbrush and stood before slowly beginning to walk back towards the bed. I am your wife. She spoke in a low tone, sworn to be yours. She reached the bed and leaned on it gently. You could always have claimed me. I only needed to hear your word. Conrad, oh no. Sanguinius, oh boy. Robot, wait is dash. Emperor, morning sex is awesome. You'll enjoy it. It appears that today dash. We witnessed the debut dash of a new porn acto dash. Robot stands up and takes Horace' pelt and starts smothering the twins. Horace, get a grip on their necks. That'll keep them from slipping out. She climbed on with the grace of a gyrinx, slithering closer to her husband. I can have, he whispered back as she coiled herself around him like a snake, touching spots with such care that it almost made him go mad. Ferris, skip, 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 skip. Muggos Lem, it won't. Ferris, honestly, we should just get a new hollow projector and get rid of this one dash dodges the data slate being shot at him. Muggos Lem, it appears to be growling at you, my lord. Perturabo, isn't that tech heresy? Dodges the data slate projectile. Yet you didn't. She whispered into his ear, causing a shiver to go down his spine as it caused him to remember that his wife was, in fact, a former, which no less. But you still can. She whispered into his other ear, causing him to lean in for a kiss, only to be dodged at the last second and pushed back onto his bed and be met with his wife's golden eyes, only an inch away from his own. Say it, she whispered. Emperor, not gonna lie, that's hot. Robot father, stop lusting after my future wife. Pauses as the twins let out strangled, malicious laughter. That's not what I meant, dash. Emperor, I expect no less than 4 grandchildren from you too. Throne, in all his years he had never. I want you. She smiled. Kiss me. And he did. Robot, skip please. Robot, oh thank father. Emperor, you're welcome. Robot, just. Hush. Lets the twins go and flops onto his throne, throwing the pelt back at Horace. That pelt smells like a lot of unwashed concubines. Horace, no one asked you. Rogel, I know what an unwashed concubine smells like, and no, it does not. Horace, and you know this how dash? Rogel, I'm unsure if you know this or not, brother, but what I have done here is something called a metaphor, or at least just a humorous comparison. I have no idea what an actual unwashed concubine tastes like, nor would I want to. Pauses, but I know what a concubine tastes like, so it is only half correct. Robot, please stop. Rogel, foreplay is an important part of dash. Horace, moving on. The two boys were lying on the floor of the massive chamber of Aegidius' personal rooms. They were currently looking through multiple tomes and writing on their own datapads, trading ideas. I mean, how else am I supposed to fill in 4,000 points for this? I could just put in as many guardsmen as possible and use vehicles. I can swarm the enemy and win that way. Aegidius finished his war list and showed it to Damien, who looked it over. Perturabo, wait, this game seems familiar. Yeah, but Marines are cooler. I spent my 4,000 points on as many Marines as I could, put them on bikes and power up my sergeant. My list would destroy your list. Damien showed his list to his cousin who scoffed. Have you ever seen anything get past a field of lost guns? The young emperor argued, frowning at the idea that guardsmen weren't cool. Aegidius then looked up to Vlad, who was sulking in the corner of the room. Vlad, which is cooler, guardsmen or Marines? Marines, Vlad answered in a heartbeat, sulking even more. He hated babysitting the brats. All they ever did, for the most part, was sit around and play battle mace or regicide. Or red. Why couldn't they punch each other in the face like regular children back on Terra? Perturabo, battle mace. That was it. My legion and I play that all the time. Excellent for battle simulations. Robot, he has a lot of books on it. How much does he play? Perturabo, a lot. If he has a 4,000-point army list for fun. Policia had been with them earlier, telling the boys they had time to play before lessons before she had been called away. Same with Policia. Cato had been called away as well, which left Poponius standing guard near the door. I was called by the sisterhood. Policia had told him, making him have to hold back a derisive sigh. And that interests me, why? She sighed. Dealing with Vlad was akin to stepping into a boiling oil bath. It interests you, since it was the prioress who called upon me dash. Again, how does this interest me? Counting mentally, she answered with, I would never be called by the prioress unless it is of the utmost importance. I haven't been called by the prioress before at all, in fact. So seeing as how this must be of dire importance, you will have to watch the children. She didn't give him a chance to respond before leaving him in charge of the two boys. He was just glad the little hellion of a wolf cub was with her father instead of here. They tried to bathe her yesterday, and he had to hold the girl while they hose her down. They may have also lost a relic or two that he was not inclined to speak about. So now, Vlad was stuck here with the brats, and he had no one to annoy. All he had were two annoying children that he wasn't allowed to pester. Horace, he misses her. Adorable. Lehman, we gonna skip over how my kid broke dash. Robot, I don't want to know. Damien stuck his tongue out at Aegidius, who pouted at this betrayal. He then erased his list and began working on one he knew was going to be better than Damien's stupid list. Before long, he was done with a 4,000-point army and proudly showed it off with a smug look on his little face. Custodes, for 1,000 points. I win. Emperor, OH, went straight for the throat. Good one. Perturabo. 04 Custodes have been broken since 22nd edition and haven't been fixed since. Emperor, they're awesome and totally balanced. Perturabo, they just sweep the floor of any army, especially Space Marines. Empereur, UX a cité élie. Perturabo, experiencing lethal amounts of frustration. Vlad let out a laugh behind Damien, muttering how the kid was fucked. Damien puffed his cheeks in anger. Oh, come on. Using custodes is cheating. Nah, custodes are legal. They're an army that can be fielded and used, and you're just jealous that I have a massive army of golden people. The young emperor pulled a tome over and showed the custodes pages. Aegidius raspberried Damien, who squawked and looked to Vlad. Vlad, he whined, are custodes legal? That caused Vlad to contemplate on what wrong choice he had made in his decently long life to end up here. Why couldn't he be doing literally anything else at this moment? Why couldn't Call have killed him by accident? He didn't care about battle mace in the slightest. He didn't care about any of this. Yes, they're legal. They're a valid army in battle mace. He grumbled out, wondering when he could get back to annoying Politia again. Damien thought for a second before grinning and changing his list again. I sacrificed some of these guys, changed that. He then added a single name in and presented his list again. Primarchs beat Custodes. Poponius let out a small breath. Debatable. Aegidius looked over Damien's list. Primarch Conrad Kurz did have some really good stats, and he could be fielded with his Marines. Darn, he can't put a Primarch with Custodes. I can't put a Primarch in the Custodes. Poponius wanted to correct his liege, but decided it unwise. He did ask for privacy, so he would respect that. Horace, what does he mean by that, father? Emperor, nothing. Then Aegidius had a great idea. He changed some things on his list and added in Constantine Valder at the top of his list. Valder is better than a Primarch. I win. What? Damien looked over the list again. Now, that is cheating. Valder is broken. He's been broken ever since the 42nd edition. Besides dash, he smirked at Aegidius. He can't beat the Night Haunter dash. Vlad began to laugh even harder, including Poponius, who face-palmed in full armor. Damien was about to ask what was wrong before Vlad spoke up. Yeah, no. Valder wins. Everyone knows that. Conrad, I what? Horace, sorry brother, but I think we can all agree that Valder would hand you your own arse on a silver platter. Damien shuffled around to look at Vlad. What? But don't you have loyalty to your dash? Nah, sorry kid. If it was a fair fight, I'd bet on Valder every time. He shook his head. I know a winning hand when I see one. Damien pouted. Then he turned to see Aegidius, who flipped to Valder's page, an extremely smug look on the half-Eldar boy's face. He also has a much higher weapon score than your dad. Then the two boys began to bicker, causing Vlad to go back to his sulking and watching over the two little gremlins. Damien was going to get himself killed if he just blindly worshipped his dad. Before long, they seemingly resolved their little spat and were happy to go back to discuss their lists. The two boys then grinned at each other, Damien excitedly sitting up and looking over his list. Now we just need to make the models, paint them, and then we can play. I've never actually painted them before, so how does that go? Perturabo. Well, first, it will take them months to paint those minis. Rogal, no, just use a can of gold spray and dash. Perturabo, you disgust me, brother. Sitting up, Aegidius answered with, it's not that hard. I have models of my dad and mom, and I have both an Eldari army and Ultramarines. The painting is actually kind of fun. You just gotta dash. The doors to Aegidius' room was opened, causing all four inhabitants to see Politia hurriedly marching to Damien. Damien was waving at Politia and ready to start begging for more playtime, but was surprised when she just scooped him up by the waist and was already hauling him out of the room. We need to hurry, young lord. We need to bathe you and get you dressed in your full formal robes. Pardon my prince. Then we need to dash. Policia, what's going on? Damien asked as he was being hauled away, still holding onto his list. I got a bath this morning. You need another one. My lord, I suggest you get up as well. Your entourage is here to bathe and dress you for the welcoming parade as well. Nearby, Vlad was quick to slip past and follow Policia, already forgetting his sulking, and was quick to start annoying her and disrupting her duties. Robot, what welcoming parade? Horace, I don't know, let's just wait and see. Aegidius was going to ask, what welcoming parade, when he looked to the entrance of his room and saw a team of 10 servants led by big brother Cato. He then spied in the hands of one servant. It was his. No, he exclaimed. Not the full uniform. My lord Sicarius began even as Aegidius stood and attempted to run in the opposite direction, only to find himself lunging towards and landing in Sicarius' arms. What the foo? Sicarius began. Glad to see your cooperation, my lord. He then handed the still stunned Aegidius over to the escorting entourage of servants. But Aegidius stuttered as the servants quickly carried him away, feeling for some reason as if there was a smug grin at the back of his head. But I don't want to go. As emperor apparent, you must be there to welcome your uncle, my lord. Sicarius lectured even as the entourage quickly walked down the halls of the fortress, and Sicarius quickly excused himself and went running somewhere else. Wait, what uncle? Horace. Bets on which one it is? Jagatai. It would have to be someone who would theoretically be there at this time and dash. If Rain let out a moan as she collapsed atop her husband, the wonderful aftershocks were still coursing through her from head to toe. Amazing. She enjoyed the feeling as her hands moved to caress the jaw of her husband. She did not think that maintaining eye contact throughout the entire time would be so fulfilling. Jagatai, G.H., Horace, oh, we're back to this. Is that all I am? He responded with a deep rumble that she felt through their closely packed skin. I'm not about to start writing sonnets about how perfect you are or writing about how much I enjoy your physique. I will be more than happy with one sonnet if you continue stabbing me with compliments. She practically purred as she got closer and placed the gentlest of kisses on his throat, causing his entire body to go as soft as jello. Will you now? She whispered, the air from her words tickling the skin of his neck. Of course. If a single kiss from you can relax me so, then I wonder how your written words will affect me. Arms wrapping around her lithe form, savoring the feeling of a soft body against his own. Are you truly focusing on written words right now? She asked as she finger walked down his muscular chest and slowly underneath the covers. Merely taking a page from your own book. I can learn how to be a brat too. She squeezed firmly, making his entire body tense. A brat? She asked in an innocent tone. He could push and make life harder for himself. Or he could stop and accept the loving embrace of his wife. But then he remembered how hard it was to get her to pay attention to their diplomatic negotiations before their marriage. Yes, a brat. You were the one who started lounging on my desk whenever I tried to read terms for peaceful negotiations. Or when you decided to hide the data slate so you could try and seduce Dash, he could feel her tighter grip now, making him stiffen even more. I see you don't appreciate my humor now. She twisted, causing him to let out a gasp. That's a no then. He gasped yet again as she leaned in closer. Shut up. She whispered that all too useful phrase in high Gothic. This is not like the time you made a wine pun at me when I spilled that Macragian red on my dress. I thought it had flow. You replaced the Eldari word for wine with the precious liquid that makes offspring possible. Lehman chokes on his ale. Good 1khm dash continues caffing. In my defense, Gothic has a lot more room for puns. Eldari does not. Perhaps it is because we Inari at times prefer action dash. She swung over his body with such grace that it made her husband gasp in surprise and pleasure. Over words at times. Emperor, the floodgates have opened. Angron, the fuck is that supposed to mean? Emperor, once you get a taste, you just want more. It's how it works, kiddo. I appreciate that notion, very much so. He held her in place and was quick to paint her neck with more marks of their love when the door to their chambers was slammed open, causing the two to stiffen in surprise. My pre-march, I apologize that I am disturbing your rest. However, I have come to. Sicarius paused, realizing he was wrong to ignore the Victrix guard's warnings and still come for their father. Lorger, saved by Cato Sicarius. Never thought I would say those words. Ivrain sat up straighter, uncaring that the sheets fell from her shoulders and left her torso completely uncovered. Raising a brow, she asked, Are you here for a show or do you have something to say? Sicarius desperately attempted to process what his eyes saw before him. My lady, I meant no disrespect, dash. Sicarius, Robot began from below his wife, hands motioning for him to speak and hurry it up. Please, get on with your message. I am currently in the middle of something. Literally, Ivrain smirked, having to hold back laughter at the poor Victrix guard's sounds of discomfort. My lord, the welcoming parade is prepared. We await your arrival. Guilliman recoiled in surprise. What welcoming parade? Is this what a few hours of personal time did? Literally blindside him with a welcoming parade? But who is there to welcome? Welcoming parade for who exactly? Angron, you forgot? Robot I appear to have. I don't know how. Horus, mind-blowing sex apparently. Happened a few times to me. Emperor, with who and when? Horus, what? I can't have my own personal life. Do I need to notarize every sexual encounter I have and have your permission? Impetus, no. Horus, so drop it. Sicarius spoke, and the words caused Guilliman to throw off the rest of the covers even as Ivrain jumped away, and the pre-march nearly smashed through the doors to his wardrobe, even as Sicarius quickly turned around and stepped out of the door. As Robot ran through his closet, picking up and putting on the finest of his clothes, Ivrain trailed behind, donning a robe, all the while brushing out her hair. How important is this one? How important? The pre-march asked, stunned. One of the absolute most. He clarified even as he donned a robe, and then threw it away as he realized it was the absolute opposite color of his trousers. She watched this, wondering how frazzled he was to completely abandon their time, and was now attempting to put blue, white, and pink together for some reason. She then had a thought that made her nearly groan. Do I have to come too? He turned to her, eyes wide. You're my wife, he stated. I will be damned if you're not there to welcome the Praetorian of Terra. Rogel, I have finally arrived. I wonder if they are still a part of the Imperial Fist retinue. Perturabo, who? Rogel. Perturabo. I know, but who? Rogel, them. She sat there, wondering if those words were supposed to make her want to come. Who? Horus. Did Robot just color code Rogel? Robot, yes. Rogel, I approve. It is an efficient way of explaining to your future wife which of your brothers has returned. All right, I'm getting dressed. She practically had to drag herself into vanity and pick something out that wasn't overdone or simple or like she was trying way too damn hard. He built the Imperial Palace, defended Terra from Horus, and made some of the greatest fortresses of all time. He spoke to her as he came out of his closet. Ivrain, he can rebuild Macridge. She popped her head out from her own closet. Really? He can rebuild all of this? She thought this through. He must be something beyond impressive if her husband was this excited. All right. Help me pick something out so we can go to the parade. You better let me drink later. He was just glad she was finally taking this seriously. A few days earlier, past the western border of the Imperium Secundus. Aboard the Nos Nemes, things were going as they normally would be. Her captain, Belizer One Eye as he was named, strolled through her hallways, IHO pipes smoking as he passed by various knocked out and hung-over members of his crew. They had been overindulging over the last few days, but he could hardly blame them. Booty was often, and it was good. Traders, refugees, and everything else running rampant away from unknown or even untraversable space, seeking aid in the form of Imperium Secundus. Lion, are we watching, pirates? Why are we wasting our time gazing upon this scum? Horus, size must be important to the vid. Jagatai, as important as seeing our brother lay with his wife. He smiled, his young dry lips stretching painfully as he did so, a mark of overindulgence in IHO. But life was good. Ever since he, his crew, and his fleet had found this lovely spot in the asteroid fields just beyond the border, life had been utter bliss. He stepped on the bridge of the old, dauntless cruiser and pulled away the moron who had fallen asleep on his chair. He had a picture of a phallus drawn on his face, which showed how long he was asleep at the console. Emperor, chuckles glad to see that some things never change. Horus, what? Emperor, ancient Terran tradition. Ye old dick-drawing prank. Classic. Looking around, he scoffed and pulled out his bolt pistol, a token he had taken from a small group of Sororitas they had managed to kill. He had hoped to take them alive. The Dark Eldar paid well for their kind, but fuck, the bitches didn't go down without putting up a fight. Almost managed to gut him too. Aiming at the roof, he discharged the bolt pistol, hearing as the shell loudly exploded on the roof, waking up everyone around him who groaned in displeasure. Up, you lazy bastards, he bellowed as the crew lazily began taking their stations. With no small amount of groaning, minutes later the crew appeared to gather themselves enough to take their posts and bring the ship to full life. Right, listen up, he commanded. We're hunting today. You got that? A weak echo of ice was heard back, causing him to sigh and rub his eyes. He would kill for a more serious crew at times. His boys did the job, but by the fucking throne, their livers would sooner explode than they would stop drinking. Everyone slowly turned to look at Lehman. Lehman what? Mortar ion. To be fair, I'm incredibly surprised at how in the hell we are still alive after drinking as much of that stuff as we did. Lehman, Honestly, so am I. Just you alone went through my decade reserve. Horace, decade reserve? Lehman, the amount me and my boys usually go through in about a decade. Though it varies quite a bit, tables broken per feast law, and so on. Horace, I can imagine Magnus would be frothing at that mention. Lehman, it is a valid system. Conrad, much like you trying to measure how fucked up a planet is by calling it Conrad's. Lehman, wonder why that one never got through the administratum. They almost agreed with me about measuring levels of destruction by Angrans. Angron, frack you. His lips stung from the IHO, reminding him how much of a hypocrite he was being. Now, bring us up the line, weigh anchor, and set sail with the fleet. Augers to max range and scan for prey. And soon the crew was making the preparations, many carrying what was left of their Amasec bottles with them. The displays began to shift as the ship started its crawl away from their hiding spot. Out of the asteroids, nice and gentle, he heard the helmsman murmur more to himself than anyone else, steering with one arm as his other was wrapped around his stomach. A massive thunk shook the ship. Whoops! The helmsman murmured and then reached up below his long black hair and flicked on his pair of augmetic eyes. Forgot me peepers. Everyone, facepalm. Rogel. Piloting a ship without the aid of your eyes is inadvisable. The next time I find you flying with your eyes off, I'm replacing you with my Joe Caro. He can fly better than you can. I say that, Captain, but what about Nemesis 2? Belizer let out a humph. We lost 2 engines at Nemesis 2. All the while running from fucking Space Marines. Because you decided to go and attempt to rob them. You fracking idiot. Another crew member called out, causing everyone to laugh. You saw how big their ship was. It was shiny and round kinda. Corvus, are we watching Magnus Offspring? Vulcan, better question. Massive and round ship with Space Marines. Only one ship in the Imperium fits that description. And it's not a ship. Rogel, yes. I will appear very soon. Belizer groaned. No, he didn't, remember? Oh, I got me faces mixed up again. That was OL lucky with me. Name didn't hold up in the end. The captain confirmed even as the asteroid field began to clear up and the rest of the fleet caught up. A bolt to the back of the head tends to end it quickly enough. Well, there was that one-time Beryl and his crew caught onto those black and red Marines. Corvus, now we definitely are talking about Magnus' sons. Led by a red beauty, she was. The helmsman chuckled. Fuck. Ship flipped on her side with psychic power. Had to run from that one quickly enough. Jagtai, hold on. Does anyone else know how powerful a psyker has to be to do something like that? Emperor. Well, Magnus and I do dash. Jagatai. And he is currently not here due to emotional stress caused by everyone here. But either way, does anyone else know? Some shrug. Jagatai. This is why so many of you are against psychers, I swear. They would have to have a psychic potential at least half of what Magnus is capable of. Mortar ion shit. Jagatai. Exactly. Belizer sighed one last time and took a tug of his pipe. We're out of the asteroid field. Deploy auger probes and let's hunt. Aye, deploying probes. A crew member spoke, and soon enough, Belizer saw as the probes went flying ahead of them in all directions. It wasn't long before they got a ping. Oh, shiny one. Heavy too. The woman manning the sensorium cooed. Must have a lot of cargo. How big is she? Belizer demanded. Not very often they got a sighting of a huge ship this early in a hunt. Oh, no bigger than a transporter too. Signals aren't very clear. That could mean a lot of things. It could be an Imperial Navy frigate, or could be an Orc junk heap, Eldar corvette, or just a transport. They never found Marine signals anymore. Most kept to Imperium Secundus. After those last few times, they knew to not go after Space Marines anyway. Too much trouble. Which is exactly what made this prey all the more delicious. Right, Johnny? The helmsman tilted his head slightly. Bring us about. Let's go get some food. Bringing her about. Johnny chuckled, and the ancient ship creaked as it leaned into a turn along with the rest of the fleet. There she is. A gunner spoke up. Got her in my scopes. He whistled. A beauty, but she's painted fine. Got guns too. Belizer frowned. How many? A lot of teeth, pearly white too. The gunner added on even as the woman from the sensorium intervened. Signals reporting back, say, Hunter-Destroyer. It's fucking Astartes. The crew groaned. A miscatch. No matter how gorgeous that ship was, no matter how much they wanted it, they didn't have the manpower nor the firepower to attempt to take it for themselves. But the woman smiled, showing broken teeth. She's all alone. Well, that was a good point. If they were quick, bring us closer. Belizer commanded. We do it nice and quick. She won't know what hit her. Angron, if that isn't the most obvious fucking bait that even I have seen, then I don't know what fucking is. Rogel. How does copulation dash? Perturabo. Slaps no. The crew immediately began to scramble and man their stations. And I prepared towing hooks. The captain confirmed what everyone was thinking. We take out our engines and tow her back. Ain't no way in hell we're taking her without first blasting her apart. The crew let out an echo of ice. Even blasted apart, Astartes ships were worth a good amount of coin. Captain, Johnny looked back at him. She's turning tail and running. Belizer smiled. Must be weak. Horace. Lorger. Leans back, of course. Ferris. Very. Conrad. They're so fucking stupid. Possibly. Johnny murmured. Dila, what say you? The woman from the sensorium furrowed her eyebrows as she attempted to look at the now clearer scans. Appears slightly damaged. I see lance burns on her hull. Must be a survivor from a battle. A crew member chimed in. And ripe for the taking. Another chuckled. If we catch her. Johnny mused. Engines to max output. Belizer ordered. We'll catch her yet. She's fleeing to the Space Hulk behind her. Dila reported, even as she began zooming out on her sensorium in order to compensate. Space Hulk. Belizer questioned loudly. There hadn't been a Space Hulk here the last time they had flown by, but well. The warp was more turbulent than usual. We're getting in visual range surprisingly quick. A gunner reported. Must be heading towards us. Johnny mused aloud, even as the destroyer they were chasing was swallowed by the darkness of the Space Hulk. Were they desperate enough to board the damn thing for safety? Meanwhile, Dila kept zooming out. How big was this Space Hulk? How big? Beep. Wait. Space Hulks didn't emit signals. Captain, I don't think that the Space Hulk. Finally, the thing came into visual range, showing that the destroyer had in fact not boarded, but docked with it. They saw the largest vessel they had ever seen in their lives, and it was the second time they saw this particular one. Most, if not all, Imperial ships were long and thin when comparing length to width ratios, but this one was always different. Tall, as wide as it was long, rounded as well, black and yellow. With how many guns were on that ship, it looked like it could fly through a war zone on accident and come out victorious. And it was barreling towards them at top speed, becoming so big that Dila had to turn off the sensorium or risk it being overloaded. Shit. Aboard the Phalanx. Sensors have locked on, my pre-march. Came from the Commodore, overlooking the menial's work. To think we'd find them so easily, I had hoped they would have put up more of a challenge. You must learn not to expect much from cowards such as these Commodore Trevaux. Their nature is that of a predictably stupid predator, hunting on mere lust rather than careful need. Perturabo. It's as if you haven't changed. Rogel. Thank you. Perturabo. Not a compliment. Rogel. Smacks. Perturabo. What dash? Rogel grins. As you say, my pre-march. The Commodore bowed his head before looking back out of the viewport. They appear to be turning tail and running. I am hereby taking command of this engagement. The pre-march commanded, taking the throne that the Commodore quickly vacated. Bear forth forward lances. Target the enginorium of the primary vessel. He ordered even as the gunners brought up the systems for the lances. And the others, my lord? Marked expendable. From his right, he heard the soft clearing of a throat. Father? Shall I don my armor for this engagement? I have no qualms about boarding this vessel. If you wish to dirty your hands with cowardly blood, my son. The pre-march gave a lopsided smile. Then you may do so, merely seeing this as a precious learning experience. As you have stated, I am still not experienced enough, so why not take this chance? You speak well. The pre-march mused. So be it. Go. My lord. The master gunner spoke up. Targets locked. The shuffle of clothing and the thump of flesh against his black carapace at once. I shall bring you a souvenir to mark this moment. And soon, he was leaving his father's side to don his armor. It was time to make his father proud. Rogel makes an unknown sound. Horace, what was that? Fulgrim, turbulence. Ferris, we're in steady orbit. Conrad, whatever, who cares? Make sure it is of use. He called after his son, even as he turned his attention to the master gunner. You may fire when ready. Only half a second later, did they do so? The recoil from the lances not doing so much as sending even a rumble throughout the massive starfort that was the Phalanx. Good effect on target. Came the robotic response of the servitor integrated into the sensorium. 6 render destroyed. 2 immobile. Classify. The pre-march ordered. 1 former Cobra class. 1 former Dauntless class. Mark Cobra as expendable. Roger. The servitor confirmed, clicking even as the gunners realigned multiple turrets. Negative to fire order. The pre-march ordered. A waste of ammunition. As you command, my pre-march. The master gunner bowed his head. A few minutes later, barely so much as a thunk was heard and felt as the Cobra class was smashed by the Phalanx's massive armored side. The Vox in the command throne activated. Father, we are ready to deploy our boarding action. Awaiting your approval. Go. Thankful for the brush against the enemy ship, chains shot from the Phalanx to attach to the Dauntless class, keeping it in place for their brothers. How fortunate that they were so welcoming to a party, especially with them staying in place. Rogel, another unknown sound. Mortar ion. There it is again. Where the hell is it coming from? Vulcan. Maybe it's an echo? Perturabo. Gives Rogel a strange look. Horus. Whatever, I don't care. The boarding party was led by a Marine who stood taller than them and wore armor that was little different than their own if at all. Only a squad of 10, they were able to cut through the ship and boarded with bolters lined. As with any Imperial fist, they employed their trademark strategy that hadn't failed yet. Point, shoot, and keep walking. I wonder how many souvenirs I should bring? Perhaps the biggest and best one? Or would quantity do better than quality? The leading Astartes muttered to himself, all the while mowing down any of these pirates he came across. Well, certainly none of the ones down here. They do not appear as if they're worth much at all. Maybe higher up. Brothers. He voxed. Divert to bridge. With cold, emotionless efficiency, they began to make their way up, cutting through any and all crew they came across, as if they were mere chaff. Limbs flew, and blood painted the walls. And the Marine was practically bored. Nothing here was even so much as worth thinking of taking as a souvenir. None of the crew appeared to know anything more than that of your baseline pirate. Not as if they were asking, but he could see if any were more competent than others. Most appeared content with trying to run for their lives, finding that the stubbers and lost guns they carried had little to no effect on their MK.X power armor. Bridge doors ahead. One of his brothers voxed as they came to the blast doors which were sealed shut. Out of my way, he ordered calmly as he went ahead, put away his bolt pistol, and grabbed the door with both hands. Then he pulled. Reinforced muscle strained as the door was pulled back by his own bare armored hands, digging his fingers into the metal with fingers breaking and rapidly fixing to compensate, gripping and pulling with the strength his body was capable of. He barely made a sound as the door began to give way, bending to his will as the enhanced, nearly perfect genome of his body fought against the once unyielding metal. Emperor, hold the fuck up. Space Marines are strong, but they are not that strong. Unless he had some enhancements, then he shouldn't be able to perform such a feat of strength. Mortar ion, I have a theory, but I'm going to wait. With a groan, the ancient mag locks gave way to the panicked screams of fear on the other side as the Marine slammed open the door and drew his pistol, quickly aiming. Female at the Sensorium station. Worthless. A bolt split her chest open, sending her innards all across her station. Next was the man by the helm. Had 2 cybernetic eyes, and he destroyed his head with a bolt as soon as he saw him pulling out a melt-a-gun. Too dangerous. Shame. And then he saw who had to be the captain. Target acquired. Said captain stood and aimed his own bolt pistol at him. Before he could so much as begin to press the trigger, however, the Marine had aimed his own pistol for the captain's leg and fired. It caused the man to let out an incredible howl of pain as the bolt from the master-crafted bolt pistol embedded itself in the man's leg and exploded, blowing the limb clean off. The rest of the Marine squad made short work of the remaining crew. Bring him with us. The Marine ordered as 2 of his brothers, one clad in the white of an apothecary, walked to the captain's side, attaching a tourniquet and searing the wound closed, causing the man to trash about before he finally fell unconscious from the pain. Return to the phalanx. The Marine ordered. Mark ship for salvage. Robot, extremely efficient, I will give them that. And without any further orders, they marched away, former pirate captain in tow. The leader, however, was disappointed. How boring it was. He didn't see a single piece or event here that was good enough to make a pun out of. Horus, that is what he's mad about. Lion, that is the dumbest thing I have heard from Marines so far. Rogel, another unknown sound. Oh, how he hated standing here listening to an interrogation. Wasn't any fun to it, just standing, listening, and more standing and listening. He only had his armor on for less than an hour before it was off again, and now he was standing here, just listening to a stupid interrogation. Lion, he sounds like a petulant child. Mortar ion, Emperor, stop it. Well, not stupid. It was important to find out if there are any more pirates around and where Imperium Secundus was. So it wasn't that bad, all things considered. Perhaps he could slip away and see how his mother was doing. She usually doted on him and made him feel like his actual age, but he dreaded the idea of him accidentally seeing any of the other women. He was not ready for that at all. Not to mention the fawning, oohing, and awing of the concubines. Ridiculous. Conrad, wait. Concubine's mother. Horus, hold on, Rogel. Why are there concubines on your ship? Rogel, they were always there. Horus, what? Rogel, they were always there dash. Horus, I know what you said. Father? Did you know about this? Emperor, honestly, no. Rogel, when I was found and given my legion, I was told I was able to do anything I wanted with them and my ship within reason. I formed the Imperial Fist Sisterhood to live on my ship with myself and my Marines. I do not see the issue here. Robot, well, technically Rogel is correct. Rogel, I know I am correct. Robot, Rogel, please shut up. Technically he is correct. Father did say that once we have our ships and our legions, we are free to do as we wish with them as long as we continue with the Great Crusade and perform our duties to the Imperium. It nowhere say that we cannot, lets out a disgusted sigh, cannot have a legion of concubines living on our ships. Many keep silent over the knowledge that this is real. Now that he thought about it, it was not worth it to go through them. He'd rather stand here instead, getting more time with his father. The former captain let out another scream of pain as the apothecary administered yet another cocktail of stims. Some for pain, some for truth, some to keep him alive. They had already gotten everything out of him. They knew his name, how he lived, what he did, how he led his fleet. But the main question had yet to be asked. The apothecary stood aside and motioned to the Marine that Belizer was ready. We require the location of the Imperium Secundus. The Marine stood before the former captain. Give us this knowledge, and you will be relieved. Belizer let out a sad chuckle. It sounded twisted amongst his tears. Is that all? He managed to blurt out. The Marine tilted his head. Yes. The former captain breathed, attempted to speak, then let out a scoff. Then the scoff turned into full-blown laughter, causing the Marine to look at the apothecary who shrugged his shoulders. It's the captain breathed. It's right ahead due galactic east, heading 209.7. Not even a few hours warp travel. The Marine nodded. Thank you. No need to be rude, he thought as he walked out of the room. Wait. Belizer cried out after him. What of my relief? The Marine stood. Fair point. He thought about it for a mere second. It is granted. He walked away as he heard the apothecary's Narthecium administer the Emperor's peace. He was quick to leave, to find his father and deliver the good news. After all this searching, all their hardships, they would finally make it to their new home. After making his way from the interrogation chambers, he finally found his father on the bridge. Father, he greeted. I bear good news. Due galactic east, heading 209.7. A mere few hours worth of travel. When his father gave him that small, almost not even their smile, he knew he finally did something right. If only he could see it more often. Good work. I am proud of you. He bowed his head. I live to serve, Father. His smile dropped. Such work for so little information, but worth its weight in Oromite. The pre-march confirmed. Ever since my own father's death, all of our star charts and warp navigational systems have been completely unreliable. Once trusted warp ways are now leading to death, and lesser-known ones now leading elsewhere. Where once we would see a planet, we now see only empty space. He then placed a firm hand on Friedrich's shoulder. You have done well, Friedrich. It will not be long now before we reach our new home. There, we shall rebuild. Friedrich nodded. Who can we expect to be their father? Another of those far too rare smiles. My brother, your Uncle Guilliman most likely reigns as we know. He stood from his command throne and continued looking out of the main viewport. The Astronomicon, as faint as its signal is, has guided us thus far. I believe that the Imperium Secundus would no longer stand had its creation not had a Primarch's hand to guide it. Robot, and we have confirmation. Mortar Ion called it. Corvus. Is anybody even surprised anymore at this point? The smile returned. As you say, Father. It was at this moment that Commodore Trevaux came to the Primarch's side, apparently summoned earlier. Heading, Lord Dorn. The Primarch smiled and reached out with his right prosthetic hand. Why? Straight ahead to be sure. The phalanx and its surrounding fleet then moved into the gaping hole, in reality opened by the navigators. Swallowed whole and leaving behind only floating scrap from an already forgotten battle. 204.M42, Imperium Secundus. Naval Patrol, relatively close to Mackridge. They had been on Mackridge for only a couple of weeks before they were told to move their training elsewhere. Oh, don't worry. We only want you training recruits. It's an easy job. You won't have to leave the planet for any reason at all. Guaranteed. That was a fucking lie. Robot, it's these two again. Emperor, Titus Pulo and Lucius Vorenus. I swear I think I know them. Titus was currently sipping on his Recaf, the good kind this time, as he was looking over a regimental standard manual on how to train your incompetent guardsmen soldiers into incompetent guardsmen void soldiers and trying his absolute best to sound like he knew what he was talking about. Lucius nearby was going over the manual as well and was whispering corrections to his teaching, and he adjusted as needed. By the Emperor, why were all of these guardsmen so fracking stupid? How could they not tell he was bullshitting them and just reading from the manual? Hell, this was his first time reading this Emperor damn manual, yet they were treating it like gospel. He was so underqualified for this job. Then again, they were some of the best for the job, mostly because over 90% of this regiment had gotten wiped out from a single engagement. And that is how they found themselves with the ranks of lieutenants. After serving a grand total of 4 months, butter bars indeed. Horace, a what the fuck? Robot. rubbing his eyes to see this as well. How can I put this? He waved one of his hands in a circular motion, bone-shakingly disgusting disappointment. Lucius, tag out. I need a rest from this. I can't stand looking at these words anymore. My vision is starting to swim. Titus whispered to Lucius, who was all too happy to help. Right, because sipping on Recaf and reading from a manual is so hard. Lucius quipped, but still took his friend's spot and picked up where he left off. You go and watch over those guardsmen, going through console protocols, and had not shoot the damn thing, while screaming in the Emperor's name if it beeps. Ferris, raise his hand. I have several questions. Jagatai, please, get in line, brother. The idiocy is shared equally here. Lorger, I swear that I can feel my IQ dropping. Right on it. And so Titus began to rub his eyes, wondering when this would be over and they could go back to sleeping in their bunks. Currently, there was a protocol reading of an underling reading out instructions on not panicking if something beeps, and to not shoot the console. Do not spook the people working on the consoles, and to not touch anything unless given permission to do so, because that will piss off the cowboys. And if you piss off the tech priest, the next station isn't even the loss of your living privileges, but most likely getting turned into a fully cognitive servitor. Titus thought this was just common sense, but apparently not. He rubbed at his eyes again, vision swimming from so much reading, and ugh. He stood nearby and closed the manual and tried to rest his eyes for just a second before he could hear a beeping coming from the console, along with the terrified screaming of the guardsmen and some of them accidentally shooting their foot with a lascan. He groaned, opening his eyes again and trying to figure out what was going on now. Who would have thought he would be training people like himself to not shoot their damned foot? Medikai, he grumbled as the Medikai, a grizzled old veteran, brushed past them to tend to the idiot of a guardsman who had managed that feat of stupidity. Status report. He kept calm, already done with the shenanigans of his fellow guardsmen. Best to sound official, else everyone would know he has no idea what the hell he's doing. Lieutenant, auger arrays are reporting readings of a large vessel leaving warp space and appearing nearby. What are your orders? Lion, so that's why we are being forced to watch these two. Horus, I'm happy it at least gives a purpose to our suffering. Vulcan, and theirs. Shit. He flipped open his manual and flew past the colorful pictures for those who couldn't read, trying to figure out what the hell to do. Maybe he should find Lucius. He had no idea what he was doing. He needed time. What gave time? Establish contact, demand names and identification, and send out a warning to Macridge Command. If they're this close, then we need to report immediately. Actually, my lord, it appears to be an entire fleet, and the main signal is getting bigger, and a loud beeping was heard as the rune for overloading began flashing, causing the guardsmen to freak out, Titus to facepalm, and a nearby tech priest to roll by, and without so much as a single word of prayer, press a single rune to make the beeping go away. Flesh Bagsis. The priest muttered in binary. Ferris, for once. I agree. All right. Titus breathed, more the sake of his sanity than anything else. Have we established contact yet? He immediately shut up as a massive warp tear opened up in front of their viewport. What came out of it would make his jaw drop to the floor had it been possible. It did in fact cause Lucius' mug filled with Recaf to drop instead, having just returned to sea. By the God Emperor, what are we seeing? A guardsman stuttered out. On display was such a large ship, so fortified and defended that any who looked upon it wouldn't know its name. The same name of the ship from Legend of the Praetorian of Terra, the flagship of the Imperial Fists. Titus wouldn't admit it, but he started to shed a tear at how beautiful it was to see this ship in person. Then he had a stark realization as he slowly turned to Lucius, who had the same revelation. The both of them felt a haunted look cross their faces as they realized what they had to do. They were going to have to greet them, being the ones with the highest authority on this patrol. No one else could. They didn't trust these idiots to not mess it up. They just hoped that they wouldn't get a promotion for this as well. Wait, a promotion would mean they would become captains, and the motto of captains was that they were always first in a battle. Oh no, no, no. They did all of this to escape the front lines. Not go back. But maybe this was some sort of illusion, a test, or merely a hollow projection. It could be all those rations finally going bad. Sir? Sir, one of the guardsmen spoke up. They appear to be hailing us, using Alpha Priority's codes, locked to designation phalanx. Shit, there went that hope. Well, what are you doing? Be professional, don't let them know he's clueless. Answer them. All right, sir. Sorry, sir. Some runes, and then contact was established. A few seconds later, the same guardsman spoke up again. Sir, they are requesting for the highest ranked official to guide them to Macridge. Well then transmit coordinates and tell them to follow us. Lucius stepped in, relieving Titus. Actually, sir, they're requesting no demanding that you come aboard and show them. They're quite insistent. Well, they were Space Marines. Titus and Lucius looked to each other and whispered as softly as they could. We can do this, right? They're just Marines, right? Totally, just go in, not piss our pants, don't do anything that they construe as heroic, and boom. No promotions, and we're in the clear. Emperor, bet it all goes horribly wrong. They fist bumped each other, brilliant. This can't go wrong. How in the fuck did it go so wrong? Emperor still got it. The rest of the family groaned at their father's antics. They were supposed to go in, not be completely and utterly awed by a hangar bigger than the entirety of all the barracks that they had spent the past few weeks in, then passed by hundreds of Marines, all looking at you so nonchalantly as if you were worth absolute fuck all. And now they were being taken to the bridge. Well, that in itself wasn't so bad. Meeting the captain or chapter master shouldn't be too hard. That was the plan anyway, until who they came face to face to. To say that their knees buckled more out of sheer, awe more than reverence would be one hell of an understatement. If they knelt to catch their breath or to show proper protocol was another question as well. What even was the protocol for meeting a pre-march? One surrounded by all his command staff, no less, all of whom were dressed in the fanciest armor they had ever seen, which alone was worth probably more than they would earn in their entire lifetimes combined. This was infinitely worse than seeing Aegidius Guilliman himself sitting at a dinner table. He didn't even tell them to get up. He just made a motion to them, and they simply followed it. Or maybe it wasn't right. Or maybe they were second-guessing themselves. All they knew was that this was beyond terrifying, and he was speaking, and oh no, they can't understand what he's saying. This is terrible. Why did they think this was a good idea? They're going to piss their pants by the Emperor. They were messing everything up. Hello? Excuse me. Like a bucket of ice water thrown onto them. They were snapped out of their rapid thoughts by a very soft, angelic voice. Instead of looking up to the pre-march, they were now looking forward to a woman who was smiling at them. Hello. You weren't answering my husband, so I thought it was best I step in and snap you out of it. She giggled at the thought. It was kind of cute to see them freaking out so badly at just the sight of Oroji. Perturabo, husband. Horus, Rogelwed. Wow, that's a sight to see. Rogel. I am perfectly capable of forming emotional connections. Perturabo, building materials don't count. Rogel, points at the screen. Right, yes, your husband Lucius couldn't stand it. He was dizzy and had to be held up by a Marine. Titus himself couldn't help but be mesmerized at the sight of such big round. They were huge. I believe you are here to guide us to Macridge, she asked, smiling again and causing Titus to snap out of it. Yes. Thank you. My lady, we coordinates are 202.2 due Galactic North. The pre-march nodded and apparently satisfied turned away. You are welcome to stay with us until we reach our destination. The woman, who was apparently Lady Dorn, smiled at them again, even as the bridge came alive. Her entire face lighting up like a shining torch, flaming red hair complementing her sunny disposition. It would be a good idea to send forward a hymnal to Macridge to inform them of our coming. The Marine holding up Lucius spoke even as the lieutenant managed to get back to his feet. Of course, my lord, Lucius said, turning around and saluting at the Marine. Lord. The Marine, who was wearing surprisingly well-fitting and highly decorative robes, slightly bowed his head in turn. Friedrich Dorn. Lucius lost consciousness soon after that and was sat down on a chair next to Titus Own. If they ever had grandkids, they were never going to believe the stories they would tell them. Sanguinius. Good-natured chuckle, poor man. Vulcan. I cannot blame our baseline friends here. The presence of a Marine is awe-inspiring alone. The presence of a prime child must be that much more intense. The buzzing on the bridge reached an all-time high as a bell was heard. All engines, full speed ahead. Titus heard Lord Dorn's command and felt the rumble underneath them as the phalanx and its surrounding fleet of strike cruisers and battle barges moved in sync. Then quietly, he thanked his wife, Signy, for snapping those two out of their stupor. Far too close for a risk-free warp jump. We're going to have to go via real space. Estimated time, 4 hours. The Commodore was heard speaking. 4 hours. Titus thought to himself, envious of Lucius' current unconscious state. He could do this. Why was there a pair of massive booted feet in front of him? Looking up, he found Lord Friedrich standing there. If it is permissible dash, he saw Friedrich's eyes flick to his rank badge. Lieutenant, I have some questions of a personal nature that I wish to have answered. Titus gulped. He couldn't do this. But well, the alternative was essentially fucking off the son of a pre-march, so. Of course, my lord, go ahead, please. He tried to speak with his best voice, but it most likely sounded as if he wanted to die. Nothing, however, could have prepared him for what Friedrich would have said then and there. What is the purpose of Recaf? Titus unexpectedly found himself smiling. Finally, a subject he and Lucius were the utmost experts on and actually qualified for. Rogel, deep rumbling noises. Horus, Are we sure that the Bucephalus hasn't broken orbit? Robot, I think, looks over at Rogel. It might be Rogel. Perturabo, what? Is he broken now? Ferris, use some percussive maintenance and see if he keeps making the sound. Perturabo, a fine idea. Smack. After being given what was probably the most thorough bath of his life, Aegidius was dressed up, perfumed, and what felt more like chiseled and artificered than prepared for his uncle's arrival. He pouted as he and his escort of custodes, all draped in the finest livery of the companions, marched alongside him with all possible haste. Mercifully, he hadn't even tripped yet, which was a miracle considering the cape and 5 layers of uniform he had on at the moment. He was a little angry that he wasn't able to walk as fast as he could to keep up with their full strides, eventually asking, and definitely was not whining to them at all, "Can't you guys just pick me up and carry me if we have to get there so quickly? It's hard to move in these stupid clothes." "It would be undignifying, my liege," Poponius informed him. Not much longer to go now. He groaned again as they walked down the hallway and towards the massive mustering fields in front of the fortress of Hera, where he, along with his father and everyone else, would await Uncle Dorn and his sons as they would march towards them as part of their welcoming parade. This was so stupid. Why couldn't they just come and go meet them in the war room or something like that? But, well, tradition and his uncle's status demanded that his dad gave them such a welcome. After what felt like miles worth of walking, they finally reached the grand entry hall into the fortress where, quite quickly, Aegidius sputtered and started laughing. "You look like a hosed-down bat." He pointed at Damien before succumbing to yet another fit of giggles as the son of Conrad Kurz pouted. He had a lot to pout over in his defense. It took no less than 3 baths in a row, an entire container of gel, and countless other cleaning products, but Damien was completely clean. His hair slicked back wonderfully, all the while he was clad in a dark blue uniform, tastefully highlighted with parts of purple and black. Lehman, he looks as if a bloody canid licked him clean. Lion, you would know about that. Lehman, I swear, you must have cat DNA. Emperor, close enough. And Damien hated every second of it. Why couldn't he just meet his uncle in whatever he was wearing earlier? He met Uncle Guilliman while only wearing a towel. Policia absolutely screeched at that and told him about how terrible it was that even happened in protocol and blah blah blah. "My liege," Poponius interrupted Aegidius' giggling fit. "Your father will be here momentarily. We must go." Damien, meanwhile, took this opportunity to sneak up on his cousin and was about to playfully punch his arm when he heard the word father, causing him to instead begin to look around in hope, only to see. "Blad, did you see Dad around?" he heard as the Marine sighed. "No, kid. The pre-march is busy elsewhere." "Ah, come on," Damien whined, saddened that unlike Gidius, he wouldn't even get to so much as see his dad. He would give anything to spend time with him. "Conrad, ugh, why is he so insistent on being around me?" "Robot, because he loves you." "Conrad, that's his problem." He quit his whining immediately when Policia tapped him on one of his shoulders and motioned for him to get a move on, which he did, albeit with the pout still on his face, and wow. They exited the entry hall to see Macrage Magnus Civitas wrapped in absolute splendor. Did it always have banners coming off of bridges? Was the main street always this clean? How did they clean it so fast? Why did they let it get dirty in the first place? Wait, why clean it at all if it was always dirty, and why were there ultramarines and guardsmen on each side going down the entire length of the street? That would just make it dirty again, no? So what was even the point of all this in the first place? Aegidius, for his part, thought it looked awesome. He had the ultramarines painted in that cool-looking formal stuff that they wore, and the city looked great, and even the Eldar were at the stairs where they would welcome his uncle, and... Lion, I have to say, brother, your sons clean up nicely. Robot, MHM, thank you, brother. There's a certain joy in seeing that not everything has gone completely to hell. Dad, Mom, he squealed as he launched himself as both his mother and father at the same time, taking the rare opportunity of being able to hug both at the same time. They caught him, holding Aegidius between them as both were happy to have their son in their grasp, but remembering their revelation. Robot smiles and leans back, happy. Mortarion, more sappy things we have to sit through. Emperor, the kid has a lifetime of issues and pain to get through. Let him have a moment. His father did his utmost best to put him down as gently as possible, considering the already massive gathering crowd, and noticing, Aegidius, where is your laurel? Aegidius felt as both of his ears folded back, and he looked down. I lost it. He could feel Alarinus leaving his mom's side and brushing up against him, the large creature that was almost as tall as him letting out a deep purr. His father tilted his head all the while his mother shook hers. Nice try. He heard his mother speak, even as the pointed behind him, causing Aegidius to turn and see Poponius holding said tiny golden laurel, which marked him as prince even as a couple of Eldari managed to convince the Gyrinx that it was better off away from the festivities. But Mom, it makes me look stupid. It's your mark of office, Aegidius. His father chided him gently, not wanting the various representatives around them to hear him lecturing his son and ignoring his wife, who was very obviously giggling. You don't need to wear it for long, just until you greet your uncle. Then I can take it off. His ears pricked up again, excited little pants coming from him. We'll see, just put on already. Trying to discreetly get his son to wear his laurel and hoping no one would make a huge fuss over his apparent lack of control over his boy. It'd take quite a few tries to get it on him, since his ears were flapping excitedly at the mere idea of running around and tearing off his ceremonial clothes. He merely hoped he didn't decide to run around naked again like when he was 2. Fulgrim, flashback so. Oh, that is an exclusive. Roblet, pardon. Fulgrim, I thought it was just Rosie who was fussy about getting dressed and wearing all of her cute accessories. But apparently, even boys do the same thing. Roblet, didn't you teach Conrad how to be civilized? Conrad, fuck you. Fulgrim, yes, but there is a difference between an insane mental patient and a child. Oi, how you doing, brother? Came as soon as I could. Leman Russ strode to the top of the stairs, clothed in the finest Fenrisian clothes, which was mostly just a thunderwolf pelt and some colorful garments. His wee daughter held an arm, looking presentable enough with her braided hair and dainty dress, which she hated. She had a huge frown on her face the entire time, muttering about itchy dresses and hated baths, and especially about how she couldn't wear her pelt or being forced to wear slippers instead of her boots. Even worse, but it wouldn't put her down. Something about her being a hellion and ruining everything. As Herda began talking to the blue uncle, though, she looked down to Sa, glad to see the pointy-eared one was here. She blew a raspberry, causing him to look up and make a face back at her. She then brought her hands to her face and pulled both sides to make a face at him, which made him taken aback before using his hands to make a worse face at her. Fulgrim, rude. Leman, huh? Good one. Uncle Leman then turned in such a way that it swung Freya away from Aegidius, placing her down beside him and giving her a look that dared her to run off and cause trouble. Not as if their attention would be on each other for much longer, though, because as Damien so wonderfully pointed out, oh, my Night Haunter, is that the phalanx? Up in the sky, just barely visible through the early morning fog, was the distinct outline of the massive star fort as it slowly lowered itself into the low orbit of Macridge. Damien had started to collect those trading cards about Imperial Crusade Marines and weaponry, and he had a card all about the phalanx, and he memorized all the facts on it. And Conrad, trading cards, Emperor, good way to get extra funds and drum up support for the Imperium amongst kids. Don't know why kids go crazy over little collectibles like that, but it's exploitable. Ungron, typical. Emperor, merchandising is a great way to make money, and it's free propaganda. We can't always expect everyone to pay US in goodwill or threats for loss of life by Bolter. I heard so much about it. Did you know it once almost carried the entire 7th Legion? I heard it can smash through anything and nothing ever stopped it, and Damien's rant was blissfully cut off by the sound of hundreds of bells as they began to toll all across the city, heralding the beginning of the grand welcome. Conrad, never thought I would say this, but I think I like bells. Corvus, the day Damien is gone, is going to be the day you start missing him. Conrad, fat fucking chance. And just as Damien heightened his voice to match his level of excitement, the music began to play. Hundreds of men and women in marching bands playing various hymns and marching music to mark the occasion, even as the airspace was completely taken up by various fighters of the Imperial Navy and multiple Space Marine chapters, even as the various administrative clerks sent up countless servo skulls in an attempt to record anything and everything they could. The mood was elevated to another plane of existence entirely when Aegidius spotted the parade of faith on the opposite end of the massive street as they began to make their way to them, their censers swaying and belching sweet-smelling incense, all the while being accompanied by countless cyber cherubim, all of which made Aegidius' skin crawl. Even if they were accompanied by very pretty sisters of battle, all of whom were dressed in their power armor as they escorted the various religious figures down the street whilst singing reverent hymns. Lorder, I still feel kind of wronged. Roblet, cough, plagiarism. Cough. They were followed by multiple regiments worth of veteran guardsmen, all bearing their battle standards high, even as they stood aside and assumed a parade stance as they awaited the true participant of this parade. On the top of the stairs, a massive group of important people had gathered. Various chapter masters, which would include Lord Calgar himself would he not be on the field. The prioress herself stood in attendance along with her sisters. Multiple lord generals, a few solar and lord admirals, representatives of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and even grumpy old Inquisitor Lord Hector Rex. Strange, Aegidius never saw him nowadays. Even Master Eldred was here, though he was leaning very heavily on his staff for some reason. Then he heard as the war horns blew in the distance, and slowly but surely, what felt akin to almost an earthquake rumbled through Mackridge as Aegidius saw utmost splendor and could feel Damien trying desperately not to pass out from the excitement of what they were seeing. Hundreds of Imperial fists dressed in their finest of livery, dreadnoughts marching alongside them along with multiple other colored Astartes. It caused Aegidius to recall his battle mace manuals and know that they were crimson fists, the hammers of Dorn who looked like they were in utter bliss, sons of the Phoenix, subjugators, thousands upon thousands of space marines, chapter after chapter. It could cause a baseline to go mad, and it did. The crowds gathered alongside the parade, cried, and cheered in utmost reverence, some having to be held back from throwing themselves at the Marines by the Arbites and Guardsmen. Rogel, this does bring a smile to my face. Perturabo, is it so because there are no Black Templars in the Paradash? Rogel, yes. But if that was enough to drive them mad, what they saw next made some, by comparison, go positively rabid. Rogel Dorn, Praetorian of Terra, the pre-march of the Imperial Fists, the seventh son of the Emperor himself, standing on an elevated platform that was being driven forward by countless servitors. Standing with him was his entire general staff, a somewhat standard-looking Marine, a well-dressed woman, and 2 guardsmen. Robot, oh, Horus. Well, that one didn't take long. But that wasn't the point. The second Uncle Dorn raised his mechanical right hand. The crowd erupted. Most fell to their knees in reverent prayer. Others had to have their skulls caved in by the Arbites, going mad at the sheer sight of seeing the living legend that was the Praetorian of Terra returned. Even some of the Eldar who were watching had to admit that looking upon a pre-march of legend was certainly enlightening. As the parade finally reached the massive, semicircle-shaped gathering area in front of the stairs, the Astartes escorting Rogel Dorn fanned out in a brilliant display of choreography and military discipline. Before presenting their arms and the banners of their ancient chapters, the oldest amongst them even dating back to the times of Unity, wore Terra. As they came to a halt, the massive moving platform carrying the pre-march did as well, and soon thereafter, the pre-march, along with his considerable number of escorts, dismounted and moved towards the stairs. Rogel Dorn himself flanked by multiple Huskarls, some in ancient and revered Cataphractii pattern Terminator armor, others in the modern MK/X models. The old and the new marching together. As they reached the stairs, they began to ascend until they finally reached the top, the Huskarls spreading out as the Primarch himself stepped closer to Robot, stopping at arm's length. "Brother," Robot greeted. "Brother." Robot greeted back, their arms reaching out and hands grasping their forearms, a warrior's greeting as old as humanity. "I have not seen you since the final years of Terra." Robot made a non-committal sound. Thinking back on the years before the fall of Terra was a tough subject to tackle, even when alone. Indeed, he gave Robot's arms a final squeeze before letting go. "Much has happened since we last saw one another." "Quite." Robot reached out and put a hand on his brother's back to lead him towards the fortress of Hera. A great many changes, beneficial and detrimental. From how long it took you to get here, it's redundant to point out how you yourself have experienced some of those changes. "Horribly so," Rogel agreed. "Recreating star charts and warpway maps have been enough to cause the Praetorian many sleepless months. As you can see, I have some beneficial changes as well, something you are familiar with." With a gesture, the woman and the larger Marine stepped forward. "My wife, Signe, and my son, Friedrich." The red-haired, buxom beauty slightly bowed. "An honor to meet you, Lord Regent." When she straightened up, she placed a hand on the Marine's arm, causing him to bow as well. "I am Friedrich Dorn, a pleasure, uncle." He then reached up and gave a tiny wave, making Guilliman blink a couple of times before deciding to just nod. "Sanguinius," kind-hearted chuckle, his father's son. "An honor." Guilliman finally spoke as they moved down the line, greeting Marine after Marine. Others, such as Captain Tor Gerdon Guilliman, had already met, now over a century ago. Others, such as Captain Haidcalder, he could recall sending orders to, and was glad to see that they had risen in rank. All going nice and smooth until the 2 lieutenants that did the fine job of guiding us here, Rogel explained, and took upon themselves the arduous task of entertaining my ever-curious son's many questions. Titus Pulo, and Lucius Vorenus. Guilliman finished for him, looking down at the 2 guardsmen in surprise. "Lieutenants, a swift rise through the ranks for you two. It appears my placement of you was correctly judged." Jagatai spits out the fermented milk he is drinking, trying hard not to laugh. "Judged correctly." Lehman, "Oh, brother, what is it you are drinking?" Jagatai, Chagorian Isjizan, reaches out with the bowl of taste. Lehman, "Well, don't mind if I do." Sips some and immediately spits it out. "By all the wolves of Fenris, it tastes as if I'm licking Frecky and Jerry." Jagatai chuckles an acquired taste. Just as the two guardsmen attempted to speak through their slack-jawed mouths, along the line came Friedrich, putting a massive hand on each of the guardsmen's shoulders. They performed their duty to the letter. And whilst duty is its own reward, their competence has given me a rather selfish wish, I am afraid. He looked up with a stone face at his newly met uncle, whose eyebrows rose. Speak. Guilliman motioned for him to continue. I wish to request the reassignment of these two guardsmen as my personal adjutants to the Astra Militarum. Horace, let's out a laugh. It's just bad comedy at this point. Titus and Lucius looked to each other, quickly and quietly gesturing to themselves, to the pre-march, to Friedrich, and at the situation. While Titus was near the verge of tears and hoping he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of everyone again, Lucius was trying to figure out what to say to politely refuse and go back to their jobs while also not inviting them to lose their head attachment privileges. Granted, Guilliman spoke happily, always glad to see service fulfilled so well. But a legionnaire having mere lieutenants as adjutants, Guilliman appeared to think on the issue for a few seconds. Guardsmen, congratulations on your promotions to the rank of captain. Henceforth you report to Lord Dorn himself. Titus couldn't help it and began crying, no, outright bawling at the idea of more work and more responsibilities. He was barely even able to train those recruits. Now he was to be a captain and an adjutant to young Lord Dorn. Lucius was contemplating just throwing himself down the stairs, hopefully breaking his neck and ending it all, but couldn't leave behind Titus. Titus cried too much and needed him to be around to make sure he didn't piss his pants. And Titus kept him from killing himself, so they both feel back on what they called Old Reliable, a stiff salute. Guilliman, the Dorns, and others then moved ahead, leaving behind the pair of saluting, crying, very unhappy guardsmen. Vulcan, I wish to see more of these two. Horace, why? Vulcan, they bring me happiness. As they came to the ones next in line, needless to say that he needed no introduction. Brother, came a wolfish voice as Rogel was pulled into a hug by the laughing wolf. The last time I saw ye, you still had two hands. How observant of you, Lehman. Rogel spoke, not reciprocating the hug, but finding it very hard to keep a smile from forming on his stony face. Exactly. This how long it's been since I saw ye. I hear you got a son. And married too. Never thought you had it in your. Honestly, Rogel now hesitantly patted Lehman on the back, a deeper part of him admitting that he had missed his stubborn wolf breed of a brother. Necessity is the bearer of many innovations. Rogel spoke even as he reached behind him and pushed forward Frederick with a hand on his back. My son, Friedrich. Lehman immediately looked down at the boy into his eyes and grasped him by both shoulders before grinning. Still breathe them tough in the fists, do they? He laughed openly before moving on to the boy's mother. My. And the beauty of Inwit still stays the same. Signy gently bowed her head, even as Lehman looked behind, and, oh, for fuck's sake, he bellowed. Equerry. A few seconds passed with no response, causing Lehman to let out a swear in Fenrisian. I swear, sometimes I regret my choices. He then reached down behind him and pulled out a tiny ball of fur. Well, you showed me yours, I'll show you mine. He laughed at the inappropriate, weak just as he extended his arms by a little. This little cute ball of fur is Freya. Lehman, Hitche, Lion, you must be the only one here amused by your future self. Lehman, whatever, I have a daughter. I don't care. Lion, a single daughter out of countless years. You must be impotent. Lehman, I'll have you known, you grinning cat. I am fine and fair to the maidens I bed, by using protection. Freya was sporting a huge frown, hating how it kept picking her up like a small bag of rocks. Freya. She turned to her father, the frown getting bigger. Put me down. If I do, you're gonna run off and cause trouble. I'm not letting that happen. He grinned at Rogel. Did you know that this one air tree to attack Roblit's kid and got Constantine to threaten her? A genuinely stunned expression graced Rogel's face. Robot, a son, he managed to choke out. Wait, Constantine? He lives. You saw the Eldar and the boy behind him, didn't you? Lehman grimaced. It's fine, I still can't get used to him and his taste. Nor the kid being proclaimed Dash. A throat being cleared was heard from behind the brothers. Is it so hard to believe I was capable of siring a child? Emperor, yes. Horus, yes. Mordorion, yes. Angron, yes. Lorder, yes. Robot, just say at the same time, why don't you? We'll save you the time of sounding like a bunch of pricks. Jagatai, oh, good one. Robot, I hate all of you. He swore this was almost as bad as during the time of the Great Crusade when Lehman wouldn't stop making fun of him for his lack of conquests. Robot asked as he motioned further down the line, deciding to tackle the proclamation when he had Constantine's word to add in the defense. It is surprising, yes. Rogel thought for a second. I was under the impression that you were useless when it came to the art of seduction and that even Perturabo had a better chance than you. Perturabo. I am unwed and unbedded by my own personal choice, damn it. Roble, huh? Roble didn't let the smile on his face fall, though he sorely wished he could turn around and not deal with this childish ribbing. Yes, yes. I have proven otherwise. Are you done? Perhaps. Why is Zeno of all people? Roble asked with a hard look in his eyes, wondering what the hell was Roble thinking. It was part of the terms of the Treaty of Eden, and it is not nearly as terrible as Lehman makes it out to be. I understand you do not have a great love for the Eldari, but please, we're trying to work together. My son is even half Eldari, for father's sake. Roble let out a small noise of indifference. Though he wished to argue this point more, there was a time and place for everything. Luckily, that was now. Brother. Roble continued as they were fast approaching the end. My wife, Ivrain, the herald of the Eldar god of death, Iniad. One look at her ears, and he already knew she hated him. Please, please, please don't do anything stupid, he thought. She smiled at Rogle, though her ears were flattened back, like an angry feline who was staring down something she really had no interest in, her eyes shining with false warmth. A pleasure, to be sure. She didn't bow, nod, or show any deference, merely continued to look him straight in the eye. A stare as cold as the marble they walked on was all that greeted her as Roble moved on, causing Ivrain to feel perhaps a small spike of worry. A pre-march that could weather her stare was not to be taken lightly. Not to even mention the fact that his emotions were completely unreadable. Rogle, she asked for it. Roble, but did you have to give her the brick stare? Rogle, yes. She placed a hand on her son's head, keeping him behind her as she continued to stare down the pre-march. Roble nearby already regretting this, but knowing it was too late to back out now. My son, Roble finally spoke in hesitation. Aegidius Guilliman, my legionnaire, and according to the custodes themselves, in their own words, future emperor. One moment, Roble was staring down the Zeno, which who dared to stare him down. Then the next, he was glaring at Roble. Pardon, Emperor, here we go again. Horus, oh, this is not going to be fun. Roble, already reaching for the ale. Roble attempted to weather his brother's stare, even as he sighed. Not according to me, brother, according to Dash. Me, came the steeled, distinct voice of Constantine Valder as he stepped between Aegidius and Rogle. The child looking up in fear at his newfound uncle, standing behind his mother and wondering if everyone was going to fight. Though he knew better than to question the orders from the Captain General. In this, he had no other option but to question. Why? Rogle looked down to the boy who was peeking from behind his mother, letting out a terrified squeak as he hid fully behind his now simmering mother. It was the Emperor's final order to me, Valder explained. You will not question his word, Lord Praetorian. Father is dead. Rogle spoke with all the taciturn of a brick. Emperor. No, please, soften the blow. Conrad. Oh, 4, it's been said a bunch of times by now. Get over it. Emperor. I will take the news at my own pace. But not gone. Constantine clarified, now staring into Rogle's eyes even as the Praetorian stared back, before finally looking down at the boy. Emperor. Wait, what? Jagatai. It has been heavily hinted that you did not die completely. Emperor. I know, but what the fuck does Constantine mean not gone like the SHIT? I didn't teach him to be that imprecise. Horus. Snort of disagreement. Slowly, he went on one knee, almost falling to Aegidius' height, yet still towering over him. Come here, he told the boy who was being shielded by his mother. Ivrain would never let him go, not so long as he lived. This madman wouldn't hurt. Her thoughts were derailed by her husband grabbing her shoulder and looking at her with a face that spoke, trust me. Torn, but ultimately trusting of her husband, she looked down and gently gave Aegidius a push, who, apparently by himself, walked to the Praetorian flinching as the stone-cold eyes found him. The back of his mind burning intensely as his vision blurred. For a minute, the pre-march merely looked at Aegidius, so intensely that Aegidius thought he would faint. And just when he thought that might happen, Roble, getting more and more nervous and about to complain loudly. My emperor. Rogle gently bowed his head before rising, an unidentifiable look on his face. I recognize him. He spoke as he turned to Roble, who let out a breath that he did not know he was holding. More difficult than Lehman, but only by a small margin. Roble lets out the breath he didn't know that he was holding. Lehman, what just happened? Aegidius for his part felt as if his heart would explode from his chest, seeming as how hard it was beating even though his mind was completely calm. What was happening? Why did he move by himself again? What was the itching at the back of his head? And why? His thought process was violently derailed as a massive hand was reached down in front of his face. My emperor, came a calm voice, causing Aegidius to look up and see Friedrich. Fate has made us cousins. I am glad. Aegidius reluctantly shook Frederick's hand. Nice to meet you too. Horus, at least he's polite. Fulgrim, I just hope he isn't going to have any bad influence from Rogel. Rogel, pardon. Fulgrim, concubines. Rogel, I do not see your point. Fulgrim, sighs exactly. A squeal alerted him to the distinct presence of a woman, even as said female knelt in front of him, bowing her head. My emperor. She then looked up at, you have the cutest looking boy I have seen, Lady Guilliman. Signy smiled. Reminds me so much of little Frederick here. Corvus, little. Emperor. All children are always little in their parents' eyes. Ivrain was taken aback. The emotions radiating off of this woman were throwing her off. Her husband was one she would need to keep an eye on, though with the lady readily giving friendship. That would make it easier. So she smiled and agreed. Yes, Aegidius is the cutest boy. Please, do tell me all about your Friedrich. She reached a hand out to Signy. I would love to hear everything about him. Signy took the Eldari's hand, ready to speak, but knew the Eldari was playing a game with her. Let's see how far she'll go, thinking she was an air-headed bimbo. Robot, can't you go one day without trying to psychoanalyze someone? YV. Lehman, now you're lecturing your future wife. I think we reached a whole new level here. Robot, I've not lectured the vid before. I'm just making comments. The day I stand up and forget I'm speaking to a vid and full-on lecturing, it will be the day you can smugly tell me you told me so. Meanwhile, the retinue continued down the line and reached. And who is this young boy? Rogel asked, looking down at the boy that reminded him of a certain brother and was flanked by a sister of battle and a marine that looked like a knight lore. Horus. I think Rogel might be on the verge of breaking in that moment. Conrad, stuffing his ears already. This is Damien. Robot began, stopping as he saw Rogel's intense look. Son of Konrad. Lehman's trademark voice came from behind as he joined the two. Can you believe it? Not only did he manage to find a woman to lay with him, but turns out the bastard came crawling back during the heresy. Said he regretted it all. Rogel was sure he was in an alternate timeline, and he must have either died or gone insane. And you allowed this? Not as if I had much of a choice, brother. You could have chosen sanity and logic. Yes, but instead I chose survival and existence. Robot argued. It was the only way, brother Dash. Where is he now? The Praetorian demanded, causing Robot to sigh. Inside, he clarified. We find it best to keep him out of public eye. Dash. He stopped as Rogel walked away, brushing past Eldred and the rest of the Eldari contingents without so much as a glance, and not even thinking about the Lord Inquisitor. His vision tunneled in on the traitor who caused mayhem and trouble during the heresy. He marched with intent inside of the fortress grand entrance hall, where he did indeed see Conrad in formal robes, waiting with a myriad of his own sons by his side. Conrad raised his head when he spotted Rogel and took a deep breath. Here to the one again. Brother. Conrad greeted as happily as he could, which came out about as cheerful as a custodian having to do guard duty in the barracks for the next 3 days. Rogel didn't stop walking. Horus, 500 thrones on him, attacking Conrad. Ferris, 700 on him, trying to kill him. Jagatai, 1,000. Grins on him, just breaking a bone. Fulgrim, 1,000 on all of you being full of shit. Horus, denied by the War Master. Not a valid bet. Fulgrim, that's not fair. Horus, yes it is, I said so. It has been a while. Rogel didn't stop walking. I know you're most likely still mad. Rogel didn't stop walking. And that I have some explaining to do. Rogel didn't stop walking. However, Dash. Conrad flew to the ground, as the thunderclap from the massive smack Rogel had given his brother onto his left cheek, sending him flying, feeling almost as if his entire head was about to be ripped clean off, knowing that some teeth had been knocked out and bones broken. Conrad's sons dared not so much as move as Rogel stood above his brother, seething in cold, silent anger. Now, he finally spoke. You may make your excuses. Horus, fuck. Ugh, guess we split down the middle with Jagatai. Jagatai, stroking his beard, acceptable. Exchanging of coins and much grumbling to be had. Fair enough. Conrad spoke, spitting out a tooth as he brought himself to his feet. I made a mistake betraying father. Rogel's unflinching gaze was his only answer. So, I staged my own death. Konradzeit. I couldn't very well return after what I've done, nor could I control my sons anymore or do any good from the other side. Emperor, there better be a VID in here somewhere that explains that in a lot more detail. Sanguinius, there better be. I hate cliffhangers and unexplained plot holes. Rogel thought on it for a second, then slightly nodded, motioning Conrad on. I then became lost in a storm. After certain events played out, skipping unnecessary information and tall tales, I ended up here, in Robot's service. Rogel breathed out sharply. And how do I know you have changed? Conrad stuttered before sighing yet again. You can't. I don't have any Dash. Dash! A scream pierced the air as a ball of black hair launched itself at Conrad, attaching itself to his chest like a bloodworm. I didn't know you were here. It began, causing Conrad to already groan. Did you see the parade? It was so cool. With all the Marines and the Guardsmen and the music and the bells, and then Uncle Rogel came in and dash. Rogel stared for the second time on the same day in shock and awe. Here was a boy, speaking nonsense about as quickly as a broken calligraphy servitor, all the while gushing over and hugging Conrad. Conrad was currently trying to fit a hand between them to pry his little death trap off of him. Damien didn't let this stop him from talking even more, though now his voice was tinged with half his face being pushed away. How long was he going to have to deal with this damn kid gushing over him and making his existence hell? What made Conrad stop trying was the telltale sign of booming laughter. More specifically, the laughter of Rogeldorn. Horace, wait, that's the sound from before. Perturabo, you're not implying that he was laughing before, are you? Rogel, I am perfectly capable of a laughter. Conrad, blissfully unaware of everything. Humility. He finally spoke after calming down. The boy has shown you the error of your ways, Conrad. What? Conrad spoke in outrage, giving up on prying Damien off of him and letting him stay attached to his chest. No, I dash. He keeps you grounded in reality. Rogel clarified. Children have a strange tendency of doing that to their parents. Horace, Damien literally saved Conrad from Rogel's wrath. Who would have thought? Lorger, fate works in strange ways. Fulgrim, someone unplugged Conrad's ears. Corvus, on it. Does so. Conrad, what? Get away, dash. Fulgrim, Damien saved you. Conrad, what? Fuck you, that's a lie. Corvus, no, he did. You'd have noticed if you suffered through this with us. Conrad, there is no way Damien saved me. Rogel, he has. His presence and affable personality has shown to me that in this future, it is possible for you to be redeemed and to be given another chance. You should thank him. Conrad, no. Fulgrim, just admit that Damien did something good for you. It's not hard. The rest of the retinue began to file in behind them as Rogel walked off. The look he was still giving Conrad, showing that this talk was not over, even as Conrad simply remained standing, stunned with the still-talking Damien continuing to cling to him. Conrad hoped he would never have to be stuck with a kid for an extended period of time, if that's the way parenthood managed to change Rogel fracking Dorn. And I get to tell you even more cause we're sitting next to each other at the banquet. He needed to speak to Roboid about that now. Otherwise, his sanity wouldn't make it past midday. This is Dash. Going to be Dash. Fun. Ongron. Somehow I doubt it. Not even an hour later. The massive retinue had managed to finally sit down for some lunch. Conrad managed to peel away Damien with the help of Lad as he stalked off, sending some of the nobles scattering away with a stare that, if Conrad were a psyker, would cause said nobles to most likely drop dead on the spot. All the while, everyone else had taken their spot. However, some were more confused than others. Damien kept looking at all of his plates, utensils, and Friedrich. None of their placements made any sense. Why was the tiny fork different from the middle fork? Why was Friedrich sitting at the children's section with him and Aegidius? Why was Aegidius back here and not with his dad? Why did his dad storm off earlier and had a massive bruise on his right cheek? And why was a slightly smaller plate next to his big one? Why are there so many utensils? Didn't you just need one fork? He moaned one last time, looking in Aegidius' direction and waving at him for help as the various dignitaries were still in the process of arriving into the grand banquet hall of the fortress of Hera. Ferris, I sympathize with the boy. I find all of the utensils and courses truly unnecessary. Emperor, how many times must I say this, boys? The amount of courses gives time for political arrangements. Horace, that really doesn't make it better. Quite the opposite, in fact. Ongron, I just want to eat my fucking steak in peace. Conrad, pointedly ignoring the screen. Fulgrim, gives him a knowing look. Aegidius, who felt more than saw his cousin's plight, turned away from staring up at their newfound cousin Friedrich in awe and back to Damien, seeing quickly that he was pointing rather violently at his dinnerware, his face all but screaming, "Help me." Giving his cousin a patient smile, he pointed them out. It's okay, it's easy, just remember, start from the outside. Right-hand side first, then as each course comes in, work your way inwards. Alarinus at this point had found the young princeling again and was currently resting his head on the boy's lap, looking up and demanding table food. Oh, Damien smiled, thankful for the help. What do you need this many plates for anyway? Aegidius shrugged while petting the gyrinx, because there's a lot of courses. It's a weird aristocrat thing. He waved it off, looking around the table and trying to see where everyone else was being seated. Just don't worry. Apparently when the Imperium was at its height, these gatherings were supposed to be 12 full courses. But they cut it down to 4. 4? Damien exclaimed in surprise. How am I going to get through that? Do not worry, cousin. Surprisingly, it was Friedrich that intervened. I shall help guide you through this trying task. I have studied the ancient ways of feasts. I know the required etiquette to the letter. Vulcan, I still wonder why Friedrich is sitting with the children. Is he not old enough and accomplished in his work as a space marine to sit with his father at the head table? Damien thought for a second before nodding. Thanks. But why are you here? Shouldn't you be over by your dad? Or are you like us and told to sit over here? Is it weird to sit with kids? Aegidius facepalmed. Damien, you can't just ask someone why they're sitting here in the kids section. That's so rude. Emperor. Ah. Horus, what? Emperor. Old movie reference. You won't get it. I'm a child. The two boys glanced at Friedrich, then to themselves, then to each other, then back to themselves, then to Friedrich. Aegidius had many questions, but wasn't sure how to phrase them, but soon realized he should have taken the chance to ask first. But you're big. Damien blurted out without a second thought. My size is not an indicator of my true age. It is in fact a facade. Well, then how old are you? Damien, you can't just ask people how old they are. Aegidius tried to keep his tone down, angrily whispering at his cousin, who continued to unknowingly be rude to everyone nearby. I am 10 standard Terran solar years old. Friedrich replied with all the subtlety of a collapsing building. Horus, what? Vulcan, how? The boys had to take a second to process this. Damien then rather swiftly turned to Aegidius and quite loudly whispered, Dude, are we going to grow 6 feet in 2 years? Mortarion. Facepalm so hard he almost breaks his respirator, and no, you will not. Horus, Morty. Explain. Mortarion. Explain what? Horus. Friedrich is 10, and yet he's a full space marine. So explain. Mortarion. I don't even know where to start with this. This caused Vlad, who was standing guard at the door and definitely not listening to what Damien was talking about, to facepalm so hard he made a nearby politician nearly run into the door. He swore the day he was going to make Damien Kurz into a battle brother, one of his hearts would give out. Aegidius stuttered. I certainly hope not. He shuddered at the thought of suddenly growing that much in such a short amount of time. That sounds super painful. Alerinus reached up to sniff at Aegidius' plate, but was stopped by the princeling pushing the Gyrinx's head away. It was the choice between a copious amount of pain or death. I believe that my parents chose well. Well, Aegidius stammered. You were alive, but, are you like a space marine? A full on Astartes? He paused. At 10. Yes. Friedrich shrugged. I still have a few more trials and surgeries to sit through. But yes, little cousin, I'm a space marine. He looked up and around the boys. Oh, the soup is here. Mortarion there? Explained. Horus. That was not an explanation. Mortarion. Fuck all of you. I don't need to explain the procedure of Astartes augmentation, even if it's accelerated. I'm not a fracking tech priest connected to a database. If you want that, go find one. Muggos Lem. Inches towards the pillar to escape sight. That's, Damien began, causing Aegidius to turn to him in worry. That's, he stuttered even as the soup was placed in front of him by a servant. So cool. He bounced in his seat, anyone near him already knowing it was starting again. So does that mean you go around and fight bad guys? Because that's what all of our Battle Mace books say. Is it really gross with all the blood around? Or do you just kind of ignore it? Oh, what about when you aren't off fighting for humanity? What do Space Marines even do off duty? Because I only know what the Ultramarines and the New Night Lords do, since you're an Imperial Fist and Dash. Meanwhile, on the other end of the table, Conrad, merciful fucking bliss, thank fuck for that cut. Signy was looking past her fellow tablemates, watching her son talking with the two boys his actual age. Though she had no idea the black-haired boy could talk so fast or that loudly that she could vaguely hear him all the way from here. Subconsciously, her hand reached out to her left and caressed her husband's right arm. He was deep in his plans already. She knew. He had already begun to discuss them with her as they were coming down in a thunderhawk as to how he would reshape Macridge. Not that she understood much of them, but Rogel needed someone to bounce ideas off of, and that someone didn't necessarily have to respond. Fulgrim, I'm really interested to know how they met and what their story is. Rogel, she was most likely a concubine. Sanguinius, there goes the magic of that possible story. When I am finished with these plans, your fortress shall rival the Imperial Palace itself, not in decadence, but in its bulwark against all of mankind's enemies. He was busy explaining to Robot, already having a hololith of the fortress of Hera in front of him, waving away the servant with the soup, as Robot did likewise, and Lehman did too. Although the latter was far deeper in talks with one of his sons about his daughter, who as of yet did not have the patience to attend a full-on banquet. Robot was staring at the hololith in surprise and no small amount of shame. Had the fortress deteriorated that much over the years? It didn't feel like it, but seeing it like this... What changes do you propose then? He asked Robel, who merely tilted his head. All of them. He spoke bluntly. If I had the time and resources, a ground-up rebuild would be optimal. However, as it is, I believe a heavy-duty renovation shall have to suffice. Robot slowly nodded. I will, of course, provide the materials, most of the workforce, and you can of course reuse many of the already existing material. But he gestured to the number of workers that the hololith was predicting would be necessary for such a task. And this is merely the fortress. Expanding it to Macrage Magnus, Civitas, and eventually the entire world, it will not only take many hands, but time and dash. I have already thought of all such factors. Rogel reassured his brother. I may have sent Captain Calder along with some of my sons with Vulcan to help fortify his home, but rest assured, plenty of my capable war masons yet remain. He zoomed out the hololith, showing the entirety of Macrage Magnus Civitas along with the fortress. If I deploy the entirety of my workforce, I predict the initial stages of the renovations to be completed within 3 solar months. Rogel. An amiable conclusion. Horus. Only amiable. Rogel. I did not like the shape, nor style, nor lack of gold my future self has used in the designing of this fortress. Perturabo. Sighs, of course you don't. What are the Eldari? Ivrain spoke up, suppressing a shiver when their attention was on her. This is all fine for the fortress and the city, but will we continue to have segregation? And if so, will there be a disparity between both sides? I'm unsure how it works with humans, but my kind will want fair compensation if they're chosen to help with the rebuilding efforts. Rogel leaned back into his massive throne-sized chair and appeared to study the hololithic for a few minutes, then breathed out loudly and quickly began to reshape some of the buildings in many ways, everything but his arms and eyes being completely still. The palate cleanser was brought out for banquet attendees, which the Primarchs passed up on yet again. His lips twisted into a frown, and with a snap of his fingers, he summoned who appeared to be his equerry, who quickly ran off before coming back with multiple data slates, all of which displayed various craft worlds and other Eldari constructs. Then his arms reached out and began molding the hololith. Like an artist taking to molding clay, rotting hovels became tall, elegant spires. Narrow, choked streets were expanded as the blocks for lower-wage menials were compressed, yet not choked with depression. Streets became kill zones, squares became signs of glory, and multipurpose spaceports and stairwells and bridges became obstacles. Every piece of the city was purposed with not just one use, but multiple for the people and the army as well. Within minutes, the Praetorian had remade Macrage into what would once more be a symbol of glory for its inhabitants, and a living, breathing death trap for its enemies. Emperor, and that is why he rebuilt the Imperial Palace. Perturabo what? Excuse you? The entire reason you chose Rogel to rebuild the Imperial Palace is because he knows how to make anything into a death trap. I've spent my entire life building great monuments and beautiful pieces of architectural genius, and choose the literal brick to redesign the cradle of humanity? I don't even know why I bother trying to do any work for you at this point. Emperor, calm down, my little wrecking ball. There will be a time and place. Perturabo, wrecking ball, fucking. No wonder Magnus fucking left. Wraithbone, he also spoke, worked into the foundations of the buildings. With it, the supports need not be sunk so deep into the ground and may yet grow taller, different than the standard Gothic style. He paused, searching for the right words. A more elegant type of city, yet just as effective. He nodded. Combined with my war masons, all the Bonezingers that can be spared 4 standard solar months of work. You will have all available Bonezingers and their apprentices. We recently had 3 more join our ranks, highly trained and competent in their work. She looked over the hololith again, knowing she was going to have to convince them all that it was imperative to put as many resources into this project as possible. They certainly won't like it, but worry not about that. That is my problem to deal with. He nodded and turned his attention to the fortress. This, he said, poking at the fortress and making it light up red, shall become the symbol of defiance. He hummed. With it shall we rally the Emperor's people and retake this galaxy, pushing away the abhorrent, the traitor, and the abominations, an inch at a time if we must. I assume you're including the Eldari as well in that statement, sipping at her and wishing whiskey and trying to figure out why so many people like this slop. At least Macragian Red was tolerable. I speak of the Emperor's people. Rogel clarified. So long as we are unified under a single one, it will be so. He then spotted her glass. But enough work. Some pleasure may be partaken in, including the drinking of good whiskey. He gave a gentle smile, even as the main entree was placed in front of them by the servants, and the multiple holos and data slates were taken away. Lehman, reminds me, need to put in an order one of these days. Robot, you should. Rogel's creations are worth it. She looked over her drink, then rolled her eyes. But then, a crystal decanter was placed in front of them and uncorked by Rogel himself, who then breathed in its scent. Of my personal reserve, he clarified before leaning over and pouring everyone around him glass, including Lehman, whose attention was on him the second he had spotted the alcoholic beverage. Finally, Avi, he been sitting here waiting fair the good stuff? A large wolfish grin on his face as he regarded this age-old drink. Robot smiled to himself at Lehman's antics, finding them infectious. It was a long time since he had the top shelf of Rogel's liquid creations. Well, other than the personal decanter in his office. Rogel nodded, smiled, and stood, tapping the side of his glass and attracting everyone's attention, the hum of the hall falling quiet as the pre-march caught all of their attention. My arrival may be sudden. He spoke in a deep tone, but nonetheless I feel welcome. An echo of eyes was his response as he looked down at Guilliman. As per my brother's wishes, I willingly accept the title and position of Praetorian Maximus. Another echo of eyes and claps this time, along with some cheers and congratulations. A toast. He spoke further, raising his glass. To the health of my brothers, of my newfound nephews. He inclined his glass at said family on the other side of the table, looking at Aegidius and making him feel that itching sensation at the back of his head yet again. To the Eldari who have joined us in this alliance. He inclined his glass to Eldred who stood on slightly unsteady legs. And to my newly discovered sister-in-law. He leaned his glass, looking pointedly at her own freshly poured glass. And, of course, to the Imperium. To glory. To glory. Everyone echoed and took a sip of their drinks. A sip, and she suddenly knew what the fuss was about. The hints of ironwood, the blend of nuts she couldn't quite figure out, even hints of sugar and spice that both bite her throat and soothe it with a two-handed slap in the form of a drink. The aftertaste reminded her of a type of fruit she couldn't quite place, but somehow felt icy yet sweet. All she could think of was how much she wanted another sip to figure out the complex blends and pinpoint the flavors that eluded her senses. Lehman, I want it now. Fulgrim, you haven't tasted it before? I've traded my own champagne for Rogel's whiskey plenty of times. Horace, how long have you been making champagne? Fulgrim, for a while now. I thought everyone made their own alcohol. Perturabo, Olympian white is better than Macragian red. Robot, Macragians know how to make wine better than Olympians. Corvus, am I the only one who's tried out the Valhallan's special Tanity? Lehman, where is everyone getting all these drinks I ain't heard of before? Corvus, we're not assholes to everyone or we make it ourselves. She nodded back at her brother-in-law, receiving the smallest of smiles in turn. And here we were, threatening each other mere hours ago. She grinned at his snort, him ignoring her playful barb. She knew then and there. A man who could rebuild an entire planet in mere moments and brew a drink of that strength, yet such elegance would be very useful. She took another sip and cut into her meal, suddenly grateful that she had managed to roll out of bed after all. The vid cut to black. I wasn't even here for some of it, and that one felt fucking long. Onron groaned, even as he stretched his neck with a loud cracking noise. IT really was. The Emperor added on even as he stretched his back. Fuck this, I'm gonna go find Magnus. Perturabo stood up, done with sitting around with the Emperor, and especially Rogel. Bring him back if you can. We're taking a break then, on to the next one. It feels as if it's going to be massive for some reason. Compared to the ones that will come later, something tells me that it's going to be nothing. Horace muttered as he warily looked at the still growing pile of vids, some of the later ones looking more and more ornate, the artifice evident on their covering. Hedno, he hates you, I hate you. Perturabo called out from over his shoulder. How about you get Rogel to come get us, since you clearly want his work over my own? His powered, armored steps echoed as he walked out of the room, stewing over his own anger, betrayal, and jealousy. And there goes another one. Lorger sighed. Mayhaps we all should have stayed and continued burning the Syria. At least it kept us from each other's throats. Horace let out a pained groan, burying his face in his hands. Please no, I don't want to diffuse another fight between everyone, as opposed to talking it over like a normal family would. Corvus added on. I agree with Corvus. We will eventually need to talk this out. The Emperor mused. For now, we shall rest for the day and allow Robot to work. We have a lot to talk about, but the whole idea is that we talk without turning into a pissing contest and all of us screaming at each other. Horace groaned. I can only imagine how bad it would be if all of us were at each other's throats. The Primarchs had already taken their father's words to heart, stood up and left, leaving Horace and the Emperor to talk it over. We shall do so, no matter the struggle. The Emperor agreed. Perhaps it would be best to return to the capital. My throne has laid empty for far too long. Terra, Horace thought, even as he stretched himself out lazily upon his own throne. I admit that there are most likely many matters there that require my personal attention. It would make the Sigillite infinitely grateful, and much less likely to attempt and murder you. Horace smiled at his own jest. Of course, but it would also give me the capability of redirecting the war effort more easily. Redirecting it towards what? Horace asked. I am War Master by your own appointment. Allow me to dash. No, perhaps redirect is not the most fitting word I could have used. Something more akin to change would fit better. You speak of changing the Great Crusade at its core, instead of its individual targets. Then, the Emperor gave a sullen nod. These vids, they have given me much to think over. Points have been raised, ideas have been shared that require my attention far more than I had originally intended to give them. Horus sighed. Over a century at your side, and still you speak in indecipherable riddles. He nodded then. So be it. Whatever shall be your order, I shall follow. He stood then. I will order the fleet to begin and make way for Terra. Do so, the Emperor ordered, now staring ahead at an empty wall, his elbows resting on the armrests of his throne even as his hands clenched one another, and he fell deeper into thought. Horus stood and made for the door, but turned at the last second. Father! His only answer was a sound of acknowledgement. What of Magnus? The Emperor appeared to contemplate his answer for a moment, staying silent while doing so. I spoke with him, and he's truly hurt. I believe it would be wise to simply talk with him, assure him you care, or something of the like. The Emperor continued to simply stare at the wall before finally giving his answer. Perhaps. Leave me. I have many things that require planning. Horus knew he had to obey, but that did not mean he had to like it. So, he bowed his head and left the room, not liking where this was going at all. The sooner they reached Terra and the great mind of the Lord Regent, the sooner he could discover what was wrong with Father. As he walked the hallway, he hoped against all evidence that they would do so before they well and truly did something that they would all come to regret. But even as he did so, his heart whispered the harsh truth. At one point or another, they were going to finally be pushed over the edge, and that horrified Horus above all else. Chapter 15, Extras 6, in which Mordorion gets a dose of his own medicine and the family hates each other. 000.M31, aboard the Fotep. It felt good to talk back to him. It felt good to stand up and just refuse an order from him, as small of one as it was. Who was he kidding? It felt freeing, amazing, elating to just say no to him. Having the power to just say no, not for his sake, but for someone else's. Usually, he cared little for his brothers, cared little for what they did and what their latest news was, but one brother had always been a friend to him. After the 7 weeks of nothing, he and Robo were on friendlier terms. Hell, he was even starting to get to know the rest of his kin and finding that they were, for the most part, agreeable. But out of all of them, other than his lost brother, Magnus had always been his friend. Even if he had been numb to the structure of family and its emotional bonding process, he still cared for Magnus and felt as if his brother had been wronged. Severely. Perturabo knew what it was like to lose someone who understood you, someone who could speak on your level and contribute as much as you. He had been devastated when Nagi had been erased. He could only imagine what Magnus was feeling at this moment, watching people he loved just disappear. By the time the Lord of Iron had boarded the Fotep, he was just in time to hear how all ships were to move towards Terra. Great. Perturabo ground out, knowing it was going to take an unreasonable amount of time to get off the Fotep and back to the Bucephalus, or better yet, the Iron Blood, so he did not have to be around Father anymore. At least I'll be stuck here with Magnus, so it won't be a complete waste of time dash. The Lord of Iron trailed off when his eyes landed upon the figure that was currently standing outside the doors to their brother's private chambers, pounding his meaty fist against the doors and screaming at the thing in a voice tinged with his Fenrisian tone. Magnus, please come OOT, or just let me in. Lehman knocked hard on the door that barely moved at all. 2 members of the Sekhmet were standing near the pre-march of the Space Wolves, wondering if they could escape to their own primogeniture. I really do just want to talk, I swear. Lehman, what in Olympia's empty senate are you doing here? Perturabo stared down the wolf, who glanced at him. I'm here to apologize to Magnus. Lehman then went back to knocking on Magnus' door. Magnus, let me in or I'm going to start singing the war songs, oh my people. Lehman, go away. Magnus' voice materialized beside the 2 primarchs. I don't want anyone here. Leave. I can't. Father has ordered all o us to come back to Terra. I'm stuck here with ya until we stop. Lehman shrugged, stopping his knocking, still staring down the door and waiting for it to magically open up for him. Come on. I really itch him here to apologize. Apologize for what? Magnus idly spoke, a tinge of wonderment in his tone that only made it sound even more sarcastic. Are you here to call me a witch? Come and tell me that all of my work is evil? Malficarum? Going to ignore your own hypocrisy? Oh, how about this one? Are you actually here to drag me back to Father so I can cease my... Oh, what was it called? He paused, letting out a hum, before he gasped as if he discovered something truly wondrous. Childish temper tantrum. Damn it, Magnus. I am here to start fixing the shit we both wallow in. I am not the one hiding in his room refusing to come out. Lehman barked at the door, contemplating just breaking it down. Since when do you care about fixing anything between us? Do you really think offering me a drink here and there's going to fix everything else? Magnus scowled, his voice betraying how much resentment he was feeling. "Why don't you just go throw yourself out of my ship and start swimming through the warp? According to all of the future vids, you spend more time in it than I do. Now you're acting like a child. I'll accept I did wrong. You're the one crying about everything and acting like you're a damned martyr." Lehman growled, losing his patience with the damn Cyclops. There it is. How easily you are baited into your true feelings. I knew it. I knew you were only here for your own reasons. This is why I can't stand being Dash. Both of you shut up. Lehman and Magnus went quiet once Perturabo's voice cracked through the air, silencing both brothers. The Lord of Iron merely let out angered snorts, glancing at Lehman, who was pointedly looking away from him in Magnus' silence. "I swear, if I have to sit here and listen to the both of you go back and forth for a moment longer, I'm tearing down this wall and beating you both to death with it." Glancing at both Lehman and then the door, he ground out his killing blow. "Izanagi would not want you two acting like this." At the mention of one of the two lost, the two brothers let out uncomfortable groans, the shame practically manifesting in the air between them. "Fine, come in." The door to Magnus' private chambers opened with a squeal of hinges, the doorway dark and foreboding. Glancing to Perturabo, Lehman gave the Lord of Iron a wolfish grin before making his way in there. Knowing he had been played, he still followed since Lehman might make Magnus angry again. The things he did for Magnus, he grumbled to himself. What greeted the two Primarchs was not what they were expecting. Magnus' private chambers resembled a destroyed planet that refused to join the Imperium and had gone against the Iron Warriors. Practically all furniture had been reduced to splinters, works of art torn asunder, his priceless and countless shelves thrown about, and every book in his room looked as if he personally threw them as hard as he could throughout the chamber. And there Magnus sat, in the middle of his darkened room, disheveled and sitting on the floor in the middle of the mess he made in his own room. Hands folded together, staring the two others down with unknown emotions flitting through his single eye. "I apologize, my room was ransacked." "Right," Lehman slowly spoke. "Let's go with that." He strolled about, surprisingly careful to not step on any of the books which still looked at least partially intact. "I'd offer you a seat, but the last intact one is currently embedded into the ceiling." Magnus glanced upwards where, yes, a mostly intact chair was embedded into the ceiling from the amount of force used to throw it. "How can I help you?" Perturabo raised a hand and pushed Lehman forward, in his own blunt way telling him to talk. "Well, to be honest with you, Magnus, never had a bigger issue that a good drink or scrap couldn't fix." Lehman grinned in a sad way. "But even I see this might go rolling over my 80, so I suppose you can help me by talking." Lehman slowly lowered himself to the floor, sitting down on a patch of untorn carpet. "We got the time before we can even leave this ship, so might as well spew your guts." Even grumpy Perturabo looks like he would listen. Glancing at said brother, who stood back with his arms crossed over his chest and staring down the two of them with an unreadable look on his face, Magnus looked back to Lehman, sighing, "None of us are good with talking about our feelings, much less I. The only ones who were ever good at that were Sanguinius," and he trailed off, looking away from Lehman and towards his destroyed shelves. "Izanagi. He was a pansy, loved pink way too much, kept too many pets, and always was on us all to, quote, talk about your feelings more." Air quotes added to that piece of speech. Lehman chuckled to himself. "I swear, he could have been a girl and nothing about him would have changed." He chuckled at this absurd idea. "Look what happened, eh? Not talking about anything ended up backfiring pretty hard. Like you would not believe." Magnus began to run his hands over his face, rubbing at the flesh there as he collected his thoughts and steeled himself. "I swear, fighting off warp horrors is a lot easier to deal with than talking about." Hands now moving to his hair as he tried to get what he wanted to say out. Perturabo stayed quiet, not wanting to admit that not talking about certain subjects appeared to be what had cursed their father along with Magnus. Perhaps the horrible habit of keeping matters bottled up had been passed along with the blood. They all appear to suffer from it one way or another. Even Lehman, even if he did not want to admit it. Nothing which betters us is easily achievable. He finally spoke. "If it would be, it would not be called progress." He looked at Magnus then. "If architecture and learning would be easy, every planet would rival Terra, and every book would have the answer for everything." He looked down at the spot next to Lehman, his lips curling in distaste, but yet again he reminded himself that this was for Magnus. He walked over next to Lehman and sat down, barely able to do so in the confines of his Terminator power armor, but still managing to sit, even as he looked back at Magnus. "Thus, for the sake of your own self, speak, and we shall listen." Looking to his two brothers, both sitting with him in the destroyed remains of his room, still wanting to be here with him. Despite his attempts to push them back, they still came to help him, and even wanted him to open up. He opened his mouth to speak, but remembered how their father had reprimanded him earlier. He quickly shut his mouth with an audible snap. Yes, the last time he tried to open up, he wanted to speak, he wanted to talk, to yell, to scream, to cry, to do anything to vocalize everything that was swirling in his mind. He wanted to let all out, leave nothing unsaid, and finally start feeling better about all of the emotions bottled up inside of him. But the thing that held him back was himself. What if they reprimanded him like father did? What if they didn't like what he had to say? Frustrated with himself, frustrated with his actions, his thoughts, frustrated with everything, his vision started to get blurry as he tried to force himself to say something. Anything. Yet the only thing that he could say was, "I think there's too much dust in here." Lehman looked up at him, staring in surprise, his eyes wide even as he blinked and began to look around as if searching for an answer. Agreed. The somber voice of Perturabo surprised both brothers. Yet we all ignore it, hoping it will leave if we simply continue to do so. Out of sight, out of mind. Nodding at this, Magnus let out a heavy breath. And sometimes too much dust can pile up and make everything else as dusty, making everything we see as dusty as well. A small smile on his face, which then causes us to eventually break and try to get rid of everything we see as dusty, which in turn throws up a cloud of it, making it hard to see past that moment and causing us to panic. Perturabo breathed, not realizing if we had dealt with the dust sooner, not only would there be no cloud, there would be no panic. Magnus glanced around his room, watching the aftermath of his rage and repressed feelings. He deflated, uncomfortable that he lost himself so badly. I didn't mean to destroy everything. He had to force it out, just talk, and maybe everything would all right. Sometimes I don't feel like I'm a part of the family, that no matter what I do, it will be wrong. Even when I try to do right, it's wrong. When I try to open up, I'm told to close. He stopped, unsure what else to say. I fucked up. Dad fucked up. Lehman tagged in. Look, I get your two-did you metaphors, but this one is mostly on Dad, and maybe me Lehman's side. Sorry I pushed you to reveal your family brother. Though you could have done better, I think father is on the wrong point here. I believe most of our family is. Perturabo cleared his throat. Until quite recently, there had been very little reason to share our intimate secrets with each other, much less father. Perturabo closed his eyes and breathed deeply. By Olympia, most of our brothers believe that one of our lost brothers was purged by father and his legion gene harvested. With such thoughts, are the actions of our family and us so surprising? No, the Red Primarch shrugged at this. No, it's not. Though we all certainly did not help the situation by acting like a bunch of oversized children at times. He sighed once more. We must be disappointing Izanagi horribly right now, aren't we? I think if he were alive, he'd thunk us all over the head once. Lehman chuckled sadly, and then say we're doing great by talking to each other. Chuckling softly, then a bit harder as Magnus realized it. He certainly could be an idiot, couldn't he? Yes, you're right. He calmed down his chuckles before sitting up straighter. Thank you for coming. Always, brother. Lehman smiled, even as Magnus frowned again. Lehman, you've known father for longer than most of us. Was he always this coarse? Lehman frowned. Well, now that you mention it. 000.M31. Aboard the Bucephalus. When the Emperor found out he was missing 3 sons now, and another 2 who had left for the Conqueror along with his only grandson now. To say he was displeased was understating his feelings. Scratch that, he was severely displeased when he just now found out that only one of his sons was on the Bucephalus with him. It went as follows. Magnus was still mad at him for his temper tantrum in front of the family. He sent Perturabo to find and bring him back, but was promptly told to, in not so many words, go and fuck himself. Lehman disappeared by then, and is most likely on the Photep as he thinks this through. Angron just straight up slapped his throne, declared, I'm out, and Lorger followed to make sure he didn't destroy anything. He also assumed Raggio was casually kidnapped off of the Bucephalus as well if he didn't leave by himself already, which then was followed with Lion declaring that the ship was too stifling to be in at length, followed by both Fulgrim and Ferris, who declared the same as well. Corvus and Vulcan were quick to jump ship as well, with only a few words of they couldn't stand being in such a heavy room for much longer. Jagatai stayed for only a few moments to stare at his father, shook his head, and decided it was best to just leave the Bucephalus before he said anything that was going to dig a deeper hole. Mordorion and Conrad would silently find their way out of the ship as well, not a single word to be said to their father. Father, Sanguinius, was the one to stop by the Emperor to speak with him. I will do what I can with as many of my brothers as possible, but I cannot guarantee anything. His precious boy looked to be burdened greatly by the weight that was resting on his shoulders. Perhaps a bit of space is what will be needed for all of us to take a breather and rethink our priorities. He agreed with the sentiment, but was unwilling to admit that he had done anything wrong. He was disciplining the boys. He was making sure they didn't completely fracture. Why couldn't they understand that? He only nodded to Sanguinius, allowing him to leave, just like the rest of them. Sanguinius paused. He looked as if he had more to say but decided against it. He bowed to his father before leaving the room. He was sure to see the twins following and leaving silently as if they had never been there. Rogel, however, who was flanked by Robot, was not so kind to mince words. "You have created a mess, father." Robot sighed and muttered about how he didn't want Rogel to be thrown from the airlock. "The family is in ruins, yet again." "I can see that, Rogel." The Emperor bit back, yet still did not admit that it was his fault. He had been going through a very annoying habit of admitting he was wrong these past few weeks. It hurt, and he hated it, but right now he was not at fault. "I did what was necessary." "I highly doubt that." The father that I know would look at a situation clearly before rendering judgment. "You lashed out." A very petulant part of his mind wanted to retort back, declaring that why should his mistakes in this family account for more than all of theirs? But an annoying little voice that sounded a lot like hers would remind him that he was the father. Of course, his mistakes would have a bigger impact and bigger consequences, even if he did what was right. Right? His silence on the matter was enough to cause Rogel to shake his head and leave behind the Emperor in the viewing room. Robot sighing and shaking his head as well even as he followed Rogel out of the Bucephalus. Only one other stayed behind in the viewing room. Mugos Lim, having abandoned the room long ago when the tension had cut through the room too heavily, was Horus. The irony was not lost on the Anatolian, watching and wondering if Horus was going to leave too. He spread his arms out as if to show Horus how empty the room was now, looking from throne to throne as he pondered how wrong everything had gone. "Will you leave as well?" Any short, biting remarks as farewell. Horus paused, mulling the question over as he sat back down on the throne nearest to him. He let out a small noise, a huff, and looked back up at his father. "No, I have a feeling that right now, being alone is the worst thing I can imagine for you." Horus then watched his father, how he was surprised for just a second, as if he was truly looking at him. "Father." The Emperor watched Horus, almost letting out a laugh as he remembered that very same sentence being told to him so long ago. How ironic that he would say the same thing she told him. Just like her, he stated, arms dropping to his sides as he sauntered to the middle of the room. "I did what I had to, and it looks to be that it was a wrong choice." He shot back, watching how his father let out a chuckle. Who was he like? Who was her? A lost lover? Quick like her as well. "I didn't screw up that horribly, did I?" He wasn't looking at Horus, head bowed slightly as he stopped and mulled over his next words. "I tried to do what was best. I thought it was right. I'm trying to be better than what was shown, but what am I doing?" "Last I recall, you're just trying to do your best in a terrible situation," Horus answered diplomatically, watching his father intently. The conversation didn't feel right. It felt as if he was talking to his father for someone else. "What do you plan on doing to fix it?" "I don't know, Liv," his father shouted out, but was quick to shut down his anger. "Horus. Horus," he corrected himself. "I don't know, Horus." He turned to his son again, this time, his age showing on his face as he tried to figure out what to say, what to do, how to fix a broken situation. "IT may be hard to believe, but I do not have all the answers. I am not all-knowing, all-powerful, or even all-good. I am simply trying my best with a terrible situation." A very delicate situation, Horus thought. He wanted to get some space from his father, but knowing how everyone else had left him all alone. He remembered an old memory from when his father came down to Chthoniya the first time. He smiled at him, crouching down to his level and waiting for him to approach. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to stay standing beside the giant golden warriors that guarded him and guarded the stranger before him. But at the same time, "Horus, wouldn't you like to come with me?" he asked him, that gentle smile staying on his face. "Certainly must be very lonely here. Wouldn't you like to join me?" He had been by himself, and when he looked towards the stranger, his father, really, he looked lonely too. "I think we can both help each other, can't we?" his father asked. He remembered. He remembered nodding and reaching his arms out to the golden man, watching that soft smile bloom into a much brighter one as he held his own arms out to Horus. "We're going to do great things together, Horus, many great things." He wasn't going to be alone. "Well, I won't leave," Horus resolved, giving his father a reassuring smile. "I think we can both help each other, can't we?" When the Emperor quickly turned to Horus, there was recognition in his eyes. Then he let out a humorless breath and leaned back on his throne. That adage was said years ago. You break it in the original timeline, if I recall correctly. The Emperor accused, but did so without malice or ill intent. "And I as well." The smile fell from the Emperor's face as he remembered. Back to Terra, to projects greater than this empire. To Doom. Father and son sat in silence for a moment, the only thing heard being the constant hum of the ship's engines as it traversed through the warp. "Nah." Horus finally spoke, causing the Emperor's head to jolt in his direction in surprise at the unexpected word. "No," the Emperor asked. "What makes you say so?" You need to stop blaming yourself for everything. Horus explained. Of course, there are many things which you could have done better, could be doing better even in fact, but well, in the end, you're only human. The Emperor broke into a wistful smile, thinking back on when someone else had assured him with those very same words. How alike they were when they haven't even met. But perhaps nature played a strong hand rather than simply nurture. Thank you. I promise. I will try harder, do better. Horus elbowed his father good-naturedly. Good. May I ask you just one question, father? Go ahead. Who is Liv? You said her name? Or his, I don't really know with names sometimes, but dash. Please, literally any other question, or I feel as if my head shall explode. What? Why? Because that is a can of worms I do not have the patience, will, or heart to get into at the moment. Also, there goes your one free question, Sonny. Ah, come on. Horus whined as if it was centuries ago. You're terrible at this. So you have accused me of 22 times so far, yes. Back on the photep. And then, father went and drank all the mjad we had. Lehman laughed. That was one hell of a celebration. I swear, sometimes I wonder where you get it from. Stories like this remind me that father can be a party animal, but I can't help but wonder if that's all from him. Magnus chuckled, waving away his own thoughts. They were made in tubes, so there was no possible way they could be influenced by anyone else. Didn't Robot drink with you a few times? Aye, he did. I didn't think that he'd be able to keep up, but no. It was like drinking with another me at the tables. Magnus thought for a second, then shrugged. Well, I like it if I could join one of those parties then. Lehman laughed. If you think that you can handle the liquor, then you're welcome at any time. Lehman slapped Magnus on his shoulder even as he let out a wolfish chuckle, causing even Perturabo to relax just that little bit more. Who knew that being around Lehman could actually be fun? But enough of the tales of father and how he's gone all dour and sour in his OL age. Lehman chuckled at his own weak jest. Perturabo, you got any drinking stories to share with father? No, Perturabo answered simply. I never discussed anything beyond my most obvious interests with father. Well then, what your adoptive father? Magnus asked with a kind smile. When we had met you told me that he was a tyrant, but a good man in his own right. No, Perturabo shook his head. Damkos is not my father. He did not raise me. Merely gave me space in Locos. That is all. That, sounds oddly strange for someone you're consider a foster father to you. Lehman pointed out, causing Perturabo to stare at his brother. I do not care how it sounds, Lehman. Damkos is not my foster father. I raised myself. Lehman held up his hands in self-defense. Far be it from me to point the finger and judge brother. I was raised by wolves myself, after all. He smiled at the memory. But Thinger was my father, he said with all due seriousness. I may not have his blood, but he gave me a home and a family. And so I took his name for my own and became Lehman of the Russ. Lehman's smile turned slightly sad as he recalled time long since past. Lehman is correct, Perturabo. Magnus intervened gently. Amon may not be of my blood, but he raised me as his own. And despite him only being above me in terms of skill and knowledge for but a solar year, his lessons are amongst my most favorite of memories. Magnus smiled. You are not like Mordorion or Ongron. Damkos treated you well, gave you everything a father would, with next to no cost to yourself. Are you sure that does not qualify him as your foster father? No, Perturabo answered with haste, but then stopped. Caliphone. I allowed her to call me brother. He sighed and rubbed at his forehead, the many cables linking his mind to his armor now itching. Damkos called me his son many times over. I did not care to return the sentiment. Do you regret that? Magnus asked gently, not wanting Perturabo to possibly turn sour. No, Perturabo answered immediately. That would be showing weakness that is not tolerated upon Olympia. Could have sworn we're on the Photep and not Olympia. Lehman quickly jested. He then sobered, looking toward Perturabo, leaning against his arm, propped against his leg. If there was a time to be honest, brother, it would be now. The truth. Perturabo muttered. The truth. He muttered yet again, even as a somber look overcame his face. The truth is, I hold many regrets. He sighed. The way I raised myself, the way I behaved. Olympia shaped me, molded me to be strong and not show an inch of weakness. He rubbed his forehead yet again, the cables itching. He felt it. It stared at him. The fact that no one else can see it. See it? Magnus asked, causing Perturabo to immediately tense up. See what, brother? Why'd he said that? What was going to come out of this? Another brother telling him that they couldn't see it, indirectly calling him crazy, brushing off his worry? Why'd he bring that up? What plagues your mind, brother? Lehman asked. It looks as if you're cursed. His words were coarse, but held no malice. What could he say? It certainly felt like it. He felt cursed. He saw and felt the eye watching and judging him. What could he say to them and still come out of it not sounding like an insane mental patient? How could he come out of this not sounding like Conrad? Brother, you can talk to us. The both of you came here to talk to me and see if I was all right. Why can we not do the same to you? Magnus tentatively urged Perturabo to speak. I'm sure that whatever it is, it's going to be fine. Thus, for the sake of your own self, speak, and we shall listen. Perturabo stared at Magnus, who now had a grin on his face that reminded the Lord of Iron of Lehman, who caught that little sentence play there. That was my line, and now I'm using it to help you. Fair. That was fair. Well, if they were going to keep pestering him and wouldn't let up, he might as well. What did he have to lose? I feel the eye watching me. The eye? Lehman asked. You don't mean the eye? Perturabo breathed. I do. Magnus looked surprised but undeterred. The maelstrom? He asked. The eye of terror? There was a shift in his tone to one of worry. You feel as if it watches you, even out of free sight of it, behind an obstacle dash. I see it constantly. Perturabo hissed out. I need no scopes nor astronomical sights to see it freely with my own eyes. I see it watching me, seeing as I fail as, he breathed quicker. I am insane. You don't see it. I am worse than Conrad. No one is as Fukian insane as Conrad. But you know what? I'll think that one of those damned dark reality tumors is doing this Tai Yi. Right, Magnus? No doubt. This is beyond peculiar. I have never heard of such a thing before, but I can believe it. I hate to say this, Perturabo, but Magnus trailed off. I want to help you, truly, but I cannot. Usually I would dive into the mind of those who seek guidance and help in the warp arts. However, this is beyond my skill. Something this strong can only be helped by Father Dash. No. The Lord of Iron quickly shut down. No. You can't tell him. I can't tell him. If this gets out, what then? Everyone is going to know there's something wrong with me. He will know there's something wrong with me. He was relieved to know that they believed him and wanted to help. However, they can't tell Father. I can't. Brother, this is beyond my control. This is beyond my skill. If I go in and try to help you, then there's a chance I can make it worse. The only one stronger than me in the mental arts is Father. As much as many of us don't like him at the moment, he can help you if you trust him to help you. Perturabo hated that line of thinking too much. I came here to help you because we trusted him too much and he hurt you. Now you want me to trust him? Just enough to help. Frankly, if I had the power and skill to help you with this, I would. Father wouldn't have to know. But I don't. I don't have the skills needed to help you. Do you want to continue living like this and having the eye watch you and break you down? Or do you want to get rid of it and have a chance to have some peace? Perturabo rubbed at his face and groaned. His first thought was to deny the help. He could work this out on his own. He didn't need their help. He could and would suffer in silence. But then his second thought was him remembering all of the vids they watched together. All those weeks of sitting together and watching their lives fall apart. He thought of what his future self would have done, of how he would see his legion fall, of how he would butcher the inhabitants of his own homeworld, of how he would snap his own sister's neck. Help, he said quickly. I need to ask Father for help. He breathed, the anxiety and stress within him rising rapidly. He may see me as a failure then, but at least she lives. A few hours later, on board the Bucephalus, the Emperor walked ahead with his retinue and Horus from his quarters and in the direction of the viewing room. They had just jumped back into the materia moments ago above Caliban, and he was insistent on them watching another few videos. They were crucial to the understanding of the alternative future. What else could they learn from their alternative future selves? Where else did he make mistakes? Already so many have said mistakes were fixed. So many traps and horrible outcomes, resolved before they even came close to being a problem. Mutterings from his sons be damned. There were reforms to be made. The Imperium to be led in a different way. Perhaps even getting her. The Emperor was snapped out of his thoughts by the sight of one of his sons in the corridor ahead of him. He was walking oddly slowly, the rear of his Artificer Terminator power armor, making it immediately evident as to who it was that he was seeing. Strange. Since when did Perturabo walk anywhere slowly? And while not doing any work at that? Son, he called out, causing Perturabo to stop and turn in fake surprise. What was he planning? On your way to the viewing room? Yes, Father. Perturabo immediately responded, waving to the aides that surrounded him to go on ahead without him. But actually, I wanted to speak with you. That was it. Sensing the mood of the room, the Emperor waved on his own retinue, along with Horus, who departed quickly, but not before giving his father the look of you promised, reminding him of their earlier conversation. After both parties walked ahead, the Emperor caught up to Perturabo and motioned forward, and soon, both were walking at a slow pace. What ails you, my son? The Emperor asked, hoping that it would come out sounding as genuine worry. Perturabo paused. It was odd to hear his father lay on the extra worry, but he decided to brush it off and just get this difficult conversation over with. Or else Magnus and Lehman were going to come back and force it out of him with the help of the Space Wolves. As they both told him honesty and bluntness is best for difficult conversations. I see the Eye of Terror all the time, and it is making my life hell. The Emperor's mind suddenly slammed on all the brakes. What? The Eye of Terror. It keeps staring at me. It won't stop. He could feel his confidence bleeding away. He was reacting just like Ferris did. What if Magnus and Lehman were pulling a joke on him? Making him believe they believed him. And now he was making himself sound as if he were a madman to their father. He shouldn't have trusted them. This was bad. Never mind. You don't see it, do you, Dash? The Emperor suddenly grabbed onto both of Perturabo's armored shoulders and turned the pre-march around to face him even as he grew to match Perturabo's height and be face to face with his son. Why the fuck didn't you tell me sooner? Wait, you believe me? Of course I believe you. I'm the motherfucking Emperor and your father at that young man. Perturabo suddenly felt the Emperor's mind probes, his mind calmly being invaded in an odd state of relief. Holy shit. The Emperor swore. That's a fucking bug. If I still wanted to talk to those tumors and had a certain part of me, there would be a massive flaming sword going up a certain reality tumor's ass. The Emperor swore, even as his eyes suddenly lit up with a golden light. So it was them. Magnus was right. He shouldn't have doubted his brother. But now, he was in a difficult situation. Why are you acting so weird? Can this be fixed or not? Stand still, Sonny. Won't take but a moment. One of the Emperor's arms flew out, the fingers of his hand covering Perturabo's eyes, even as the Emperor's own flashed of brilliant gold before suddenly going back to their regular, brown-colored self. There, bug gone. The Emperor breathed, a worried look crossing his face. Perturabo, you could have told me. Perturabo simply stood there, looking ahead at his father. Then, he leaned to the side and looked by the Emperor and outside of the viewport which faced directly towards the Eye of Terror, or at least where it should be, where it once was. It's gone. He looked back to his father, an unreadable look on his face. Was it really that easy to get rid of? Not everything has to be a secret. Perturabo, they're not all a weakness, and even then, why didn't you tell me before? He certainly didn't feel his age with his father asking these hard-hitting questions. I thought, no one would believe me. Ferris didn't, so no one else would. He paused, wanted to get it out, but I thought I could simply live with it. The Emperor reached out, both his arms yet again on his shoulders. You were living with a warp locus upon your mind. He explained. IT was making you think unclearly, irrationally. It was making you lash out. The Emperor stepped back, seeming to realize suddenly the closeness to his son and allowing himself to fall back to normal height. You couldn't have lasted much longer. The fact that you did for as long. The Emperor trailed off, letting the silence speak for him. He didn't have the words to express himself. He didn't know what to say, how to say it, or how to even begin saying anything. He simply, Perturabo coughed as he turned away, having too much weighing on his mind. No, a simple thank you wasn't good enough. He didn't know what to say. Settling on a nod at his father, he would deny to his last living moments that he would then flee from the corridor. The Emperor, meanwhile, remembered his own conversation with Horus just hours ago and called after his son. IT was no problem. Happy to help. Perturabo at that moment had just rounded the corner and had to admit to himself he thought he was going crazy. The viewing room, on board the Bucephalus. Give me one good fucking reason on why I still have to be here. Conrad was quick to get started on his everlasting spite and hatred of the viewing room. Last I recall, we left here and promised we weren't going to come back. I have many things much more important than sitting around and watching vids. We are above my homeworld, and I would like to go down and get started on fixing the many problems we are now aware of. Lion softly interjected, a frown on his face. Yet here I am, sitting here waiting for father to come back in here. I haven't even been able to shave. He frowned even more at this, one of his arms going up to idly scratch as his growing beard. I think it looks great on you, Lehman complimented. Makes you look like a real man instead of an overgrown cat. He chuckled at his joke, causing the lion to grin in secret. Where, pray tell, have you been, Lehman? Last I recall, you were quick to leave the viewing room before any of us. Were you leading the pack or fleeing the air? Lion quipped back, making the wolf a Fenris grin at the banter. Nay, I was on that floating library of a ship that Magnus calls a Gloriana. Lehman threw back. Surely, you were not reading, were you? The lion had a coy grin on his face. Oh nay, I would never sink that low. Lehman chuckled. Had a nice little chat. Oh, I must admit that I am curious. The lion tilted his head. And I am hungry. Magnus intervened, a good-natured smile on his face. Do you think father might allow us a spot of lunch? Didn't have time for it back on the Photep. Oh great, you're back. Conrad griped, lounging on his throne and wanting this pain to end. Things were actually quiet without you here. I imagine that the brooding atmosphere was indeed to your liking, brother. Magnus joked as he took his seat. Quite fitting then that we lighted up a bit again. Ugh, Conrad groaned. And this is exactly why we all need to get some privacy, say, half the galaxy away from each other. I concur. Mordorion agreed, walking in and slumping down on his throne. The vids are becoming increasingly uninformative and boring. He groaned. It pains my mind to even think of what the next one we have to slug through will be about. Maybe about you? Lorgar called out from his throne. Fate has a strange way of coming back to bite someone on the ass. Just like it did Conrad. Maybe it will happen to you. I doubt that. Mordorion instantly responded. I'm a traitor and a demon pre-march to Nurgle. Or have you forgotten? And unlike certain other members of this family, I do not have my own brood running about somewhere. Lehman was quick to place a hand on Magnus' shoulder, keeping him down and also letting him know to not lash out. He shook his head towards the Cyclops, who nodded reluctantly. Anyway, where is everyone else? As if on cue, Perturabo chose this moment to enter, quickly rushing to his throne without so much as a single word spoken as he sat down on the throne furthest away from any of the brothers. Not helped one bit by Rogel coming in next and sitting down next to him. Perturabo, Magnus asked gently, is everything all right? Too fine, Perturabo muttered. It went too good. Any reason on why you're sitting in the corner? Lehman probed. No, leaving it at that. Lehman raised his arms before leaning back in his throne and relaxing even as most of the other brothers began to trail in, all save for Ongron. I don't even want to be here. Robot spoke up, buried in his data slate, trying to get work done. Do you have any idea how behind I am in my work? I thought all of us agreed we didn't want to be around Father. Honestly, I feel the same. Corvus spoke up. What are we even going to accomplish here? Another rousing round of point the finger and threatening each other? How about we add in Father and he shouts us all down until no one else gets to, or even wants to speak for that matter? That worked so well before. As effective as an arrow to the heart of a rabbit. Jagatai intervened, whose hunter then gets knocked from his horse and snaps his neck. And now you get to come in and start throwing verbal javelins at everyone. Must be great to feel so superior to everyone. Conrad, not even wanting to look at everyone in the room, muttered from his throne. Wonderful. As fantastic as being an old woman who is stuck to her chair, making chai for the rest of her life and grumbling about how things are not going for her. Can we please stop with the verbal sparring? Sanguinius started. We're all going to be suffering through this. Might as well do it without the traditional verbal shivs. I was there for the last one. I did not want to be caught in the crossfire. Robot glanced up, shook his head, then went back down to organizing the logistics of not just his legion, but also for Ultramar and just about everything else his father had been asking him to do. I apologize for my tardiness. The Emperor excused himself, walking in. I was distracted by an unexpected moment. He walked ahead, quickly sitting down next to Horus. A minute of uncomfortable and sudden silence passed by before the Emperor suddenly realized that there was no vid playing in. Where, pray tell, is Muggos Lehm? Here Omnicia. The Muggos waved one of his mechadendrites from the door, even as he walked to his place by the projector. Massive cup of Recaf held in another of his mechadendrites, going to his mouth for a sip every now and then as the Muggos performed the rites of activation upon the hollow projector. All of it, please. The Emperor looked around at all of his sons, all of the aforementioned Primarchs sitting stiff and uncomfortable on their thrones. All save for Lorgar, who was holding a Holovid. I guess Lorgar. The Emperor shrugged, since no one else is offering up one. Lorgar offered the video to the Muggos, staring coldly at Mordorion as he did so. The Muggos took the vid and began the rites, trying to ignore how much pressure and tension was in the air. He needed a vacation. The vid started, and the family looked to the screen, watching as how it came alive, and... The warp. Sanguinius. Why are we in the warp of all places? Guilliman. Well, who exactly is this extras following? Lion. Excuse me for pointing out the obvious, but considering it is the warp, and it is an extras, we are going to see one of us who has gone traitor. The question is only... Horus, now that you're speaking again, I'm frankly frightened. Lorgar, I'll answer that question for you. Free of charge. Smiles at Mordorion. It's about Mordorion. Mordorion. She felt as her body convulsed. Every single muscle suddenly spasmed as the disease took hold, but was immediately beaten back by her unnatural healing factor, it destroying the invader to the cellular level in but an instant. And yet it still hurt. It pained her down to her very soul, knowing that such a disease would be released upon her children and all the living beings of the cruel, dark world which she had once inhabited. But the Materium was far, far out of her reach here. Here in her rusted cage in the heart of Nurgle's domain. She felt as the tears streamed down her cheeks, forming into crystals as they fell out of the warp along with her whispers of a cure. It was the least she could do, the only thing she could do. Emperor, wait. Is that who I think it is? Magnus, Depends. Who do you think it might be? Emperor. Well, maybe Dash. Caw. Oh. She heard Nurgle exclaim from behind her lying form. Final Sigma. Final Sigma. LL. He was lecturing the poison, which he had just cooked up and tested on her. Lecturing it as if it was alive and could apologize. To be honest, it sometimes could. Emperor. YUP. It's her and him. Remind to punch that walking happy rotting bubble of boils the next time I see him. Magnus. Huh. And who is it? Emperor. You'll see. Magnus. Noises of dying. Don't fucking know why I expected an answer. Horus. Facepalms. She heard and felt the thumps of his massive, rotting legs as he walked over to his still bubbling cauldron. With every step that monster took, skin and material fell from his body, shaping into giggling children of filth, running from the creature they spawned from, and open dragging wounds in his body. Once he was close enough, he grabbed onto that wretched cauldron filled with the poison and tipped it over, sending the disease into the Imperium, where it would fester and plague upon the poor menials. Her tears continued to stream down her face and form into crystals. She hoped they would at least be of use. No one deserved to suffer the fate of this disease. Artikari. Tia. Lorger. Roll credits and get the popcorn. Mortarion. Oh, for it's not as if we haven't all seen my bloated future self. I fail to see the big deal about it all. Conrad. Well, from all we have seen so far, and according to my personal experience, these extras tend to be about the future versions of us having children. Mortarion. I fail to see the meaning of your implications. Mortarion. Nurgle's demon prince and favorite pet. What was he doing here? Typically, he avoided the domain and stuck to the plague world. Grandfather. She heard the rasp of the ancient respirator he wore as it struggled to transmit the demon prince's words. The last of my kin are gone from my sight. Mortarion. See? I'm a demon prince for crying out loud. How would I even have children? Lorger. Well, I see one option. That sent yet another tremor through her body. The last of the Emperor's offspring were now either in the service of the gods of chaos or gone. Humanity was doomed. A disgusting, sounding chuckle answered Mortarion as Nurgle sounded to have walked closer to him. Tonzai SLL. The noise of flesh suddenly squeezing against rotting ceramite reverberated across the room, even as pustules burst and maggots sprayed from open wounds. Coach H, this, teen, the fartilla. She heard Nurgle positively purr as he hugged his demon prince. Yes, the hesitant voice answered. Hesitant? She forced herself to turn, ignoring the pain and spasms to risk a better look, and yes. Mortarion looked much the same as he always had. Blessed by Nurgle's many gifts but his face. That emotion it showed. There was no doubt in her mind, not a single one as to what it was. Disgust. The same disgust that she lived through every single moment here in Nurgle's presence, reflected into his own face at this moment. He was not truly dedicated to the grasp of Nurgle and his infernal gardens. If he was, he would be showing the truest of joys of being so close to his patron god. Perhaps there was a chance. A small chance. The smallest of glimmers was still within him, was still able to glow in the dark embrace he was entrapped in. Nurgle purred, running a slimy, disgusting hand over Mortarion's crown, placing the pre-march down padding and his head like a small canid who brought in the paper. Carest, pie. Sanguinius. I think I'm going to vomit. Lehman. Point it away from me. Angron. What's the point of this? Lorger. Point? Getting back at Mortarion. Angron. And? Does it really have to be a fucking point? I'm fucking tired of this. I'm tired of being here, watching these vids. All I want to do is talk to my son Dash snapped shut. Robot. I don't want to be a father, Guilliman. I don't care about him, Guilliman. This is all a waste of time, Guilliman. I don't want to be like you, Guilliman. Angron. And I'm not. You're the one obsessed over a child that doesn't fucking exist. Robot immediately stands up. You take that back right this instant, or I swear I will dash. Emperor. Both of you shut up, or I will lecture you two next. We are going to sit down and have a nice time laughing at Mortarion, or so help me, I will find a way to tan both your hides mentally, physically, and spiritually. Horus. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's been 5 minutes. Magnus. 3, actually. Angron. It's fine. We'll laugh at Mortarion. Because that's all this family can do, right, can it? Emperor. Imperial decree. Shut up, Angron. For 10 minutes. Horus. How is that enforceable? Emperor. I don't know, but that's not my problem. All any of you have to do is follow my orders. Horus. This is not what I never mind. Corvus. Going better than normal so far. She could see the revulsion in his eyes, the concealed hatred, and disgust that he felt when touched by the Chaos God. He was free to leave. Nurgle was quick to begin brewing again and wasn't looking. His festering wounds swimming with maggots and sprouting nurglings, which were focused on their grandfather, leaving his champion to leave. He was turned away and had just begun to leave the chamber with all due haste. Thankfully, he would be passing by her cage. Just one chance, that was all she needed. Just one chance for him to get close enough to get away from Nurgle. No matter how much her body screamed out in pain, no matter how much it ached from the latest attack of Nurgle's creation, she had to try. Seething in his hatred and disgust, he passed by the cage that held her, not even paying attention to the Xeno, which when she reached a hand out to his. What he did pay attention to was the moment, the split second they touched. Her fingertips brushed against his hand, and suddenly, everything was wrong. Morderon, wait, what dash? That fraction of a second turned his hand completely different from the rest of his body. The hand had been cleansed and was healthy as the day he saw it last before the grasp of Nurgle had taken hold of him. But it was not the hand that surprised him. It was something deeper. It was the peace he felt. For a fraction of a second, he was at peace. He did not feel the disgust he had felt for so long anymore. He felt nothing. He could breathe perfectly fine for just that fraction of a second. He was able to think for that fraction. He felt as if something had broken off of him. Something that was hanging off of his being had been cut off. The tiny thread was severed. He felt free, nothing weighing him down, his soul lighter than it had ever been in his entire existence, making him capable of completely clear thought, no longer under the grasp of Nurgle. He felt free. Then it was over. Mordorion, what the fuck? Magnus, it looks as if she somehow, if temporarily, severed your connection to Nurgle. Lorgar, I know that I'm new to this, but wouldn't that require immense amounts of power? Magnus, yes. Yes, it would. In fact, not even I am powerful enough to stop that kind of connection. Emperor, she is though. Mordorion, ow. Emperor, as much as I hate saying it, for the sake of all of you understanding it better, she's a god. Sanguinius, well then didn't see that one coming. Say, does that mean that Mordorion ends up with, trails off as he realizes no way. Conrad, rising laughter, bird boy, you can't spoil it. She's the only female present so far. Unless we want to assume Morty boy over there wants a thick husky dash. Mordorion, imply I want to sleep with Nurgle one more time, and I will tear your head off with my hands and cart your head on a spike. Lorgar, so what you're telling us is that you would rather sleep with the Xenogod dash ducks and dodges a shot of plasma from the lantern message received. Corvus, this viewing is going along wonderfully. We're such a stable family. Angron tries to agree, but can't open his mouth. That feeling of peace was flooded with memories, thoughts, feelings. Everything was rushing back to him in the second fraction of that second. Memories of his life before becoming a demon prince, memories of the Great Crusade, memories of his time on Barbarous, memories of his father, memories of his brothers, memories of who he used to be. His hand jerked away from her touch, drawing away from it as if he had just been burnt. The disgust inside of his being reaching another height as the hand raised into the air and prepared to swat away whatever plan of Nurgle was that had caused the hallucination. He swung around his massive, bloated corpse of a body as he did so, his hand already striking towards his target, only for it to inexplicably stop. There before him was an Eldari. He had heard of this one before. This one was special. Special in all the filthy, disgusting, which ways that their manipulative race was known for. Isha, Magnus, holy shit. Of course it's her. Leman who? Magnus, the Eldari goddess of motherhood, nature, fertility. They sometimes call her the tree of life itself dash. Leman, Yggdrasil. Magnus, yes. How do you know that one? Leman who? Magnus, you just wait. Are you pulling my leg? Leman who? Magnus, you dash stops and breaks into laughter. Leman laughs. I got you with that one. Magnus, okay fine, you got me. Chuckles. Horace, when did you two become so chummy? Magnus points at Perturabo since he came and dash realizes that Perturabo looks as if he is regretting his entire life. And, we talked. Horace looks over at Perturabo who is being poked every now and then by Rogel Good Talk. Ferris, hold on. You all fix your problem by talking to each other? Magnus, yeah, funny how that works. Ferris, no, I'm surprised that works at all. Corvus, head snaps up, well fuck me. Actually going better than normal. His mind spat the word as if it was poison. The thoughts of even brushing up against the Xeno slumped against the cage, making him gag. Artik Re. Nurgle's inquiry sent yet another, stronger feeling of disgust was sent through his body. No reason. Grandfather. He turned and left then, his cataract filled, milky white eyes looking at her from the corners of his hood, even as he left the room. M. Dot. The warp. Sanguinius. Warp time is so helpful. Conrad. It's because you can't tell if you're missing your precious content or not. Sanguinius. Yes, and I hate it. She was sitting on the floor of the rusted cage. It had been a while since Nurgle had tried one of his creations on her, and that left her more free time. Time she had used to think. Think about Mordorion. Sanguinius. Yes, time. Time. An amount. Not sure how much, but time. Horus. Calm down, it could dash. Lehman. I have an idea. A new measure of time. Call it a Sanguinius. Measure how long time can go before it annoys someone. It appeared as if he had responded strangely well to her touch. Far too well for someone under the touch of Nurgle. His mind had clarified in an instant, and his hand, the hand she had touched, it healed just as fast. She knew that the Emperor had made his son special. But to such a degree as this? The energy he had absorbed at that moment had truly left her spent, having her to slump against the cage. The poison combined with such a violent reaction, taking what little energy she had left. Could it be? Could he be shown the true reality of his existence? He obviously already did not feel welcome in this existence, quite revolted by it in fact. Normal beings under the sway of Nurgle or any of the other Chaos God could not form new memories not altered by their patron. But she could see as his eyes that had lingered upon her as he left the room, told quite another story to that. He had formed a new memory, a memory without the sway of Nurgle to manipulate it. But most importantly, he had remembered. If he could keep the new memories and remember the old ones, he could be freed. She could not help her children any more than she already did now. Perhaps she could do so for those of man. Lorgar, that is surprisingly selfless coming from a Xeno goddess. Mordorion, what does she want from me? A Xeno never does anything out of the goodness of their heart. Guilliman, asterisk slowly looks over, opens his mouth as if he's about to say something, but shuts himself up asterisk. Was man destined to succeed in the rulership of the stars underneath the Emperor? She could not answer. He was an enigma even to her, an Eldari goddess, a being of such anonymity and one of such anathema to the gods of chaos that it baffled her. What caused his creations? How was it done? Mankind was far too primitive in the arts of the Imperium to create one such as him. And somehow, he had created the Primarchs. They were masterworks. Masterworks upon which she could feel the mark of chaos. Knowledge of the primordial annihilator marked upon their very soul, but not upon their owner. How? How had it come to pass? When a soul found a new owner, it should have passed entirely, especially one which had been made using their ways. And yet, his remained in the arms of Artikari, Sanguinius. Snap's hand rests clean off. Oh, come on. Emperor, Sanguinius. I don't want to get frustrated with you. So please can you contain yourself? Sanguinius. Why yes, father. Conrad. So lovely to see you outright favoring certain Primarchs. Grandfather. She heard the pained gurgle of Mortarion's voice. S. She looked up just in time to see Mordorion bend over, his hand propping himself up against a rotting table. Aegidius is Arthopri senti. She heard Nurgle speak as he rushed over. Aegidius. She saw as he reached for him, turning him over to see a gaping hole in his chest, leaking blood and spewing maggots. This Nurgle spoke in outrage, even as one of his hands reached out to tenderly poke at the wound. Strange, she thought she could see. Horus. Wait a minute, didn't Guilliman? When he came back, he and father. Oh, Mordorion. When someone cut open my chest and inscribed their name on my heart. Horus, oh, it's that one, sorry. Just that, well, you're seen to get a lot of beatings throughout these vids, so sometimes it's hard to remember which is which. I'm making this worse, aren't I? Mordorion. Frack you. Koich. She saw as Nurgle backpedaled, holding out the hand with which he had touched his demon prince as it rotted away in a trail of golden light, even as Nurgle ran out of his room, calling upon his creations. Horus. All right, so that might just have been father. Emperor. What automatically makes you think I had anything to do with this? Fulgrim. Father. Everything you do includes gold or golden light, especially when concerning the wounds of demons. Emperor. It's a superior color. Fulgrim. If that is what you wish to believe. Emperor. And that's 20 minutes from you, young man. Fulgrim, what? Lips sealed. Horus, father. Emperor, he was asking for it this time. Conrad, not going to say I disagree. Mordorion, meanwhile, had slumped back down upon the rotting table. His breathing labored, his face showing the obvious pain that he was in. It wasn't long before she heard the faint creaking sound as the already weakened table broke, sending Mordorion falling to the ground, landing by her cage, stomach side up. He was dying, she could see it. Whatever had hurt him had done so very successfully. The wound almost emitted a faint golden glow coming from the runes or letters carved upon a still beating heart. She could not read what was written upon it. All she knew was that he would die if it remained as such. Unless, slowly, almost at an unseeable pace, she reached forward with her hand, going out in between the bars and towards his gaping chest wound. She had almost made it when it was grabbed by Mortarian's gauntlet hand. She looked over to his face, seeing that he was looking at her in complete and utter fear and panic, his hood falling back and revealing the rotting, maggot-infested, pale skin. She knew the feeling that he was experiencing. It wasn't simply fear. It was helplessness. The same kind that she had felt when she had asked for aid so long ago now, and Nurgle had answered. But she looked back in his chest and saw his eyes follow her to it. He knew he was going to die. He had to. His head swayed between her and his wound, until finally with a pained groan he let go of her arm. She smiled at him then, full of kindness and benevolence. No one deserved to suffer. Not even her captor's greatest servant. Lorgar, that smile doesn't look like one of the bad kind. Magnus, not all Xenos are evil, especially not the Eldari goddess of benevolence and life. Mortarion, we get it, you're a Xeno lover. Magnus, if this vid goes where I think it is, so will you. Mortarion, never in my life will I ever want to or be forced to ever lay or touch a Xeno, much less a Xeno witch goddess. Lehman, technically saying you're laying with her right dash. Mortarion, finish that sentence and I swear. Robut, I don't even want to be here. Slowly, she reached for his exposed heart with her hand, grasping and almost cradling it even as he gasped in pain, even as a white light began to shine from his heart and the memories assaulted his mind. In such close contact, she saw them too. Such wonderful memories of such a simpler time, of simple hard work, simple people, of sons that had loved and obeyed him, of betrayal, of war, of tyrants and brothers, of death and deception, of... The light faded as she slowly pulled back her arm, even as skin and muscle grew back, and quickly became corrupted with the touch of Nurgle. She stared at him as he looked down upon his chest, and stood without a word, showing his back to her. She knew he would never thank her, would never so much as even truly acknowledge her. But while he was still at least partially free from Nurgle's touch, she could send him one final revelation. In her connection to him, she had just enough time to relay the entirety of the Imperial Gothic lexicon into her own mind. It was a simple language with simple yet straightforward words, but they would carry her meaning well enough. You're a slave, just as I. Amron raised his eyebrow, good words for a Xeno wish. He turned and looked at her then, his eyes wide with surprise before his face became twisted in rage. He sneered at her and then marched out as quickly as he could, Isha knowing that he no doubt felt every bit as torn on the inside as he was on the out. The warp. Sanguinius, angry breathing. Lehman, oh look, another Sanguinius just passed. Sanguinius, that's not funny. Jagatai. Snorts agree to disagree. Nothing. Fucking. Helped anymore. Nothing. Not the eternal torment of his foster father's eternally damned soul. Not the scouring of Ultramar, and not even the attempted killing of his brother. Horus, oh, that's the beating I remember. Mortarion, again, frack you. In fact, that had made it worse. Far, far worse. Yet another unforeseen wrench thrown into his carefully constructed plans. Yet another massive roadblock which wouldn't leave his head no matter what else he thought of, no matter what he focused on. You're a slave, just as I. Stop, he shouted to no one in particular as he paced around his decrepit chambers on board the Endurance. It was as if the words were carved into his memory, nay, into his very soul. What had the witch done? What else had she done when she healed him? Did she put a curse upon him? A psychic trick with which she attempted to break his stalwart defense? He continued to pace, his breathing labored and coming out in great puffs of air in between unhealthy-sounding coughs. The plan had been rather simple after that event. Go out into the stars to fight alongside the rest of the Legion in killing whatever pathetic thing the Imperium had become. But then he had returned. Aegidius Guilliman, the Avenging Son, the Lord Commander, the Imperial Regent, the Primarch of the former 13th Legion, his brother. His presence had not merely thrown a wrench into Mortarian's plans. It had outright annihilated them. Mackridge was gone, doomed to die in the fires of the 13th Black Crusade, until Aegidius Guilliman's strategic genius turned the tide of not just the battle for his chapter's homeworld, but of the entire damned crusade. Horus, I still find it surprising just how much of a presence and amount of influence one of us has. Perturabo, you're an idiot to think that, but okay. Still has a faraway look on his face. Mortarion shouldn't have been surprised. Guilliman could move and place entire legions worth of troops with but the ease of a single command. But Mordorion had decided to wait with bated breath. Unlike Fulgrim, he wouldn't give Guilliman a reason to suspect an attack from him. Unlike that pompous parasite, Guilliman would never see him coming. Fulgrim said that. He took the opportunity as soon as his brother had left for Terra, no doubt to visit their corpse of father. He sallied forth with the entirety of the Death Guard and Nurgle's festering might, plunging a rotten dagger deep into Ultramar's heart, all the while thinking of her words. "You are a slave, just as I." He was not. He was not a slave. How could he be? He led the assault personally, even managing to convince his traitorous son Typhus to join in the assault. He had driven Guilliman's fledgling realm to its knees. This was not the will of Nurgle. It was the will of him. By his own action would Guilliman fall prey to silence, would succumb to reality. Or so he thought. When Guilliman had returned, the last remaining might of the Indomitus Crusade at his back, he had come with a legion's worth of marines. Like the War Master so many millennia before, his brother had struck back with the power of a legion. Robot, there is a difference between I and the War Master. I learned from my mistakes. Horus wants to say something but stops in sighs. Fair enough. Future me made a lot of mistakes. His advance was halted in his tracks. His sons were wiped from existence. Typhus, defeated by a Grey Knight, sent screaming back into the warp. All the while on IX, Mordorion had enacted his grand plan. He had him, ensnared in his trap, silence raised and already falling for his neck, ready to claim his head. But then, he had come. Like death itself had strolled onto the battlefield in the form of an innocent little girl. Innocent, no. Not if one had looked closely. Nothing as evil as his father could ever even look remotely like that girl. The eyes. The eyes were key. They were hollow, like dark, golden, gaping pits into nothingness, swallowing anything and everything they had landed upon. The closer he came, the more unbearable the atmosphere became, like the screaming of a million souls, like a choir of tortured existence, like the feeling of pure and utter death he had manifested. Kugath had saved him the obviousness of who had just come. The anathema, the end of chaos, the ruler of all of man, the king of all human kings. The emperor had come for him. This was not the father he had known. This was a being twisted into pure and utter rage as it sought the ultimate vengeance and drove fear into Mortarion's very soul. He felt as if he was being swallowed whole. His connection to Nurgle gone, his brilliant mind utterly overridden by one simple, primitive instinct. Run. Lorder. That's one hell of an amount of power. Magnus, the fear that it would take to make a pre-march actually, what happened to the future you father? Rogel. Taking into calculation the fact that the tumors upon reality, as father has so aptly dubbed them, fear his very presence. Father in the future is different. Emperor, to be fully honest, I think that simply future me is just extremely pragmatic and absolutely done with everyone's shit. Horus, and apparently, incredibly terrifying. Angron, and I'm done with your shit now. I leave if I could. Horus, could? Hold on. How did father get all of you back in here? Last I recall, everyone was so angry and disappointed last time, all of you left. Angron, did the Golden Patriarch not tell you? He didn't ask for us to come back into the viewing room. He ordered us back here. Horus, what? Lion, it was an order. Hence why I voiced my discontent before and why everyone is against this. Robot, it's true. Even I don't want to be here any longer. Corvus, let's be honest. We are all family and have certain respect and maybe even love for each other. But for the sake of our sanity, all of us constantly being together is no good for our mental health. Emperor, I want to try and fix this. So will all of you stop complaining and sit there and watch the damn VID? Conrad, is that an order? Vulcan, father is not helping Conrad, but you do not have to be an asshole about it. Horus stares in shock and mutters to himself, maybe tensions are a bit high. And so he did. What choice did he have? Already his creator's powers had thrown him so far away that he saw Guilliman free and recover even as the remaining Death Guard were cut down. This fight was over. He had lost. From so far away. Even as he turned and flew, he could feel the eyes of the anathema upon him. It sent shivers down his spine. Never before had he felt such fear. Never before had he reacted so primitively. He did not stop flying until he had re-entered the warp and had managed to find the Endurance, where he had immediately locked himself into his personal chambers even as Nurgle called him home to protect the Great Garden from the forces of Khorne. Worst of all, it still felt as if he was here, in this very room, watching him. What had become of him? Become of his creator? Never before had he felt this savage. He had far too many questions. Questions he did not have time for. He needed to gather what was left of his forces and strike at Guilliman's flanks, whilst his forces were still gathered upon IX. But wait, He needed to return to the garden to defend it. But he wanted to kill Guilliman. He was sure of it. It was his duty, his destiny. But he needed to defend the gardens. But he wanted to kill Guilliman. Defend the garden. Kill Guilliman. Defend. Horus, whoa. Wait, what? What's going on? Magnus, as stupid as this may sound, I think Mordorion might be having the psychic version of an existential crisis. What was happening to him? What was he thinking? He grabbed at his head with both of his hands, even as a massive migraine began to take hold. Defend, kill, defend, kill, defend, kill, defend. Act. He took hold of his head even harder as it felt as if it was being split in half. What was happening to him? His mind felt as if it was exploding. His being felt as if it was being torn apart. His thoughts had become nothing more than incoherent memories. You are a slave, just as I. Foam began to be pushed out of his mouth and through the slots of the respirator. Hollow, like dark, golden, gaping pits into nothingness, swallowing anything and everything they had landed upon. His body spasmed uncontrollably as he desperately attempted to control himself. She smiled at him then, full of kindness and benevolence. He let out a roar, one of complete and utter confusion and pain. The Emperor had come for him. He fell over and onto the rotting adamantium deck of his ship, the spasms, migraine, pain, and ruined memories taking over as it all faded into darkness. Mordorion, did I just fracking die over an existential crisis? Lehman, isn't the medical term an aneurysm dash? Mordorion, shut up Lehman, I am the apothecary here dash. Emperor, in massive psychic trauma. Ferris, ironic. M. Dot. The warp. She couldn't remember the exact instance of when he had faded into existence in Nurgle's chamber, but she could see him. Seeing how he had changed, she could feel how much chaos his soul was in at that very moment. What had happened? At one point, Nurgle had been tending to his cauldron of boiling disease, as always, and in the next he had gone, if he was to be believed, to oversee the invasion of his garden by the forces of the Blood God. And now she had found herself before an oddly familiar sight, Mordorion lying in front of her cage, breathing heavily as he came to, and her observing him. Finally, his breathing went from steady to ragged, his head snapping in her direction, even as he raised himself to his full, towering height. What have you done to me? He ground out, his voice sounding pained and full of anguish even as he appeared to almost stumble. Magnus. Oh, of course, blame the Xeno. Mordorion, shut up. Magnus, why? You clearly know that dash. Mordorion, shut it. I dash, she began, thinking over her answer. Nothing, I just dash. Liar. His voice thundered across the room even as he stumbled, leaning against her cage for support even as he glared down at her. Liar, liar, liar. With each roaring scream, his hands beat the cage, shaking her prison and jostling her backward to look up at the raging Primarch. Liar, he shouted one final time, his head shaking in vehement denial. You have poisoned me. I did nothing of the like dash. Cease with your lying. He shouted yet again in desperation, one of his hands going up to cradle his aching head. Everything hurts, he moaned even as she attempted to reach for him, only to have her hand swatted away. I am not a slave. I am not. The entirety of the chamber shook with such violence that she thought it would collapse. When Nurgle stood before her and fed her his creations, or even did worse, she did not fear him as much as she did Mordorion now. While Nurgle did what he did out of his own version of sickly love and torment, Mordorion was another beast altogether. He was unpredictable. Angron, now you know how it feels. Mordorion, fuck you too. Sanguinius. I realize that things are getting heated and that we are seeing you in a vulnerable moment dash. Mordorion, you're not fucking helping either, brother. Sanguinius. Raise his hands, fine. No need to shout it out. But he needed to know the truth. If he did, then the bonds could be broken. You are just like me. She told him in such a gentle and quiet whisper that he most likely barely heard it. That torment inside of you, it's because the contract of your soul is calling you to fulfill it, but you now have the memories to fight it. She looked him in his eyes. It's tearing your soul apart. Liar. He shook her cage violently, eyes desperately darting along her face, searching for something. What is your game, Xeno? Tell me. He shook her cage again, causing her to cry out as she tumbled to the bottom of it. Do you enjoy toying with me? Have you achieved your fancy? Are you not entertained by the ravings of a broken man? He twisted his hands upon the bars, caking them in the filth and rust covering the cage. Do you see why I hunted down and slaughtered your kind? Do you see what you did to me? Guilliman, hold on. Did Mordorion just say that he was a broken man? Lorgar. Oh, yes, he did. Vulcan. I think that perhaps we should stop watching. Lorgar. Oh, hell no. This is juicy stuff. Dodges a shot from Lantern even as Mortarion stands and is restrained by Horus and Magnus. Mortarion, say that again, you zealous fanatic of a failure. Say it again. I fucking dare you. Lorgar, oh, so now you don't like it when it's someone else's dirty laundry getting aired. Mortarion, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Emperor, silence. Sit back down. Corvus, facepalm's great, just fantastic. I never dash. She desperately tried to reason with him. I didn't mean to dash. The cage shook again, this time far, far more violently, throwing her up with hands desperately trying to grasp onto the bars and save herself from more bodily harm, causing her to accidentally brush against his hands. The vision came quick. A vision of gaping, hollow, dark golden pits, of them staring at Mortarion, of them staring at her. Magnus, what in all the spires of Prospero was that? Mortarion stares in shock. When the fuck happened to me? What did I see? Horus, let's go of Mortarion. That looked like, well, I don't want to say it, but dash. Emperor, me. She let go at the next instant, backing away and squeezing herself into the corner of her cage, her eyes as wide as possible, her mouth opening and closing as words failed her. The sight wouldn't leave her mind, the feelings sprouting from that sight gnawed at her as she stuttered out her next words. He touched you. What do you mean? He ground out, hands shaking in rage as he brought his face closer to the cage, reducing the space between them as he closed in on his unwanted prey. Speak. Now. He rattled the cage once more. He marked you. She breathed out in horror. Mortarion, he marked you. She babbled, trying to compose herself. Vindictus, the Emperor. He's coming for you. Lorgar, I have to admit, I don't like the sound of that name. Emperor, neither do I. Magnus, or I for that matter. The hell is going on? Vulcan, again, maybe we should stop watching? Lorgar, no. He made his bed. Now he has to lie in it. Vulcan, two wrongs do not make a right, brother. He stopped. He couldn't think. His mind tried to comprehend what she spoke of, connecting in half a second as it all made sense and made him even angrier. So much anger oozed from him. It began to burn his surroundings. How intense his rage was at the moment. He comes for me? Is that all you can say to me? Speak sense. He wouldn't dare come for me. He wouldn't. I wanted the truth from you, not a threat. You don't understand. She cried. You aren't safe here, anywhere in fact. She breathed. What do you mean? Mortarion, he will never stop haunting you. She gulped. I don't mean hunt. I mean haunt. She sounded as if she was on the brink of crying. He wants you back. Emperor, feels a chill go up his spine. It's that part of me. Magnus, what part of you are you talking about? Emperor, the one that is stuck on the golden throne. Sanguinius, I don't know much about the ways of the war, but that doesn't sound good. Emperor, it really isn't. For Mortarion, the audible sounds coming from his respirator, clogged and dirty, was almost deafening in the silence that followed her words. He could only stand there, his own mind trying and failing to figure out what to do, what to say, what he could do, and why he would want to. He will not stop until he claims you. She breathed. Your soul may be contracted to Nurgle, but underneath it all, you are still his. She warned even as she closed her eyes. And I have never, ever felt such rage. She heard it then. What started as something soft and almost gone, then gaining in volume and intensity as Mortarion began to laugh. His laughter shook him, shook the cage she sat upon, shook the entire chamber. He laughed, though no joy came from the deep, dark sound. The laughter sounded as if something had been crushed and continued to fall apart until there were only shards biting deep into the soul. But it also carried the sound of pure frustration and anger, indignation at the idea of what was coming. It sent a shiver down her back at hearing such a twisted, horrible sound. He comes for me. He wants to kill me as well. He continued to laugh, head colliding with the cage, sending it shaking again. He's going to kill me. That's what he's going to do. Mortarion, she whispered. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If I knew awakening your old memories would do this, She trailed off into the unsteady silence. You would what? He spat the words at her, eyes filled with intense loathing either at himself or her, or just everything in general. You would have let me go on my merry way? You would have stayed there and not done anything as you have done for millennia? Are you not happy with what you have done? Millennia, she whispered. Has it been that long? She trailed off, her gaze falling onto the floor where her bare feet and the bottom of her white and dirty shift were covered in filth. Slowly, her head swaying side to side. No, no one deserves to suffer. Not even you. Mortarion, what in the name of Barbarous is the witch yapping on about? Jagatai. I believe the emotion is called pity and compassion. Mortarion, fuck that. Jagatai. Even you must understand that people, even Xenos pauses to cough. Even they are capable of compassion. Mortarion. I refuse to believe that there is a single creature in the galaxy and reality itself that will feel unrestrained compassion for all, even their own captor, and not want something in return. It does not work like that. What? He blinked, the anger receding back for a moment before he forced it back forward. Do not dare. Don't you dare try and sympathize with me. I do not want your worthless pity. It is not pity if it is the truth. Her voice was impossibly gentle. No being which lives deserves to suffer. Not even you. She shook her head. I merely wanted to give humanity another chance, one which had been lost to my children so long ago. I do not want your help. All you have done is open my eyes to suffering, torment, and now I am aware of it all. You made me into this. You have the gall to sit there and declare me a slave. A slave. You sit here, speaking of truth. He let out a small laugh at this. Why? Why are you the only person to make me face the truth? He paused, hands letting go of the cage as he processed what he said. Hands coming down, fists clenching and unclenching as he looked down at them. They were so dirty. Why? Why are they? Why are they so dirty? Everyone deserves a second chance. Her voice was as quiet as the whisper of the wind, even as she reached out and took his hand in hers. Everyone can be redeemed, if only one remembers to look past the surface. She wiped away the muck and diseased skin, leaving behind a trail of utter purity. He watched as his hands became clean, untainted. It reminded him of something that happened long ago. The first time his hands had become pure. He watched as the grime, the rot, everything was gone in that moment. I can't. He spoke, but his voice was not the same. Or was the anger he was glad to revel in just moments ago. Distantly, his mind conjured up a strange yet familiar voice that asked him something. Asking him when was the last time he had. I can't. Mortarion. What the shit is she doing? Magnus. Making you believe. Go. She whispered. Use the memories you have and separate reality from fiction. Your father will come for you. But perhaps you can escape his wrath if you have pure intent. She smiled at him. I am doomed to stay until I am freed by Nurgle's personal touch. But you have a gift. Don't let go to waste like I did myself. It sounded almost as if she was pleading with him. Why? Why do you even care what happens to me? What have I done to warrant any of this? He watched as her hands had let go of his, watching as the grime and the rot covered over the pure and once again corrupted the flesh. Why? Because no one deserves to suffer, and everyone deserves a second chance. She smiled one last time, hoping that he wouldn't spot the tear trailing down her cheek as he slowly turned, one of his hands going up to nurse his head as he hobbled away, a faint golden glow, visible only to her, coming from somewhere inside of him. Emperor, hold on. That wasn't. Magnus. Is it too big of a possibility, that dash? Emperor. Shush, you saw nothing. Mortarion. What in the fuck is even going on anymore? Perturabo. I have no idea. Rogel. You should rest, brother. Horus. Does anyone genuinely know what the shit is going on? Guilliman. Call it long-winded and wild, but I think that Mortarion might just end up being redeemed at the end of all this suffering. Corvus. I'm not even willing to take a bet on that one. The warp. It had been a few years. Lehman. Better than a Sanguinius, I suppose. Sanguinius. Sighs Lehman. I honestly Magnus. Just leave it, brother. Lehman, what? Magnus. As funny as it is to not be on the receiving end of your naming quips, just leave it. Don't want the joke to get stale, you know? Lehman. That makes sense. Sanguinius. Thank you. Magnus. I won't stop him if you decide to start acting like a binge-starved woman again. Sanguinius. Pardon? Lehman. Chuckle slightly, good one. He did not know, truth be told. In all honesty, these past few years, decade or two, have been spent mostly brooding if he was to be honest to himself. Not that time mattered much on Demon Worlds. Even less so at the core of the Plague Planet where the portal which led directly into Nurgle's garden laid, making time weird. The only thing about time that he was sure about, however, had been that it had taken him a very, very long time to make up his mind on what to do about everything. It also made him sure that Isha was, at the very least, bullshitting him. Absolutely lying by the skin of her pearly white teeth. How'd he know this? Well, for one, he was still alive. Father had, as of yet, to make his appearance. That wasn't nearly as comforting as one might think, considering the fact that for the past few years, he had spent nearly every second of his miserable, enslaved life looking back over his shoulder in a desperate attempt to catch said emperor coming to violently murder him. Lorder, oh look, progress. You at least admit that you are enslaved to Dash. Mortarion. Do you want your head to adorn my walls, zealot? Lorder, if you think you could handle Dash. Angron, fuck this. Stands up. I can't handle any more of this verbal crap. And even you, brother. Looks at Lorder. Now you're just being a smug asshole. I got better shit to do. Starts walking away. Lorder, Ongron, brother I dash. Emperor, wait, son dash, is stopped by Horus putting a hand on his shoulder and shaking his head. Horus, let him go. Lorder, looking on helpless as Ongron leaves the room. Fa father, may I dash. Emperor go. Just go now. Lorder, gets up and runs after Ongron. Corvus, you know we're fucked when Ongron is the voice of reason. The fact that Nurgle kept sending Nurglings and all other kinds of messengers after him to answer his summons did not help the process. Though to be honest in that part, he hadn't really noticed. There had been the headaches from when he had ignored Nurgle's calls, though he had apparently driven himself so deep into thought that he had made himself literally impossible to be reached by his patron god. Yes, he had done the impossible and ignored his patron god due to his, it wasn't brooding, it was tactical thinking. He had to call it that since apparently thinking too deeply on certain subjects drove his brain to shit itself and die. In other words, an aneurysm, causing him to die and be born again in Nurgle's garden. And going there would mean seeing her again, and he did not want to do that. So accepting some things as simply facts appeared to be for the best. Worst of all, he had no one to talk about this. Who? Who would he choose? He tried his foster father, and all he got out of that was perpetual moans of pain from the torture device he himself had placed him in. He had tried with some Nurglings who had outright laughed in his face, and so he had not so subtly turned them into a rotten paste. He had even tried some of the fucking plants, only for them to literally grow legs and walk the fuck away. Lehman starts silently chuckling. Mordorion, I think future me has gone fucking insane. Vulcan, why are we still watching this? Our brother is just being tortured. Dorn, suffering builds strength. As the ancient proverb goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Magnus, unless of course it cripples you for life. Dorn, that is not the point of the proverb. Perturabo, I don't even feel like smacking you. Dorn, are you sure that you're all right, brother? Your present state is most worrying. Perturabo, I'll be fine, I just need to finish contemplating my entire existence right now. Trying with his sons was out of the damn question. Sure, talk about how you are having thoughts about your enslavement to your patron god to your sons who also follow him even more religiously than you. Sounds like a great idea. Positively Lehman levels of thinking on that one. Lehman, boy, sanguineous, he has a point. And now he was thinking about his brothers. He hadn't thought of them in any positive light in millennia. Millennia? Now here he is using one of them for metaphorical thinking. The fuck was wrong with him? It was all that fucking witch's fault. He wasn't sure if he wanted to slice her head clean off or thank her sincerely for all the shit-ridden revelations she had caused him to suddenly have. Sanguineous. That doesn't sound like a normal train of thought. Mordorion. I am now sure that future me is fucking crazy. But well, with all of the waiting around for the Emperor and all of the ignoring of Nurgle, time had been aplenty in his tactical thinking. Time spent in realization and some serious thinking over his life. Honestly, when had anyone ever been truthful to him? When had anyone taken the time to wash away the smoke, confront him directly, and tell him the truth with nothing else to hide behind? Nurgle would promise him plenty, promises filled with empty hands and empty gestures, but never the truth unless it was one he wanted him to hear. And his father just gave him his own truth, refused to look past it, and would expect him to follow into his version of the truth whether he liked it or not. Primarchs slowly turned to the Emperor. Emperor what? Horus. Well, he isn't wrong. Emperor. D.O. I have T.O. begin the lecture about Dash. Primarchs, no. But she didn't. She was honest with him, did not hide anything, didn't try to pull a fast one on him. It was simply just her. Out of everyone in his life who lied to him, betrayed him, and used him for their own gains, why was a Xeno which the one to give him the truth? What kind of irony did he have to suffer through now? All of that utter crap, made him go down another path of thinking. What was the point of continuing this existence? Why should he go on? Why not simply stop following orders forever and just lay down and die? Well, that was never his sort of style. For all the shit he gave his creator, persistence was one of the things the Emperor was apparently good at building into his creations, and it was no different with him. So no, laying down and dying wasn't acceptable. If he was to die, it would be with purpose. He couldn't change that. And that led him on to his next train of thought. It made him realize he could strike back, still have vengeance somehow. How? He was still working that out. Planning to betray your patron god wasn't an everyday thing after all. But he was going to do it. And he was going to make sure the bastard was going to feel it for long after he was gone. Magnus, I'm sorry, but what? Emperor. Truth be told, I wasn't sure that was possible. He wasn't stupid. Mordorion had crunched the numbers over and over again. In the end of all of this, there was no way he would make it out alive. Not that alive was what he could say he was really doing right now. This existence was not much better than slavery. His very soul was after all leashed to Nurgle. Again, he had her to thank for that, and no way of paying her back. Maybe killing her would be a mercy? Though how did one even go about killing an Eldari goddess? He couldn't go out without repaying a debt that big. Guilliman, you have a strange way of repaying debts, brother. Conrad, I've seen worse. Ending her eternal captivity with that bloated, rotting sack on a pair of legs with death seems like a mercy. Guilliman, so is freeing her. Why is it that you two always go straight to murder when there are other options available? Conrad, freeing her seems pretty impossible. Besides, not everyone gets to be completely rational like you. Emperor, from what I know, Conrad is surprisingly enough correct here. That cage may only be opened by, Guilliman, yes? Emperor, well, maybe. These vids do, after all, tend to end with children after all. Mordorion, strangling noises as if he is dying kill. Me. So many questions, with almost no answers to match. Well, nothing much mattered if he would go with the current plan A, which was so strangely straightforward that it would probably make any strategist facepalm. But, again, it's not as if he was planning on coming out of this alive. It was oddly easy to accept one's death after he spent his entire life absolutely surrounded by it. It was even easier when said death was fueled by an unending thirst for vengeance. Yes, just to make it clear to himself, he was going to get revenge on Nurgle. And what better way to get said revenge other than freeing his most prized possession? Well, free or kill, he was quite unsure of that part. Mordorion, somebody fucking stop me. Emperor, I will, eventually. Mordorion, I am sorry, but allow me use your own words against you, dearest father. These vids tend to end with the presence of new children. Therefore, no, it is highly likely that you will not stop me in time. Fuck. I fucking hate this fucking future. Jagatai, did you attempt to go for a record of the amount of fucks you can fit into a sentence? I highly doubt you can break Angron's record. Mordorion, fuck you. Jagatai, getting closer. Why go after Isha in the first place? Well, killing Nurgle was most likely impossible, but freeing or killing Isha was not. He, after all, possessed the touch of Nurgle, which alone most likely made him able to get close enough to kill or free her. Guilliman, pick. 1. Mordor, no. And knowing Nurgle, doing that would most likely see him killed too. The cage was cursed in hundreds of ways. Disease upon disease, set to be released upon the one who attempted to open it, hence why it required Nurgle's personal touch to open. And Mordorion knew that even one as widely renowned for his fortitude as him, even with the blessings of Nurgle, would not survive that. Was he going to kill himself over simple revenge? Just to get back at Nurgle and give him the ultimate finger? Was he truly so depraved and petty that he would willingly destroy what is left of his existence just to annoy a chaos god? Yes, he was. Conrad, Perturabo is proud. Perturabo, what? Yeah, sure, fuck it, whatever. And for the past few years, that was all he thought about. Getting revenge. It was said many times throughout human history that revenge drove people to ruin. Perhaps. For him, it gave him focus, it gave him purpose, one final bang before going out. For the last time, he gathered his thoughts, consolidating them into one final plan. Plan 8 was, Horus, don't even want to bet on how horrible this is going to go. Absolute catastrophe. M. The warp. She was lying back in her cage, slumped against the filthy bars and desperately trying to catch a few more precious moments of sleep. She did not know why, but the skeins of fate spoke to her, spoke of her needing to preserve her energy. She did not know why such preparation would be needed. Was Nurgle making something particularly vile? Was some great change destined to happen which would affect her? Well, while she could not be sure about the latter, she was sure about the former. In the center of the room, Nurgle's cauldron bubbled with an essence as thick and black as darkness itself. The vapors emanated, turning to Nurglings as they flew from the cauldron and seeped into the rotting stone ceiling. Whatever it was that was being made, it made her shiver with the anticipation of the pain and suffering it would cause the Imperium. The potion. Artikari. Conrad. And here we go. Horus. Well, this is going to be interesting at the very least. Mordorion. Come on, future me, fuck it up. Ferris. You are actively wanting yourself to die. Mordorion. If it means avoiding the shit fate of fucking Xeno, then yes. Guilliman. I'm starting to think that it is the present you who is going mad. Nurgle's voice was far more cheerful than normal. Turning, sure enough, she found the aforementioned demon prince there and walking towards his patron. Father. He walked directly to the Plague Father and appeared to embrace him of his own will, causing Nurgle to emit a happy chuckle, sending the maggots that lived in his mouth flying, covering the wall opposite of them. Nurgle continued to spew maggots, even as Isha watched as one of Mortarion's hands reached past Nurgle's massive form and went straight towards the cauldron. What was she saw as he looked at her then. His eyes, despite being obscured by countless cataracts, staring at her directly, the rest of his face obscured by his cowl and respirator. Mordorion, sounds of dying, not the brightest dash. God of Chaos. Mortarian's hand unclenched, even as his head swayed up and down, revealing an ancient metallic cylinder, rust coating it on the outside. I'm happy to, Father. Forgive me for my absence. I needed time to think. The canister dropped into the cauldron, its contents greedily devouring it in its entirety. Emperor, OH. Oh, that looks fun. Thick FHTs. Nurgle let go of Mordorion, letting the demon prince push himself off in order to better see him. I. A great many things, Father. Chief amongst them, slavery. Isha felt her eyes widen. The fool. He couldn't be thinking of. No, she begged in her mind for Mordorion to stay quiet. He needed not do this. It was tantamount to suicide. She felt as that hope died upon Mortarian's next words, even as the cauldron behind Nurgle bubbled a brilliant green, the Nurglings above it scattering in every direction, seemingly attempting to get away any way they could. I speak of you, Mordorion spat, his face now becoming distorted with anger. I speak of my slavery to you. Nurgle's demeanor changed, where once he was smiling and open. Now he was blank as he regarded Mordorion now. The Chaos God paused, confusion etching his face as he tried to figure out where this was coming from. My family died on Terra. And with that, Mortarian's hand extended faster than any I could see, in a move so quick, yet simple that no one could see it coming. He pushed Nurgle, sending the Chaos God's massive, bloated corpse of a body tumbling backwards, making it teeter precariously on the edge of his own cauldron, before finally falling into the bubbling liquid, the cauldron greedily swallowing the offering without second thought. Emperor, damn good one. Congrats, Morty, you are single-handedly fucking up a Chaos God. Good work. Mordorion, taken aback, thank you. The massive cauldron began to bubble furiously, shaking more and more as it realized what was just thrown into its maw. The fumes and gases that secreted from the cauldron began to disrupt the entire work area, all hanging ingredients flying away and disintegrating. As shelves began to topple, the entire workroom began to shift and change, as if the room itself was being melted. And even as reality itself began to seep away, even as Nurgle's hold upon his own realm of existence was weakened, Mordorion unsheathed silence. The massive Man-Reaper glimmering in the light being emitted by the cauldron as Mordorion raised it high above his head, swinging it towards Isha. Ah, so here was the retribution of the seed she had sown. She should have known it would come to this. She closed her eyes and awaited the blow. At the very least, it would be over soon. Clank. Her eyes flew open to realize something truly astonishing. Before her, the cage swung open, the ancient hinges rotting completely as the door swung, causing it to fall to the ground in an eerie-sounding, clanging noise. Mordorion, what? You fool. Conrad. Blinks didn't see that one coming. And before her, Mordorion breathed, his eyes beginning to grow red, his skin starting to bubble up, his wings being eaten away. Everything in the room, from the Nurglings, maggots down to the ash from the burnt logs of the cauldron, coming to kill him. But Isha could see there, behind his respirator, Mordorion, despite all the pain, was smiling, letting out a small laugh. She couldn't help it. He was there, the cage was open, she was free. She was free. She could leave. Nurgle was distracted. She could leave and return to her children, or perhaps make her way to the webway and join Segarak. Or, then Mordorion fell, his entire body withering away, rotting and falling apart as he fell to the ground before her cage. The ground itself was focused on tearing him apart. The rage of Nurgle so potent and so focused on hurting Mordorion that it snapped her from her excitement. Easily, she could run as far and as fast as possible. Nurgle was focused on hurting Mordorion as much as possible, dragging him down to snuff his life away and even destroy his soul if he wanted. That wasn't right. Him dying on the floor and letting her escape from Nurgle wasn't right. He deserved his own freedom as well. His bravery had to be rewarded. Someone like him doing something this selfless and dying. She refused. Walking forward, truly walking for the first time in an age, she strode towards him, feeling her savior's suffering and taking it unto herself as she extended her being, feeling it grow as bright as a star even as she plunged into his very soul, knowing that there was only one way to save him now. Mordorion, wait. Wait, no. Let me just fucking die. Magnus, Are you really being that petty right now? Conrad, leave him alone. He can be as petty as he wants. Mortarion, exactly. D. The soul of Mortarion was being assaulted on every side. The malignant power of Nurgle attacking, tearing, snuffing the very soul of Mortarion. All the while, Mortarion's soul fought with itself to either lay back and allow his death to come or fight against the force that tried to destroy him as well. He wanted to die, but wanted to live, the contradiction fighting itself and Nurgle at once as it shook from the strain. Ah, finally you come. Magnus, wait. Hold on, is that Dash? Emperor, me. Been a while since we saw that part of me. Text-to-speech was the last time we saw this part, right? Sanguinius, yes, but this one looks different. Isha looked forward in shock. There, at the very core of Mortarion's soul, the last small part which remained uncorrupted, sat a child. He sat by the glowing, white ember which was Mortarion's soul, caressing it as carefully as if it was the most precious thing in existence. Truly, I did not think he would have the heart. The child spoke again, his formless white, humanoid outline appearing to have no distinguishable features. I'm glad to see that I was wrong. He spoke in such a gentle, such a pleasing voice that for a moment, Isha found herself disarmed even as the dark-reaching tendrils of Nurgle were swatted away from the child. Anathema, she greeted him, knowing that time was both short and eternal here. The being hummed affirmatively. I'm so happy that he chose this path. It has taken so long, but I feel that it might be truly worth the misery. He looked at her, formless eyes staring at her as she approached, both beings knowing the next step. I have been a terrible father. The child spoke once more even as Isha stood in front of him. Horus, this isn't you. Emperor, and why is that? Horus, you never apologize for anything. And I, a terrible mother. She smiled sadly, knowing that she did not do well herself in taking care of her many children. The child hummed as he cuddled the soul for one last time. I feel as if you'll be a perfect match for this one. He chuckled, even as with both hands, he stretched out the soul. Do not bring him any more pain. He has suffered enough. He spoke in a sorrowful tone. Mortarion, no. Emperor, calm down, Mortarion. Relax. You will get to have the greatest of all Eldar. If I wasn't. Actually, Horus, wasn't what? Emperor, nothing. Fulgrim, watches the Emperor, are you? Emperor, Imperial decree, Fulgrim, 20 minutes. Fulgrim, screaming through sealed lips. I did not intend to bring him pain, only to reward his bravery and kindness, she trailed off, smiling to herself. Even if I had brought him great pain. No pain is without reprisal. The child spoke. No suffering of my children without meaning. He spoke gently, his tone getting deeper and deeper. No attack, no torture, gone unpaid. He motioned one last time. Quickly, you must. He comes, and he will not be as gentle with mine enemies. I must go, but we shall see each other once more. I know of one way to ensure his survival, but I know not how he would react to this. If he sees it as the passing of slave's leash or as freedom, I do not yet know. He nudged the soul one last time. Then make him your equal. With that, he sent the soul forward, breaking the connection completely. Magnus, wait. What? Mortarion. What's going on? Emperor, well, fuck. Mortarion. What is happening? Tell me. Emperor, you'll see. Mortarion, no. Tell me. Emperor, enjoy the show. Her equal. She hasn't done something like that in an eternity, but it would ensure he would be strong enough for the both of them to escape, empower him, and free him as well. All for the price of. The price did not matter, did it? Taking hold of the soul, how small, how precious it was in her hands. Such bravery coming from something as small and delicate as this. Perhaps humanity had so much more to offer. She leaned down, grasping the soul with both hands, even as she gave it an ethereal kiss, the echoing song of her ancient power calling it to her side, binding it to her being with the allowance of its original creator. She gasped as the unreality of the warp set in. She was kneeling by Mortarion's corpse even as it twitched and spasmed. The massive breath she heard and saw him take as he was thrown to his feet, looking at her in utter shock as his body reconstructed itself before her eyes. What did you do? I saved you. She spoke without hesitation even as she looked past him, her eyes widening even as she grabbed for one of his massive hands. Gulme, we must leave quickly. Leave Dash. He spoke in confusion even as the loudest roar of their lives came from behind them. A scream so primordial, full of such raw power that it made both shiver as if it was the coldest of nights. Artikari, Lion, did they just forget about the chaos god that is in the same room as them? Emperor, look, sometimes people forget others exist when in the middle of stuff, all right. Lion, I always do say that no plan survives contact with the enemy, but that is just plain stupid. There, Nurgle stood, raised to his full might, the warp making him grow into a being of true, perpetual horror. She took one look at the full might of Nurgle, then quickly back to the rapidly regrowing Mordoriah. Run! She ushered him, hands clasped and pulling him after her. She knew he must still be acclimatizing to the rush of power she had gifted him, the feeling of Nurgle's grasp slipping from him. She wished she could guide him through it all, but now was not the time to rest and figure everything out. She hoped his plan B was thought out this far. Mordoriah, what plan B? I didn't have a plan B. Plan A was die. Rogel, you are acting like Guilliman by yelling at the vid. Guilliman, I do not yell at the vid all the time. Rogel, yes you do. Mordoriah, how dare you insult me like that? They didn't get far. Barely to the door, even though with this reality being so incredibly unstable, it felt as if it had taken millennia. They ran through it, her still helping Mordoriah by letting him hang on to her as they shuffled away. The Nurglings and countless living diseases brought to life, now chasing after them, the entirety of the garden itself reacting to their presence. Then, she stumbled, Mordoriah groaning as every bit of his inside still burned, puking up dark liquids that smelled of eternal rot and decay. They fell to the floor, Nurgle's disgusting, spine-chilling laughter filling their ears. No, no. She turned to look at her former captor, seeing that he was approaching, his form now large and foreboding. His entire body was spewing demons from every orifice of his diseased body and literally tearing themselves from the insides of Nurgle, sending these newly born monstrosities towards them. The Chaos God's face told her everything she knew to come. He was going to keep her close. He was never going to let her go ever again, and she would feel him inside of her for all of eternity once he got his hands on her once more. This was supposed to be the end. Over. No way out. No way. Wait, that presence, the warning of him, the child's. The tear, in reality, opened like that of a firestorm. A gaping wound, glowing alight with primordial fire, turning anything that touched it immediately into ash. And then it grew and grew and grew, and it was massive. It was as big as... Something stepped out of the portal. Something big, bigger than that of a standard human, his skin armor. It was black, his entire being radiated pure rage and utter fury. Blackened bones, swirling with fire of its very palpable wrath. Its very existence was anathema to this place, but there it stood. She saw Nurgle look about in confusion, his eyes widening as more and more of the creatures stepped through the portal. Creatures that shared the same motif as the largest amongst them. She saw as the look of confusion upon the Chaos God's face turned to that of pure and utter fear as he recognized who and what stood before him in his very own domain. Call, Sam, call. He screamed in fear and recognition. Then the creatures leveled their weapons and fired with a single chant, Ave Imperator. His vengeance comes, and unleashed their fire and vengeance upon the garden of Nurgle, leaving the goddess and her. She didn't want to think about what it was right now. Only it was still Mordoriah on the ground, puking up all of the taint of Nurgle. Guilliman, glad to see that Father still wields the power of the Legion of the Damned. Rogel, a most useful tool. Not wanting to be humiliated in his own domain, Nurgle had to choose between the fleeing Isha and the forces of the anathema attacking his very home. It pained him greatly, but he chose to focus on the anathema, vowing he wouldn't stop trying to regain Isha once this was taken care of. The mentioned pair continued their escape, not knowing or truly caring for a direction, instead being apparently guided by the Legion of the Damned as they appeared to kill the servants of Nurgle and send them on their merry way. Isha hoped that there was a way out. They had to be guiding. Her thoughts were violently derailed when she threw herself and Mordoriah onto the ground, a massive, rusted sword swinging above them, cutting a few of the legionaries around them in half and sending them screaming back to whence they came. It was a great unclean one. She did not know the great demon's name, but its goal was evident as it raised its sword once more, Isha attempting to desperately pull Mordoriah along even as it came down, and clank. She looked up along with Mordoriah to see that the blow had been caught. One of the massive legionnaires of the damned had caught the blade with two shining hands. Mordoriah coughed beside her and gasped for breath before speaking. Fae Ferris, he managed to choke out. H-how-W-H-Y. He coughed again, even as the legionnaire turned slowly, still holding the massive sword of his opponent with apparent ease. Magnus, oh shit, I forgot that happened in the future. Ferris, I approve of this afterlife. Fulgrim, thumbs up. Vulcan, I am happy to know that you still get to serve humanity, even after death. His gaze fell upon his brother, by the old ones, his brother. He spoke in a cool, deep voice, betraying no emotion save one. Wrath. I have returned to lay waste to father's enemies." With those words, he tugged the sword, causing the massive creature to fall forward towards him even as he grabbed one of the great unclean one's massive rotting arms, grasping tight. "And this is but a nuisance." He swung the demon, throwing it as easily as if it was a mere stick as it was thrown into the distance, crashing into a tower in the garden, destroying it even as Ferris turned back to Mordorion and Isha. "Go." They didn't need more convincing. "Guilliman, I believe that if lifting is a thing in the afterlife, the future you certainly is doing it, brother." Magnus, one-upping that. Ferris shrugs, "Death might be boring. A man always needs things to do." Lehman chuckles, "Death is boring. Might as well stay buff." Snorts at his own joke. Mordorion was horribly confused, wanting to stay and be with his brother for just a moment longer, but also wanting to escape this realm before Nurgle broke through and invalidated everything they had done. But one thing he was sure of, he felt elated to know one of his brothers was still alive in some way. Turning to Isha, he pushed his body to the limits to follow her. "That way. My ship should be in this direction, Dash. Will you be able to pilot?" she asked, not caring particularly much as they hobbled towards that general direction as best as they could. Mordorion felt especially heavy, as if something was dragging behind him. I don't know, Dash, he wasn't thinking logically. Maybe. Rogel, a single individual, even if said individual is a pre-march, cannot pilot a Gloriana-class battleship. Perturabo, he's right, you know. Better than no plan, she murmured as they pushed on, the garden tearing itself apart all around them, even now, as the forces of the three other Chaos Gods began their own invasions, sensing Nurgle's weakness. Mordorion, does she still not understand? "I don't have a plan." Conrad, funny how we both end up with the same plan in the end. Mordorion, you don't get to make that joke anymore. You didn't die in this. Conrad, fair. The garden itself was ruptured by the fire, blood, and brass of Khorne, the beautifully disgusting flesh of Slainish, and the mind-destroying visions of Tsench, warping the entire garden into the unholy combination of a waking nightmare and an aneurysm. Demonic forces pouring out from the ruptures of the unreality, clashing with the garden's dwellers. The bloodshed here, serving only to fuel the fight and continue to cause more ruptures for use by the nefarious servants of the gods of chaos. They trudged through the hellish landscape. Fire, both physical and psychic everywhere, the sounds and smells of battle filling the normally stale air. Isha attempted to help him as much as she could, healing the gaping wounds and still rotting flesh. When they were about halfway there, the first piece of Mortarion's ancient power armor fell away, a greave, landing in the muddy bog that they were hobbling through. Isha just barely had time to see the sores, pustules, and maggot-infested wounds that the piece of armor falling away had revealed. "Hey, you're Dash. B? Oh, quite literally Dash. Hey, falling apart. Mordorion, let me die." And just when it almost couldn't get any worse, Nurgle's influence truly started to leave Mordorion. But even though the influence was gone, the gifts stayed. And now that Nurgle was no longer there to whisper sweet lies into his former demon prince's ears, they hurt. Mordorion started with a few grunts. Those grew to hisses of pain, and finally full-on cries. Isha was barely able to heal him enough for Mordorion to stay conscious. The diseases, the wounds, the infections, they were all almost overwhelming. Almost. Despite his pain, both knew that if they had a chance to escape, it was now, and only now. The Legion of the Damned was doing a fantastic job of raising hell, but there was only so much they could do, and slowly, but surely, they began to be pushed back just as the rotting, massive hull of the Endurance came into view. There, Mordorion grunted out between labored breathing even as the armor protecting his right arm fell away, the ancient ceramite turning to ash as it fell. Delicious, delicious pain. The sound of moaning women and men were approaching them, fueled with the want to share in Mortarion's pain as he writhed. Isha could see a group of demonettes zeroing in on them, ignoring the major battle and instead looking to get their kicks. For the Prince of Pleasure. Mordorion, yes. Come on, this is my chance. Cut off my head. Come on, Dash. Magnus, you are far too excited at the prospect of the future you dying. Corvus, it's almost as if this family has an insane amount of mental issues. Emperor, we'll deal with it later. Vulcan, you said that before, father. Now, it is later. Emperor Vulcan, 10 minutes. Corvus, don't you tell Vulcan to shut up. Emperor, you too. How long was she going to be dealing with the culmination of her children's sins? She swore they had precious little time before their window to escape was gone, even less if the greatest sin were to land its gaze upon the unclaimed goddess. Putting more of Mortarion's weight upon her, she summoned a garden of vines to hold back the demonettes, allowing them to enjoy themselves, making it possible for her to drag her newly bound consort away from the madness and towards the ship. He was not going to be happy about this one bit. Mordorion, you bet your Zeno asked that I am not. Fulgrim takes a breath. What is a consort when it comes to gods? Exactly. Magnus, well, I don't exactly know. Father, Emperor. Well, it depends on the pantheon and further on in the god itself, but, well, for Isha it tends to be more or less equality, since she is the goddess of compassion and all Eldari life. Guilliman, is it possible for you to say in words that will make Conrad and the others understand? Emperor, copious amounts of child Maki dash. Mordorion, Emperor, get ready for a crash course on a celestial marriage. But she definitely wasn't happy about dragging a horribly diseased and terribly in pain man on her back across a raging battlefield that contained the Four's power and the anathema in a free-for-all. It was almost impossible to ignore how many times she had to summon a shield or use her own powers to redirect or hold down an errant enemy that came too close to the fleeing pair. That, and the Legion of the Damned, making sure the two were given a clear path to escape. By the time they had gotten there, almost half of Mortarion's power armor was gone, leaving only the truly major pieces still clinging on. Mordorion himself, now using silence to support the weight of the dead power armor and lighten Isha's load, even as a hand was clenched around his face, pulling forward the cowl of his hood and holding onto a dying respirator. If only I had the time to heal you, perhaps we'd have a better chance of escaping. Isha wondered aloud, doing her best to keep Mordorion on his feet and keeping him steady. No. He breathed in, eyes defocusing as he saw a vision of Fulgrim with Ferris, showing off their gifts to each other. Simply get me. Another breath, and a flash of Magnus lecturing him about being a hypocrite. Into the ship. I have access. With that, he wildly gestured towards one of the side doors of his rotting flagship. Maintenance hatch. He breathed yet again. Horus was confiding to him about something important. Main hangar. They hobbled there, what remained of the Legion of the Damned doing their best to keep them covered as they finally reached the hatch. Mordorion pressing the palm of his hand to the scanner by the door, causing the old locks to flick open and the two to throw themselves inside, even as the door slammed shut behind them. The last of the Legion of the Damned staying there as well. They had made it, but it was completely dark, and Mordorion was now sprawled out on the floor, face side up. Come on, Mordorion. She tugged at one of his massive arms, the wings that were once on his back, that she would be standing on, long since having wilted away but still held on to him. But no matter how much she tried, Mordorion would not stand, merely grunting in pain even as she knelt and attempted to yet again heal anything truly important. Did you ever do it? Do what? Did you ever fix it? Did you find your meaning? Mordorion. Oh great, future me is hallucinating. Fantastic. Can this get any worse, Dash? Magnus, Jagatai, and Rogel. Do not jinx it, Dash. And just as she began the process, mass amounts of lumens flicked on at once. The massive hangar now fully lit even as she had realized what they had stumbled into. A trap. The sound of cocking bolters quickly joined in the revelation along with the stomping of metal on metal as the walkways were taken up by hundreds of Marines, and many more came from around various craft and supplies all around the hangar, all pointing their weapons towards them. Mordorion, well fuck. Rogel, I was ready to throw to you a construction pylon to counter this jinx, but I was too late. My sons, she heard Mordorion whisper even as a bloodied cough escaped his mouth. No, I didn't. Did you try? She looked around in desperation, most of the Marines still locked onto them, as unmoving and disciplined as the Death Guard was famed for. The sons of Mordorion seemingly preparing to kill their own father. Mordorion, do it. Press the triggers. Seeing no exit, she saw no harm in one last plea. Wait, please, don't he his Dash. Quiet Xeno witch. She heard one of the Marines spit. What have you done to our father? I did, Dash. You corrupted him. Another shouted. Took him from the grandfather's great embrace. Now look upon him. The Marine speaking motioned with his sword towards Mordorion, who laid on the floor, sprawled out, his breathing labored even as he was half naked and in pain, looking every bit pathetic as he felt. Mordorion, shit, they're not going to shoot me, are they? Conrad, nope, just watch. Mordorion, I'm not going to die, am I? Sanguinius, just watch. I did try. I try my best. Then why aren't you happy with what you've done? I can heal him. She attempted to reassure them. But not while we remain in the garden, Dash. Lies. Yet another shouted. The Xeno lies even more. Kill her and be done with it. Another shouted. Let's shoot her. The battle requires our attention. Another threw in. Her desperation only increased as she felt the last of the Legion of the Damned ebb away outside of the Endurance, leaving them without allies in this terrible, horrible place. Or so she thought. Because, in the end, I betrayed myself. I wouldn't be so sure. Reality yet again began to crack. the very fabric of the warp being split in such a way that it felt as if it was crying tears of blood, as above them all a red and gold crack appeared, radiating so much raw, pugnant, and undistilled power and fury that Isha felt the irrational need to void the contents of her empty stomach. It didn't take long for the Marines to be transfixed by the sight. But as soon as the tear opened, they wished that they could look away. As Space Marines, they had not felt fear. As the sons of Mordorion, they endured it all. As the servants of Nurgle, nothing was repugnant, nothing was out of reach. But now, all of that felt completely and utterly irrelevant. When they stared at the sight of humanity's will made manifest, they felt the shiver of cold fear go up their spine. When the tear began to open, they felt their very knees quiver, and when it finally did open, they felt as if their whole world fell out from beneath them. Sanguinius, wait, is that? Magnus, I know I'm saying a lot, but holy shit. Emperor, well, I look worse than I remember. For beyond there, behind the gaping wound in reality, stood their emperor, his truest corpse self, writhing on the golden throne. A decaying corpse, but a living one. His head was lulled to one side, the eyes inside the emperor's skull long ago having since dried up and rotted into nothingness. And then it began to move. Raggio opens door, sorry for being late dash. With a sound akin to stretching, ancient flesh and bone breaking. The emperor's head moved, the white and wispy remains of his hair from behind him falling in front of his face like a veil, even as his terrible gaze slowly turned towards them all. Raggio promptly turns around and slams the door shut behind him. All stood transfixed. Even Isha and Mordorion looking wide-eyed at the only physical remains of the anathema, even as behind the veil, a pair of orbs, made of pure gold, began to glow. And then, just as slowly as he had moved his head, he moved his right arm. A bone-like thing with dried and cracked, brown flesh clinging to it. He extended it, his fingers slowly extending as he pointed at the Marines. Traitors. The voice, it was like an echo of a god, like a nightmare brought worth, as gentle as a harp and as rough as sand at the same time. Loyal or traitor. I am your emperor. The Marines, which were the focus of the emperor's terrible sight, began to convulse, their very souls straining to even hold on to their very existence underneath the anathema's gaze. Kneel. Without logic or reason, they obeyed without second thought, most simply falling there instead of assuming a proper stance, even as every bit of their flesh felt as if fire was dancing across it. You all betrayed me, betrayed your very existence. The very grip on their souls was like a vice, age-old memories resurfacing with the violent force of a bane blade crashing through their forces. Without regard to safety or preservation, they were ripped forth and shoved into their faces, their oldest vow. You fought against the hand that raised you from the filth and unto the peak of humanity. Young boys who had dreams and aspirations to seek the stars, to become something greater than what they were given the chance to go beyond what they imagined for themselves. Now you seek to betray the very first and last of your masters. Before grandfather Nurgle, before their father, there had been one who commanded them, who they gave their lives for. The very master who gave them the gifts they now squander. I call upon you now, no matter how destructive, how heretical your past has been. Ancient words, ancient vows, an ancient oath. They knelt in the very dirt of Terra all that time ago. They performed the very rite that all other legions would have killed themselves over 1,000 times to have the chance to perform the rite they had done. To kneel before him, to kneel on the very dirt of Terra, to speak the very words that now were being thrown into their faces. The day they swore an oath to the Emperor themselves. An oath remains an oath. The very air quaked with the echoes of the shout, causing many of the Marines to simply fall over and die from the horrendously massive psychic backlash. And you shall fulfill yours to me, where you shall cease your petty existence and defilement of my offspring, until the end of time. The world itself shook, the souls of the living Marines pounded within them, screaming at them to remember their oath. They pledged their souls, their very beings to the Emperor, long before their father was reunited with them, and even longer before they pledged themselves to the grandfather. Their souls weren't theirs to give. It wasn't long before the first one began to scream. The second joined his brother quickly thereafter. The third came immediately after that. Soon, it sounded as if a choir had come to the great hangar of the Endurance, as over 2,000 Marines screamed in utter horror and the realization of their existence. For many, this was the eternal end. For them, there would be no rebirth, for the Emperor called them to his side to be thrown into the void, their treachery too much, their past too shallow, their sorrow and regret far too little to repent. Those that remained felt as if their very skin was being turned into ash, their insides being turned inside out, their their boils, their wounds, their diseases, all burned away as who they once were came back to the surface in the ugliest rebirth imaginable. Countless lifetimes ago, they had given themselves to the Emperor in body and in soul. Now, he was taking them back, their very souls leaving their bodies and flying in a deep, dark vortex all around the gaping wound in reality which lead to the Emperor himself. All the while, Isha watched in complete horror at what was played before her, staying by Mortarian's side, doing what she could for him with the Marines distracted, whispering words of comfort, working to help him overcome his own violent rebirth. And then, the screaming stopped, the Marines all falling to the floor, their armor skittering off in all directions as most were left as naked as the day when they were born. Magnus, what in the ever-loving existence of magical fucks just happened? Emperor, it's what happens when you go back on an OATH. They were never meant to just be given away. Sanguinius, SHHHHH. Stop talking so I can watch. And then, she felt his gaze on her back. She knew what to do. She couldn't save him, despite him being linked to her. Only his creator had the power of such a massive blessing. Looking into his eyes and seeing as beneath the cataracts, he looked back at her in desperation. She whispered the last sweet word she could. It will be over soon. I promise. As she moved away from him, she saw as he began to levitate, looking almost like being in the hold of a doll maker who ever so carefully made his creations as he slowly but surely levitated towards the wound, looking towards the abomination of a god that was his creator. It did not take long for the first tears to begin to flow as he began to weep openly. Please, he asked, not for kindness, but for a swift end. It was the least he could hope for. Mortarion, come on, come on, come on. He levitated closer and closer, so close that he could feel as the electricity that was emanated by the tears sparked at his flesh, his body stopping short of going through the actual tear. He closed his eyes, for he could not bear to look at the golden orbs which were hidden by the veil of that once lush, black hair, now faded into the wispy silver before him. He felt as the sharpness of his creator's fingers dragged across one of his wounded cheeks, almost lovingly trailing across the flesh. Please, he pleaded one last time, before being miraculously levitated away, even as the Emperor's arm fell back to his side. I sentence you. Mortarion took deep, gulping breaths, knowing that this was the end. To life. Mortarion, Fuck. His eyes flew open even as what looked and felt like a golden bolt of lightning struck him directly into his heart, making him spasm violently as he went flying back down to the floor, the wound closing suddenly, leaving Mortarion on the ground, curled up from the immense amount of pain. Isha was immediately at his side, diving deep into his mind to find. His soul, it was pure, so completely and utterly devoid of any other touch that, in that moment, she had realized what exactly the anathema had done. What exactly had prevented her from truly healing him the first time at all? He had completely given her Mortarian soul. Mortarion, what the Fuck? Are you shitting me right now? The details as to why eluded her thinking, and for now at the least, they didn't matter. What did was the fact that her connection to him was deeper, just deep enough to make sure he stayed alive. But that was the other thing, they couldn't stay here. In Nurgle's garden, her connection to the ethereal void, which granted her power, was weakened. But how could they pilot? She looked up as she heard a deep groan, seeing some of the Marines from before as they slowly started to get up and off the floor. She thought them dead. Her own touch across the warp had stopped her own thoughts. They were pure. Rid completely of the touch of Nurgle, their pale and completely healthy bodies a reflection of that in their nude state. What? One of the Marines stumbled across the filth-covered floor. Soon, more of his brothers joined him, all looking around in shock at the state of their transformation. Credit where credit was due, however. They soon proved to be above humanity, even after such a violent rebirth. Their focus quickly fell on Isha, still kneeling by Mortarion, who had now fallen unconscious, his own body plunging him into a healing sleep. Still holding on to Mortarion, she looked to all of them. We need to escape. I don't care if you hate me, but I believe you care very much about what your Emperor has done for you. From Mortarion. Does anyone know how to get the ship moving? Mortarion, say no dash. She wasn't wrong. The Marines looked to each other, knowing that it was in their best interest to escape, Zeno, which included. We know how to get the ship up and running. Mortarion, Fuck. Horus, how many times are you going to say fuck today? Mortarion, fuck you. I will say fuck however many fucking times I fucking want. You don't get to fucking tell me what I can and can't fucking say, you overblown, spoiled fucking shithead. Fuck you, and fuck your dash. Horus, calm down, Omron, or else you'll break his record. Sanguinius, I'm still surprised he fit in 115 fucks into one speech. Then do so. Our allies outside are long gone, and we only have so much time before the rest of chaos is pushed back. Now is our only chance to escape and not waste our opportunity. Some grumbled. One Marine was quick to point out, "We don't take orders from you, Zeno, but we don't have a choice. This does not mean we listen to you, understand?" Another spoke up, "Gorm, enough. I believe the Zeno understands where we stand with each other." Gorm's unflinching gaze never left her, but she saw as he closed his eyes and exhaled. "Captain Tarkus." He turned to look at his apparent captain. "You can talk again." "I can, and I use this gift to make sure you shall not defile your own." "Jagatai, I like him." "Mordorian." "Typhus didn't, hence why he ended up with me. He is competent, however." "Horus, how competent?" "Mordorian. Enough that I don't see him protecting me now enough for me to die anymore." Gorm balked at that. "I see the Death Shroud's vow of silence doesn't mean much to you." Tarkus came closer, his face unmoving and as fixed as if it were adamantium. "That vow is forfeit. There is no Death Shroud, nor even the Death Guard for us." He looked around the hangar where some of the other Astartes were rising from the piles of corpses, even as a violent tremor from the outside shook the entire ship. "Nor will there be for anyone on board this vessel if we do not act immediately. You look to be the highest in command who survived, Captain." Another Marine stepped by even as Tarkus looked to him. "Tyrus, I'm gladdened to see you have survived, Sergeant, a fellow Terran at least to stand anew with." The sergeant nodded, even as another tremor shook the ship. "Your orders then, Captain." Tarkus looked around at his brothers, seeing that time was beginning to run short. "We make for open space. Anyone above the rank of sergeant and or a former tech marine or to the bridge, the rest of you, prepare to repel any boarders." "With what, Captain?" Another Marine added in. "All our weapons are useless rust." As if to emphasize the point, he kicked open the bolt on his bolter, it flying clean off instead of unjamming. "Your fists, if need be, legionary. And if a weapon must be in your hands, then make use of whatever can be picked up. Are we not the Emperor's finest?" Tarkus glanced around, watching as his brothers stood up straighter at the challenge, all having a mixture of disbelief and some still wondering if the second chance was really real. "Move." "Yes, sir." The Marines called out, taking comfort in the familiar feeling of simply obeying orders and running to prepare the ship for takeoff. Some of the Marines who had gathered their wits all the while ran off, desperately attempting to find something to use as a weapon, even as Tarkus approached the lying form of his pre-march and took a knee. "Mordorian, he's really gung-ho about this whole second chance." "Guilliman, I do like it though. It's nice to see someone who wanted to do good with their second chance so eagerly." "Sanguinius, this is so poetic." "How bad is it?" he asked, looking over the wounds and lingering effects of Nurgle's touch upon his gene-father's flesh. "He's better than before. I've been doing everything I can to speed up his healing, but this is as far as I can go for now. Once we escape, I can fully lead him through the process." She refused to let go of Mordorian, something Tarkus was able to catch, but said nothing about for now. The ship shook yet again. "If we escape." He looked around, barking an order and waving by some Marines who had managed to gather a few scraps of at least semi-clean cloth. "We should move him. The bridge will most likely be the safest place." He explained even as he tied the said scrap of cloth around his waist for at least some sense of modesty, even as he offered the rest to Isha for her to drab over Mordorian. With the help of Tarkus, Isha was able to begin dragging Mordorian towards the bridge, dodging the running Marines who were taking up various positions across the ship. "Have some faith, legionary. Somehow we got this far, so might as well be a bit more positive." Positivity is what took my voice for 10 millennia. I am not so inclined to that feeling as you might think. "Understandable." Jagatai. "If I did not have an eidetic memory, I would start writing these down." "Sanguinius, I like him. He has a lot of good character going for him." Conrad. "Throne help us all. Sanguinius is starting to get sappy." They trudged through the rest of the ship, finally arriving at the deprecated bridge, leaving Mordorian propped up in a corner where they could see out of the viewports into the... "It appears that the entirety of Nurgle's domain is attempting to kill us." Gorm, who had managed to wrap himself up in some scrap cloth, summed up their situation quite nicely even as he struggled to open a panel to get at the wiring behind it. "Ah yes, that was the other part besides everything trying to kill them. The Endurance was quite literally falling apart. Nurgle's rot leaving ironically made the ship unstable to a wild degree. It also made it barely function." Engineerium. Tarkus called down into the half-working Vox unit. "What is our status?" It took a moment, but soon enough, a voice responded, one filled with Vox corruption from the terrible unit's emitters. "We're trying to get her started up, but fucking damn it, give it a manual pump hurt and reset the circuit." "Ah, sorry, Captain, like I said, trying to start it, but the damn thing is covered in sludge and maggots." Isha stepped closer to Tarkus, gently taking the Vox from his hands. "Marine, what is it you need to make it work again?" For a few seconds, nothing came from a Vox other than a static crackle, Then the Marine on the other end spoke. I know not how you may help, and while the heresy of the warp escapes me, heat. A lot of it in the core. Ah, yes. She knew of quite a few plants that could create heat or burn quite well. Tell your men to stand back. She spoke into the Vox and then stood back, closing her eyes and beginning to focus. She winced. There were a lot of demons nearby, and though she expected that, it didn't quite help with the shock. Still, she ignored them for now as her mind wandered deeper and deeper, finally finding the core and the Marines attempting to make it work again. She entered it, finding the reactor completely empty. Heat the Marine had asked for, heat she would grant. With the fingers akin to that of a bonezinger, she began to weave the fabric of reality itself, making it twist into wondrous, blackened plants. And then she reached into them, and from there, into the most primordial of all energies. Heat. She focused it all then and there, making sure it grew in intensity until it could no longer be contained by her mind. Letting it go, she felt as the ship itself jolted even as she flew back into her own corporal vessel. Quickly, she looked over at Tarkus, who was looking down into the Vox with apparent anxiety, waiting desperately for any news. The sounds of fleshy, rotting bodies colliding with the ship filled the silence. Captain, came a cry from the helm. We have power. True to form. Soon enough the bridge was filled with the noises of various machinery whirring to life. Ancient cogs moving for the first time in many millennia, even as the few tech marines amongst the survivors ran about, attempting to make the damn ship stay together. Engineerium. Tarkus called down into the Vox. A few coughs answered him. Full and functioning, it's no reactor, but the heat will do for now. Yourself. Fina. The Engineerium officer answered. Albeit covered in ash, we're all fine. Now get us the hell out of here. Ferris. That was a very wise move. Magnus. I can't tell if you are genuinely complimenting them right now, or dash. Ferris. They have just destroyed what little remained of a Gloriana-class battleship's reactor, a masterwork of masterworks, each more unique than the one which came before. Magnus. Sarcasm it is. Fulgrim. MHM. Tarkus looked over to the helm. Flank speed, get us out, make for real space at the shortest possible route. Outside, he could see the swarms of Nurgle colliding with the ship, trying to make their way in or blind their viewports. Vines sprouting and pushing away the grime, leaving behind disgusting streaks. Roger. The helmsman nodded off even as he breathed deeply, reaching for the levers controlling the power of the engines. Giving power. As he pushed the levers forward, the ship shuddered, uttering a wail of bending steel that spurred the outside forces to attack the ship with renewed vigor. A loud roar of pure fury shook the entire ship, which ended with a streak of bright red cross-warp space. Movement. The helmsman muttered, increasing at a pace of unsure, speedometers gone. The useless junk fell off and stared at him mockingly. For now, that was enough. With some time fought back, Isha ran to Mortarian's side, looking him over one last time. His breathing and heartbeats were steady. Good, he might yet live. Reaching maximum power, the helmsman once more added even as the lever slid to the end. That's it. Maximum dash, a loud snap was heard. What was that, helmsman? Tarkus immediately demanded, causing the helmsman to turn around and show that the power lever broke off and was now in his hand. Look at it the bright way, Captain. The helmsman smiled. Only way now is forward. Jagatai, Mortarion, I would like to meet these sons of yours one day. Horus, their ability of being so extremely passive-aggressive is astounding. Mortarion, why am I still alive? Conrad, do you mean here or in the future? Mortarion, both. Tarkus frowned heavily at the joke, but instead turned to look at Isha. Can you tell how many are chasing us? He asked, even as she ran a tender hand down his Primarch's face, the sight somewhat repulsing him. But all that mattered for now was that she was keeping him alive. I dash. She spoke even as she closed her eyes, winced, and then noticeably recoiled. I not many at all. Mortarion what? Guilliman what? Magnus what? Emperor. Hold the fuck up? Unless. Oh yeah, probably. Tarkus blinked. What? They were shaken out of their revelation by the ship being violently shaken yet again. Tarkus whirling around. What was that? One of the Marines, at a barely functioning screen, turned around. Sir, we appear to have lost an engine. Tarkus facepalmed. Great, just what he needed. This is exactly why he preferred the pessimistic approach to life. Don't worry, Captain. Gorm spoke up from where he was hot-wiring some more things together. We are still flying most of the ship. Tarkus felt like smacking him. Emperor. References. Jagatai. Truly. Masters. Horus. This really is just getting plain ridiculous. Lehman. Take sip of ale you only just noticed? Roble. I like them. They remind me of Friedrich. Outside the ship, the forces of Nurgle were in a complete standstill with the forces of Khorne, who was overlooking the fight via his many minions. The chaos god of decay held back his rage, knowing that even his own rage would only serve to make Khorne stronger, even here in his own domain. He settled for crushing the bloodletters with his own weight, watching as how the endurance was now in working condition and carrying his objects of hate away from him. D sigma 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 8 sigma 8 sigma 8 sigma 8 sigma 8 sigma if linace neru. The great architect of fate whispered loudly into Nurgle's eardrums, causing the great-grandfather to nearly boil over in extreme anger. El sigma sigma kizlek, che sigma yor sigma of j, ct sigma f alpha, ct sigma nizel alpha, alpha che sigma yoras die sigma n. Tug f sigma arches sigma u, sigma el div, uj. Niv samt to sun ko sam bil sun de to samt fight HMMPH, sapas, RM chivente, IMNT sur, VUT alpha che ai alpha, W, NLCH a, FRN, SN. Sigma RTW sigma, emalficer fert in tolk, mf santa. Enash, DNT, WNN, es, chiu hafau, VN vucite hapapice, ende vucite enteruining mchile ref, cidelche eldevenis. ID segmenti, lick, th alphati. On, still. Sigma 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 it's sigma sigma it's sigma it's sigma. Alpha alpha, TMP, R, sigma di team, sigma is sigma sigma V, Alpha. Magnus. Does anyone else hear death metal? Emperor. IT comes with the blood, skulls, and brass. You get used to it. Corvus. If Angron were here, he'd enjoy it. But he left because he couldn't stand you anymore. Emperor. Thank you for that. 30 minutes. NV. Mind. Ash espist de. Alpha increased. Div elche ulface. Elkate vuchatece uyitenvu. Sigmar I did. Ts alphasti sigma alpha alpha r alpha. Nurgle turned his great attention to the multiple bloodthirsters now sent directly after him, spawning due to him losing his own temper. He smashed them out of the way, desperately fighting and trying to get for the endurance, only to be smacked in the face by a massive hunk of burning metal, it burning his flesh even as he threw it aside in desperation. Leman spits out his ale, ha, ha ha ha. Horus, all right, I have to admit, that is pretty funny, ha ha. Mordorion, still slouched down and thrown he, THT elka de lik itert. De detechet nabel. Ertsencho. NF elpin I dvoitevende alpha alpha che sigma fus. His focus now broken completely, Nurgle lashed out at Cinch, forgetting completely about the escaping ship. Nurgle quickly grabbed on its Cinch, who let out a squeak. H W alpha T WH alpha T alphar che sigma u dash. IT alpha K, sigma FF, and S, T sigma T alpha T, I alpha M, in sigma D alpha squid, I alpha M alpha N sigma C T sigma dash. And suddenly Cinch knew what it felt like to be on the receiving end of a pile drive straight into the disease garden of Nurgle and Nurgle's own posterior. Laman, bloody fun. Call up the HV producer, this is gold. Many begin to laugh at the images echoing through the ship. 20,000 to garden exit. Wait, no. The meter jumped to 30 dash, said meter which was being read off by the helmsman right then, and there decided to violently pop out of its casing and fly by the helmsman's head, missing him by barely an inch. Never seen it do that. Gorm looked away from the plate, which he was putting back over the housing. What does that mean? Much longer or much quicker? This time Tarkus, who was standing nearby, did lop him over the head. Either way, it's less than a solar minute. The helmsman reported, trying desperately to keep the disintegrating ship together. Nurgle's attention. Isha breathed from her side at Mordorion. It has been diverted. They're the other chaos gods. She smiled sadly. The great game has taken their attention yet again. Tarkus turned her attention to her. Does that mean? Isha slowly nodded. Yes, I believe we might just make it. Less than half a minute now. The helmsman yelled out. Brace for warp exit. I have no idea where we are going to come out. Should be the I know. A marine nudged in. No idea. The helmsman shook his head. With that fight behind us, we could come out whole somewhere completely intact or end up as a smear across half the galaxy. It will have to do, Tarkus commanded. None of us shall return to slavery. All the Astartes within hearing distance gave an echo of aye. Death was a preferable alternative to the living, breathing hell which had been their lives for the past 10 millennia. Leman chuckles, you're sons of spirit. I'll give you that Mordorion. Lion, an admirable quality for former traitors. Soon, their focus fell upon one of the few remaining screens that hung above the main bridge viewport. They watched as it counted down. The moment that timer reached 0, the Endurance would be plunged into the Imperium. Even though their bond was mere hours old, it was proving strong, the very nature of its formation holding it true, whether Mortarion liked it or not now. Their fates were tied for eternity. The counter kept counting down even as the entirety of the ship shuddered heavily, and Isha reached into the great void and summoned forth massive vines, letting them spread across the ship's hull like a spider's web, keeping it together, if only for a few more minutes. She closed her eyes and focused even as the ship shook violently. The end of Nurgle's garden having been reached, they were now thrown into the uncaring tides of the warp at its rawest and most basic form. It felt as if they were sailing through an earthquake. She heard the cries of the countless damned souls. She felt the claws of the Neverborn as they scratched at the hull, and everyone averted their eyes from the viewports, lest they would go insane the second they would look upon such a sight. The outer armored plates of the Endurance began to be torn off as easily as if they were leaves upon a tree. Entire compartments were exposed, sending the Marines near or inside of them, scrambling for the safety of the inner corridors and hallways. It was a stroll through the very meaning of hell. But all of a sudden, they came to a stop. The extremely sudden deceleration threw everyone forward, including Mortarion, who Isha was just barely able to catch even as he landed upon her, his massive body crushing hers. After a few seconds, all the Marines gathered their wits, the ones who had fallen over finally getting up, and those that remained standing the entire time, attempting to make the world stop spinning. We made it. The helmsman breathed, looking out of the viewport into the cold, dark, and harsh reality of open space. Mortarion, how the fuck are they not dead? Magnus, fate must love you. Mortarion, I don't want fate to love me. I want to fucking die. Conrad, same. Emperor, references. Conrad, I mean it though. A cheer went around the Marines, slowly traveling the course of the entire ship until Tarkus looked towards his pre-march, only to find him crushing Isha. Quickly waving over 2 of his brothers, he ran towards the pre-march, hoping against chance that his Gene father's massive weight hadn't crushed Isha, only to see Mortarion slowly begin to rise. What? Had the pre-march awakened? No, it wasn't Mortarion who was standing by himself. Underneath the pre-march, Isha raised herself, taking Mortarion with her as easily as if he weighed next to absolutely nothing. She stood to her fullest height and then propped the pre-march against the closest console, keeping him there with just one hand even as she looked around, a gentle smile slowly appearing on her face. We made it, she spoke, her voice sounding as if it was the very definition of beauty, reverberating around the bridge in such a way that it caused all of the Marines, who were celebrating their survival, to look at the goddess with much different eyes. The air around her was clean, fresh, and inviting. The floor around her bloomed with sprouting flowers and vines, breaking from the confines of the rusted and decayed metal. Clothing no longer destroyed and ruined with stains and filth, she now wore a flowing sheer cloth that left little to the imagination. She shone brightly, brighter than before, and resembled a small star instead of a woman. In the warp, in Nurgle's garden, Isha's being was dampened heavily. The curse of Nurgle dampened not just her core power, but her corporeal being as well. In the garden, Isha was but a fraction of herself. But this was the Imperium, and here Isha was free. To everyone in the room that looked at her, each would find her the very meaning of the word beauty and perfection. Her hair flowed behind her in ways akin to a calm sea, with ethereal energies in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Her skin glowed a pale gold and brilliant white. Her smile illuminated every single soul within reach. Guilliman, yep. Emperor, what? Guilliman, now I understand. Emperor, understand what? Guilliman, why you try to make the webway and why you were so obsessed with Eldar prostitutes. Emperor, perhaps we can cut down on that one. I learned my lesson, so please don't repeat that dash. Guilliman, I can finally understand why I like them now. Magnus, took you long enough. Mortarion, sounds of dying, Disgusting. Vulcan, do not speak so loudly, please, brother. Thank you. She spoke once more, even as a single tear rolled down her cheek, transforming into pure energy as it left her skin and in a brilliant starlight. Thank you all. I know that you saving me was second thought to your own freedom. Yet still, I thank you. She smiled again before turning back to Mortarion. His head was lulled to his side. The ancient and mostly broken respirator, wheezing with barely any power still left, kept on his face by nary a single, rusted strap. Her other hand went out, and a single finger touched her equal's forehead, sending forward a command for him to awaken. Immediately, the pre-march winced, his eyes, still clouded with cataracts, fluttering open before focusing on her. My sons, he breathed out with some difficulty. Alive, she reassured him. and healed fully, thanks to your father. Father, he stammered confusedly. When? All will be explained. She shushed him, her eyes sparkling with such tender care and honesty that it made Mortarian's hearts flutter and threatened to stop. You saved me, she whispered. Allow me to return the favor. She reached up, unstrapping the respirator from his face, even as Mortarion flailed weakly in a desperate attempt to stop her. Mortarion, the fuck? He looked around, desperately searching to see if his sons would act, only to find them looking at her in doubt, but also with a surprising amount of trust. As she fiddled with the strap, Mortarian's thoughts went deep, but the conclusion of them was simple. If they trusted her, so would he. I don't have much to lose. So be it. He let her take it off with one final swallow of chemically scented air, exposing the lower part of his deformed face. The respirator went clunking to the ground, smashing in half even as one of her hands gently caressed his cheek, sending shivers of incredible feeling down his spine. She whispered one last time, "Thank you." Then, she leaned forward, standing on the tips of her toes and gently pulling him down to her level and firmly pressing her lips against his. Mortarion, what the dash? The last time he had felt any contact with the lower half of his face was long, long ago. Back on Barbarous, when the respirator was first put there. Just a quick brush of fingers as the one who put it on him fiddled with their work. A simple mistaken brush had been all he could remember from over 10,000 years. Yet now, he felt the touch of her lips against his own that stopped all thought for a second in his mind. A second that felt akin to an eternity. The foreign feeling almost scaring him, so unfamiliar. But what happened during their contact was what caused him to fully grasp how much power she had within. The simple contact between them blooming throughout his body from his lips and where her hands grasped his jaw, moving throughout his body like cleansing water onto an old, muddied, and abused tool. His nose had been cleared, his eyes were free from cataracts, his vision was clear, and he truly saw how. He couldn't think it. From his head, that felt lighter and clearer than ever before, his body reacted to the kiss as well. The wounds he felt festering had closed up with not a single scar in sight. His skin went from a sickly pale to a much more healthier hue. Truth be told, he had never felt this good before. He could feel as if his entire body was at its absolute best. The perfectly carved and created form he had been promised had been returned to him. But what surprised him was when he felt his back shift, bone and flesh molding there. A new weight was there on his back, confusing him on what was happening. His old wings from when he was under the influence of Nurgle were nowhere close to what he felt here. When his back ceased its movement and the tips of his fingers and toes stopped tingling from the contact, she pulled back from him. He would deny to his dying day that his own lips chased after her own for a split second. Then he took his first breath. It made him nearly collapse from how good it felt. To breathe in good, clean, fresh air for the first time in his life, his entire existence. It was intoxicating. Then he felt his back flutter, and soon his head turned to the side, and he finally saw what was on his back. Why the hell do I have wings? Wait, my voice dash. He was surprised to hear his uncorrupted voice for the first time, but he would ponder over his new baritone later. Horus, fuck. You sound weird. Mortarion, the fuck is that supposed to dash? Emperor, exactly the way I made you. I expected nothing less of such perfect work. Mortarion, fuck off. I sound like you. This is a fate worse than death. A gift. I do not believe you'd like to have brightly colored insect wings like I do when I wish to fly. He glared at her. He did not want to have a pair of brightly colored butterfly wings on his back. He sighed the white bird wings would have to do. Sanguinius, good luck with those, brother. They are a pain to clean. Mortarion, choking sounds. As lovely as this is, my pre-march, Tarkus nearby spoke up, not looking at Isha. If he did, he knew he wouldn't be able to stop staring. There's a planet right below us, and currently our ship is only half functional and is falling apart quite quickly. Just as those words left his lips, most of the lights turned red, indicating that they were now running on the backup batteries. Mostly non-functional, I would rather say, Captain Tarkus. The helmsman sighed. What are our options for getting the ship running again? Mortarion asked even as he took a few unsure steps, still testing out the balance of his newly rebuilt body. Putting it bluntly, my pre-march. A Marine from the front of the bridge answered. Unless the Martian ring of iron is hidden behind that planet. The screen which counted down the time it would take them to exit the warp earlier now fell off, shattering on the steel deck. Absolutely non-existent. What about the level of technology on the planet? He ignored how Isha was helping him stand now. From what we can tell, no anti-air, no visible structures that reach civilized status, no auger relays, and certainly no satellites. In other words, practically non-existent, my pre-march. Well, sir, a Marine noted in from a half-broken station. There appears to be population centers, but none too massive that combine with the low level of technology. A feudal world. Tarkus walked by, bowing his head to Mordorion. Glad to serve the true you once more, my Primarch. Glad to have you speaking again, Tarkus. He thought this over, and seeing no alternatives, made his decision. Pack up as many useful items as we can, find any salvageable material here on the Endurance, and get ready for planetfall. Yeah, one question, my Primarch. Gorm stood up with his hand raised. Ow! Tarkus sighed. The Legionnaire is correct, my Primarch. From what I have gathered, we have no craft capable of bearing us to the surface, including drop pods, which even if we would have, we could not use without our power armor. Isha grinned widely. I believe I can transport all of you down to the planet. Tarkus looked at her, and then looked at where her gaze was pointed, following it to a hexagonal shape. No, there's no possible way we can safely teleport down onto the planet via teleportarium. We will sooner get trapped in the planet's crust than survive with so little power and navigational capabilities. Lehman shudders. Fuck teleportariums. Guilliman, brother, they're a very useful set of dash. Lehman, not saying they ain't fucking useful, just saying they make me feel fucking horrible. Conrad, well, canids tend to fear thunder, so dash. Lehman, finish that sentence, and I will shove a lightning coil somewhere that shows I ain't afraid of any godly anger. Have you forgotten? I'm a goddess. I can easily teleport all of you down to the planet below with barely a thought. Have some faith in my abilities, please? Via controlling the warp currents? The helmsman budged in. Yes, I can. Isha smiled at them, happy to start repaying the men who saved her from imprisonment. We apologize for our ignorance, my lady. The helmsman added in. It is just, even at the peak of the Great Crusade, teleportarium technology was never truly understood. Magnus, wait, peak of the Great Crusade? How old are Dash? Sanguinius, shush, you're ruining the moment. You are forgiven. There's a great many things and feats that I can perform, and I will do my best to repay all of your kindness. She looked to Mordorion, who was working out how to move his wings. Now, hurry along. We have a planet to get down to, and a lot of materials to move. Some of the lights went out even as Tarkus finished talking over the intercom vox. And a narrow window to do it in. The reactor is now truly dead. We are on complete backup power. Mordorion stepped up, shrugging off Isha, all of the Marines looking at their gene-father by instinct. Do as she says. Gather any and all useful materials, and gather all surviving legionaries on the bridge, and prepare for teleport. It took an estimated time of about 15 solar minutes to gather the equipment and Marines, many of which looked at each other with either surprise or even outright hugged one another, thinking that they had lost the bonds of their brotherhood long, long ago. Many more looked at their gene-father and Isha with a type of all long not seen upon their faces. A look of pure inspirations, a look of hope. When all were finally gathered, Tarkus stepped closer to his Primarch. My lord, we are ready. Mordorion nodded and addressed his sons. We don't know what will greet us on the planet below, but it has been proven both habitable and much safer than the wreck of this ship we are on. As it goes, we will gather in the teleportarium 50 at a time and teleport to the ground. Myself and Isha shall be in the last group. Understood, my Primarch. The Marines chorused. This was surely to be interesting. 172.M42 planet? Sanguinius. Finally. A date. Horus, but no planet named Dash. Sanguinius. That comes later. A date. Terry, yes, a date. We made quite a bit at the market, father. The young lady spoke to her father, who only made a hum sound. The two were sitting atop their empty wagon, pulled by their oxen on the road home. I think this should last us a while before we need to head back. What do you think? The older man only grunted. The young woman sighed, helpful. He glanced at her, and she grinned at her father. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Fulgrim, Mo. I can talk again. Ferris. How many of us came from feudal planets again? Lehman, I did. Fair chunk, us did. Jagatai wrong. Death World. Lehman. Death World Taiyi, not Tommy. She glanced around away from her father, his blacksmith gloves and apron draped over the seat behind them. It was nice to not hear the wagon shaking with the sound of metals, weapons, armor, and tools. In fact, it felt downright peaceful to look over the meadow they were driving through. Well, as peaceful as a war could be. She was about to say something to her father when the most peculiar and frightening thing to happen happened. Thunder. On a cloudless and sunny day, thunder and lightning flashed across the sky and landed in the meadows all around them. What? Even more surprisingly, no rain followed. Both father and daughter dismissed it after a few moments passed by with nothing but the sound of the oxen and cart clanking along the road. Until more thunder and lightning, and about the same amount at the same place. Father, have you ever seen anything like this? He shook his head slowly, stopping the cart and looking past his daughter, wishing more than ever that he had the ability to talk. He raised a hand, and gently started pushing her to get into the back of the cart. There was again more thunder and lightning. What in the name of the gods was happening? What was happening? What kind of storm was that? Will there be a fire soon? Should they head back to the village? Should they stay and investigate? Were they closer to the town of Aegidius or their own village? What were they supposed to do? Yet again, more lighting and more thunder. The girl dug in their travel pack and pulled out a long tube, their looking glass, and started to peer out to where the thunder was striking. It was odd. She didn't see flame over there. She saw people. She let out an involuntary scream as all of a sudden she was grabbed from behind and pulled off the cart, seeing the same thing happen to her father not even a second later, even as their oxen stopped, their reins held back. When she was pulled down, her arms were immediately pulled behind her back and held there in a hold so strong it felt as if her entire body was put in irons. She was terrified. She couldn't really get a good look on their captors, but she knew it. She knew she didn't hear a thing from them. It was as if they abused them after appearing from thin air. Corvus, good work. One good thing in this damn vid. Vulcan, it is good to see a quick capture. I hope they will let them go with little fuss. Nearby, her father was fighting against their captors, looking ready to tear apart any who would dare hurt them. But once she got a look at who was holding them, she wondered if her father could fight against such giants. They were men, but not regular men. They were giants, all at least 8 feet tall, as wide as an oxen with these metal holes on them, and all of them wearing just the barest of. She felt her face get hot as she stared at their bodies. They just had so many muscles, and wow, nothing else was covered. If she wasn't scared for her life and the life of her father, she wouldn't mind watching them. Local secured, Captain. They spoke. They spoke the common tongue. Guilliman, they understand Imperial Gothic lucky. Sanguinius, typical. Guilliman, pardon? Sanguinius, just, typical. A lot of stupid holovision shows do that too. Emperor, lazy writing if you ask me. In the distance, yet more thunder and lightning sparked even as the men holding her picked her up to look at. Was it possible for some of them to be taller and even more muscular? Because she could swear that this one was bigger than the others. Did that make him a captain? Captain of what though? A ship? No. They were far from the sea of the lost. The captain of guard? But they made no trouble in the previous village they were in, and that still did not explain why they were almost naked. Her father at this point was kicking at them and looked as if he would be swearing at them to the lost sea and back. The one holding him held him out at length and was saying something to him. The massive one, the captain, apparently finally noticed that her father was mute. So he turned to her. Wow, those are the biggest. Do you understand us? Aegidius. She spoke timidly, trying to keep her eyes upwards and not downwards where all the, please don't kill us, you could take everyth dash. All the men around her appeared to sigh in relief. The one holding her even chuckling. We mean you no harm, child. The captain spoke. I am Captain Tarkus of, I suppose it does not matter. We are stranded and could use some direction as we are fairly new to the area. We apologize for this sudden ambush. With a nod from the captain, they both found themselves released. Her father was glaring at them, not believing them for a second. Fulgrim, I know how it feels. Corvus, same. Horus, funny how that works. One of the men glared back, going so far as to lean over her father, who in turn glared back, one of his hands going for the sword by his side. Her father was far from a swordsman, but a blade to the gut could still kill, no matter the skill of the hand wielding it. Father, please just stop. If they wanted to kill us, or do worse, they would have a long time ago. Her father relaxed, but still glared at the large man above him, seemingly content to glare at each other. I apologize. My father is wary of warriors. We are blacksmiths by trade, and we come from Village that way. She pointed behind them. We just came back from Aegidius town over there, selling our wares for the war effort. Lion, I don't like that. Rogel, wary of warriors can mean many things. Most of them are bad. Lion, I swear, it better not be errant knights, or I swear. Yet again, thunder and lightning flashed in the distance. I see. We shall await the arrival of, my lord, and then you can tell him what you know, and you shall be free to leave. She looked up at Captain Tarkus in disbelief. Reavers which wanted nothing more than simple directions? No, impossible. You jest. Surely, no fists. He bowed his head as fairly as if he were some knight. I give to you my word. In the moments that followed, more lightning and thunder flashed as they waited. She had to calm down her father multiple times, even as the man from before wouldn't quit his staring competition with him. Pant, Tarkus commanded, causing the man who was having the staring competition with her father to look at his captain. Quit staring at the native and go check the field for any other movement with the rest of the legionaries. Legionaries? That's an interesting word. It was a weird word to speak. Are you all knights? But if you are, then where is your armor? Your swords? She looked around at the group of half-naked, massive men. Your mounts. Pant walked off without a second command, even as Tarkus addressed the girl. We are a sort of knight, though both our armor, weapons, and means of transportation were lost in an incident. Therefore we were forced to seek refuge on this field. Lion, they're not wrong. Guilliman, the way of politics, lying while also telling the truth. Incident? Were you at the Battle of the Valley? It happened only a week ago. There are still wounded being carried from there. And the field is still wet with blood, filled with volcreatures and corpse fires. A different type of battle occurred for me and my brothers. Tarkus explained with patience. But where are my manners? I am Tarkus, and you are. Oh, pardon me, sir. I am Lily, only daughter of my father on Demas. She hastily bowed her head. We are blacksmiths, as I have spoken before. Vulcan, a fine profession. Ferris, dead useful. Perturabo, aren't you too kind of biased? Vulcan, I don't understand. He bowed his head yet again. Fine to make your acquaintance. One more flash of lightning and thunder. My lord should be here soon. True to Tarkus' words, soon enough they saw more of the men in the distance. But this one, wow. The one at the head, he was so tall and had wings. Is he an angel? Tarkus smiled at the innocents, even as some of the men let out a chuckle. Close to it. Mordorion, ugh, how long is it going to take to get used to that? Sanguinius, for you? Forever. Mordorion, oh yeah? How long did it take you to get used to it? Sanguinius, I don't. When the angel walked closer, the captain bowed his head. My lord Mordorion, we made contact with the locals. They speak Gothic and welcomed us fairly. The angel, Mordorion, what a strange name, approached even as Tarkus walked by his side and pointed at her father and then her. The blacksmith on Demas and his daughter, Lily. She could help but be awed as the massive giant amongst giants approached and kneeled in front of her. I see that my sons have promised you your safe release upon some information. She nodded. It was the only thing she could do in the odd state that she was in. Well, as it is, we have nothing to trade you for it, nor for anything else, I am afraid. But so be it. If you would please, tell us the lay of this land. We are far from home and do not know it. She gulped at that, trying to string together her thoughts. Okay, there was a literal angel in front of her and his army of giant, chiseled, muscled men in their small clothes. Were these Angevinians? Or maybe even Tashians? The accent fit the former far more than the latter, but she heard that Tashians were that massive and strong as oxen. But, ah yes, apologies. We are between my village, Reeve, and the town of Ectus. My king is Andres III, passed away about 2 years ago now. His only child and son, Andres IV, is currently not at his age of majority. A regency prevails over our home. She paused, remembering her history to her best ability. We are the northern people with Tashia and the Angevin Empire to the south of us. Mordorion listened, patient with the baseline. She swore there was also, ah yes, and we are currently in the middle of a war with. I can't rightly remember, my lord. She felt her heart thump heavily in her chest, even as she desperately hoped he would be satisfied with the vague answer and not prod further for a hint at her allegiance. One of the men whispered something into Mortarion's ear, causing the massive giant to nod slightly. I thank you sincerely for this information. I wish you good tidings on your path back to your village. Then he, along with his men, turned and simply began walking away. Really, she was astounded. This didn't happen. You are truly keeping your word? You're not going to rob us? Raid our village. Mordorion stopped and looked behind him. We have no quarrel with you. You're free to leave, truly. Then he continued walking, waving his men with him as they disappeared into the meadows they came from before. Watching them leave, Lily and her father quickly boarded their cart again and quickly started to leave back to their village, rushing the oxen in case the giant men decided to go back on their word. As they rode, Lily looked back at her father, her eyes filled with worry. Do you think they were scouts for an army? Everyone in Ectus was saying that the lands were filled with them nowadays. Horace, she's not wrong. She stopped when she felt her father take her hand. An assuring squeeze was all he could give her. The look he gave her spoke volumes. How scared he was, and his face showed his age. He wanted to say so much more, but knew not a sound would ever escape him. All he could do was show relief and assure her that everything was going to be fine. And she believed that. The Marines, in their pre-march, made their way back to the meadow, greeted by Isha and the rest of the Marines that escaped with them. Most of them were clothed now, Isha hard at work at weaving them tunics to at least cover their bodies even as she sat on the ground, her eyes closed and glowing with a gentle light even as she meditated. Fulgrim, oh good, we no longer have to suffer through more Pillarstones references. Conrad, do not ever bring them up again. Fulgrim, what? I'm just saying dash. Emperor, 20 dash. Fulgrim, I am shutting up. Okay. The clothes being white and green brought up some bad memories from their shared past, but they couldn't afford to be picky. At least they weren't naked anymore. They would have to learn to clothe themselves to not have to rely on Isha all the time. Starting over completely would make many feel like peasants. But Mordorion was determined to beat their training back in with this unorthodox situation they found themselves in. Ferris, good. A situation like this is perfect for training your men. Magnus, that sounds like something Rogel would normally say. Rogel, yes. How many Marines did he even have? Doing a quick head count, how many trips they took in the teleportarium? 600. He spoke, still unused to his own voice changing. There are only 600 of you, my loyal sons. There are thousands on board the Endurance. Tarkus stated helpfully. Another thing, if I may add in, Captain, my pre-march. A Marine who appeared to be mostly covered in soot stepped closer. I have served since Terra, under the Thunderbolts of Unity and the Raptor Imperialis, before even becoming a tech Marine who worked in the Endurance's mighty Enginorium when not in the fight. Ah, that explained the soot. But my lord, what I noticed was, I spot none of our brothers from Barbarous among us. Mordor, what? Horus, that does make sense. Magnus, now it all makes sense. Wow, all of them are still alive now. We could actually meet these men now instead of waiting 10,000 years for them to be born. Mordor, I suppose. I know Tarkus is serving my death shroud now. Huh, Lion, if they're all from Terra, then I am eager to see how they develop and use their second chance. Sanguinius. Oh, I do hope there's a long series about this. Mordorion, it is one vid. Not likely. Sanguinius. Oh, come on. There's so much material to go over, and there has to be more about them and their work. Emperor. Calm down. Sanguinius. We'll get you your content. And possibly a date if you can't calm down. Sanguinius. A date? What? What? Emperor. We may have foiled the plans of the enemy for the future and now, but I wouldn't put it past them, T.O. Try a new plan. So for now, dates and doing what we do best. Watch vids and ruin people's plans. Muttering burst out amongst the Marines. Furthermore, I see my eyes land upon many a familiar face. I knelt alongside most of these legionnaires in the dirt of Terra far before any of us called each other brother, my lord. Mordorion looked around the group, his height giving him the distinct advantage of being able to look over his sons with ease. Any of you sired from Barbarous? Say I. His only answer was the wind blowing across the meadow they were standing on. Any of you sired from Terra, from before the Wars of Unity, ended say I. A deafening echo of ice was his immediate answer, followed by a shocked silence, as all of the present legionaries all looked at each other, both in shock and surprise. Perhaps the vow they have made on Terra was what saved their souls from eternally serving under Nurgle. Isha was heard muttering to herself from behind them. Mordorion could not even begin to understand the details of celestial pacts and contracts, but all that mattered for now was that he had his sons, and they were safely on this planet, which did not sound safe at all. He turned to Isha. What is it that you see? She breathed deeply and opened her eyes, looking at Mordorion. Death, war, savagery. She shook her head lightly. The occupants of this planet have both the hands of corn and cinch upon them, detached only due to their population being minuscule compared to a standard human world. She sighed, but it is habitable, and I sense that what remains of the Endurance will remain safely in space for now. However, should we stay here, her eyes saddened further. There will be war. There is no doubt in my heart. Before Mordorion could answer, there was a chuckle from one of the legionnaires. I am sorry to say so, ma'am. It was Gorm who was speaking, but what you just described to us we call home. Tarkus pushed back the legionnaire. As crudely as the legionnaire put it, my lady, he is correct. The Emperor bred us for one thing, and one thing only truly, war. Mordorion felt his lips stretch with the inkling of a tiny smile. My sons will weather this storm. We have faced far worse. And what then? What then is your plan? She asked, even as her head tilted slightly to the side. All around her, the earth was springing to life with flowers, sweet-smelling grasses, including a sprouting tree to shade her. Mortarion's smile slightly dropped even as he looked towards the horizon, where the blacksmiths from before rode off to. For now, I am content with simply living. Fulgrim, that is oddly poetic coming from you, brother. Mordorion humph. Fulgrim, take the damn compliment. Mordorion, fuck you. 172.m42 planet, near Ree Village. Vulcan, oh no. I hope nothing bad happens to the nice people. Conrad, breathes. Vulcan, no. Mordorion, why are we still watching this? Don't we have enough to go off of? I land on the planet. I suppose I fix things up and the people are thankful for me. Then I suppose Guilliman finds me and destroys the planet because how dare a planet be helped by a traitor? Guilliman, I wouldn't exterminate us a planet just because you helped them. Mordorion, HNNN. Guilliman, I wouldn't. Where do you get these ideas anyway? Why are so many people intent on seeing me as a horrible person? I accepted Conrad of all people in the future. Why wouldn't I accept you too? Conrad, I still have no idea why I'm even alive. Mortar Ion. You're an insufferable asshole who can't take the time to deign anyone with your presence, and you make life hell for everyone around you. Guilliman. Hi Pot, I'm Kettle. Mortar Ion. Frack off. Guilliman. No, come back. You don't get to just say stuff like that then brush it off. Dash. Emperor. Boys. Stop, or I'll take your speaking privileges. Conrad. Is that an order? When her village came into sight, Lily could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Leaving the village was always terrifying. You could be attacked by reavers, or maybe by demogryphs, or perhaps a swarm of dragons could descend on you and carry you away into the clouds. Or worse, you could be found by bored soldiers of a passing army. But at Reeve, they were safe. No army strayed out this far north, and all the forests were a safe distance away. And they were definitely far enough away from the coast so that they wouldn't be plagued by shellings that would crawl out of the water to come and raid the port towns. Magnus, Jagatai, and Rogel. That's a jinx. But thankfully, they were home now, and they could return to their forge and prepare for a night of rest before. Her father stopped the cart, his arm holding her back as he watched the village. With how still he went, she wondered what was going on. The village was completely quiet. Why would? It was quiet. Now she stilled as well. A quiet village was never a good sign. She barely turned to her father, who looked as if he was planning what to do next. He looked to her and dug out a sword for her to hold, ready to get out and find safety for her, even as he whipped the oxen forward as fast as he could move, looking closer at the nearby fields of flowing wheat, looking for movement. The cart halted suddenly, causing Lily to look forward and feel as her eyes spread apart in fear. There was a man on the road. Magnus called it. Jagatai. Shame, we didn't bet on it. Lehman. Could be worse. Jagatai. 20 thrones on that, it is indeed worse. A man armed with a gambeson, sword, and even a few pieces of plate and mail armor. This spelled trouble. Either this was a reaver high on his luck or a deserter. Both options were equally terrible. He smiled at them then. A terrible, toothy, wide grin, showing blackened teeth. Hello, friends. He spoke with a southern accent, far too south for a simple reaver. Deserter it was then. She felt clammy when she noticed his eyes drifted to her for too long. Hello. She nodded back. My father can't speak, so you'll have to bear it with me. He nodded and took a few steps forward even as more men came out of the wheat, all lightly armed and armored. Some were leaning against their spears lazily. Outnumbered greatly, she knew that something terrible was bound to happen. Lehman, glad I didn't take the bet to be honest. Jagatai Humph. Now, we want no trouble. He spoke in a sing-song voice. That village down there gave us our due, but said that the blacksmiths weren't present. Heatsket, glad to have found you. He sauntered over to the cart, moving the tarp that covered the weapons and tools they hadn't managed to sell, even as he whistled. Now, that is some fine handiwork. He circled the cart even as the men got closer, before he stopped directly in front of her, his dirty brown eyes looking directly into her clear blue ones. We will just be taking the lot, a long way on to the next village. Off the cart, if you so please. Come on, boss. Can't we take her too? We haven't been around a woman in God's knows how long. Fulgrim, ugh, how vulgar. Sanguinius. Can people just not think with their lower halves for 10 minutes, please? Conrad, huh? No. He rolled his eyes. Go get your cock. What's somewhere else? His eyes now focused back on her. As you can see, I'm trying to be a good sir about all this. Now, hop off if you will, and we'll both go on our merry way. There were many loud grumblings at his ruling. Her father reached for her, holding her close as he looked from the man to their cart. Their tools and provisions were still in the cart, and this was all they had left. But if he angered them, then perhaps their leader would stop being so nice. She stood up and prepared to hop off, only to hear the rasp of a blade on its scabbard as her father drew his sword and leveled it at the leader of the deserters. Immediately, the leader's men drew their own weapons, the leader doing so as well with his own sword. Lehman, tough old codger. Conrad, but stupid. Corvus, his entire livelihood is on that cart. I'm not surprised, to be honest. On Deliverance, the people had very little to live for, but they would fight to the death for it. Fulgrim, a tough people who know what they are fighting for. I can yet respect that. Always find that one far-off villager who has the logic of a dragon. The deserters all chuckled. Guess we'll be taking your life along with your things then. The leader waved his men forward, one of them going directly for Lily, the one who had asked before about gods. No. She tried scratching at his ugly face, trying desperately to push him away even as they fell to the ground. Her father was a blur in her vision, the sounds of conflict bleeding away as she could feel the hands of this dirty reaver. She didn't have to try for long as a blade came directly through his mouth, stopping not far away from her own face. She screamed and pushed him off, seeing just in time as her father backed away, the deserters going after him even as their leader approached her blood-covered self. I suppose I should thank you for that, old man. He spoke out loud, his sword now poking the still shocked Lily at her stomach. Bastard was a rapist, made a terrible soldier. But I do have a reputation to keep. So if you please dash, he gestured to her father with his free hand. Drop your sword, give us your things, and we will forget this ever-chem. Suddenly, the leader was lifted from his feet. His gorget, protected neck in the hold of a massive hand as it lifted him from the ground as easily as if he were but an empty bucket. Mordorion, fuck him up, boys. Sanguinius. I thought you were cheering for your death? Mordorion, doesn't mean I tolerate common criminals. Conrad, good. Now tear them to pieces. Then the hand squeezed. The metal of the man's gorget squealed as it suddenly bent into his skin, flesh and muscle being torn before the man's neck was snapped clean in half. Even as the man died, the other deserters were fallen upon. One of them took a stone to the head, causing his skull to crack widely open from the sheer force of the impact, splattering his brain across the road. Another two were simply charged into by one of the men from before on the road, using his own two arms to beat down the deserters, caving in their chests and faces. She could only lie there and watch as the very deserters that were trying to rob them were reduced to little more than prey, who looked to have been fallen open by a demigryph in a matter of seconds. She kept looking as two deserters made a run for it, making it only a little further than the cart before. The angel, nay, the lord from the road. He was clad in pure white silk now. He swooped down from the sky and landed upon the deserters. The sheer force of the impact enough to throw them onto the road, even as their ribs cracked and their chest cavities caved in, killing them instantly. Sanguinius, way to make an entrance. I've done the same a few times. Mordorion, shut up. What did she just see? What? Are you all right, ma'am? She whirled around, seeing C.A. Captain Dash, she managed to stutter out. You'll be fine. Captain Tarkus looked down at her, merely in shock. Any wounds? She shook her head, not trusting her voice right now. Good. He nodded off. Gorm, how's the blacksmith? Gorm appeared to be looking over on Dimas, who proceeded to shrug off the Legionnaire's attention and rush over to his daughter. Tough old codger. Gorm chuckled, now beginning to wipe down the gore and blood on his arm with some of the deserters' clothing. Leman, oi. Hands off me quips, flower boy. Mordorion, did you just call him a flower boy? Leman, 'cause he got Isha and she made them clothes out of the stuff. Mordorion, I don't even want to argue with that. Your logic is flawed. Guilliman, as flawed as you calling me the very same things you do? Mordorion, a chinin. Disgusting. Mordorion looked down at the waste of flesh he had stomped the life out of. Well, come along. If they were here, there could be more of them in the village. Spread out. I don't want a single one of these people alive by the time the moons have risen. A rather disturbing grin grew on the face of some of the legionaries. As you command, my lord. It was Pant, the marine who earlier on was having a staring competition with Ondemus. I think you'll find that we still remember the old ways. Mordorion nodded back. Good. He looked ahead to the village. Use the forest for the approach. Attack at will and purge this vermin. He looked at each one, some of which were taking the weapons of the dead deserters, finding them barely even the size of knives or short swords at most in their hands as they twirled them in their hands while walking away. Lily, seeing this, forced herself to her feet and pushed off her attending father. Wait. They all paused, even as she climbed onto the cart and pulled out a sword and a spear. They aren't many, and they aren't that good, but they are better than your bare hands. The legionaries looked at Mordorion, who smiled slightly. If the good lady offered. He gestured even as he took to the sky again, and the marines began to go by the cart, Lily handing out whatever they could use. Sometimes they even expressed preference. One thing was made very clear very quickly, however. These soldiers, these legionaries as they were called, they were skilled to say the least. They toyed around with whatever weapon they chose or got, as easily as if their hand were made to wield them. It went fine until, say Captain Tarkus. She stuttered slightly. He had waited until he was the last of the 3 dozen which came for the weapons. She looked down at the measly few which were left, feeling shame grow within her heart. I would like to thank you sincerely for saving my life, and she smiled ruefully even as she looked up. I'm afraid there isn't much left. Tarkus smiled back and peered over and into the cart. What is the biggest one you have? She sighed. Well, maybe the dash. She was stopped by a hand on her shoulder and looked over to find her father looking at her. Then he looked at Tarkus and climbed down into the side of the cart before untying something. He heaved it with a grunt and brought it around. A halberd, a quite big one. A custom order for which the customer never came for. Supposedly died in the Battle of the Valley. A damn shame considering how good the craftsmanship of it was and that it would now cost them an absolute fortune. But her father extended it in Tarkus' direction, gesturing for him to take it. Tarkus looked at the weapon and then at Ondemus, seeing the gratitude in his eyes. This wasn't about just the weapon, it was about paying a debt. With both hands, Tarkus took the halberd and swung it about. It wasn't nearly as heavy as the Man Reaper he had wielded for the extreme part of his life, but it would more than do for this vermin. Well, that was easier than practice. Gorm chuckled as he walked to Tarku's side, who himself was standing in the village center, cleaning off the blood of his newfound halberd. Not used to the blood and gore sticking to the blade, instead of simply burning off like on a powered weapon. Sanguinius. Oh, come on. They cut out the juicy part. Ferris. I wanted to see them kill deserters too. Practice or not, the raiders were dealt with. He spoke, now lowering the halberd and looking over the village. Its streets were peppered with corpses and limbs while the hard dirt soaked up the blood. In the dawn light, it was hard to see the carnage in detail, but with his enhanced Astartes senses, Tarkus could see more than enough to confirm all of their enemies dead. As if on cue, the giant flap of wings was heard, and Lord Mordorion landed gracefully in front of the captain and Gorm, even as the other legionaries began to gather. Good execution, Captain. Mordorion spoke, getting a solid foothold on the ground, still unused to flying with his body in such a different state. Thank you, my Primarch. Tarkus bowed his head slightly. What are the villagers? Mordorion looked at the houses surrounding them all. Not many of the legionaries were needed to kill the few dozen raiders which had remained. Thus Mordorion took less than 100, only for the sake of efficiency. The rest remained in the woods outside of the village, bounds along with Isha. Someone fetch the blacksmiths, he ordered, lest they think us raiders as well. Tarkus bowed his head and ordered a legionnaire to run off. He did so, without a second thought, even as Mordorion closed his eyes and breathed the air. It had only been the better part of 4 of the planet cycles that they had spent on Vin, as it was apparently named. 4 days of breathing clean air for the first time since he could truly remember, and living without a single wound on his body. Leman, they are a few days. Better than a Sanguinius. Sanguinius, I swear I will end you dash. Leman, no you won't. I am too lovable. It was a strange feeling, so strange to have hope again. Clearly this planet had no direct contact with the Imperium, and according to the stars, they were on the further southeastern edges of the Ultimus Segmentum, worryingly close to Macridge, but far away enough that they should go under any sensors for a long time. Guilliman, yes, I can understand that. With everything else going on with Imperium Secundus and our uneasy borders, you really could live there for quite a while with no one the wiser. Emperor, need to remember this is also before I die, so maybe Mortarion will get to witness that. In a way, Mordorion, if I do, I'll throw a party. Emperor, rude. Long enough to start anew, perhaps? That was the biggest question. Already, the old ways of the Legion called to them all. Astartes were never meant to be farmers, or simply blacksmiths, and such. War was in their very blood, the very fabric of their being called for it, and sung in pleasing tones at its height. As proven very easily thus far. Truth be told, the low level of technological development was far less of a bother to Mordorion than many would think. It gave him a chance to think, to detach and meditate on simpler times. Simpler times that looked to be happening again. What would they do now? Would the villagers accept them perhaps? Could they just keep going? Start off somewhere in the wilderness of this world? He was certain that if they strayed closer to the bigger cities, politics would sink their sharp claws into them in an instant. And that was the second issue. The Astartes were bred for war, but they were just the soldiers. Their Primarchs, they were meant to conquer planets. And once united with their gene sons, it proved to be remarkably easy for the most part. He was no tactical thinker on the same level as certain brothers, nor was he an absolute genius in military strategy to the point of faultless mastery. But Mordorion knew if he tried and played his cards correctly, this planet could be his in less than a solar decade. Unimpressive if he had had his whole legion, but he only had 600 unarmored and unarmed legionaries, albeit they were veterans and the tools were only as great as their wielders, but they had no tools to speak of. A sword and halberd could not bring down a city wall, nor was an Astartes skin impervious to heavier and better weaponry. Perturabo weak. Mordorion weak? Did you see just how massive the planet is dash? Perturabo. I was able to conquer Olympia in less than a decade. Magnus. Yes, but you prepared the stage very carefully before you did so, and had the backing of one of the most powerful tyrants. Perturabo. Yes, however, Mordorion has 600 Astartes. If he is careful, he can easily get it down to 5 years. Jagatai. Do I smell a bet? Mordorion. Just stop it. My lord. He was snapped out of his thoughts by Tarkus. The blacksmiths are here. Lily and Ondemus walked closer, looking in awe at the corpses and at the legionaries, noticing that not only were most of the deserters split completely in half from the sheer force of the blow of the weapons that had fallen them, the legionaries which had done the deed stood without a single wound to show for it. Indeed, most stood as still as statues, not doing so much as even breathing heavily from exhaustion. Not for the first time had the thought entered Lily's mind. Who were these men? Were they angels of death fallen from the heavens? My lord, she bowed her head when she had finally reached Mordorion. I thank you sincerely for saving our village. Mordorion raised a massive hand as if to stop her. Say nothing of it. I only ask that you inform the other members of this village that the threat has been dealt with, and that we mean them no harm. Well, if we're going to be pampered like this for killing a couple of deserters every time, Gorm was quite happy to sit in the Tavern of Reeve, barmaids serving him mead and tarts. He was happy to sit here and gorge himself for being a hero, even if Captain Tarkus was staring him down and was quite unhappy at Gorm for simply enjoying himself, which are the fruits of their very arduous labor. Well, maybe not arduous, more like taking a stroll through a field of weakened humans and cutting off their heads as easily as if they were wheat. Gorm, Tarkus spoke, making the Marine falter under the captain's tone. Lion, reminds me of when the Knights of Caliban would go to the taverns to brag about their hunts. Leman, did you ever do the same? What happened to them? Lion, it was unbecoming of a knight. I made sure the practice stopped altogether when I became the Grand Master of the Order. Said Marine was quick to down his mead, watching his captain over the rim of his wooden tankard. What? There is nothing wrong with enjoying having buxom ladies serve you mead and food. Conduct yourself as if the Emperor himself were watching. Tarkus growled. Gorm looked at Tarkus, milling over those words for a few seconds before raising the tankard. Here's to His Majesty's health. He chuckled and chugged down the rest of the mead, slamming it down on the table, even as the cry was echoed by some of the villagers, albeit in a somewhat confused tone. Leman, chuckles witty that one. Tarkus was busy rubbing his eyes and signed to scold Gorm for the moment. At least it was innovative. Truth be told, this moment of lax celebration shouldn't be bothering him as much as it was in the first place. The citizens of Reeve did not have much to offer, but they insisted upon this feast for the 100 or so legionaries which had taken part in the killing of the apparent deserters as a reward. Mordorion accepted on their behalf. Politics. Tarkus spied that his own tankard was refilled, and he was ready to shoo away the barmaids that Gorm most likely was sicking on him when he saw her again. Lily, the blacksmith, was back. She was refilling his tankard for him. My thanks. He grumbled and wondered why she was here with him. It's only thanks, my lord. She smiled at him. You saved my life, saved my father, and also my village. I believe it's my due to refill your cup and bring you your food as thanks. She placed down a plate of steaming pottage in front of both the legionaries. Excuse please that it's so meager, but winter isn't far off and we need to at least preserve some of our stores. No, it is fine. He paused, then remembered it was prudent to return it. The halberd you have loaned me has served well. I will be sure to return it back to your home dash. No, she practically shrieked before coughing as she waved it off. No, it was a gift. I gave it to you to not only defend us all, but to defend yourself as well. It's quite an insult to hold onto a weapon made for war in a shop when there's a capable pair of hands to use it. Tarkus could hear Gorm laughing into his tankard. He could hear the words of, yeah, a weapon such as that would need 2 hands to take care of, making Tarkus wish he could punch Gorm's head off. He shook it off and thought over her words. It certainly made sense. If that is what you wish, I will care for her and make sure your gift will not be wasted. Thank you. She smiled widely at Tarkus, happy to know her gift was in such capable and caring hands. Now please, keep enjoying yourself. I'll see about getting you some more mead. She then ran off, leaving Gorm to start laughing at the captain once he shooed away his own barmaids to get him more mead as well. You're the reason why Gene Seed stopped being inserted at later ages. Tarkus quipped with as much malice as he could at the moment. Emperor, OH. He's one of those. Leman, oi. What's wrong with implanting at later ages? Horus, points at screen. Hypo dash. Crite. Horus, shut up and fuck you. Come now. It has served me well enough. Not my fault that I still remember how to use it. Perhaps you are jealous. If we were on endurance, I would demand we go to the sparring arena and do this the old way. No. I know I'd lose. You would kick my ass. Brutally. I want to actually have a reputation here. Tarkus looked over at a barmaid who was coming back with 2 tankards of mead. Despite Tarkus not even so much as having touched his own, she smiled when she looked at him, but when she noticed his drinking companion, her look immediately soured. Yes, Tarkus quipped. You are certainly doing well on that part. Sanguinius, I want to see their growth. Rogel, brother, they are already fully grown Astartes. Mordorion, if you want to see that so badly, you can take them off my hands now. Emperor, stop trying to put your sons through social services, Mortarion. Meanwhile, as the 2 Marines were going back and forth, Mordorion was quite comfortable sitting near the roaring fire in the back of the tavern. He was glad that his presence made all of the barmaids too scared to look at him, or else he would be like Gorm and his growing number of ladies looking to distance themselves from. He did have the company of the mayor of the village with him, which was infinitely more of an interesting conversation. He expected their mayor to be old, frail, probably fat as well. He did not expect to meet an older, scarred war veteran who smiled at him warmly. "We are truly grateful to you, my lord." The man bowed his head as he sat near Mordorion, doing his best to stay in the larger man's presence. Saying nothing of it, Mordorion spoke calmly. "Me and my men so happen to be nearby. You must understand, we have never seen men like you before. Lily has spoken that you and your people came with the lightning and thunder." The old vet asked, wonderment in his old face. "What kind of homeland breeds men such as you?" Mordorion took a moment to think. "One of constant war, of eternal conquest, of creatures which require men of my caliber to slaughter the enemy." The mayor, while not fully understanding the true ramifications of Mortarion's words, still understood war. "It is a sad fate to be born from such a state. I do not fully know the horrors that you have seen, but I do understand war. If it is not rude to ask, you seem young still, yet you speak as if you are as old and wizened as I do. Which king do you serve? Do you serve a king? What do you plan to do with these men that you travel with?" Mordorion mulled it all over, taking a small sip of the mead, finding the taste foreign but comforting. "Old," he replied simply. "Old enough to serve no king you most likely know of." He smiled gently, attempting to not appear hostile. "I do not have any current plans. My men and I stumbled upon this land after an accident stranded us here with no way of continuing our journey. Therefore, we are without any goal at the moment." "Then you are in need of a place to call home." Mordorion didn't need to look at the old man to know he was going to attempt to barter with him. "If you are, then why not stay here in Reeve? We are far away from the capital, far from the other kingdoms, and there is still open land that most would not dare to settle in. You will have the space you need to grow and plan your next move." The old man paused, then shrugged as he added in, "And you can protect us if we are to be attacked again. I should warn you, Sir Mayor, I have far more men than you saw here." Mordorion attempted to stay calm, even as his mind pondered on such a possibility. "Most likely such an amount that they outnumber the amount of people in this village. We would very likely empty your stores quickly, even though we require not much food. Perhaps we can work something out? Expanding the fields and helping out the village can go a long way." Mordorion leaned forward and closer to the fire. With his current height, if he stood, he was quite likely to hit his head on one of the rafters, thus he was already leaning before for muscle memory. Though him leaning forward now was to in fact hide the look of hope which had appeared on his face. Over the last few days, events had gone by fast. Far too fast, even for a pre-march. He managed to save Isha, have his soul rescued by the Emperor, and then somehow tied to Isha? He was still unsure of that. Then they managed to escape and land on this strange planet, and in a twist of luck, ran into someone capable of giving them directions. And then, over the course of a couple of days, he managed to finally start getting used to his body and begin contemplating what exactly to do with an army of 600 legionaries and an Eldari goddess while stuck on this planet. Could it be? Could it be so simple as just going back to being a simple farmer? A literal start over, in every meaning of the word. He found it too good to be true, yet here was the mayor offering it to him on a plate. Well, explaining Isha would be difficult. He was still struggling with knowing what happened truly there himself, and why he could now constantly feel her presence. And no, he had no time to think about it now. One step at a time. "I accept. Rogel, I am happy for you, brother. This shall give you a chance to right your wrongs, to fortify your resolve. Mordorion, I don't know what to think of it. Truth be told, Conrad, be happy, you spiteful lump. You literally get a clean slate and the peace you wanted. M42, above Macridge, aboard the Phalanx." Sanguinius straightens in his throne. "I have a question. Emperor, UHM, yes, Sanguinia dash. Sanguinius, why? Lehman, holy shite, calm down dash. Sanguinius, why? Why are we watching Macridge again? So much character development missed. So many stories untold. So much possible action thrown straight in the toilet. Guilliman, ignore him. He just needs a good rant. Just be glad he isn't destroying a room. They never felt this good before. All the good food, exercise, and being appreciated. It did good things to men. At least that is what Titus Pulo and Lucius Varinus thought as they were carrying the next few border reports to their Lord Dorn. Guilliman, they're back. Why? Why are they back? Why can't we ever focus on someone who actually matters dash? Magnus, where did this come from, Robot? What even is going on? Horace, ignore him. He just needs a good rant. Just be glad he isn't destroying a room. Sanguinius and Robot, ranting about the unfairness of the vid. Well, a few to them, more like an ass load to most other people. Most serfs wouldn't be able to carry the load of reports they currently were, which was thanks to the good food provided to them by the gracious and caring host that was Friedrich Dorn. But when they were given good food, that meant they had more energy and calories to burn. Friedrich was quite passionate about being healthy and living a healthy lifestyle, so he was sure to include them in his training regime, which nearly killed them the first few times. But due to his encouragement and his own personal brand of energy smoothies, they were able to survive his training and grow quite some muscle, a lot of muscle. They did not want to know what was in those smoothies. Emperor, energy smoothies? Are they talking about protein shakes? Fulgrim, what? Emperor, seeing how much bigger they are and how well in shape they are, I don't think those are regular protein shakes. Horus, why are you talking about protein shakes? And since they survived his training, they certainly got stronger, and since they got stronger, they got better gifts and so on. Either way, they have never felt this good in their lives. I swear, life as a guardsman is definitely different compared to being a part of the Legion back in the day. No kidding, but at least everything is better now. Come along. We need to get these reports to Lord Friedrich. Horus, what? What Legion? They're baselines. They aren't a part of any Legion that we would know of. That word has been copyrighted by us. Fulgrim, Gland Warriors. Horus, those aren't Legionnaires, they're illegal. In either case, they're not Astartes, so what the hell are they talking about? Emperor, I'm unsure, but now that they mention IT, they do look familiar. They passed by quite a few tech marines and tech adepts who were constantly working to repair the phalanx. The grand old lady could still bite perfectly well, but 10 millennia of almost constant wear and tear and loss of knowledge of many of the rites of maintenance had done their due course. That, combined with it being forced to fly directly to Macridge all the way from Terra, had itself been a true trial. But now, Rogel Dorn had returned, and with his knowledge, his regal daughter could be once more raised to its former glory. Titus and Lucius both had to stop for a moment to allow the heated sparks from overhead cabling to fall down in front of them before continuing on. Well, no one said it wouldn't take time. The presumed time to bring the phalanx back to complete combat operative capacity was somewhere in the time span of a decade, in dry dock, and if all the materials and labor force was available. So, the repairs were proceeding at quite a slow pace, and the ancient star fort was forced to remain anchored above Macridge. Thankfully, the Fabricator General had sent in some of his own hand-picked priests to aid in the retrofitting of the phalanx. The two men were wary about them, since madness seemed to be a common trait among those that the Fabricator General called his personal followers. As they went along, they nodded at some of the Marines, who in turn nodded back. It was hard to distinguish the Imperial fist from each other, especially since the vast majority kept their helmets on at all times. But there were subtle ways of seeing how one was different from another, how they moved, the way they responded. For example, they waved at a tech marine who was currently welding something and was visible outside of one of the massive viewports of the hallway that they were in. Said tech marine ignored them almost completely, continuing to focus on his work, other than waving back with a free mechadendrite, showing immediately that it was Tech Marine Solon, Lord Friedrich's personal tech marine. As for the location of Lord Friedrich himself, it was currently in the middle of the ship's night cycle, and their lord only slept exactly 3 hours a night. So, Horus, wait, 3 hours a night? Even Astartes tend to sleep 5 or more. And even we do, Jagatai. I too have yet to find a teenager who does not find the concept of a prolonged sleep interesting. Emperor, Rogel, what did you do to him? Rogel. The Rogel of the future is the one you must ask this question to, as I have no connection with my future self to help explain the phenomena of my son sleeping only 3 hours a night. They turned a corner, went down a flight of stairs, took another right, took a left, kept walking straight for a few minutes, took a left, and opened the bulkhead door and walked into Lord Friedrich's personal gym. Since it was the middle of the night, Lord Dorn was the only one of his personal squad, currently bench pressing an amount of weight that would make even a regular Space Marine blush, even as marching music was playing gently on the Voxmeter systems. They waited patiently for Lord Dorn to finish the set and put back the bar before they approached, causing their lord to smile gently even as he greeted them in a warm voice. Captains, I would ask if you would come to join me, but seeing as you are still in uniform, I shall take those reports now. I have just begun my 5-minute break. Of course, my lord. Lucius bowed his head even as he handed over his pile. Of course you know this, and have timed your arrival as such. Friedrich replied, smiling wider still. You two spoil me rotten, my adjutants. He chuckled even as he opened one of the reports and took a swig of the massive shaker of exercise start. Seeing little did Friedrich know, or perhaps he did, his two adjutants did actually time this just so they would not have to wait and could have an excuse to be lazy afterwards. He would allow them time to indulge, because once it was gym time, it was only gym time. Titus put his own pile of reports down next to the bench, and the two adjutants stood in silence, as was typical. Friedrich's eyes tactically scanned a lot of reports in quite a short amount of time before he suddenly shut closed one in the middle of it and laid back on the bench. 5 minutes is over. He explained unnecessarily even as he began to lift the heavy-weighted bar, made of adamantium. Vulcan, I admire his dedication. Rogel, pride. Horus, of course you are. Titus and Lucius took this as their cue and began to make their way to the door even as it slammed open, revealing a rather disheveled-looking sister of battle in plain clothing. Sister Tyrnia. Lucius greeted. What is the rush? The sister was rather recently added onto as an adjutant to Lord Friedrich's growing general staff. She breathed in gulps, collecting herself. ISIS Lord Dorn here. I was told I could find him. She breathed in deeply. I have a report for his ears only. Lucius and Titus looked over their shoulders, where they could just about see their lord past the rows of exercise equipment, still in the middle of his set. Titus began. He is quite busy at the present time. It might be best if you give us the message, and we will wait and deliver it to him at an opportune time. I am sorry, but I cannot. She spoke even as she began pushing her way past them. It is meant for his ears only, and I am perfectly capable of delivering a simple report from the canoness. Titus and Lucius both sighed. The sisters were stubborn and zealous to a fault, all the while taking every single opportunity to attempt and prove their worth. Losing Terra and the very being they worshipped as an eternally living and impossible to kill god, along with the mass majority of their cardinal worlds, proved a bit soul-crushing. A hammer of atheism straight to the skull. The loss of all their honor and trust. All of the above. Jagatai Alf. Burn. Whatever the case, it caused the sisters to attempt and prove that they were still worth the cost that it took to keep them around. So Tyrnia, being completely new to her post, pushed past them and headed directly for Lord Friedrich. My Lord Dorn, I'm terribly sorry to she stared, jaw slackening as she took in the sight of perfectly carved flesh flexing in. She couldn't stop her roaming eyes as he placed the bar back and began to sit up, his own words fading to the background as she couldn't stop staring at those rock-solid abs, those delicious pectorals, the way his tank top clung to every inch of his body, the sheen of sweat making his entire body glisten in just the right way. Just the sight of those arms waving in front of her face was enough to make her nearly turn to jelly as she imagined what it was like to touch them or just feel them for a bit. Then her eyes couldn't stop watching how his legs tensed up and he stood up in front of her, watching as how the muscles themselves rolled and moved so perfectly. Fulgrim, isn't Friedrich 10? Magnus, I don't think she knows that. Ferris, she's going to be crushed and disgusted when she knows. I can't wait. Conrad, embrace the dark side, Ferris. Suddenly, her thoughts were derailed as Titus and Lucius both stepped in front of her. Excuse the interruption, my lord, but Sister Tyrnia has a report for you that is marked urgent and for your ears only. Friedrich nodded and looked past the two at the sister, causing her to compose herself just enough to deliver her message, making Friedrich's face twist into one of deep thought. An interesting development, he finally stated after a moment of thought. Go to the bridge and call upon my father for me. The matter of this report requires the utmost urgency and swiftest of responses. Yes, my lord. Titus and Lucius both sounded off. Go. I shall meet you there after I finish this set. Then he laid back and got to work, even as Titus and Lucius escorted a still bedazzled Sister Tyrnia out of the door. Horus, definitely dedicated. Rogel, admiration. Perturabo, oh, shut it. That, she mumbled. Those they are. Lucius sighed. Yes, Lord Dorn tends to have that effect on most people the first time they meet him in that state. But wow. Did not expect him to be like that, Titus inquired with a chuckle, even as they walked towards the bridge. No, it's just, I didn't think I liked men. In fact, I didn't think I liked anything in that manner. That's the other effect. But may I suggest that you keep your thoughts pure, sister? He's a minor. He's what? The look on her face was priceless. And that's the third effect. Cycle complete. Ferris called it. Rogel Dorn listened patiently as both Titus and Lucius made their report to him on the bridge of the Phalanx. His return from the planet below had been as swift as possible, and his mind already appeared to be working on a solution to this conundrum. Friedrich told you to report this to me? He asked in his trademark, deep voice even as his mechanical right hand smoothed his mustache. Yes, my lord. Lucius answered immediately. When they first met the pre-march close to 3 years ago, they found their nerves absolutely destroyed by the sheer awe and terror they felt in the Praetorians' towering presence. Over the years, they had found out that the pre-march was surprisingly simple and easy to deal with if you were just that easy and simple, straight to the point with no mincing of words or hesitations. And where is Friedrich now? Here, father. Friedrich spoke up from the doors which had just opened, even as he walked closer at a fast pace. Now clad in a black, yellow, and white uniform, his short-cut hair still wet from the shower he had most likely taken to rinse off the sweat of his intense exercise. Perhaps you would like to tell me how you had come by this intel that your two adjutants have just reported to me. Dorn asked, even as Friedrich came to a stop by his side. While it was my adjutants that reported it to me, father, it was my other adjutant, specifically the one to the Sisters of Battle who had reported it to them, and then they to me, and now to you. The look on Rogel's face showed how much he really appreciated that little line of convolution. However, he let it slide and continued. And where is this sister now? Friedrich looked at Titus and Lucius, who in turn pointed behind them at a Sister of Battle who was dressed in plain clothing and was obviously attempting to stop herself from overreacting to the Primarch's presence. It did not help one bit that Rogel Dorn took this moment to wave her over, causing her legs to almost turn to mush even as she walked forward, feeling as if she was on autopilot. When she finally reached his side, Rogel spoke. Who are you? She gulped. Sister Tyrnia of the Order of the Ebon Chalice. At your service, my lord. You're a long way from your convent, sister. Tell me, where and how is it that you came upon this report? I was ordered to convey its contents to your lord's son by the orders of Canoness Valina. She believed that they ranked high enough in importance that the knowledge needed to be conveyed to an official of higher standing as soon as possible. Rogel Dorn looked down at her with stern eyes and a face that looked to be made of stone, as was typical of him. All of this, combined with the Primarch's very presence along with her experience from earlier, made Tyrnia a little nervous, to say the least. You have performed your task well in that case, sister, and so too has your Canoness. She breathed a sigh of relief and felt the tension leave her shoulders as Rogel turned his attention to his son. Are you up to the task of this unusual challenge, my son? I realize that the prospect of a planet and its 2 moons heading directly for us is strange, but it may prove interesting. Sanguinius. What? Wait. Planet and 2 moons. Is it Vin? Robot? No, there's no way, no possible way to move an entire planet. What is even fucking happening? Magnus. Warp fuckery. Robot? Fuck you know. Explain. Jagatai. No, I agree. Warp fuckery. Robot? How dare all of you? An interesting phenomena indeed, father, I agree. Friedrich noted. But how shall we stop it? At the rate it is going, it threatens to clash with one of the inhabited worlds within the Imperium Secundus. By pure force if you must. Rogel commanded. If it is inhabited by humans useful to the Imperium, attempt evacuation if you have the time and resources. But if you do not, or it is a dead rock, you shall have to destroy it and knock the remains off course. Friedrich bowed his head. As you command, father. You will have the battle barge. Iron will under your command along with 2 smaller escorts. In addition to this, the battle barge is armed with Exterminatus-class weaponry, more than enough to crack the planet into manageable chunks. Use it as you see fit. With your leave, father. Rogel simply waved him off and moved to look out of the viewport. And just as Titus and Lucius began to walk away, a hand clasped both of their shoulders. My 2 favorite adjutants. Friedrich spoke behind them. Let us go see what bothers this Imperium. They should have known they wouldn't get to escape this situation and get a good breakfast in the officers' mess down on Mackridge. Horace. The luck of Robot's favorite guardsmen is astounding. It's as if it's on a pendulum. Robot, frack you. And sure enough, a few hours later, that's how they found themselves on board the Iron Will, bearing galactic southeast through the warp, strapping on flak armor over their officer battle fatigues, and making sure their power swords still worked along with their lost pistols. After they finished with their tedious tasks, they made their way to the mess where most of the other human staff spent their time and got in line with their trays, got the tasteless gray bars of nutrients deposited on them, and took the largest cups of recaf they could get their hands on and chugged it all down. You know, this reminds me of Dash. Titus was immediately cut off by Lucius loudly groaning. No, do not mention it. It was forever ago, and we will never experience that type of forced march ever again. That's what the Centurion promised. But then remember Dash. Nope, not talking about this. Besides, we never got this high in rank structure in ever, to be honest. Yeah, Titus sighed and looked at the chronometer on the wall. We should get going. Lord Friedrich will be expecting us to join him on the bridge. Emperor, that's IT. That's where I remember them from. Titus Pulo and Lucius Varenus from the 13th Legion. I haven't seen them since I got stabbed in the Senate. Wow. If they were there for the crossing of the Rubicon, then they have to be perpetuals. Guilliman, are you fucking serious? Emperor, yes. It all makes sense now. That's why they looked so familiar and have the luck of untold thousands. Now that I recall, they were born on Mackridge, so they must be the type to die and be reborn with their memories and experiences intact. Wow, how amazing it is that I never knew about them and that they kept finding each other. Remarkable. Fulgrim. Hold on. They have been alive for how long? Emperor. About 42,000 years at this point. And not really alive, just aware. Fulgrim. Okay, fine. They have been aware and remember their lives for 42,000 years, been in a constant cycle of death and rebirth, and somehow find their way to each other every time they come back. Emperor, YUP. From everything I remember about these two during the vids, that's how it goes. Ferris. They actually wanted to stay with each other for that long? They never got bored. Horus. Is it possible to want to be around one person for that long? Never getting bored of them or wanting to leave? Emperor. Yes. Yes, it is possible. It is possible to want to be around someone for that long and never get tired of them. I've done it before and it worked out fine. Conrad. Really? Yeah. Your relationship with Malkador is fantastic. Emperor. Hell yeah it is. Silence. Emperor. Okay, so there are some kinks in the relationship. Fulgrim. At least it's with a close male friend. I can't even begin to imagine how horrible it would be to have to run around with a female perpetual for thousands of years. Or worse, being married to one for that long. Emperor. Okay, maybe you need to stop. Magnus. Eldari live for a long time, so I can kind of understand. If the Eldari can stand to be around someone for so long, I think we could do it just fine. Emperor, exactly. It's possible to live with and not get tired of your perpetual partner. I did it just fine until I had to leave her on Molech Dash. Horus, wait her. Emperor, you heard nothing. Sanguinius, you said her. Jagatai, I heard it too. Conrad, so did I. Mordorion, so did I. Horus, father, who is her? Is she that live person you called me during our dash? Emperor, Imperial decree, no one is allowed to talk about this. No one, absolutely no one, and I refuse to hear another second of this. Horus, oh come on, you can't just shut down questions about something just because you're uncomfortable. Emperor, watch me. Whoever mentions this one more time goes on a penance crusade. Understand, muttered agreement. Corvus, an abomination on all family values. Lucius nodded and chugged down what little remained of his sterile-tasting recaf. No doubt, because of the onboard water used to brew the thing. Then the two got up and marched towards the bridge. Friedrich awaited for them there, already armored in his battle plate, having been sized up to fit his growing stature. Unlike years before when the armor was completely barren save the basic color scheme of the Imperial fists, it now possessed the small honor shield upon Friedrich Wright Pauldron, displaying the small amount of various honors he had earned. A small addition, but a start nonetheless. The navigator reports we are some minutes away from our destination, my lord. Friedrich's new and temporary equerry reported to him. A mere sergeant compared to Calder, who was a captain. But he would do for the time being. Very good, sergeant. Friedrich nodded. Make sure that an overlord is ready to carry my squad, and in case the planet requires closer investigation. The Marine saluted and marched off without another word, even as Titus and Lucius took his place, being greeted by a smile from Friedrich. And how are my two adjutants doing on the beginning of such a fine cycle? Better than before, my lord. Titus answered, though his mind was stuck thinking about the Macragian officer's mess and what wonderful food he just missed. At least our stomachs aren't rumbling any longer. What I wouldn't do for a nice grok steak, though, Lucius couldn't help but imagine that blessed meat. Nice and tender, not too cooked, but not too raw, just right. A nice char with just the right amount of spice. If he could have a baked potato on the side with that, he would have died from how happy he would have been. Friedrich chuckled at that. You too. So happy after the simplest of pleasures. Such a nice breath of fresh air to see baselines of such standards. He mused even as he patted each of them on the shoulders. My lord, you must understand. Have you never tasted something as delectable as a nicely grilled grok steak? Titus asked. Now he was hungry for some grilled meat as well. Lehman, bastards are making me hungry. Magnus, want to grab lunch after this? Lehman, fuck yes. How long is this damn thing? Conrad, too long. Horus, too long indeed. Anyone else having an issue of concentrating? Being hungry doesn't help either, to be honest. Jagatai, rolls eyes acting like pampered ladies, but I too could eat. Emperor, later, we're almost done. Horus, finally. No, my father makes sure that all meats I am given are cooked completely through, as to make sure I would not suffer any toxins that may impact my physique. Friedrich was confused now. Why do they make such pained expressions? Did he pat them too hard again? Lehman, you're feeding your kid well-done steak? Rogel, how could I do such a horrible thing to my own son? Far be it from us to judge your father's taste, my lord. Lucius carefully ventured forward. But at one point allow us to treat you to a proper meal. It is good for the soul. I'm not a psyker. Just trust us, my lord. It goes far beyond that. Friedrich tilted his head in amusement. So be it, Dash. My lord, sorry to interrupt, but we're entering the Materium in T-20. The helmsman reported, causing everyone to either grab onto something or sit down to brace for exit, even as the voice announcing said exit went out on the Voxmeter system. A moment later, the ship shuddered heavily and was spat out, the massive steel blinds that covered the viewports beginning to lift and reveal their surroundings, bathing the bridge in a slightly orange hue from a nearby star. Not even a minute later, after the post-warp checks and Vox checks for their 2 escorts were complete, the Sensorium officer waved off. "Sir, planet and its 2 moons detected, directly as reported." He sounded completely unsure. "Good." Friedrich walked closer. "What do the scans say?" "Inhabited, my lord, quite densely at that. I'd say maybe 200 million souls." He then added softly to himself, "I don't even know how this goes against any and all real space dynamics that I understand. Magnus, definitely warp fuckery." "If I may, my lord." It was Friedrich's equerry. "I have seen stranger things happen." Friedrich hummed at that. "I have read of stranger things as well. Not the most unlikely of things that a planet can get knocked out of stable orbit, but multiple interesting." "What are your orders, my lord?" The ship captain came by and asked. "Are we to proceed with the demolition?" "No, not yet at least. I wish to take a closer look. That many souls may yet prove valuable." Without another word, he turned and began walking for the hangar bay, Titus and Lucius following begrudgingly, knowing that he would never let them stay behind in order not to experience something so exciting. "Please don't. He's gonna—" "My lord, please just dash. Do you two have any idea how exciting this is?" Friedrich was grinning, already thinking of his battle plan. "I wonder how the people are alive down there. Do you think there's a type of architect keeping them alive? Or how about a warp artifact? Just thinking about such an anomaly is just dash." "My lord, please. Calm down. We're gonna go down soon enough." He lasted 5 seconds this time. "Do not jinx it, or else he's just gonna drop hot assault down there himself." "A record." A deep voice rumbled from behind them. "I believe he is trying harder." The figure soon joined them on the side, revealing the massive form of Tech Marine Solon. Said Tech Marine was wishing he was back on the Phalanx, doing his duty of caring for the grand old lady. But he didn't want to lose the chance to stop Friedrich from getting too excited about throwing himself onto a speeding planet. Vulcan, he is just like a little excitable canid. Rogel, he is the most adorable of boys. Vulcan, don't you mean adorable? Rogel, yes. Lucius and Titus both groaned. At least we managed to convince Sister Tyrannia to stay behind. It would have been torture to have to babysit an aroused sister and do their job at the same time. Indeed, another voice joined in. This time it was Kirch, yet another of Friedrich's general staff. "I cannot stand those zealots." Titus and Lucius stared, with the former pointing out the obvious to them. But you're a chaplain, Kirch." Kirch's skull-like faceplate turned to look down at the two. "I fail to see the crux of your argument." Lucius sighed, simply stating that you are of the more zealous of your brotherhood. He started diplomatically, but stopped when he saw how Kirch was practically standing above him now. And Kirch asked with a head now titled in amusement. "I am not of the Black Templars, thus I fail to see your point." Lucius sighed deeper this time, stopping now. "A wise decision," Apothecary Oscar pointed out, checking his equipment once more. "You would sooner cause yourself a brain aneurysm than successfully reason with Kirch." He couldn't stop a smirk from blooming on his face as Kirch made a derisive sound from the inside of his helmet. "Magnus, sounds like a certain Primarch. Mortar Ion, oh shut up so we can get through this already. Even I'm hungry now." "Do not remind me, Brother Oscar." Epistolary Widerholend added in. "Last I tried, I found that Brother Kirch has the foresight of an orc. I would take offense to that, brother, but then I am reminded of the Cypher landings." Kirch lectured back. "The orc was mine," Widerholend reasoned, even as they boarded the overlord that had been waiting for them. "I would have punched clean through his skull." However, you were too busy recalling that story of how you became an epistolary and after something inside of you cracked during your reviewing of the text as a codiceer. Widerholend smiled, it positively radiating beneath his psychic hood. "A wonderful tale. All began with me reading a Liber of the Forbidden Arts of Dash." "Did you have to get him started, Kirch?" Oscar groaned. "It is the hour-long version as well." "I wouldn't worry too much, my brothers." Sergeant Lanar, Friedrich's current equerry and standard bearer, attempted to calm them. "A few shots from the natives, and he will be back to his old self." They all took their seats, even as the engines began to cycle and the boarding ramp closed. "I hate having to do guard duty." Gorm wished he could be literally anywhere else in the castle, preferably somewhere with a lot of traffic from the locals. It would make his days go by a lot faster if he could chat up some beautiful ladies. Not that he could do much with them. He still thought it was a terrible punishment. Not his fault that he was so lovable. Well, doing guard duty wasn't so bad after all. Glorified guard duty, actually, since he wasn't training recruits at the moment. If only Tarkus was here, so he could at least have someone to annoy to pass the time. Or perhaps he could take a shift in the fields to kill some time as well. He paused as he looked out of the castle. The skies looked different today. Almost felt as if someone was watching them. Should he go and check on Isha? She would know if something is out there, in case the Legion had to mobilize. Perhaps he could see about getting Tarkus from the town? No, there was no reason to get Tarkus at the moment. Nothing had happened. Perhaps he was itching for anything to happen, starting to get paranoid. Well, he rounded the walls for what must have been the umpteenth time, but yet his mind itched at him. Why? Why was it telling him to go check on the goddess? Sanguinius. Wait, the background. Guilliman, what of it? Sanguinius. It's the same as before. This is Reeve, Rogel. They have managed to build a castle of impressive size within 3 decades with only feudal technology. Impressive. Most impressive. Sanguinius. Fuck that. Do you have any idea how much we must have missed? Guilliman. Probably quite a lot. Don't mind much, truth be told. Even I'm hungry now. After attempting to reason with his own mind for a few moments, he finally gave up and decided to simply give in and go check, going down the massive staircase leading from the internal walls and into the depths of the castle, where Isha rested and moved Vin through space via meditation. But surprisingly enough, not only did he not find her in her typical meditative pose in the middle of her circular-shaped room, he found her standing by the door. Good. You have heard the summons. She spoke in a tone tinged with fear. You must find my consort and Captain Tarkus. I understand, my lady. But why? Tarkus is the only one who will reach us in time. Mordorion will never be able to. She breathed deeper, her eyes wide with fear. But what is the rush, my lady? She looked up at him, those gentle eyes showing the true nature of her visions. We are about to have visitors. Of your kind. He quickly nodded and sprinted to find Tarkus and his pre-march. The day had come, the day they all knew was coming. Time for peace has ended, and now they're going to be judged. He wondered how the little ones were going to take this change. The castle turned into a blur. He moved past countless servants with a gust of wind behind him, causing many to shriek from the force. He wanted to apologize, but knew it had to be another time. Think. Tarkus should be in town, his pre-march. Where would he be right now? From the castle and into Reeve City, he stopped on the overlook to quickly scan the area for Captain Tarkus. No, not in the shopping district. Not the crafts district. Definitely not the residential. The park. When Gorm had made a beeline for the park, which may or may not have included him vaulting over smaller buildings and people alike, he had to calm himself down. Would not do to frighten the children after all. Do not play so close to the pond. I know most of you can't swim. The captain called out to the large group of children who were enjoying their day at the park. He was content to lie on the ground under a great tree, enjoy the air, and keep watch over the little gremlins. I swear, I tell them not to do something, yet they still try to do so anyway. A group of little girls, all around the age of 6 or 7, crowded around Tarkus. Lord Tarkus, this is for you. They were quick to pile on flowers onto the lying marine, causing him to smile softly at them. To make you feel better. Mordorion, has my captain been reduced to being a glorified babysitter? Vulcan, I think it is cute. Konrad, funny. I thank you for the generous gift. It certainly helps. He watched them giggle as they left him again, joining the boys who were busy fighting like they were Astartes. He did pick up one of the picked blooms, twirling it between his fingers. The children really did like throwing gifts onto him whenever he lied here. He did look up when he heard one of the children let out a cry, which made him scowl as he looked over to them again. If one of you pulls others' hair again, I'll personally get up and see about all of you serving a shift in the fields. I'm watching you, Raynor. Yes, sir. The children quieted down, making Tarkus lean back and try to enjoy his time again. Gorm approached his captain, who waved a hand at him. Gorm, please, I want a moment. Can you not at least give me that? I don't think the Imperium would grant that request. Tarkus was quick to sit up, looking towards Gorm. Are they here? According to Lady Isha, yes. Tarkus looked back in shock, but stood quickly, his fine robes billowing around him as he wordlessly took off for the castle, Gorm following behind with ease. Have you spotted anything yet? Nothing. Gorm reported, frustrated. Lady Isha most likely couldn't see further. Moving the planet appears to have tired her immensely. Guilliman. So it is them. Magnus. Told you it was warp fuckery. Tarkus swore even as they reached the main entrance to the castle, the guards immediately making way as the two Astartes ran up to the tallest tower of the castle, climbing stairs which would take a baseline human nearly 10 standard minutes to climb and merely a fraction of that. Everyone called it the Astronomy Tower, since it was built for that sole purpose some years ago now. It had taken quite a while, but the massive telescope on top should provide enough for the two Marines to be able to peer into the sky. It's almost midday, factoring in the direction Vin is heading along with when Lady Isha sensed them. Tarkus murmured to himself, even as he redirected the telescope, the baseline surrounding them looking at the two Marines in confusion. There, Tarkus breathed out. I see something. What? Gorm asked, his impatience showing. I think it's a, battle barge. Tarkus sighed and backed away from the telescope to look at Gorm. This isn't good. If there's one of those, then... That's a lot of Marines. Far too many to take on. Tarkus nodded, and looked at one of the closest baselines. You. He pointed at one. Find a way to summon Lord Mordorion. Tell him. The Imperium has come. He will know what it means. The baseline stuttered out a positive and quickly ran from the tower, even as the rest stared at the two Marines. Give us the room if you please. Tarkus asked kindly, and the baselines began to shuffle out of the room, even as Tarkus peered through the telescope yet again, sighing this time. I see something coming closer. Multiples. No, looks like a transport. Hold on, it's getting closer. As it did so, the image continued to get sharper and sharper, until… Space Marines. It's Space Marines confirmed. He backed out and sat down on a chair, creaking in protest over the captain's heavy weight. Imperial fists to top it off. Shit, do you believe they still hold a grudge? Rogel, yes. Horus. When even Rogel himself admits it, then you know that they are stubborn. Have you forgotten how the Imperial fists act? Or is your brain addled due to how many times I had to drag you out of tavern? No need to bite my head off. What's our plan of action? Delay. Tarkus breathed out. It's just about the only thing we can do at the moment. Only Lord Mordorion has any hope of convincing them one bit. If he pleads our case in front of Lord Guilliman, or even the Emperor, perhaps, I see that as the only chance we have to live further. Emperor, wait. They don't even know I'm dead. Horus, father, just let it go. No one cares at this point. Gorm nodded before smiling sadly. Hey, if it doesn't work out, wasn't a bad 3 decades. No. Tarkus relented, knowing that it was time. No, it wasn't. He steeled himself. Come. They would be heading towards the largest structure on the planet, so we might as well meet them before any of the servants push us deeper into hell. Gore nodded, and the two proceeded to run down the tower, through the length of the massive castle, and through the massive main gate, and out onto the clearing in front of the castle, left empty save for the main road in case of siege. And then they waited. It wasn't long before their retinue came running, the squires assigned to them, and the other various working organisms of their station. None, however, were fellow Astartes. Those were currently all across Vin, maintaining the peace. Peace, what a fickle thing. So fickle that it was broken as easily as seeing the massive form of a gunship transport coming down and into the atmosphere. Its engines whined with the roar of a demigryph. Its size was bigger than the homes most people of the world could ever hope to afford. This massive, flying machine came through the sky, flying low above the city and sending the civilians fleeing for the safety of their homes, the disbelief of what they were seeing being too much for most. But not for the squires by Gorm and Tarkus' side. They stood there in their baseline, teenage forms, shivering down to the bone in fear of what they were seeing in front of them, all the while asking countless questions which they received no answers to. And yet, they stayed, loyal to a fault, even if it meant facing what they would no doubt think were the representatives of the gods. Slowly, the transport came to a hovering halt in front of them, and after a moment of hesitation, began its landing procedures, extending its massive landing gears even as the pitch of the engines dulled and the craft landed upon the flagstones in front of them. Tarkus closed his eyes, swallowed his accumulating bitter spit, and breathed out. Let me do the talking, he told Gorm. Just stay quiet and delay until Lord Mordorion returns. How long do we delay then? Gorm softly asked, doing his best to not freak the baselines out. Tarkus sighed. I have no idea. Hopefully someone will have found Lord Mordorion already, or he has felt the presence of our guests. The ramp of the transport began to drop with a low hiss of hydraulics, continuing to do so until it hit the flagstones with a dull thud. Its occupants did not wait longer than that to disembark. From the dark inside of the craft emerged one of the biggest Imperial fists that Tarkus could ever recall seeing outside of Terminator armor. He was followed by another fist who wore a skull mask and carried a Crozius, a chaplain, an apothecary, an epistolary, a tech marine, a fist of some veterancy who carried the squad's banner, a device which Tarkus did not personally recognize, and 2 guardsmen. The marine who led the formation marched swift and quick, the echoes from his armored feet hitting the ground, echoing across the open field. More out of instinct than proper greeting, Tarkus slammed a closed fist across his left pectoral, a greeting of ancient legionaries, a greeting which he hoped would at least set the Imperial fists a bit more at ease. Instead, all it seemed to cause was more tension as suddenly, the entire squad came to a halt. You are Astartes. The largest one stated plainly. Only Astartes used that greeting. He stood tall and proud, almost as if he was sizing up Tarkus and Gorm, both of whom were quick to stand up straighter. We are, yes. Tarkus nodded to the tallest one. I am Tarkus, and my battle brother Gorm. I do not recall asking for your names. What is the chapter you serve? The tallest one again spoke, quick to cut down their chatter. I was hoping I could get more small talk in. Tarkus had to think fast. They no longer were Death Guard. It would be suicide to say such a thing. Perhaps Dusk Raider? They used that moniker during their conquest of Vin. You would not have heard of us. We are the second founding. They felt as if their very beings were suddenly stripped down as the Marine appeared to strip them down to their very souls. Perhaps the leader did not know enough of the second founding. Certainly many Imperials alive would have forgotten. What legion was your chapter founded from? Shit, it is unknown. There used to be many of us thousands of years ago, but after our terrible run through the warp, we are but 600 left. The truth worked mostly. How much is many? There was, how many were in chapter again? He was going to answer when a Marine cut into the conversation, turned interrogation. Your hesitation is answer enough. I asked again, what legion was your chapter founded from? He let out a deep sigh. This Marine was sharper than he thought. If his pre-march still was not here, then he could only do so much before they had to. I shall come clean then. We are from the 14 dash. Faster than Tarkus trained I could see. The Marine's hand went to his belt and drew a bolt pistol before quickly pointing it square at his head. How? How is a Marine this fast? You are traitors. The Marine stated plainly, even as the chaplain behind, said Marine, appeared to be getting more and more tense as his grip on his Crozius tightened. The words his own pre-march spoke during the Fiefland Confederation echoed in his mind. Back when it finally achieved peace with the Tashans. We are not monsters. We are the servants to humanity. He spoke back, thinking back to that day when their lives truly had changed. He continued to look straight forward towards the tallest Marine. We are working to repay our debt to humanity, to find redemption. The lies of a traitor. The chaplain suddenly roared, pointing his Crozius towards Tarkus. Is that what you and your traitorous kin spewed forth from your mouths as you tread upon Terra and crushed into our walls, traitor? The chaplain's reply stung, but Tarkus took it with grace and nobility. Here you stand, lying to us, when your very existence and the fact that you still draw breath is an affront to humanity. We are seeking the same redemption that the Emperor himself bestowed to us. Tarkus shot back. He has cleansed us, he has guided us back, and now we work to uplift and help humanity. Gorm next to him was faltering, but remained standing, especially for the baselines. You seek absolution in the eyes of the Lex and the Emperor? The head Marine asked, confusion seeping into his tone of anger. To pay for your crimes? Yes. We seek to redeem ourselves and work for the betterment of humanity, to help the weak and work to one day repay all of our sins. The Emperor has given us his blessing, and we shall not waste it. He held his head high, unwilling to look away. The Marine's head swayed in the direction of the epistolary, who in return nodded. They speak the truth, somehow. I sense no lies. Pardon us, my lord. It was one of the guardsmen. But if they seek arbitration by the wronged, then surely that could be arranged peacefully, no? Exactly. One of the squires spoke up, causing Tarkus to shoot a glance at them. He hoped they weren't going to say anything that is going to. Besides, Captain Tarkus and the rest of them are good people. They helped us stop all of the wars. They unified our home and built so many things for us. They're not bad people. Yup. He most likely said something to piss the Imperial fists off. Captain Tarkus. The head Marine spoke with the flattest-sounding voice possible, even as the tech Marine behind him appeared to be doing something on a data slate. Legions Astartes 14, designation code 1293, sired upon ancient Albia and raised by the Emperor's own word. Now malice began to sliver into the Marine's voice. Once reunited with his pre-march shortly after assigned to the Legion's honor guard, the Death Shroud as captain, for which he served his pre-march without a single word. Faltering ever so slightly, Tarkus went pale as the realization hit him. They still had records on him, his brothers. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they? Had peace made him forget the truth that the Imperium would never have fully destroyed the evidence that they existed? Thereafter, followed his pre-march into every combat engagement ordered to him. Most notable being the fight against the pre-march Jagatai, Khan upon Prospero, the participation in the Battle of Istvan, also known as the Istvan Massacre. The Marine took a breath, anger now being obvious in his tone, and the first assault of the 14 Legion upon the walls of the Imperial Palace on Terra. That was Dash, the last assault of which included the murder of countless civilians, the poisoning of Terra's atmosphere, and the causation of so many war crimes that the Marine trailed off, his breath sounding as if it was that of a raging animal. No, child, this Astartes is no good individual. He is a traitor, murder, and war criminal. Horus, well told at least. Guilliman, a condemnation of a man by his own actions if I ever heard one. Lion, wrong does not correct a good, and neither does a right correct a wrong. Their past still haunts them. See Captain Tarkus? The squire asked, looking towards the Astartes who bowed his head. That's not true, is it? He didn't want to say so. He wanted a second chance. He had no choice but to do as was commanded. But that wasn't fully true, was it? He hated them for forcing him into silence. He hated them for always expecting the 14 to do the worst jobs imaginable. But he hated when he served chaos and how it broke him. He hated how they went from one master to another. He hated himself. Captain. He looked to the squire, and his face said it all. He watched as his own squire took a few steps back, confusion and horror painted on his youthful face. Tarkus could only look back to the Marine, speaking softly, "We have so much to repay." And they may do so. It was the standard bearer, the one without a helmet and 2 bolts in his forehead. "As much as it disgusts me, my lord," he spoke to the Marine, "you may grant them the rights of the Lex and the brother bonds of the ancient legions, and let them be judged for their crimes rightly. No one will blame you if you execute them on the spot either, my lord." The chaplain added in. The Marine stood his ground for a moment, but slowly and surely, the pistol dropped and was holstered. "You shall come with us to Macrich. There you will be judged for all of your crimes, past and present." "Macrich," Tarkus sputtered. "What have the Ultramarines to judge us for?" He silently hoped they wouldn't bring up the Plague Wars. "Their grudges against you matter not, it being the current seat of Imperial governance does." The Marine explained. "Now come." He waved a hand, and the rest of his squad began to move forward, binders in hand, even as the 2 guardsmen stayed behind. Before he could say anything else, the impact sound from next to their gathering was heard and felt. Beside them was the towering form of their pre-march, Mordorion, who was currently heaving as he straightened up, his massive pair of feathered wings trembling slightly from the exertion. "Apologies, but I was on the other side of the planet." Sanguinius. "Good entrance again. Really taking a few pages out of my book, eh?" Mordorion. "Don't fine, probably." The rest of the squad immediately drew and pointed their weapons at him, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Except the lead Marine. He was frozen in place, staring at Mordorion as if he were some god. "You're a pre-march," he stated in a flat voice. "Yes, I am." He straightened up fully, unlike any other pre-march the Marine had ever seen before. Robes and hood of fine silk, gleaming pieces of armor, and artificed nicely with a vine motif throughout his wear. But it was the wings that made the Marine pause. He had only known of one pre-march who had white wings such as those. However, he was most assuredly dead. "I am Primarch Mordorion of the Dusk Raiders, formerly known as the Death Guard." "You are? I know who you are, uncle," the Marine answered, even as his hands went for his helmet. Mordorion felt something off with this Marine. He still had been unused to the powers he shared with Isha, so was unable to truly look upon the Marine with his godly sight. "Uncle? Not Gene uncle." "No," the Marine answered flatly, even as the seals of his helmet hissed with the sounds of release. "Wait a second dash." He knew that no wasn't from anywhere. The helmet came off completely, revealing a face as solid as rockreet and hair as gold as flowing wheat. "I am Friedrich Dorn, blood son of Pre-March Rogel Dorn, primarchial heir of the Imperial Fists." "Shit, you have a lot of explaining to do, uncle." His stone-cold blue eyes looked Mordorion up and down. "Of a great many things. Father will most be interested, I am sure." "I'm sure he will." Mordorion answered neutrally, then stopped as he then realized it. "Wait, what do you mean your father?" "My lord," Gorm spoke up, "we seem to have an audience." The Primarch looked around the transport to see that, yes, the town had come to see what was happening. "Perhaps we should move this into the castle." Mordorion simply looked at Friedrich. "For the sake of easier conversation, I shall agree." He turned to his retinue. "Captains Pulo and Varinus with me. The rest of you, guard the falcon." Friedrich walked about the throne room at a diminished pace, the servos his master-crafted, artificer power armor whining quietly as he did, so even as his footsteps reverberated across the room from the marble floor. "And thus, you escaped Nurgle and found yourselves marooned upon this world." Mordorion nodded from his throne. "An interesting story." Friedrich let out a breath that he did not realize he was holding. One full of miracles, constant twists, of tragedy, of coincidences, and luck of such a caliber that it almost appears unbelievable. "We know how it sounds, my lord," Tarkus added in, "but it is the truth." Friedrich interrupted. "One that sounds as if written by scribes who struggled with ways to do it for an eternity if this was a novella, but a truthful story nonetheless." "Then what is to be our fate?" Mordorion asked. "You are to come with us back to Macrich. That order stands unchanged. You are entitled to a trial. That much is true. Judgment in front of the Primarchs to represent the ancient legions and the guard." Friedrich looked to Titus and Lucius, who filled in the blanks. "As the Astra Militarum, as of yet, had not existed during the time of your original betrayal." Lucius began. "It holds no right to challenge you to any and all crimes committed against the Imperial army, and according to the Edict of the Emperor's Mercy, no individual can be tried or judged further than his original punishment or forgiveness for any crimes whatsoever once that individual has been sentenced if the trial was judged by an Imperial of High Lord or higher political stature." Titus next stepped in. thus making the worries over your other crimes in your time, serving the traitorous side, null and void. Mortar Ion, whoop-de-fucking-do, a happy ending. Conrad, what a twist. Friedrich smiled gently and bowed his head to his two adjutants. And I believe that forgiveness may just be the trial result. What makes you say so? Gorm butted in, not being able to hold himself back. The Imperium Secundus cannot afford to not use good warriors, especially Astartes and a pre-march. Friedrich noted sadly, even as Gorm, Tarkus, and Mortar Ion tensed visibly. Pardon my inquiry, Mortar Ion voiced. But did you just say Imperium Secundus? Yes. Friedrich looked at them all, silence falling over them for a minute, even as the prime child's mind quickly caught on. Your escape, it was decades ago. Yes. Tarkus quickly answered. You do not know the status of the Imperium? Of Terra? Mus? Segmentum Solar? He asked himself more than them. Seeing that his uncle was not showing any awareness to the questions, Friedrich steeled himself and supplied the answers that Mortar Ion most likely never knew. Terra is gone. It imploded upon itself, swallowing Luna, Mars, and 1/3 of the Segmentum Solar, while doing so and creating the Eye of Despair. Sanguinius, Lore, Guilliman, writing it down, Lehman, bunch of archivists. What of the Emperor? Tarkus spoke in shock. The Emperor is gone. Friedrich informed them all. The implosion killed him, and thus we entered the silent year, a year without the guidance of the Astronomicon. From what was recorded, it was a time of great strife, loss of worlds, and the massive loss of countless Imperial citizens. Many thought it would be the end of humanity, that is, until the Astronomicon re-emerged upon Macridge. Mortar Ion pondered over this information. The revelation that his father was dead was one he had not been expecting. He could not find it in him to let out a whoop of joy or even a tear at the loss of his father. Only quiet contemplation, but little care for the man who both dragged him to war and also gave him a second chance. What do you say about the death of someone whom you have both hated and struggled to love for so long? Only 2 words could sum up his complicated feelings on a matter. I see. More importantly, what had happened to the Imperium after his death then? The Imperium came out fractured, but still standing, if barely. Friedrichsite. Loose ends needed to be tied quickly. Sections which were undefendable and simply drained resources needed to be abandoned. Friedrich appeared as if he was recalling a heavy memory. A massive part of the Segmentum Tempestus and Obscurus proved nay undefendable, the Space Wolves and Iron Hands being the last ones there, the latter of which lost contact sometime during the Silent Year. Segmentum Pacificus went completely quiet during the Year of Silence and hasn't been heard from since. What precious little forces remained slowly withdrew towards Macridge when the Astronomicon once more began a project, gathering there and forcing Lord Guilliman to announce the Imperium Secundus until further notice. There still are territories belonging to the Imperium who hold to this very day in the Ultima Segmentum, mostly thanks to the Treaty of Eden and the iron will of its defenders. However, most are now focused in the Imperium Secundus, which at the present time accommodates only some 2,000 worlds. The Premarch nodded along to this. It made sense. The situation was dire, but could have been a lot worse. What caused the Astronomicon to come back? And what of the Treaty of Eden? How did humanity pull itself back together? Many more questions were swirling in his mind, but the most important 3 were at the forefront of his mind. As far as we are aware, the Astronomicon began to project once more upon the birth of Aegidius Guilliman, son of Robut Guilliman and Ivrain, the prophet of Ennead. He's actually a father. Mortar Ion couldn't help the moment of incredulity that passed upon him. The two's union was in fact a founding part of the Treaty of Eden, which states that until further due notice or the extermination of one race, humans and Eldari alike shall live together in peace and unity under an alliance and help each other in all manners, both menial and those of the greatest importance. Truly, the note of sarcasm couldn't be stopped, even if he wanted to. Though, he wasn't any better. According to Lord Guilliman, the treaty was made and signed under the orders of the Emperor himself, even as his last order to the Adeptus Custodes was the evacuation of Terra and most of Sol. The treaty helped massively with the evacuation proceeding as planned and is, in fact, the main reason as to why the Imperium continues to function even with the loss of the Emperor and the throne world. But what do the Eldari gain from all of this? Working with humanity, helping us during our time of need. What is their aim? Can we fully trust them? How many times has he been betrayed and hurt by the Xenos? Truth be told, Friedrich began. I do not know the details, but as far as I am aware, the Eldar are a dying race. With each passing year, another craft world is possibly lost and another maiden world is destroyed. He sighed. They are outnumbered, falling, and a failing race. They needed safety above all else, even their pride. Friedrich gestured with his hands. The Imperium was, and still is, capable of providing that. Even if trust is not fully there, from what little experience I hold. I have heard that itself comes with the passing of time. From what I was able to observe, that time is not yet here, but nor is it still far away. Humans and Eldar alike live on Macridge now in mostly non-segregated areas. Mostly, Friedrich nodded, and Lucius began to speak again. It is not nearly as bad one might think. Captain Pulo and I here were born in squalor in the slums of Macridge Magnus Civitas. He licked his lips nervously, trying not to think about the fact that a pre-march of legend was focused on him. Then there was segregation, a massive black market, starvation, and poverty for even the wealthy at times. He smiled sadly, even as he waved up Titus. That changed soon after Lord Dorn came. Long after me, and Captain Varenus joined the guard. Indeed, Lord Dorn, using his superior knowledge of architecture and combined with Lord Guilliman's and his consort's knowledge of Eldari culture, remolded Macridge Magnus Civitas into a living example of how a city where Eldari and humans both live can and does work. The borders now being protected better, and the agri-worlds now supplying food at a steady flow because of so many new Marines and guard help too, Titus added hesitantly. But the point is, Lucius took over again. If I go to that very spot where I and Captain Pulo used to live, I wouldn't be capable of so much as recognizing it. For it is gone. Eldari and humans live and thrive with each other. Mordorion. I don't know if I want to vomit or just plainly be insulted. Konrad. Oh. Mordorion what? Konrad. Esa. Mordorion took a moment to think further on this. Eldari and humans living together. Great enemies in the past, now friends and allies. Could they then forgive him and his sons too somehow? Well, only one way to find out. Tarkus Gorm. He called to his 2 legionaries. You 2 shall accompany me to Macridge along with your retinues while the rest stay and attempt to govern. Tarkus looked surprised. 2 legionaries only, my lord. Nay, Mordorion was quick to correct. 3, because Goff just so happens to be hiding outside of the door. He motioned to the side door, which led into the guard room, which slowly creaked open as the Marine on the other side came clean. Am I getting careless, my pre-march? He asked with a coy grin. No, not at all, Goff. But let us just say that me prizing you for your accurate eye rather than a quiet step is a good thing for you. Goff chuckled even as Mordorion stood and stepped forward, now looking at one of the squires by Tarkus' side. Run and inform Lady Isha that I shall be off-world until further notice, perhaps indefinitely. He looked at Friedrich with a questioning look even as Friedrich returned it with all due honor and respect. The squire, meanwhile, bowed and ran off. I believe that is that. Mordorion allowed himself a small smile. Let's go. Can I come too, father? Emperor. The shit? Where did he come from? Sanguinius. I don't know. Titus and Lucius let out a shared shriek, grabbing onto each other as they saw a young half-breed boy standing near their group now. What? Where did you come from? My father. And mother too. He spoke in a dreamy voice from down below, where his robed form reached not even to Mortarion's knees. May I come too then, father? He looked up at Mordorion, his big, green eyes staring past the small amount of black hair which adorned his head. Why Decius? Mordorion asked, visibly confused. The young half-breed only grinned, a small, innocent little grin as he spoke in a tone that matched idle chatter about the weather. To meet him, of course. Mordorion. I'm a father. Conrad. I didn't know if I should warn you or not. Mordorion. I actually fucked the goddess with the fuck dash. Mordorion sighed, even as the well-made robes upon his son, which appeared a couple of sizes too big, shifted as Decius extended his arms up, his magical, red scarf continuing to wave about in air, as if it was underwater, even as it covered his mouth. Mordorion reached down and picked up his son without hesitation, allowing him to settle on his massive left arm. There will be a lot of politics, a lot of boredom. Macridge is most likely no place for children like you. I will not be bored. I will have Aegidius. Decius smiled beneath his scarf, his facial features revealing the boy's happiness. And him as well. Is no one going to tell us where the child came from? Or... Lucius looked between the boy and Mordorion, then to Lord Friedrich, then back to Titus, and so on. You get used to it. Tarkus explained. Lord Mordorion and Lady Isha's offspring are not exactly baseline. Sanguinius. Confirmed. Mordorion. This is absolute bullshit. I can't fucking believe that I would sleep with a damned Xeno. This has to be a prank dash. Oh, lovely. Titus answered, looking towards the boy who made him feel very serene and calm. Actually, why was he so frightened of him in the first place? Lovely. Shall we be headed out now? Friedrich watched the boy. He was unlike the other half-breed. Peculiar. Yes. We are go. They began walking towards the door they came through in the first place when Friedrich offhandedly mentioned. Oh, of course, silly me, I forgot. He cleared his throat, even as they continued walking. If it is you who is moving the planet, you might wish to mention it to Lord Dorn and Lord Guilliman once we reach Macridge. Parking space near the new throne world is at a premium these days. Robo-Weeze. Mortar Ion. This goes against everything I stand for. How fucking dare this happen? I will murder whoever it was who made this possible dash. The Primarch stopped moving, staring at Friedrich intently. When Friedrich looked back, he could see the massive frown on his face. That was not funny. Friedrich grinned, but never stopped. No, I am hilarious. Titus and Lucius both sighed and grinned as they looked towards the Primarch and his retinue, their grins turning to sympathetic smiles. You get used to it, they whispered in the Primarch's direction, causing Friedrich to smile even wider. The vid shut off, the screen blank, as everyone watched Mortar Ion continue to rant about the situation, even as Conrad sighed and stood up. Come on, let's just get some food. Conrad grumbled as he pulled Mortar Ion up out of his throne, leading him away from the viewing room, even as Mortar Ion kept ranting about the injustice of his pick in the future. As they were leaving the viewing room, some serfs were coming in, carrying a tray of food meant for one of the hungry Primarchs. Mortar Ion was quick to swipe at the tray, causing it to fly and crash to the ground even as he and Conrad made their exit. Well, there goes my grok steak. Horace grumbled even as the serfs began picking up the discarded meal and broken dinerware. Apologies, my lord. One of the serfs was quick to speak. We shall bring you another immediately. No need, the emperor said, even as he put a hand on Horace's shoulder. Come, join me in my dining room and let us have lunch together. Horace sighed. Sure, father. Of course, everyone else is also invited. The emperor trailed off as he looked at the rest of the room, expecting to find his sons still sitting, only to find that they had all legged it. Oh, never mind, I suppose. What do you expect? You've been a shithead the entire viewing. Have I? Ah, good joke, you had me there. Wait, what? What? You're serious? Yes, I am asking a serious question. Horace simply stared for a minute, stunned by his father's placidity. Then slowly, with one of his hands, he went to rub his eyes. Do you have some of that good Macragian vintage? Yes, of course, why? Because we're going to need more than steaks for lunch where this is going. Chapter 16, Vindication. Horace slammed his head on the fine wooden table, shaking his glass filled with a fine Macragian red, the fourth one of this lunch. How am I meant to explain this to you? He groaned in exasperation. It is basic human logic. And by that you mean, what exactly, Horace? The emperor asked, taking the last bite of his grok steak, now long since having grown cold due to the length of the lunch. I mean, Horace trailed off, sighed, and took another sip of the wine. It was turning out to not only be the best part of the lunch, but a necessary one as well. I mean, you're constantly asserting your presence, constantly having to control all of my brothers as if we are some errant servitors. So, the emperor chuckled. We both know that I only do as such because of what would happen otherwise. The emperor motioned with his hands. I believe we both remember what happened when I left and kept no, I'd all on my sons in the other timeline. Horace groaned again, downing the rest of his wine, even as a serf approached and refilled the glass. They were going to the third bottle by now. He had a point, especially when their father left the viewing room for 10 minutes and his brothers nearly tore into each other. You can't just dash, Horace began, stopping to swallow the rest of the excellent red liquid. You can't just assert complete and utter control. There's a difference between a complete hands-off and a complete hands-on approach. The emperor appeared to mull this over for a moment, one of his hands tapping on the table, even as the serfs cleared away the plates. What is it that you suggest, then? He asked, feigning ignorance. Horace took yet another sip of his wine. It was delicious, but it would never be enough to get him drunk. You need to let us go, father. Horace reasoned. Me, my brothers, you, all of us in a room for so long is not good for our mental health. He rubbed his bald head, scratching an itch that wasn't there. We need more rest than just a day or two away from each other. There are no normal feelings anymore. There is no sense of comfort in it. Horace made a waving motion with one of his hands. We are needed elsewhere, not in some place where we will constantly bicker and fight. We can't just solve the issues of all the Primarchs in one sitting. But if we do not, then the horrible future that we are trying to avoid will happen. I think we already made drastic steps to stop it from happening. Horace reasoned, trying to keep calm. You can't force a human being to change entirely so quickly, father. None of us are children. I'm simply doing what I believe to be best. Son, I'm over 40,000 years old. I have experienced more than all of you and your brothers combined about 1,000 times over. I believe I know what I'm doing. I'm not wrong. The emperor waved off. It was the same thing he had heard a million times before with Malcador and the other Perpetuals and Eldred, and actually, this was becoming a pattern. Well, you believe wrong. Horace slammed a closed fist on the table, finally done with his father's arrogance. Did you know what you were doing when you went back to Terra, left me as War Master, and then proceeded to simply stand by as your Imperium rotted into nothingness and came to be ruled by zealots and sycophants? I have plans in place in case of the worst coming to pass. There may be some hiccups here and there, but I know what I am doing. There is a lot more at stake here than just you and your brother's feelings. Did you have plans for dying? Horus asked, now openly hostile, because it sure as all hell didn't look like that in the vids. He spat, downing another glass, quickly even as the serf hastily refilled it. I may not or may have plans, but my best quality is adapting to the situation. Ah. Horus laughed, some of the wine escaping from his mouth. Ha! He continued to laugh. I can't believe what I just heard. He shook his head at the sheer disbelief of it all. Your plans rely on everything going smoothly in the first place, or some amount of obscene pre-planned trickery falling in place. You can't just push and push on something, eventually that will cause it to break, and you don't seem to realize that. And what do you expect me to do? So far, I've been right in all of my assumptions. I have been right to step up and be the leader humanity needs and deserves. I have been right in doing everything I have so far, not even including the age of strife, nor the age of earth. He bristled at Horus talking down to him in such a manner. He wasn't wrong. Angron seems to have been a fair miss, as well as Magnus. So too has Mordorion. Need I even mention the plan of simply going back to Terra and just leaving the galaxy to its fate? Horus leaned across the table, getting as close as possible. I bet that if I spoke with the Sigillite at this very moment, he could tell me of some fairly big wrongs that have happened thus far. Or better yet, what a mother dash. Enough. The Emperor let out a wave of energy, forcing Horus to go quiet and sit there before him. That has nothing to do with you. So, there's something more to it. Horus guessed, reaching for his glass and taking a gentle sip. Why do you hide it from me still? Nearly 2 centuries have I been by your side, loyal to a fault, and yet you still treat me as if I am some tool to be used, some child to be lectured. There was an air of hurt in Horus' voice, one contradicted by his eyes which were as cold and hard as ice. I can't. The Emperor sat back, the crackling golden energy that had been building up around him calmed. His pressure on Horus faltered. I can't talk about it. It's the one thing I'm not sure I made the right choice on. I can't be wrong, Horus. He sighed. I can't be wrong. If I am, then what I did. Horus groaned. Where was the Sigillite when you needed him? He reached for his glass and downed it even as a serf approaching very carefully and filling it up yet again, Horus noting that it was a new bottle. He feared they would go well past a dozen by the time they got anything done. I can't stand being in the same room as him. Roblet yelled out to his gathered brothers, all of them sitting together for lunch. I can't stand being in the same ship as him. I need time away. Years if possible on Mackridge, doing nothing more than menial paperwork if possible. He cradled his head, leaning into the table. I need to stop thinking about everything. Honestly, I agree. Corvus spoke up, sipping at his mug of tea. When even the logistician is overwhelmed, perhaps we do need to step back and reevaluate our situation. He shrugged. Though now, there isn't much to be done. We are still stuck on the Bucephalus, and there is still more time before we have even a chance to escape. There is plenty to be done. The lion intervened. A great many things to adapt to, but we cannot do them from that viewing room. He grumbled, his great mind already focused on all the other things that needed doing. Truth be told, Sanguinius began. I'm rather more worried about what the twins are up to. So far we have seen them leave and return at will, doing who knows what while helping father or even furthering their own agenda. They are an unknown factor. Rogel added in. We cannot control them, lest we do not worry ourselves with their doings. We shall discover the results of their excursions in due time. I can do nothing about the damned twins. Lehman spoke up after downing more ale. What I care more about is how we're going to escape from this damned ship. We can't, not without the Emperor noticing. Konrad grumbelt. And as soon as he would, you can bet your pelt that a summons would be upon us as soon as it could reach us. I hate the control he has over us. Mordorion grumbled to himself, still beyond salty over the last vid. No matter what we do, he will always order us back. If Nasiria wasn't enough to push him to make the choice to disband this pretty little party, Lorgar took the center of the room, striding with purpose. Absolutely nothing will. He grumbled. Anran might have forgiven him, but I can't. He will never see reason. Since when did Anran of all people forgive the Emperor? Magnus spoke up, glancing at Lorgar from across the table. Actually, never mind. You know what we should do? All eyes went to Magnus, who stiffened, but cleared his throat at all of the attention. We should perhaps find a way to possibly annoy Father to a point where he can't stand us, and then we are free. A simple plan, but doable. But not to the point where he will kill us. Not that he would, but I wouldn't put it past him after 2 and 11. That has to be one of the worst ideas I have ever heard. Jagatai, of all people, pointed out. Like putting your head into the jaws of a wolf and not pulling out just for the fun of seeing how much damage it will do to your skull. Magnus scowled. Well, I'm the only one coming up with a plan while everyone else is grumbling about. This is another reason why I can't speak up to any of you. He grumbled the last part, sitting back in his seat. Far be it from my place to chide you, brother. Jagatai held up his hands in defense. But there are subtler ways of making apex predators come after you. And why would we be crazy enough to do that? Lehman asked. Simple. Jagatai blinked once. So we can drive him away towards the one thing that can make him see reason. Malkador. Everyone gathered and spoke together, agreeing that if there was anyone in the galaxy who could make their father see reason, it had to be Malkador. They didn't know of anyone else who could do such a feat. And how is that any different than my plan? Magnus griped from his seat. Simple. We have less of a chance of dying. But we need something to do to make this all work out, a catalyst, if you will. Jagatai continued on, thinking what they could possibly watch a vid without him. Perturabo spoke up, sipping at his own tea. He has been obsessed with the vids and the future. If we watch a vid without him, there's a chance he could kick us out or we force him to go to Malkador because we dare go against our fathered. Robot sighed, shuddering at the thought. I just said I want a break. Brother. Rogel spoke up. If we do this and suffer through a main chapter, we will all gain our wish of freedom from father. We could see Aegidius. Put your mind at ease. Somehow I very much doubt that. Robot sat up, took a swig of his amasec, and stood up. All right, let's do this before anyone else comes up with a saner plan. I can't stand this ship any longer. Agreed. The brothers spoke in unison. The past 8 weeks were doing things to them, making them prefer the idea of being shot at and conquering planets, far away from each other. We're doing menial work, away from each other. Some of them were even laughing maniacally at the idea of freedom being so close and away from each other. Muggos, Ferris called out in the viewing room. Muggos, your expertise is required. Ferris, not too loud, or else father is going to hear us. Fulgrim shuddered. He wanted this over and done with, so he can go home for the first time in a long time. Sorry, but time is of the essence. We only have so much time before father realizes what we are doing, and everything will be for nothing. Ferris continued to search for the Muggos, leaving the room. Ay Dios mío. Lorger sighed. Perhaps we can go with Magnus' plan instead and annoy father. I can throw some spider milk tortillas at him. I like carnitas. Magnus said, but please do not throw tortillas at him. We want to leave in one piece, not half of us dying. Found him, Ferris cried out, carrying the Muggos who was in the middle of working on his data slate and slurping on some unknown nutrient paste. Muggos, sorry to interrupt, but we need you to play a vid for us. Without the amnesia, Lem asked, holding his data slate to his chest. We are, Ferris trailed off, looking to one of his more charismatic brothers to help him out, while he motioned his eyes at the Muggos. Oh, right dash, Sanguinius stepped forward. We are simply getting ready for him. As you know, he is quite busy, and it is our duty to watch the vids for him at times. We don't want to bother him at all times, just for vid watching, you know. He smiled at the Muggos. He does have a life outside of the vids. Many Primarchs couldn't help but imagine the lives they needed to get back to. Muggos Lem glanced at the Primarchs, then back to the display. Sighed, stuffing his data slate into his robes. Very well. Put me down, and I shall play you a vid. But this is my lunch break, so I will continue to eat. Perfectly understandable. Lorger said, sitting back down on his throne. Just one more vid, then they could leave, and he could go back home and figure out what he was going to do with his life. But at least it wouldn't be the Bucephalus anymore. Muggos Lem prepared the next vid, accepting the vid handed to him by Ferris, who was already imagining getting back to his forges and working on something. Vulcan had the same thought, except far away from everyone else for once. Everyone was having thoughts of being far away from each other, of continuing the crusade, or doing menial work, or anything else they could think of, just as long as they were away from each other. Mango's Lem then prayed to the machine spirit, the vid playing, and plunging the Primarchs back into the hell that was vid watching. Just one more. Then they could be free and away from their father and everyone else. For years if possible. 206, the M42, Mackridge, Fortress of Hera Training Hall. When the vid opened up on a bird's-eye view of the same training hall before, it was almost as if nothing had changed. It was similar to the view they had before when they didn't have confirmation the Emperor was squatting in Aegidius' mind and body. This time, however, the boys were different. Aegidius and Damien were maturing into young men, despite only being 10 years old. Damien was getting longer, taller, and filled out. He would always be of the skinnier sort, but no longer did he look close to death's door due to starvation. He had a healthy glow on his face and had begun to resemble more of his mother than his father, less angular and more soft. While he grew taller, his hands and feet still looked a bit too large for him, Yet he still used them deftly in his training, even at times switching from his training blade to his hands, catching the blade, attempting to slice Aegidius. Aegidius, however, was beyond different when compared to Damien in growth. He was currently an inch or two below or above his cousin, definitely stockier than his friend. Compared to most of the other serfs and neophytes, Aegidius was shedding his baby fat finally and was looking a bit more square like his father. What he didn't get from his father was his grace and his more Eldari-like features. His eyes shone brighter, his ears were becoming more prominent, and there was a type of sway to his hair that felt distinctly Eldari, the way it moved on its own. At the moment, the two boys were in the middle of an intense training session, the light above them bearing down on them with an intense heat as they fought against each other. With each movement, their shadows below followed along, both shapes normal and to scale with the two boys. Conrad, oh good, a boring one. Rogel, picking up a wooden support beam. I have done the reading and have some to the conclusion this will be needed. Hit the wood, Conrad. Offers the beam to Conrad. Conrad, no, Rogel, you will regret this. Pudgy. Damien snickered as Aegidius went red in the face and began attacking him harder than before. Pudgy, pudgy, pudgy. I'm not fat. The young emperor growled and tried to focus on his movements and tactics. He knew Damien was trying to rile him up, but still, he was not fat. I'm losing weight, you know. Yeah, but it makes you mad. Damien snickered as he dodged another angry shout and slash from Aegidius, who most definitely was not angry that he was fat, which he's not. And Vlad says that mental manipulation of your target is vital for Battle Dash. That doesn't mean you get to call me fat, which I'm not. A groan from the side piped up, distorted by Vox grill. Boy, do not reveal the tactics you're using to your enemy. Sorry, Vlad. Damien quickly apologized before bringing his attention back to his duel and dodging Aegidius' attacks. Sorry, should I stop? Don't take pity on me. Was the only angry shout that came from the boy emperor, who was considering using his psychic abilities to help him fight Damien and get him to shut up about his weight. He had to get better. Everyone wanted him to be better, so he had to, pushing as much focus and strength into his blows against Damien. He practically growled as pursued Damien, who squeaked in surprise at the sudden spike in ferocity. Aegidius. Aegidius, calm down. I didn't mean to make you mad. You're not fat. He let out a scream as he was dodging more frequently. The amount of attacks coming from Aegidius was doubling, and it was getting more and more improbable for him to dodge them, much less get an attack of his own. If only he could just do something to get Aegidius off of him. Anything to get a moment from Aegidius and plan his next strategy. Damien, Aegidius stopped, a gobsmacked look on his face as he paused. Vlad had gone quiet. Same with Policia and even the custodes who stood to the side and supervised their fights. How did you do that? Conrad. Did he just go invisible? Corvus. Yup. Conrad. Isn't that your thing? Corvus. Yes, but at this point, the children barely make any sense. Don't question it. Conrad. Shrugs, fair enough. Damien blinked. He wasn't sure what Aegidius meant or why everyone was quiet. What did he do? What? Do what? How are you invisible? Aegidius asked, pointing at Damien. Sure enough, when Damien looked down at his hands, which were exposed from his training suit, they were gone. He paused, mind fried as he tried to figure out what happened. Then his mind started up again as he bounced in place. Whoa. Aegidius, I'm invisible. Damien couldn't help but be excited. He didn't think his dad could do something like this, but this is so cool. Aegidius, look. Actually, you can't. It was weird to see a small training suit bouncing in place with no head or hands in sight. Aegidius couldn't stop the bubble of laughter coming from him as he watched Damien turning around in place, trying to see what else of himself was invisible. Slowly reaching out, Aegidius poked Damien in his chest with a training sword, finding the solid mass of his cousin still where it should be. Letting out another giggle, he poked and poked again, his giggles rising in intensity as he poked his cousin over and over. PFFFFFT, stop. Aegidius, stop. That tickles. Damien couldn't stop himself from laughing, the chest poking making him burst into a fit of laughter as his skin shimmered and he lost his invisibility. Yes, this is when that cousin of yours first exhibited a show of his bred powers. Yeah, it was. Maybe if I didn't get so mad at him, then he wouldn't have activated that gift of his. Then maybe he wouldn't have caught his father's attention. Magnus, oh no. Rogel, this is your fault, Conrad. You just had to hit the wood. Corrand, frack you. Well, that was interesting. The Lord Commander commented from the viewing platform above the training hall, even as he turned to face his brother. A most changing development, wouldn't you say? Conrad, stop trying to make me spend time with the boy Guilliman. Robot, stop being a shitty father then. The Night Haunter only watched over the two boys, a permanent sneer on his face as he refused to acknowledge Guilliman's prodding. The boy has potential. Potential. Guilliman let out a huff. Even now you would deny him his birthright? A place at your side? The place he has earned with all of his suffering and his many trials. I decide who gets a place by my side, not you. I have my own trials, and if he or any of my new sons cannot pass them, then he does not deserve a place in my legion. Interesting words, brother. Guilliman nodded, a look which showed doubt on his face. Ones you will never have to put to the test, if you never so much as touch him. He nodded in the direction of the respective sons. Another sneer. I hate trading word shivs with you. Guilliman put a hand on his brother's shoulder. There is no need for them if you would only do what is necessary. He lectured without ill intent or malice. Take the boy and mold him into what he is supposed to be. Make him your son, blood and gene. He is fine here. I don't have to deal with him, and he makes progress here. Not to mention, he hated having to protect and care for anything. He is the heir to one of the most powerful forces in the entire history of humanity. He will never be accepted by them if he is raised ultramarine. Guilliman shook his head. He has made as much progress here as he can. Take him. If you wait any longer, he will never survive the procedures. He always did hate how Guilliman just made so much sense. It was one of the things he hated the most about the perfect blue boy. But he had a point. He disliked the boy. He disliked being around him and really disliked the idea of dealing with him for extended periods of time. But he didn't hate him. Fine. I'll take him to Quirinius today. His trials will require my full attention and may take a few years. Will you be able to survive without having me here to do your dirty work? Conrad, I hate you. Robot, shut up. I'm making you spend time and be a father. What's the worst that could happen? Roble offers the wooden beam. Robot sighs and knocks on it, until Roble slowly pulls it away from him. Guilliman smiled. Leave the politics to me, brother. With the capital in the state that it now is in, thanks in no small part to Rogle, I can finally focus my attention on the bigger problems. He allowed his hands to fall off of his brother's shoulder. Go. See to his trials. Conrad nodded and walked away. Brother, Guilliman spoke, causing Conrad to stop in his tracks. Remember, Ave Imperator. Conrad closed his eyes, his teeth clenching at the memory, his mind pained but grounded. It was good that Guilliman reminded him, even if it brought him this suffering. Ave Imperator. He responded, stalking off without so much as another word. Magnus, I don't like this. I really don't like this. I have a bad feeling. Lorgar, which is why you're singing that. Magnus, so are you. A nice cool towel over his face after training soothed the boy emperor, despite him laying back on the bench and listening to Damien ramble on and on about his new ability. To many people, it would annoy them to their very core. To Aegidius, to which Damien was his one and true best friend, he found it relaxing. I still can't believe how freaked out Vlad was. He was all like, Damien, how long could you do that? And I was all like, Vlad, I'm invisible, this is so cool. And then he just started screaming at me, and oh man, Damien giggled like mad, glancing around and watching Vlad nearby, still screaming his head off at a custodes who could care less about what he thought. I didn't think I'd ever surprise Vlad, but here I am. I still have no idea how it happened, but Aegidius, this is so cool. I can turn invisible. Can you imagine all the cool stuff I can do with this? Is it just my skin that does it, or am I a psycho guy like you, and I can use it to make my clothes invisible too? Because I don't know how I'd feel about running around places without my undies, really. Conrad, kill me. Kill me now before my eardrums burst and I go insane. Vulcan, many people want to, but not right now. Just done with everything. Maybe you can finally sneak out of your bath and buy Politia? Aegidius asked, his voice muffled by the towel over his face. Maybe. Finally, I can get away for bath time. It's really warm and nice, but do I really need to have a bath every day? It's weird enough to take a bath, but I can't stand doing it every night or morning like Politia wants me to. Though, Aegidius' eyebrow furrowed underneath the towel. Imagine it failing while you're sneaking out and finding yourself naked in front of her. He repositioned the towel so that he could take a peek at Damien's quickly reddening face. The tiny shadow paused as he imagined that very scenario. Then his face went red as he let out a shriek of pure horror. No, stop it. I don't want Politia to see my no space. I would die from embarrassment. Die, I tell you. Aegidius began to laugh, taking the towel off of his face. You're dash, he wheezed. No, spa dash. He couldn't finish the words, another bout of laughter taking hold instead. It's called your privates. You idiot. No, it's called my no space. It's cause you don't run around without clothes on. Not in public, not in private. It's my no space, and no one can see or touch it. Damien was even more red-faced, pulling a towel and covering his face with it. You mean running around just like that time you managed to escape your bath and run down the hall? And then dash, Aegidius breathed, watching the growing horror on his best friend's face. Ran into Constantine. Don't remind me. He flopped over on a bench, kicking his legs. That was so stupid. What was I thinking? I can't believe I ran into Constantine dash. He then devolved into giggles. remembering the stern talking he had gotten after that incident. It was kind of funny. He then looked up at Aegidius, grinning. Like that time we broke into your dad's study. Do not speak of that. Aegidius growled, then blushed as his voice cracked. We didn't get caught, and it was just one sip, you know. Robot snaps out of his muse, what? Rogel, brother, do you keep it in your drawer? Robot, yes, takes a deep breath, yes I do. I'm grounding Aegidius again from the past. We took one sip and had a hideout for 2 days. We were so loopy and crashing into things. And we kept slurring. We couldn't let everyone find us like that. Damien shuddered but still grinned. We still got away with it. It wasn't worth it. Aegidius groaned. Our throats burned, and we had the most massive headaches of our lives. And I think I just got grounded again. Magnus, stop it. Lehman. It plays with his idea of continuity. Dickish laughter. Sanguinius. And it's trying my patience. Damien giggled. Yeah. He snorted and got up, picking up his training sword and twirling it skillfully in one hand. One more round? Loser has to do the other's homework. Aegidius stood, shaking his head even as he reached for his own practice sword. I help you, do yours no matter what anyway, remember? Then he sighed. Besides, I have way more homework than you do. That still sucks. We've been getting less playtime, and you've been in so many classes and tutors. It sucks that you're so busy all the time. Damien poked Aegidius' leg with his foot. But come on, if we train more, then it's technically playtime. We get less homework if we spend time in the training halls, right? Yeah. Aegidius sat up, grinning at Damien. I'm gonna beat you to pulp. If you don't trip like when we were balancing on the edge of the outer walls and you went over. Damien snickered at Aegidius, who was now glaring at him. Your mom was so angry at you. Robot, why are you playing on the outer walls? Magnus, don't lecture the vid. Robot, I am not, and won't lecture a vid. Stop saying I will. Lorger, the point is that this is only going to go slower the more you talk to it. Yeah, but not as mad as Policia was when you got lost again and ended up stuck in the waste chute again. It was his turn to snicker at Damien, who looked horrified at the idea. Because it was a travesty. People throw away perfectly good cake, and I wasn't going to let it go to waste. Not my fault I got stuck halfway through and was showered with more sweets. It was kind of funny that they had to cut open the walls again to get me out. Uncle Rogel was surprised I got stuck again. He paused, thinking about the delicious cakes that might be served after dinner. He hoped for chocolate, but he was happy for anything sweet. And that is the reason why the waste chutes are now big enough to let an Astartes free fall. Aegidius got a good grip on his sword as they both took center stage again. To first hit. Sure. Sounds like it'll be a quick fight cause. You're fat. He snickered as he went to dodging Aegidius again, cackling gremlin laughter as he pushed Aegidius buttons again. I'm going to make you eat those words. Aegidius snorted, taking a combat stance even as Damien assumed his own. This was going to be, boy. A deep voice made them freeze, even as Conrad Kurz walked to them, clad in his power armor, the steps echoing off of the freshly cut marble walls. Rogel, you should have knocked. Magnus, they're already here. Perturabo, the wood told of this return. Lehman, the calm intro was merely a delay. Sanguinius, in the time before Conrad knocked on the wood. Lorger, and Rogel offered him the way out. Lion, all of you shut up. I won't sit here and listen to all of you quoting that stupid game based off of Lehman's culture. Watch the damned vid. Lem, do not speak ill of such a relic, Lord of the First. I happen to have a copy of this relic running at this very moment on my augmetic eye. It has been sold and repackaged and is able to be run on countless devices. So once more, do not speak ill of such a creation. Ferris, how does such a relic even work? Lem, shrugs, it just works. Father, Damien greeted back in a soft voice, looking up at his sire in open awe. Colme, we are going. Conrad then turned and walked away, not even bothering to wait for Damien. Oh, okay. See you later, Aegidius? He shrugged, then started to walk after Conrad. Where are we going? Quirinius. Damien paused, thinking back to his galactical navigation classes. Isn't that another planet? Why are we going there? Doesn't it take a long time to go to another planet? Yes. Conrad ground out, coming to a stop and turning around to face his son. Are you coming, boy? Damien stopped. He looked back to Aegidius, who had a blank look on his face. Then he turned back to his father, who was staring down at him with his usual sour face. He was going to spend time with his dad. But he was leaving? He looked to Vlad and Policia. Policia wasn't doing anything, and Vlad was already moving after them. He looked back to Aegidius, imagining not waking up in his bed and racing to breakfast to tell Aegidius what they were going to do that day, and if they could hang out later. He didn't want to leave. Do I have to go? He asked his father, hoping against everything that he could stay and not have to leave. Yes. It was Vlad who answered. Your brothers call you home. It is time. It was oddly somber words from someone who was typically brash and rude. Le Mans, aye. He's going to have a wonderful time. Konrad, ooh, I'm gonna be stuck with him for years. At least I'll have Vlad. Robot, be nice to him. Konrad, nah. Al, how long are we gonna be gone? Until you are ready. Vlad explained, putting a hand on his back, even as he glanced back at Policia, just for a second. This was always going to happen at one point. You are as prepared as you will ever be. Ready? Ready for what? He wanted to ask. He wanted to know how long he was going to be gone. He wanted to ask if they could wait another day or two. He wanted to ask if he could pack anything or anything else on his mind. But for once, he couldn't force the words out. No, Aegidius spoke out. A simple statement as he stared forward at them. He could feel a sharp burn in the back of his mind, but he ignored it. No, no, Conrad asked, turning to Aegidius, even as Sicarius quickly walked to his lord's side and knelt. His chapter calls Damien home, my lord. Sicarius whispered in Aegidius' ear. To refuse it on his behalf would be most unwise and the gravest of insults. What? Aegidius shouted out, a wave of energy rippling through and causing silence to reign in the training hall. Why now? Why do you suddenly care about Damien? Because it is his destiny. A commanding voice countered, causing Aegidius to look over to the entrance and see his father standing there, dressed in his formal robes, a stern look on his face as he came closer. He may be your friend and your cousin, Aegidius, but this is not your choice. He shall make it, just as you will make yours one day as well. His fists clenched, shaking with the pure anger that was swelling inside of him. That is not what— He stared back at Conrad. I asked. He glared at Conrad, who glared right back at him. Why do you suddenly care about Damien? You never did before. Conrad glared down at the boy, his anger quickly rising even as he glanced at Robot, who in turn only made a simple motion for him to explain himself. I don't, Conrad answered simply. I care to serve the throne, that is all. Another wave of energy pulsed from Aegidius, sending serfs and other menials to the ground with a shocked yell. He continued to stare at Conrad, thinking about how lonely it was going to get again. You're taking away my only friend. Another sharp burn in his mind, stronger this time, blurring his vision. Magnus, oh great, antagonize a budding alpha-class psyker. Wonder how it's going to go this time around. Jagatai, bad decisions everywhere. Conrad snorted, not appearing to care much. Damien, he instead looked down at his son. Gulme. He reached out with a hand. Even if the moment was small and not very noticeable, the effect it had on Damien very much was. Not having Damien around, not having someone to talk to his age, not having someone else who could get it. He remembered what it was like to be alone, to be surrounded by adults who just told him what to do. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Conrad never cared about Damien before, but now he does. He never cared about him. And now Damien was going to him? Why? Damien looked back to Aegidius, feeling the tension in the room skyrocketing as he watched his friend taking deep calming breaths that look anything but calm. Aegidius, this is what I have been training for. It's my dad, and if he says it's time for me to leave, then it's time. Vlad told me so. You're leaving me. He looked to Conrad again, watching that look on his face. He didn't care about Damien. He didn't care about his well-being. He didn't have his best interests in mind. Liar, he ground out, thinking about how his vision was blurring more and more and burning with such an intensity. It was annoying. Conrad did not seem to care. At the moment Damien reached him and had taken his hand, Conrad began to walk. A duel, Aegidius proclaimed then and there, fury beginning to cloud his mind further. Whoever gets first hit, Damien stays with. Damien looked back in shock. Aegidius, you'll never beat Dad. Not a pre-march dash. I accept. Conrad nodded, looking over Aegidius and towards Robot, who could only nod somberly even as he sent a serf running in secret to fetch Eldred, knowing his son would need the psychic support of his mentor, especially with Aegidius' mother being off-world at this time. Lehman, Size didn't need to witness a beatdown today. Why did he get to have the burning in his head all the time? Why did he get to have his friend taken away? Why did he have to be the emperor? Why did he have to have everyone telling him what to do? Why did everything he did have to get so messed up all the time? Another sharp burn went through his mind, all of it feeling as if he was doused into fire, telling him to stop. Annoying, annoying, annoying. So be it, his father ordered. Even as the padded square where the training happened was cleared, and Pomponius brought Aegidius his dropped sword, and Conrad took up one of his own. Everything in him was burning, was blurring as he reached for his sword. His mind was screaming at him to stop. It was hurting him to reach and grab onto his sword. Magnus, something is keeping him from trying to fight. Robot, I have an idea. Magnus, as do I. No, enough. He was tired of his mind attacking him and making him feel like he was on fire all the time. How would everyone else like it if they were on fire? Inside of his mind, he grabbed onto whatever was making him burn and ache, fighting against himself as he forced it to stop hurting him. He walked to the center of the square, Conrad opposite of him, as they both took a stance. The pre-march absolutely towering over him. everyone around them knowing that Aegidius wouldn't survive even a few seconds. He mechanically walked into the center of the square, his mind still wrestling with the power there, asserting dominance over it. Sick and tired of his mind hurting him, Robot stood by, watching in the distance as Eldred walked in, his heavy robes flowing behind him as he flowed with the utmost grace towards the fight, his eyebrows slowly beginning to furrow more and more as he did so. Robot dismissed it and turned his attention back to his son and brother, hoping to get this over with as quickly as possible, knowing that this was the only way his son would ever learn. Fight! The same instant they called out was the same moment he felt his mind turn and begin to weave the fury and anger, spinning it and forming it into an unnatural amount of raw psychic power. It was not going to push him around anymore. He was going to push it back now. He was in control. Oh, it felt as if he was drunk on pure fire. In less than the blink of an eye, in a move so quick that even the Astartes and Custodes watching didn't even see so much as a blur, Connard swung his sword, aiming directly for Aegidius' neck. And yet, somehow, in that same tiny amount of time, Aegidius dropped his own sword, watching as how Conrad's own was coming straight at him, then stopped. Conrad's sword froze, a mere inch away from touching Aegidius' neck, even as his own blade fell onto the ground, echoing around the frozen chamber even as Eldred began to run. Somehow, despite being made of plasteel, Conrad's sword began to splinter. The sheer amount of raw power making Conrad begin to choke even as the sword obliterated itself and deep cracks began to form upon the Primarch's armor, cracks reaching all the way down to his skin, giving Aegidius the perfect opening. Lehman, what? Magnus, the Conrad, fuck. Perturabo, what the shit dash. Eldred ran, sprinting with such speed that he appeared as a bolt of lightning. The power inside of Aegidius churned, his eyes glowed an amber gold even as his hand swung out, the power flowing and creating a spark. Eldred reached him at the last second, diverting the massive form of psychic energy even as it turned to ethereal warp fire, going for the ceiling instead of Conrad, burning and melting the marble ceiling high above them. Magnus, oh no, Jagatai, that is not good. Glances to Conrad, you almost died. Cornad, how? It is a child. Magnus, Alpha Plus Psyker who has hopped up on his anger and directing it at you. Jagatai, usually no. Yet, this did not stop the boy emperor. His fury was too much, his wrath not yet sated. He swung around, a roar not of this world escaping his throat against his will as he brought his attention to killing Conrad, knowing that Eldred would be too slow and his father would be too far off. The energy flowed, aimed straight at Damien. Stop, his cousin cried out, standing in front of his father, who was now sitting on the ground. Stop, he shouted again, tears flowing down his cheeks even as his hands became visible again. Domi, Aegidius asked again, the realization of what he had just done hitting him full force, even as Damien breathed heavily. It wasn't the melting ceiling that splattered onto the ground around them, the look of shock on Conrad's face, or even the horrified looks on the faces of the others that stopped him. It was Damien who was looking at him like he was a monster. Stop it, he cried. Don't kill Dad. He pleaded. I want to go with him. He's all I have left. Why? Why did he have to stand there like that? Why was he looking at him like he was in the wrong? He was doing his best to help him, to stop Conrad. Why was he being so ungrateful for his help? Did his friendship mean nothing to him? If you can't stand being around me, then leave. Get out. He couldn't stop the tears that were spilling out of him, raw anger and fury over now and deeper anger confusing the small boy. Betray me. The anger grew, a commanding tone taking hold. Like your father betrayed me all that time ago. The anger, the voice, it was not Aegidius, not truly. Robot, I knew it. Magnus, confirmed. Rogel, oh no. Perturabo, great. Conrad, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Lehman, missing something. AHM, the only one lost here. Sanguinius, shush. Stop talking, so I can enjoy more content. Lehman, okay. Damien flinched back at the pure, unfiltered rage that was simmering in Aegidius' thing, whatever it was he was looking at. He quickly turned around and started trying to push his father out of the training hall, desperate to get away from the thing that was standing where his friend was. Conrad obeyed, even if reluctantly. They began to walk even as Damien looked back at his friend, seeing not only him, but a shadow. Whatever was there behind, in, besides, above, with Aegidius, it scared him. And this was the turning point. Eldred walked in front of them. I don't want to see anymore. Do you perhaps mean the lectures? Or more of your inability to control yourself simply because of stronger emotions? Eldred chided, making Aegidius flinch. You acted as a child. You threw a temper tantrum. This memory is a lesson. Magnus, wait, this is a memory viewing. Lorgar. So, He's viewing this through a safer environment to confront the feelings he is experiencing due to the trauma of what happened. Magnus, yes, actually. Very astute of you, brother. Lorger, how come father never used this with us? Magnus, well, it takes both to be psychers, and a pre-March mind is more complex than a regular mind, and there are complications and the threat of losing said memories. Jagatai, or just do a vision quest and guide the people through it while protecting them. Magnus, that too. Honestly, I don't even understand why father never explained dash. Corvus, asterisk snopping fingage от Magnus asterisk, hey. Focus. Vid volch. Now, a poor one considering that I am looking at it for the 100th time. He couldn't help but look at his father and the horrified expression on his face. The situation is not made bad to study simply because the one studying it cannot discern anything from it. Eldred Tutade, walking around his past self. Sometimes, the lesson lies on the surface. Sometimes it is laid plain, yet again, and other times, it bears fruit later in life. He stopped, looking at what directly felt like his eyes. That is the lesson. He snapped his fingers, and a blinding white light consumed all. Suddenly, they were back in Eldred's quarters. Aegidius stood before Eldred, who was staring through him and into his own soul. He hated it when Master Eldred did that. It was almost as bad as when his mom did it. He couldn't ignore how disappointed Eldred looked at him. Slowly but surely he stretched out his aching and stiff limbs, standing from the cushions on the balcony in Eldred's quarters, high in the fortress of Hera. "We are done for today, then?" he asked, even as he more or less made a run for the inside of the quarters, but was stopped by Eldred. "Wait a while, I ordered tea. It is important we discuss the travels through your memories." In other words, Eldred didn't want to drink tea alone again. Great. With a dismissive grunt, Aegidius turned around and walked back to the edge of the balcony where he perched himself, looking down at Macrage Magnus Civitas. So widely different now than a mere couple of years ago. Still being rebuilt, but already looking like a grander version of its former self, along with having the main benefit of disguising the fact that the city itself now was a living, breathing fortress. Spires reached for the stratosphere, which could double as command strongholds. Massive squares were scattered across the city, which could function as landing and mustering grounds. Many new manufactorums were built and slums cleared to be replaced with actual housing. New walls were added, new towers, new turrets, entire new regimental barracks, spaceports. It was wild. Not even the fortress itself was left untouched. Uncle Rogel had laid the hand of a war mason on the entirety of Macrage, making the fortress of Hera go from a bastion of hope and a mark of the Ultramarines to an echo of the beloved and long-gone Imperial Palace. Rogel, I have done good work. Perturabo, huffs. Rogel, I will speak to father. Perturabo, pauses then nods, see that you do. Rogel, as long as you learn to pace yourself and make use of all your garrison duty. Perturabo grumbles intensely. His masterpiece, he called it, even if it was far from done. Aegidius thought that Uncle Rogel was exaggerating, but he didn't care in the first place. Not since Damien left, and everything got boring and worse. 2 lumps, Eldred asked, even as he already dropped the cubes into Aegidius' cup. He simply accepted the cup, thankful for the extra sweetness, even if he didn't ask for it. Would you care for idle chit-chat, or would you rather we delve into the deeper matters at hand? Idle chit-chat, please. The young emperor grinned at the look his mentor was giving him now, surprised he actually took the boring choice. Please, do tell me more about your children. The elder Eldari sat there, slowly mixing his tea with soft clinks filling the air between them as he stared at the young emperor, not actually holding the spoon with his fingers, but using his psychic powers to move it around. Not often someone chose to be a cheeky bastard, unlike himself. He stopped the spoon from stirring and made it tap 3 times on the edge of his fine Eldari Wraithbone cup, before taking a dainty little sip and putting the cup back on its saucer. Which child? Aegidius shrugged. You complain a lot about Machu. Why not tell me about Taldir and Ronan? Vulcan, Dawn of War. We watched that. Corvus, indeed. 2 very good holovids. Lorger, 3 dash. Gorbus, no, there weren't. Just like with that series of holovids father showed us, there are only 7. Oh, yes, good choice. Finally moving on from the who dash, Eldred stopped himself, clearing his throat. Well, to be honest, Taldir could do better and Ronan could be around better company. Why? How can she do better? What does she do? Well, she married a Mon K for starters. He took a nice long sip of his tea. Aegidius stared at Eldred, then looked down at himself, then back to Eldred. He spread his arms out and nodded his head a few times as he gestured to himself. Oh, pardon, all offense meant, it is just simple semantics. Here is a powerful farcer, going up in the world, about to be inducted into the Council of Farcers. And then she goes and marries a Mon K, not just any Mon K, a vindicare assassin that was trying to kill her. But then again, love acts strangely upon the skeins of fate. He took another sip. Aegidius scoffed and siped at his own tea, ears flattening back in obvious displeasure. Is she happy, though? I mean, was she happy being a farcer? Is she happy being married? No idea. Haven't seen her since she gave birth to my granddaughter. He couldn't help but blink several times as this information was processed. How could someone not ask their own child how they felt? Or talk to them? Then his mood darkened, thinking back to how horrifically angry and disappointed his own father was at him after he didn't even want to hear why he was so angry. He just called it a tantrum, and he didn't want to think about it. So instead, he jumped topics. You have a granddaughter? Oh yes, I forgot. Macho might also think that I am dead. Idly speaking, he sipped more tea. He made sure to ignore Aegidius' angered snort. But let us not just talk about the semantics about my irrelevant family life. How is your cousin? Damien is gone. Remember? Oh, not that one. The other one, the wild and furry one. You know the wild one? I forget her name. Oh, you mean? Freya? Yes. Yes, that wolf thing. The canet. He drank the rest of his tea. How is she, by the by? Lehman. Wolf thing. Lion. She's a wolf thing. Lehman, hush. He shrugged, not really caring much on this topic. I don't know. She lives here, but I don't ever see her. She tried to kill me when we first met. We made faces at each other when we do see each other, and really? I can't stand being around her. And even if I wanted to be around her, she's never around. He sipped at his tea, wishing the topic could shift. Ah yes. What a shame. There might be a lot to be learned from such a savage. The future path of an avatar, perhaps? Anger maybe, if it could be controlled. Aegidius sighed. Eldred was being a philosopher again. More like the avatar of a selfish god who only knows how to ruin everything she comes across. A burn on the side of his head shocked him, then made him stop and realize he was being unnecessarily mean about his cousin. But then again, he was all too happy to rebel against whatever it was in his head that was making his life hell. So whatever. Freya could take it. Every god or goddess has their place. Eldred lectured. That wild one may yet find hers. Right, whatever, I'm done. Aegidius was quick to stand, leaving his empty cup on a pile of books nearby. It would most likely be there for the rest of time. Nice talk. I have somewhere to be. And quickly, he was leaving Eldred's quarters, slamming the door closed behind him. He stretched his back and began walking down the hall, even as Poponius and another custodian joined him a fair distance behind him, following him at a reasonable distance now after multiple other incidents. Ugh, now he was reminded of the shit happening in the past. Ever since Damien left, it was all different. He tried hanging out with Friedrich in his rare moments of free time and the time their schedules lined up, but the only things Friedrich did in his free time was exercise and train and do architecture, which was fine. It was absolutely fun, even if the exercise almost killed him. But while Friedrich talked, and he talked about the deep stuff which kind of bothered him, like how Damien leaving was the right thing, and Aegidius was just bitter about it. Then his mind burned, and then he couldn't stand being around him anymore. So that was out. Sicarius, on the other hand, was fine and all, but, well, in the end, he was a space marine. He might be training him with a blade with all due efficiency, but he outgrew the awe of having a big brother space marine and kind of outgrew Sicarius. One could only tell so many stories. And don't get him started on the custodes. The only ones that apparently survived Terra were the strict ones. The serious and the philosophers were stuck with the Sisters of Silence when they evacuated. But the reason he hated being around the custodes? They wouldn't stop calling him the Emperor. Never Emperor Aegidius, or just Aegidius, just Emperor or my liege, or any iteration of it. They never acknowledged what he was saying when he told them to call him by his name, always preparing him for his ascension to Emperor. If they weren't drilling him on how to fight like an emperor, they were drilling him on how to talk like an emperor and how to act like an emperor. The worst part was, it was starting to stick. He didn't feel like himself any longer. Lion, that's the point of it. Sanguinius, hush. Trying to watch. Discussion later. Robot, gets up. I'll be right back. I need some ale. Lion, what? Watches Robot leave. Lemonite. Emma gets some with him. Slaps armrests and stands up with Robot. Lion, so much for a quick viewing. At this point, even the library had gotten obnoxious. And ever since the fortress began being rebuilt, he couldn't even visit Santoda anymore without tripping like 5 dozen alarms. At least Santoda was open with him and actually called him by his name. My Emperor, your next lesson is scheduled in half an hour. You are permitted this time for relaxation. Poponius informed his liege. Well, great. Fantastic. Aegidius muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Oh yes, permitted. He was permitted time to himself. There wasn't much else he was permitted to do ever since he tried to kill Conrad. Onkel Konrad. Uncle. Konrad. Onkel Konrad. He stopped to recite this a few more times in his mind, wondering when he started calling him Conrad and not Uncle Conrad. It was Uncle Conrad, Uncle Conrad. Ever since he tried to kill Uncle Conrad. These past months have been a nightmare. Damien was gone and abandoned him. The palace was different. His father was spending more and more time away from him. His mother hadn't come home yet, and now everyone was trying to psychoanalyze him. All because Uncle Conrad decided to ruin everything. If he had just stopped caring about Damien like he usually did, none of this would have happened. Well, maybe he could do something about it, like taking away a lesson from it. As if. He couldn't even travel through his memories by himself without them being a jumbled mess timeline-wise. But he could try, and if he did that, he could find out how Damien was doing. Wait, maybe he could ask his dad to make everything the way it was before. Usually when he asked his dad anything, it ended up happening so. If he fucking could then, and there he would slam his head into a wall. Why the hell was he still thinking like a kid? Magnus. It takes a while for that to go away. Lion. Experience? Magnus. Tyrion. No, he couldn't risk asking father. He could just check up on Damien. Make sure that his cousin did in fact go willingly and was having fun and, well, memory travel was complex, but far more so if he traveled through the memories of someone else. But no, maybe he should just talk to his dad. He was angry. He wanted things back. He wanted Damien back, and no one was willing to listen or talk to him about what he felt. But his dad was always there. Even if he was really angry with him almost killing Uncle Conrad. He came and went more often now, but his father was here for now. He could just catch him and talk and just try to figure out what he was thinking, what he was going through. Just reach out, even if he was still mad or not. He decided and quickly left his room to go to his dad's study. He was usually there most days when he was back on Macridge, so why wouldn't he be there now? He practically sped through the halls of the fortress, funnily enough, not twisting or tripping the entire time. He had been unusually clumsier than ever before these past few months. So him actually being able to go see his dad with not a single trip was like a sign to him. That is until he saw the doors to his father's study open just slightly, and out came his cousin. He came to a screeching halt, watching how Freya could just she dash. Why were you in my dad's study? He demanded in a stone-cold voice, watching as she shot her head up and glared straight at him. None of your business. She practically growled at him and started to march from the study and down the hall to wherever she was going. He looked to the study, then back to her, going back and forth before deciding to turn and follow after her. Hey, come back. I'm not done talking to you. Well, I am. She shouted back, marching away. An hour back from the mountains, and am already getting hounded. She growled even as off in the distance. Frecky rounded the corner, running to his mistress' side as they walked away. Mountain, why the feth are you coming from the mountain, you dash? He stopped himself from insulting her, but he was still beyond cross with her. Don't you live here? Robot. Comes back in and sits down with a pint along with Lehman, right? What do we miss, dash? She stopped dead. No. She turned, a sneer on her face. Fenris is my home. Me only home. He rolled his eyes at this. If you think that, then why do you live here? Not like anyone here likes having you here, dash. He paused, realizing what he just said. I mean, that didn't come out right, dash. Robot, starring for a few seconds, all right, slams the entire pint in one go. She looked at him, appearing as if she was about to pounce, ready to kill him. What did you just fucking say to me? And it was at that exact moment that Aegidius heard and felt his father walk out of his study behind him. Freya, I dash. Well, I don't want to be here. She shouted. I want to go home. I want to see my duh. She continued to shout, appearing to not care at the amount of attention they were gathering. I want to see my ma again. She positively whined as Frecky nudged her in a desperate attempt to cheer her up. She petted the thunder wolf, twisting her hands in the ancient beast's fur even as the tears started to run down. But they just left me here. The burning at the back of his head flared up, a wave of rage and shame rolling through his body and mind. How dare she? A what? You're lonely? So am I. You have any idea what it's like to have people ignore who you are, always calling you something else? Do you have any idea how hard it is to lose your only friend and have everyone putting themselves into your business? I can't believe how much of a stupid baby you are, dash. Robot, great. Puberty. Magnus, oh no, I'm not looking forward to that. Conrad, mine went by in a day. Corvus, and look how adjusted you are. Lion, mine lasted for years, and I do not wish that upon anyone. Aegidius, the commanding voice of his father shouted behind him, making Aegidius freeze completely, feeling as if his very will to live had left him. How did he forget that he was there? That's enough. He looked to his father, then Freya, back and forth. She was crying. His father was so angry and angry at him. Even his dad was betraying him. He was taking her side and just ignored everything he said. He only let out a loud, deep breath as he turned away from them both, practically leaving a trail of ice and scorched marble in his path. He didn't care if his powers were going haywire. He didn't care if some people were accidentally catching on fire as he passed. He just wanted everyone to stop looking at him. He needed to get away from them all. He needed to get away from his dad, his custodes, from Freya, from everyone. He couldn't stand it. A quick burn in his mind, and soon he was tearing open a hole before him in reality, stepping into it without much thought, and soon was stepping through another tier into his room, the tier behind him sealing with a sound akin to a thunderclap. When he stepped into his room, alone with his thoughts, his temper cooled, and he was left with a single thought in his mind. Magnus leaps to his feet. What the fuck? Jagatai. Okay, that just happened. Lorgar. How improbable is Dash? Magnus. Impossible. Even I can't do that. Starts ranting and raving at how unfair this is. What did I just do? He cooled down as he stood there amongst the remains of his anger, his entire body exhausted as he was filled with horror. How could he have done that? Why did he think it was a good idea to berate Freya like that? Why did he have to hurt people? He wasn't like this. I'm a good person. He blinked multiple times, trying to get rid of the gold and red at the edge of his vision. What was happening to him? Why did he lash out like that? And more importantly, he turned slowly, looking behind him and to the ground, seeing the piece of charred carpet and marble from where the warped tier had appeared. How? How did he do that? He lifted a foot off the ground, preparing to take a step, only to collapse under the weight of his own body, his muscles becoming completely loose, his mind feeling as if someone had suddenly given him a concussion. The door to his room slammed open, Sicarius rushing in just in time to catch him as he went falling to the ground as the world spun. No, I can't. He couldn't explain this to Sicarius. He couldn't bear to even think of the look that his guardian would give him. He couldn't. Br Brather Dash. He tried desperately to form words, the muscles forming his lips and tongue refusing to fully obey, even as what felt akin to the weight of a psychic anvil slowly came to rest over his body. Calm yourself, brother. Sicarius shushed Aegidius, holding him up and checking him over for any other signs of fatigue. Thori, he slurred, unable to fully speak his thoughts, too tired to do much of anything else beyond lie there in Sicarius' arms. Hief Erzspichen. I would believe so. Do not worry. Your father should be here soon, Dash. The sound of approaching power armor was unmistakable. The appearance of Aegidius Guilliman, followed by his own entourage of Victrix Guard and 2 apothecaries following him closely. The look on his face was set, disappointment clearly apparent before he realized the state his son was in. Immediately, he was at his son's side, checking him over. On his bed. Now, Robot go me. Be a good dad. Not like Conrad. Conrad. Frack you. At once, the 2 apothecaries and Victrix Guard lifted him carefully and placed Aegidius on his bed. Aegidius was obviously fully conscious and even relatively stable, but his muscles, the way his head lolled to the side, some spit running out of his mouth due to him being unable to even swallow. The apothecaries took immediate action, making Aegidius sit up and putting his head into a brace even as they took blood samples and began to look him over, applying electrical stimuli to make sure that every muscle was still fully functional. All the while, Robot looked over their shoulders as if he was a hawk, his face a combination of worry and anger over what had happened as he waited with all the patience he could muster for the apothecaries to complete their duty. It wasn't long before a trail of curses in the mystic tongue of the Eldari was heard outside. Let me buy you fools. Not a moment later, Eldred entered the room, rushing over to Aegidius and pushing past the apothecaries to link his mind with that of his charges. Far Sir Eldred, one of the apothecaries spoke. The prince is fine physically, Dash, but not psychologically. Eldred chided. I felt the backlash across the entire fortress. He is very nearly psychically dead. Magnus. Of course he is very nearly psychically dead. He just performed Dash. The Farsir's words made everyone pause, the room being taken by an uncomfortable silence. Farsir, Robot Guilliman finally interrupted. What do you mean by that? I mean, that Aegidius just performed the greatest of psychic manipulation a user of the Ether's eternal powers can ever hope to do, and did so without a single fault. Eldred pressed both of his thumbs to Aegidius' temples. Sadly, he is but a child with the strain of the Astronomicon upon his body. By opening that warp tear, he used up every tiny bit of energy in his body, and borrowed some from the Imperium while at it. I'm surprised he is even still alive. It was already bad enough when full Eldari children had tantrums, but a half-breed who just so happened to have the Astronomicon attached to him was another story. Magnus, and this is why I've always told all of you that we cannot just oppress psychers. Their very beings can and will lash out like this and Dash. This greatly worried Guilliman, who was ready to do anything to help his son. What? How was he able to do something like that? You told me he was still in the earliest stages of his psychic training. How can he possibly achieve such a feat? He moved closer towards Aegidius, wanting nothing more than to stand guard over him personally. Eldred ignored the pre-march, focusing on calming the boy's mind, and hoping he wouldn't be thrown across the room again. The old farcer had a suspicion on why and how this was possible, but was unsure of revealing such information in front of the Primarch and his entourage, including any prying ears who were not supposed to be listening. Even here, at the core and safest and most private part of the Primarch's fortress, the walls had ears. The child's mind was swirling in countless thoughts of self-depreciation, loneliness, isolation, betrayal, and anger. All of these thoughts were running amok in his mind, covering over everything they could and tainting the child's mind against itself. But what was most concerning was how some of these thoughts were not from the child himself. He requires rest and guidance. He is blossoming and requires the guide of not only one such as I, but his mother and father. I recommend his lessons be suspended and he be given full rest until this turmoil can be addressed. Eldred wondered if he should reveal to the Lord Regent that very tiny piece of information. Would it make a difference? Something flared in Aegidius' mind at that thought, almost as if it was berating and warning him from doing so. This made him nearly reveal everything just to spite what was there. However, he got a hold of his temper, feeling and knowing that if he did so, it might not be the best for his health. So, instead, he went with the second best option. If the emissary is nearby and can return, she should. The child requires his mother's guidance. He will recover far quicker with her to guide his mind through the stages of recuperation. Stages? Robot asked. How long will it take for him to recover from this? A standard week, maybe more. That is if we are lucky. One does not simply recover from such an event. Eldred stood. The child needs rest. He may speak, but be warned that his mind is far more open and what he will speak might not be what he truly means. Any other suggestions? Robot asked, desperate to help, yet feeling more and more helpless in the situation at hand. Let him sleep. He looked at the many people in the room with emphasis. Leave the child alone. With that, he walked out, his voluminous, fine robes trailing behind him as he did so. I suggest all of you leave him be, or perhaps stay and find out what may happen. The marble didn't do so well before. Jagatai. Burn. Like what almost happened to Conrad. Corvus. Ah, good one. Conrad. I hate all of you. The Marines looked to their Gene father, who nodded for them to leave. Saluting, they filed out of the prince's room and left father and son alone in the large, empty room. Robot sat on his son's bed, looking over his boy. He reached a hand out and brushed some of his curls off his forehead, lingering there as he tried to find the words he so badly wanted to speak. Worry over his state? Reassurance? He settled his hand on his son's shoulder, watching the young prince stare up at him mutely, eyes struggling to stay open. Rest. There will be time for explanations later, so all I ask of you is to rest. He gave his son a small smile. You worried me. He lingered by Aegidius' side, watching over him as his son couldn't stop himself from falling asleep with his father watching over him. His dreams weren't as nice as the vision before him, but honestly, he's had worse nightmares before. He awoke with a start, looking over to the chronometer by his side and noting that about 10 hours had passed. He felt hungry, his head was pounding, and he was sore, but he could move. He could move just fine, in fact. Slowly but surely, he swung his feet over his bed and stood on weary legs. But Eldred had said that it would take at least a week for him to be fine. How? How did? Well, there were weirder things that had happened to him this day. Magnus, or something or someone healed him. Lion, you finally stopped ranting. Magnus, hush you. Robot, it was him. I know it was. We all know it. He sighed and flopped back on his bed. He still felt quite tired. Tired enough, in fact, that he was tempted to lay back and go back to bed. But it made him feel as if he was avoiding the main problem. He had now gone off and possibly pissed off half of the fortress of Hera, could have hurt a lot of people and generally might be hated by a couple people now. And worst of all, he had gone and disappointed his dad. Oh sure, he was forgiven for now, but he would need to talk to him about it later, and why the hell couldn't he tell it to someone who would understand? Damien would. Damien would understand. But now, with whatever the hell had happened, and with going off on Freya like he did, there was no way his father would allow him to go and find or even talk to him. Why would he? He just proved he couldn't handle talking to his other cousin. He had to find Damien. He just had to. If he didn't then, he was just going to keep getting mad and hurting people. He didn't want to hurt people. He didn't want to be a burden or be a dangerous monster. He just wanted to make everything make sense again, maybe even get away from people so they won't get hurt anymore. He stood up from his bed and quickly made a plan in his mind. He had to get out of there and find Damien. Robote, no. What was the best way to find him? He thought quickly and nearly smacked himself when he remembered. The best way to get off the planet was the docks, and if he left through the docks, maybe he could find a transport that would go to where Damien was. And if he did that then everything would be all right. Holboch, no. Young man, don't you dare dash. Corvus, it's happening. Lorger, the pay OFF. No, wait, that was stupid. How in hell would he sneak out through the docks? There is no way in hell he could get on a transport and not be spotted. He walked over to his closet and flung open the door, walking in and rummaging through things until, Robot, young man, I swear dash. Got it. He pulled out an all-weather, adaptable military combat uniform of the type he had whenever he went to training out in the wilds. It was perfect. It had a nice big cowl with it that would help cover his ears, making sure no one would recognize him. That, and the fact that it was a uniform meant for a high-ranking officer of the Ultramarines chapter helped and made sure no one would ask questions. Who would ask a Space Marine out of uniform on a transport questions? Well, maybe not Space Marine. Chapter representative? Oh well, he would work on that on the way to the docks. Robot slams his fists into his throne, disintegrating it. That is it. Aegidius Guilliman, do you have any idea what you are doing right now? Of all the irresponsible things you could be doing at this very moment, you choose to do the most irresponsible and insane things at the moment dash. Magnus, Robot, calm down dash. Robot, do you have any idea how worried your mother is going to be when she hears about this? No, you don't. Because you are acting up and going to put yourself and others into danger because you aren't thinking straight. I swear when I get my hands on you, I won't let you do something like this ever again. You are grounded, mister. Grounded for years. Lehman, brother, you're just lectured a vid. Robot, no, I didn't wait. Looks around and realizes where he is. Okay, I just lectured a vid. Corvus, very thoroughly. Vulcan, it was frightening, and if I was little Aegidius, I would cower at your tone. Robot, I'm sorry. I lost control. I need to sit down. Wait, no. I destroyed my throne. Rogel, do not worry, brother. Another is being sent up now. Robot, thank you. Serfs bring in a new throne, and he sits back down, covering his face from embarrassment. Continue. Lion, I am never forgetting this. Who would have guessed that an all-weather uniform with armor plating in its lining would be heavy? He had walked halfway around the fortress, luckily, and somehow not running into any custodes or anyone that would recognize him. His luck was really looking up. He wouldn't have gotten this far all by himself before. And now he finally reached his goal, Spaceport Alpha. The spaceport was one of the smallest, and yet, most important spaceports on the entirety of Macridge, simply due to it being discreet and the private dock of all important personnel of the planet which needed to visit the fortress. His studies on the politics and layout of Macridge really did have a use for him now. And here, in the very early hours of the morning, Aegidius would catch transport barge I-3213. A barge carrying who knew what since it was under the highest purview, but it was carrying it towards Corinius. Well, it needed to make a short drop-off on Bastony, a remote and desolate ice moon, not that far from Macridge. But details. That logistical training he had received was coming in handy now, or else he wouldn't have had any idea where to look for the right transport or how to read about where they were going. Aegidius snickered, his legs obeying him smoothly for once, even as he squeezed the identification rosette in his gloved hand. It was the key to everything. It opened any and all doors he would need. But above all else, it made sure no one would ask questions. It also made it possible to look up anything and everything. He couldn't use his own. That would be just plain stupid. He would be tracked down in an absolute instant by the fortress internal systems. He would have to thank Damien for snatching it from that Inquisitor and giving it to him as a gift for his 10th birthday. He had no idea how Damien got in the first place, but he didn't want to know. Considering how many times it helped the pair get out of the fortress without anyone noticing, it was a blessing. Robot, he did. What? Conrad, your son is a bad influence on mine dash. Robot, you admit it. Conrad, and oh, yours was the one who stole it in the first place. Sanguinius, cute. Dad fight. Don't care, shut up. Watching vid. He turned a corner, heading into the mostly abandoned spaceport proper now. It was due to begin renovations very soon, according to all of the signs and building materials scattered around the place, but that didn't matter. Uncle Rogel always demanded an area get all of its work done before the construction was due, something about his favored laborers having that time of the month. Rogel, yes, they're still there. Lorger, pinch pinned Ajo. Rogel, do not speak Colchision at me, brother. Spotting his target, he straightened his back as much as he could and made sure that he looked authoritative as he marched directly for the guard standing at the entrance to the transport barge, sizing him up as he went. His court and oration lessons always did tell him that looking important and knowledgeable was an easy way to get people to not ask questions. Fully enclosed carapace suit, Hellgun, the Inquisition symbol upon his pauldron, some kind of advanced face mask. Oh, stormtroopers. Well, Inquisitorial Tempestus if you wanted the detailed and correct answer. Well, it made sense, it was an inquisitorial transport, but from what he learned, all he needed to do was act authoritative and let the rosette do the talking for him. As he approached at a steady pace, making sure his helmet and the tactical cowl from his combat uniform obscured his face even as the stormtrooper held out a hand. Horace walks in, drinking straight from his bottle of wine, Why is there noise coming from here? Dash swallows wine and nearly chokes. What are all of you doing here? Father will have, and then throw a grox. Magnus, nothing much. Horace squints, then glares at his brothers. And it's a main chapter. Do all of you have a death wish? I just got done talking with Father and Dash. Hold. This transport is in the service of the God Emperor's Holy Inquisition. None may be permitted entry. Attempting to keep his cool at all costs, without saying a word, Aegidius raised his arm, making sure that the scion would see the rosette. Horace, where did he get a rosette? Lehman, Conrad's kid stole it. He also finally admitted it. Lion and Robot lectured a vid. Conrad, no. No, I didn't. Robot, I actually lectured a vid. I truly have no shame left. Horace, sit down, great. Just great. All right. Pause the vid until Father comes in and Dash. Lion, no. Robot, we're not doing that. Horace, why? Magnus, none of us want to be here. Jagatai, so we will force him to let us go. Conrad, foolproof plan. Lorger, the best. Horace, what? No. No, bad plan. That's a very bad plan. Do not do this. I just got done explaining to Father's wrongdoings, and I do not want him reverting back. I cannot have all of you ruining this, because you all want to be petty assholes. Sanguinius stares at Horace, then turns back to the vid. Now, I don't want to stop. Horace saying, Ferris, keep going. We have a bigger reason to do so now. Fulgrim, I'm going home, sniffs. Luckily enough, it had the intended effect, with the Stormtrooper immediately stepping to attention and moving aside without saying so much as another word. He stamped down his urge to start dancing in place from successfully sneaking in, but did allow himself a grin as he walked on. Not only for his successful boarding, but also due to how cool the Tempesticines look. No. Tommy gets serious. No gushing about how cool they are or their equipment. He walked into the main hold. It was filled to the brim with Tempesticines. There had to be almost 24 in there along with all the other cargo. They were all at the ready, some checking over their equipment, some staring forward, but none of them gave him a second glance. Finding the seat furthest away from them all, he sat down and secured himself, making sure to lower the cowl of his uniform as much as humanly possible in an attempt to disguise himself. Truth be told, after a few minutes when the excitement had stopped and the adrenaline had withdrawn itself, it was kind of relaxing. The hum of the warming up engines, the presence of the stormtroopers being surprisingly calming. It reminded him of just how tired he was. As he was nodding off, his errant thoughts began to dance in his mind's eye, the ones he pushed aside during his whole infiltration. What are you doing? Do you have any idea how much everyone will worry? Are you stupid or something? Is this the best idea? Then he snorted to himself, shifting to get comfortable in his seat. Well, he certainly couldn't just go back and climb back into bed. If he just walked out, then maybe someone would tell someone else where they saw a tiny Inquisitor, and then they would put 2 and 2 together. Then he would get in trouble for not even doing anything wrong, and he might as well. Besides, this was for the best. He was in a fine Damien, he was in a feel better, and Horace, is that what he's going to do? Wait, where is Damien? Corvus, becoming a space marine on a planet by the name of Quirinius. Lorger, Robot had to bully Conrad into doing it, but he did it. Conrad, frack you. Lion, Conrad has also degenerated to only saying that and insulting others. So business as usual. Well, they would all understand, won't they? In the end, he might get in trouble, but it will be for the best. So he was going to stay right here. He knew what he was doing. With his mind at peace, he finally drifted off even as the grizzled-looking Tempester boarded the barge, looking at all of his men before finally, his eyes landed upon Aegidius' sleeping form. He was about to go over and ask, but was stopped by one of his scions reaching over onto his pauldron, which bore the inquisitorial mark. Understanding, the Tempester instead settled into a seat of his own, even as the barge finally began to lift off and squads of workers began to flood the spaceport, beginning the renovations. When the Overlord finally breached orbit, it did so on the dark side of Macrich. Yet still, the squires that had followed Tarkus, Gorm, Goff, and Mortarion had immediately pressed their faces flat onto the viewports on the side of the transport, hoping to get a view. When they had gone up to the battle barge, the squires screamed the entire way there before staring at the stars in open awe. All the way to Macrich, the Dusk Raiders had attempted to convince their squires of the true scale of the world, failing to do so as it sounded like complete and utter fiction to even the young ears of their party. But now, even in the dark, each and every one of the teenagers aboard the craft knew that not one of the legionaries had been lying. A call went out over the Voxmeter. Approaching spaceport Beta now, ETA to landing, 3 minutes. A few seconds later, the first rays of sunlight began to shine, revealing, by the gods, one of the squires swore by his breath. Might not want to say that around here, remember? Gorm quickly chided. Lion, I wonder why. Mortarion, great. I'm coming back. Lehman. Reminds me of the time I first saw Terra. But it had no effect. The squires were now as close to the viewports as humanly possible, their eyes so wide that they had gone completely circular. All they saw defined any and all logic. Buildings taller than the greatest towers, squares bigger than entire villages, a wall bigger than a cliff, and a statue taller than the castle of Reeve itself. What was this world of the gods they had just come upon? The Overlord swung around, landing gracefully in the spaceport just before the fortress of Hera, its ramp lowering with a hiss, its occupants clambering down it soon after, the Dusk Raiders having to guide their own squires by hand, lest they would remain glued to the viewports of the craft. Mordorion, for his part, while holding Decius, took a big, deep breath. It smelt like metal. It smelled polluted. It smelled like sweat. The noise of labor, the clamor of countless beings accompanying it in the distance, making the atmosphere so much different compared to Vin. It felt like home. He was snapped out of his mind by Friedrich, who motioned them on, and they began to walk towards the massive gates of the fortress. As Marines, they fit right in, only Mortarion's wings garnering some strange glances now and then, but aside looking as if they were tourists. That was all that was out of the ordinary. The only stares that lingered were those who looked and walked as Eldari. Who knew that men could create such magnificent creations? One squire spoke softly, his eyes roaming the great city. Looking to Lord Mordorion and the other man, the squire in a thick accent spoke softly to the posh squire. That man. Gods. As they walked, they came by the massive statue from before. Carved from the finest marble, it was surrounded by much smaller ones. Those of Imperial saints and heroes, and even those made of wraithbone, showing some Eldari of legend. But none were nearly as tall as the one in the center. When they reached the base of the statue, it was covered in candles, roses, and offerings. No doubt it was a site of great pilgrimage for many. The god they worshipped given form. Mordorion knelt, and, reaching with a hand up to his lips, kissed the hand before pressing it against the massive marble foot of the statue. Hello, father. He spoke openly in greeting, looking up at the distant and stern face of his sire with an unknown feeling even as his 3 legionaries followed suit, kneeling in the emperor's presence, or at least as close as they would ever get to it now. It seems it is time for my real test to begin. As if on cue, the gates to the fortress opened, and out came the Victrix Guard. Their blue armor and heraldry shone brightly under the morning sun, even as they approached and surrounded Mordorion and his party. Mordorion took one last deep breath, looking up at the stone eyes of his father. Judge me rightly, he whispered even as he turned to the stern guards as the captain approached. You are Lord Pre-March Mordorion? The captain asked, loud enough for Mordorion to hear, but quiet enough for no one else nearby to catch on. Mordorion simply nodded, and the captain continued. I am Captain Cato Sicarius, equerry to Lord Commander Robert Guilliman. I am to escort you to the tribunal. I shall give you no resistance. The hand Sicarius had kept upon his sword lost some of its tension. Only enough for the Pre-March to see, but enough to reassure him that his brother was serious about this. Follow me, Sicarius then ordered, as Friedrich joined them at the lead, and the rest of the Victrix Guard surrounded them, and they marched off towards the fortress. Hey, it has been a while, hasn't it? He opened his eyes, staring forward. Everything in his body stiff, like it hadn't moved in so long. The sense of feeling was flitting in and out of his mind. He was staring down now at a woman, standing before him with her hood obscuring her face. Is it time? She raised a hand, walking forward towards him and resting on the seat of his throne. She looked up at him, a kind young face who wept for him. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. She spoke, an overwhelming sense of dread and sadness in her tone. So yes, I think it is time. Perturabo, what is going on? Vulcan, no clue. Ferris, I'm super confused. Horus, thinking is this her? Is that mother? He still had so much more to do. He still had to help them all. He still had his duty. He had to stay there, if he didn't. It's time. You have to rest. She spoke to him again, tone warm and soothing. You have fought for so long. You have done so much for everyone. You have nothing else to give, and you know it. It is time. A light, one of overwhelming gold, and a scream, that of a newborn, and a greeting, that of an aged, merciless, and stubborn god. We're going to do great things together, Aegidius. Magnus, is that father? Aegidius awoke suddenly, breathing hard as he clamped a hand over his mouth. He looked around him, the signs not even glancing at him. He sat back and took deep breaths, trying to figure out what the hell his dream had been. Robot, that was a dream? Horus, precisely, and one that I think I know the meaning behind, but not enough evidence for it yet. Lion, what? What he whispered to himself, a strong presence in the back of his mind that burned and ached. The headaches were back, and all he wanted to do was be home. But knowing how the Scions were either too still to be awake or silently swaying in their seats that it was too late to go back. Much too late. He was trying to figure out what he had been looking at, who it was, what kind of dream that was. No dream. It was too real to be a dream. It felt as if it was real. He whimpered as his headache intensified. It was like feeling a hammer crashing down onto his head, a red-hot hammer that was trying to break through something too stubborn for its own good. He hissed to himself as his mind flailed about, the unknown making his senses wild and his mind panic. Then he calmed down, the same breathing techniques that Eldred taught him during their lessons. What was that? He wondered for the upteenth time. Entering Bastony atmosphere. The call came over the Vox Mitter, and Aegidius desperately tried to calm himself, even as the hammer against his skull continued hitting at full force. It felt as if it was going to kill him if this continued. What the hell did he need to do to make it stop? Why didn't it stop? Robot, Magnus, what in the name of Macridge is happening to Aegidius? Magnus, I don't know, Lehman. That must have hurt to say. Magnus, look, my expertise on the subject of Aegidius' psychic potential flew out the proverbial window when he fucking teleported. Robot, great, wonderful, amazing. He clutched his head with one of his hands. What? He asked himself. What do you want? He tried not to fall unconscious from the amount of pain, desperately holding on to reality. Stop will make this stop. Death. His head flipped up as the migraine all of a sudden stopped. Did he just talk back to himself? Robot, did his own voice just answer back? Did he just speak back to himself in his head? Lion, I believe so. You should have him examined, brother. Robot, I will in the future. His thoughts were violently derailed as the transport barge banked violently. Brace for evasive maneuvers. We are being fired upon. The call came out over the Vox Mitters even as the Scions braced themselves, their Tempester standing and walking for the cockpit. Oh no. Aegidius held onto his seat, looking wildly between the different Scions as he tried to remember his lessons about the planetary make-up of Imperium Secundus. Bastony. There was something important about Bastony. Wait, wasn't Bastony under siege? Did the siege break? Robot, you're landing on a planet that is under siege? Lion, do not. Licture. The vid. Again. Robot, I'm sorry, but the child that I have and love is about to go straight into hell, you insensitive asshole. Lion, okay, fine, be that way. He grabbed onto his harness as the barge took another wild bank, before being shaken violently. Oh shit, crud crap fucking frack. The Vox Mitter began transmitting again. Brace yourselves, we're going down at grid square 2 of oval 7 dash. What did that even mean? Oh no, he was gonna die. He was gonna die on some random planet, moon, or whatever. He was gonna die on a moon out of nowhere after he snuck out. Oh, why did he think that sneaking out was a good idea? This was such a bad idea. This was the worst possible idea. Maintaining at 2-1 dash. Another explosion and shake, and everything suddenly went black. It was dark. Emperor. Horus, I think we need to. What the hell are all of you doing in here? Horus, they're watching a vid. So am I. Apparently. Emperor. Who the fuck gave all of you permission to watch a VID without me? Magnus. We did. Lehman us. Perturabo. All of us. Lion. Apparently. Lorder. Why do we need to wait for you to always be there to watch anything? Ferris. You missed out on a lot, father. A lot of revelations. Fulgrim. So many. Emperor. That's ironic. But I'm the Emperor and your father. You don't get to watch these vids without me. Conrad. Oh, is that another of your bullshit imperial decrees? Emperor. They are not. Every single one has a purpose and dash. Horus. Father. Sit. Emperor. Pardon you. Horus. Just. Sit. I have spent too much time explaining to you why you are wrong, sitting air with everyone else, and having to deal with the fucking travesty that is this family that I am now, drinking so much wine I'm trying to make my liver explode. So either you sit down and watch the vid, or I will tell everyone else here what was said between us. Emperor, you wouldn't dare. Horus, I have no fucks to give at this point. Try me. Silence. Emperor, sits down and grumbles. Better fucking tell me everything I missed. What was he? He couldn't feel anything. He couldn't see. Hear, smell, what? Was he dead? Emperor, why is it dark? Was it so bad that you blacked it all out? What is this? FBI highlighter day. Wait, light. A golden tiny light at the end of a tunnel. It was getting bigger, slowly but surely. It was, he swore it. It was a man. It was resilience. It was vengeance. It was wrath incarnate. It was vindictus. It was the golden throne with the rotting and writhing carcass of the emperor. It was pragmatism made manifest. The iron will of man given form. Emperor, what the fuck? It's me, Robot. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Demands for more ale and chugs it down in record speed. I fucking knew it. Emperor, I missed a lot, didn't I? Robot, that is all you care about. Lion, you're surprised? Robot, no. That's what I'm pissed about. It began to stand, the ancient bones and skin cracking like dry twigs, the skin healing and the skull-like face fixing its hollow gaze upon him. Finally, all he could do was lie there, on the ground, staring up at the face of a skeletal nightmare that was rapidly putting itself back together. Where was he, Dash? Snow? He was lying there in snow, snow and fire and blood and metal. He could barely move, barely breathe. All Aegidius could do was look up at the rotting carcass, and now, man. Dash, he tried to breathe. His lungs weren't working. I'm gonna die, Dash. Emperor, the FUCK? Why is he dying? Why is he away from Macridge? Corvus, oh, now you care. Emperor, yes. I always have. Why is it so difficult to believe that, Dash? Death is but a nuisance. It is not as easy to die as me, young one. The figure, now ethereal and looking more and more like a regular man with glowing golden orbs for eyes, snapped his fingers. At once, he took another breath and felt his entire body again. He could feel his bones snapping back into place, his lungs able to take in the chilly air that burned him from the inside out. He could even feel a new pressure on his head, like something was scooped up and placed back in. His entire body was screaming in pain as he sat up, rubbing a hand on his face. But once the pain was gone, he felt as if his mind was calm, and he never felt better than ever, all accompanied by a raging, wrathful fire in his mind that nearly made him get up and fight something. Then, his temper cooled when the man glanced at him. For a moment, all was still as Aegidius calmed himself and tried to figure out what to say, what to ask, and how to ask. You're a wraith. Incorrect. The ethereal vision in front of him chided, obviously in a sour mood. Blood my blood. Idiotic grandson. You would think that you would be capable of differentiating a wraith from an incorporeal manifestation spawned by your own mind. Emperor, that is an astral projection of me. That is an astral projection of me. That is an astral projection of me. Lorgar, say it louder. I don't think half the galaxy heard you. Emperor, shut the fuck up, Lorgar. What is going on? Someone explain now. Conrad, rescind the Imperial decrees. Mortar Ion, then maybe we'll talk. Emperor, never, you little shits. Horus, father. I idiot. He didn't like being called an idiot. Not my fault. I don't talk to wraiths or things from my mind. You currently are, and you are the first person in millennia that I have the distinct misfortune of chiding for his own stupidity. The wraith crossed his arms. I'm not stupid. He yelled back at his mind. Grandfather? Wait, grandfather. Grandfather, what the feth? Are you so sure of that, considering you only just now managed to catch up to the situation at hand? He sighed, floating closer. Get up. Hold up, hold up. You are my grandfather? But my grandfather is the EMP Dash. And people wonder why I call myself Revelation. Robot slowly turns to look at the Emperor. Emperor what? Horus. An accusing glare grows on his face. Emperor what? Lion, cough, totally asshole you. Cough. Robot, like you want to talk, but agree. Emperor, what are you all, Dash? Magnus, in childish voice, I'm not inside of Aegidius Herderer. Emperor, all of you are this fucking close to being declared mutinous. Lehman, oh, you're finally seeing it. Conrad, oh wow. People expressing discomfort and an unwillingness to be around someone. Definitely on the same level as planning a fucking heresy. Have you been inside my mind all this time or what? This was so weird. May we please not need to recap the last decade of your life and simply say that I have always been here and it was simply your own stubbornness which prevented this communication from occurring at an earlier time. He sighed yet again. That and your overprotective mother and my over-worrying son. And just like that, Aegidius decided he didn't like his grandfather very much. Don't talk bad about my mom. Why would I want to talk to you in the first place, anyway? Perhaps because I am quite literally the thing that has just prevented you from dying in an accident of quite some measure. The wraith pointed behind Aegidius. He didn't want to give his grandfather the time of day, but did lean to the side to look behind his figure. And oh, that was a crash site. Oh, those were a lot of bodies. Then his Eldari senses kicked in, and suddenly the scent of burning flesh was too much for him, causing the young prince to dry heave, then full-on puke to the side. You're welcome, by the way. He couldn't stop heaving until it was only half-crystallized stomach acids coming up. The acrid stench was forcing him to focus on calming his senses, the acids crystallizing on his lips, even as he tried to wipe them away. He hated it when his sense went haywire like that. It was bad enough to have an unstable mood, but now heightened smell, taste, touch, hearing, and sight? Lovely. He heard a cough nearby, and his head flipped over just in time to see one of the stormtroopers that was face down, attempting to move. Seeing and feeling the weakness of the trooper, Aegidius winced and forced himself to move, walking on the shallow, snowy ground towards the stormtrooper and grabbing hold of him by his arms, only to be looked at by said stormtrooper who proceeded to quickly shrug him off, stand and salute. "No need to help me, sir," the scion quickly clarified, even as more groans were heard nearby, and 3 more stormtroopers wandered out of the wreckage of the transport barge. They all looked at each other before their gazes immediately fell on Aegidius, the 3 newfound stormtroopers joining the first one in a salute. "Sir, we regret to inform you that Tempester Savan has fallen in the service of the Emperor. Lion, he's going to blow yet another chance, just like a certain father in the room. Lorder, yup. Emperor, boys, I am this fucking close, to having this be declared a damn mutiny. Tell me, what's going on? Horus, don't you dare. Leave him alone. You exerting your will over us like this is only going to make it all worse. Father, Emperor, can we focus on the VID or our family drama, and not both at once? Sanguinius, it is beyond difficult to listen to the VID with everyone yelling and not pausing anything. Emperor, see? Even precious Hawkboy agrees. Sanguinius, don't you use me in this, just watch. Aegidius was quick to wave them down. He had never had to deal with people like them. BB at ease. At ease. What should he do in this situation? He was the highest ranking officer, wasn't he? Then he suddenly remembered his grandfather was floating right behind him, quickly looking behind him to glance at the spectral figure. No, boy, they can neither see nor hear me. I am merely a manifestation upon your eyes and ears from your own mind. Oh, that was good. Wait, how did? Yes, I can read your thoughts. Moving on sometime this decade. His temper flared. He was tempted to sit here until help arrived, just to spite him. But the Science probably wouldn't like that plan of action. Well, I mean, you 4 are here. That still means you can serve, right? He paused. Watching them, please say yes. Lion, told you. Blowing it. They simply stared at him, Aegidius feeling as if their stares were burning a hole in his skull. He did feel the earth-shattering groan coming from his grandfather behind him. You are there. Commander. Command them. I don't know how to command people. He panicked, wondering what he could say, how to get his grandfather to stop judging him, and how to salvage the situation. You have quite literally trained for this your entire life. Try to remember anything. Or were your lessons for nothing if you can't remember even the basics? Right. I believe we can still achieve our goals that we set out to do. Yeah, that. We just have to regroup. Regroup or dash. Robot. Aegidius. Why are you such a bad orator? Vulcan. I have no idea. Suddenly, the stormtroopers all immediately crouched and dispersed. Vehicles approaching, multiple engines. Surface, no hover noises. The chatter between them was on point as the Scions looked onward towards the nearby forest, only for one to look back at Aegidius, who was standing there in shock. Be at ease, sir. The noise indicates Imperial transports. Aegidius nodded and thumbed up at this, not trusting his nerves, nor his voice at the moment. Robot sighs while rubbing at his temples. Well, at least there is some good news. Conrad, don't count on it. Rogel shoves the beam towards Conrad again. Do it. Conrad, never. Rogel, then you are lost. Takes it back. Emperor, unholy sounds of confusion. And sure enough, a few seconds later, multiple Toros burst forward from the forest, going straight for them in the clearing they were in from the ship crash, clearing the trees. From what could be seen, guardsmen and their commissar were arriving, though many soured when they took one look at the Science. The Toros stopped a few meters away from the ship, the commissar and his escort dismounting and making their way towards them. To Aegidius, the old man in the commissar's uniform looked oddly familiar, accompanied by a power claw on his right hand. Corvus, oh hey, it's Dash. Sanguinius, shut up. Corvus, fucking fine. Took you long enough. The old man complained. We sent out the request for an inquisitorial look into the matter at hand weeks ago, only for you to get shot down and leave me with 4 Scions and Dash. He looked past the stormtroopers, seeing Aegidius. What looks like a child of a throne agent. No disrespect, Sir Dash. He nodded off at Aegidius, who could only nod in return. And you come right on time for us to crack open the city and break them. One of the Scions took center stage. With respect, Commissar, the Inquisition does as it is bid only by the Emperor himself. In addition to that, our transport being shot down indicates that either your siege of this city is sloopy or it has gotten out of control. The Commissar's red eye twitched. You were most likely shot down by one of the roaming enemy patrols. They often escape the city in smaller numbers, but they are hunted down in due time. Hence why I have come to personally escort you to the field headquarters for the investigation to begin. Aegidius was quick to step between the Commissar and the Scions, calming gestures to both sides. Okay. Look, we crashed. It's no one's fault. We just need to work together, finish the mission, and not die. Robot, stairs. Vulcan, I have heard worse assessments. Fulgrim, he's trying. Robot, Facebomb's hopeless. Hopeless. They all stare down at him, looking at Aegidius as if he were a fish out of water. Aegidius attempted to explain himself. You are the inquisitorial representative they sent. The commissar questioned. Yes. He squeaked out, wanting to die from embarrassment. Why did his voice crack right there? Yes, I am an inquisitor. I am merely, he paused as he tried to figure what to say and try to remember what the inquisitor ranks were, and I'm merely an explicator. The Scions all looked down at him, the shock evident even with their facial expressions hidden by their masks. You are a representative of Lord Hector Rex? An explicator carrying his rosette. Yes. He didn't squeak this time, though he was sure he almost quivered on the spot. The Scion straightened. We shall not question his word. He nearly let out a breath of relief, but knew if he did, then his cover would be blown. May we know your name? Explicator? The Scion asked. Shit. Name. Name. He needed a name. Explicator Aegidius Dash. Then he stopped and nearly screamed at himself for his own stupidity. Why did he just call himself Aegidius? Robot blinks. Jagatai. The naivety of youth. Robot smashes empty tankard on head more. Lehman. Pace yourself, Dash. Robot. I will not survive this without copious amounts of alcohol. More. Now. Lehman shrugs outright. I warned ye. More serfs are serving Robot ale, who is downing it quickly. Ferris. You're not okay. Robot. You think. Emperor. I am beginning to see the reasons behind your actions. Are you merely pretending to be an idiot, or are you just actively trying to blow your already weak cover? I am not the best at this, okay? This is my first time going out like this. No, not okay, Dash. The Commissar stepped forward and saluted. Explicator, I am Commissar Sebastian Yerrick, acting commander of the 501st Armageddon Steel Legion Siege Army. I am the one who has requested your organization's presence upon this world. When nary 3 weeks ago, I executed the Lord General in charge of the siege upon this world for having the taint of chaos upon him. Corvus confirmed. Oh, well that's bad. He stopped himself from grabbing his head in pain. No shit, Sherlock. Yerrick frowned. I am surprised you are not aware of the situation. Explicator. I have stated exactly what has occurred in my report. I'm being tested. Important documents are being withheld, so I can help fix the situation with just my base knowledge. The Commissar closed his eyes and sighed. God, Emperor, give me strength for doing the proper things in life. Emperor, it's yours. Lorger. Oh, so all of a sudden you don't care if someone calls you God, Emperor? Emperor, not when it is my host who is in danger. Robot, so you fucking knew, Dash. Emperor, not important right now, Dash. Robot, yes it is you fucking Dash. Sanguinius, shut up or I will cleave all of you in two. Sir, it was one of the guardsmen that had come with Yerrick. A breakout enemy patrol is approaching our position. We can run, but it's only a small one. Good. Yerrick appeared to be, ironically enough, calmed by the presence of the enemy. We shall ambush and destroy this outwards force, and then return immediately to the forward headquarters. We shall inspect the corpses. One of the Scions added in. If what you reported is true, the taint of the enemy might already be present upon their bodies. So be it, Yerrick agreed. And then him, the guardsmen, and the Scions moved into cover, leaving Aegidius to just stand there. That is, until he got the mental equivalent of a slap to the back of the head. Move, boy. Don't be an idiot and find cover. He quickly darted into cover, though he did wonder about how he was able to do that so quickly and gracefully. He never did anything gracefully. He could ponder that when he wasn't about to die. He felt another mental tap, and his head jerk in the direction of where a Scion was in cover, his hellgun already primed. But he was looking at Aegidius, one of the Scion's hands in the air, even as his fingers formed different patterns. Wait, those were Vox numbers. You actually remember something. Trying to ignore his grandfather, Aegidius reached up beneath his cowl, tuning the inbuilt Vox frequency of the helmet until ITSA 23145 to Explicator. Do you read? Yes. Aegidius quickly answered, happy to have done something right, only to get another mental tap. What? Oh, yes, I read you loud and clear. Better. Aegidius squirmed behind the rock that he was using for cover, attempting to get comfortable even as he waited, the cool air like that of the crown mountains of Hera beginning to finally chill his face as he breathed. His ears twitching under his cowl, as suddenly his hearing heightened so badly. He could hear the thumping of his guardsmen's hearts and the distant echoing crunch of snow of the approaching enemies. Sounded like it was 20 of them? No, 22 of them. His head started to pound, and vision was swimming as his senses were overloading his mind. This was a terrible idea. No, horrible, no, the worst idea he had ever had. You are just now realizing that. Robot, I think he is. I think he really is. Lion, perhaps he realizes this because you lectured the vid. Emperor what? Robot finally lectured the vid. I missed that. Lehman, it was hilarious. You missed it. Magnus, it was glorious. Like a prophecy finally told. Corvus the best. Leave me alone already. He shut his eyes, trying his best to stop his hearing from making him go mad, breathing heavily through his nose to control his haywire senses. Then he thought that everyone could. 22 hostiles approaching. He spoke into his Vox, hoping he could at least contribute something to his new group of adult protectors. You could also arm yourself. It would be most beneficial to both yourself and your newfound allies if you could actually defend yourself. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I can use my psyker abilities to... Wait, no, that's a bad. How about using the lost pistol that is currently in your holster at this very moment? Or has it escaped your attention, much like the entirety of your childhood? Do you have to insult me? He frantically pulled at his lost pistol. The metal felt weird. What kind of metal was it? Actually, it felt both nice and calming yet coarse, and unrefined at both was fine to grip, but felt as if it could be improved. No stop. His sense of touch was communicating everything to him at the moment, from the materials in his lost pistol, to how the snow felt through his clothing, to the bit of the wind and the shake in his hands. How did he turn this off? Robot, is this that blossoming that Eldred was talking about? Magnus, yes, it is. Eldari blossom. Instead of going through puberty, apparently. They just suddenly start awakening to their full potential senses and require years of meditation and patience to get it under control. Unlike us, who have it creep up on us over time. With it activating now, I wonder Sanguinius. I'm sorry. Are we here for an Eldari physiology lesson? Or are we here for a vid? Magnus, you need to calm down. It's a vid. Stop acting like father. Sanguinius. Oh, I'm acting like father. Forgive me. Emperor, I hate all of you right now. Please, let me. He felt as all of his senses suddenly deadened. It felt like before grandfather. Wait, yes, because if I had allowed all your senses to flood you like that from the very beginning, I do believe you would have gone crazy by this point in your very short life. Can I shoot? No, you cannot kill me. Why is this happening to me? Emperor, I am honestly asking the same thing at the moment. 206.M42, above Mackridge, Void Stalker class battleship. Isha's blessing. She didn't know how much longer she could handle being around these stuffy, backwards, ignorant craftworlders. Sure, she had no room to talk, seeing as she was born a craftworlder, then became a Drukari, but still. She had a limit to her patience with these annoying and, quite frankly, overly demanding assholes she had the displeasure of being cordial with. Robot, oh lovely. I get to see her again. Magnus, oh no. Robot what? Magnus, brother, do you recall what I said about Eldari mothers and how protective they are of their children? Robot, oh no. Vulcan, great. Amazing. Jagatai, I wish I brought more dried meats for this. Damn the Seer Council and damn the craft worlds who continued to think that they could live out by themselves in a rapidly deteriorating galaxy. She didn't care if they were protected by their own unbeatable, godlike 10-foot-tall Eldari warrior and farcer. She was beginning to lose her patience with their antics. But what nearly made her lose her patience was them attempting to butt into her business and try to inquire about her son. Always the Seer Council was asking questions about Aegidius and his growth, his status, and how he is shaping up. She never understood why they took such a great interest in him. Seeing as how they demanded, she practically whore herself out to a human ambassador for the treaty. She was eternally grateful that it had been Robot that she would marry and have a child with, though her temper still flared at the mere thought of those smug Eldari who looked down on her partner with a human. But at least now she was going back to Mackridge, a planet that had rapidly become home, where she could be back with her partner and her son. The last time she saw her son, she could tell he was coming close to his blossoming cycle, which she had no idea how to feel about. He was only still in his first cycle, yet now he was going to blossom soon. Her son was growing up too quickly, and she wasn't there for him. She was sure he was going to have questions. He was going to need her to guide him through his newly heightened senses and how to deal with them. And oh, she was not looking forward to guiding him through the new feelings and thoughts he will no doubt be assaulted with soon enough. But despite all of that, she smiled. She would get to see her boy. It had been close to a full Macragian cycle since she had last gotten to spend any semblance of time with him whatsoever. And it just so happened to be just before Aegidius had gone and done something to his uncle. Emperor, which uncle is she talking about? And what did he do? Rogel. Aegidius had nearly killed Conrad with a massive burst of his psychic powers. Emperor, how? Magnus, wouldn't you like to know? She squeezed one of her hands into a fist, careful to not break her perfectly manicured nails. She closed her eyes and focused as a bout of anger came up yet again. She was still wearing the full robes since her meeting with the Seer Council. not having the will nor really the time to fully redress herself in her standard garb. So quick was her haste to leave that distasteful collection of stubborn-minded Eldari. My lady, making a stable orbit around Macridge now. She loved her kin, lived and breathed for the Inari, for Iniad. But sometimes she had to admit the simplicity and straightforwardness of humans was a welcome sight. At least humans didn't insult you in the first breath, ask for something the next, then refuse to give insight on a vision by the third. And at least human docking procedures weren't 3 hours long due to needing to perform some ritual or another. Good. Make ready a craft for my descent immediately. Yes, my lady. With no further words to her Eldari crew, she left the bridge and made way for a nearby hangar and boarded the prepared transport alongside her retinue. Sometime later, they landed at Spaceport Beta, luckily with no fanfare unlike the first times when she had returned, expecting a quick march into the fortress, only to run into a full contingent of any ultramarines that could be spared at the time. Luckily enough, her husband was more accommodating than her kin, and thus, the only thing to welcome her at the moment was Visarch. She greeted her second in command as she walked down the ramp and directly towards the fortress, the Visarch following her without a single word even as they stepped onto the land train to take them deeper into the actual fortress. They stood in silence as the train's engines warmed and they finally departed. Ivrain feeling the boring stare of the Visarch upon the back of her skull. Has something of note occurred while I was away? She asked in the cliché tone of Eldari with a refined craft world accent. Or will you bore me with the talk of pleasantries and the inane rambling of the common Eldari? No. Rogel, yes. She paused, wondering why he would so blatantly lie to her. Ears reflexively flattening, she regarded him fully. Explain why you have decided to shorten your lifespan this moment. Are you perhaps referencing my mannerism, my statement, or your own hidden anger? Seeing as how you would do anything to anger me further for some inane reason. How about we address not only your cheek, but your capacity to avoid the question? Perhaps it is simply because I've already seen that your self-set task to the Seer Council had failed before you had even left, not heeding the advice of your retinue, nor even mine own. His helmed head turned to stare out of the train's viewport at the fast-approaching secondary walls of the fortress. Magnus, ah yes, Eldari, reminds me why I prefer to speak in Gothic to my wives. Roblet shudders. The snub did not escape her attention, but she decided it wasn't worth the hassle to keep trading word shivs with Visarch. The largest part of her own being detested not having the last word, which urged her to gently speak that which she hadn't spoken of to her retinue yet. They keep asking about him. For what reason? I have none to supply. Curiosity killed the feline. She stared at him, a finely trimmed eyebrow raising just slightly to indicate her confusion. A Monkey proverb, one which indicates that the council's curiosity shall never be sated. Even if they gaze upon the spawn every second of his every cycle, they shall never stop their inquiries, nor their pointless wonder. She snorted at this. Of course. They demand to stay where they are, insult me for doing the exact action they wanted me to do, then have the audacity to ask about how my own child is doing. They have decided that until Aegidius is of age and powerful enough, they will consider moving to human space. She paused, wondering what their game was. Darkness fell over them, and the lumens of the train came on as they entered the tunnel in the second wall of the fortress, the doors to said tunnel closing behind them. Even as they left it a few seconds later, being presented the full and splendid glory of the fortress of Hera. The banners of countless space marine chapters and Imperial Adepta flying proudly upon its massive bulwark. The Eldari runed tapestries glowing and flowing elegantly in the wind alongside them, even as the midday sun shone brightly. Fulgrim, wonderfully done, Rogel. Vulcan, it looks beautiful. Perturabo, it looks beautiful. Rogel, thank you, brother. Perturabo, presumably the noise of an aneurysm. As much as my hate flows freely and openly for the Monkey, the arrogance of these seers refusing to shed the old ways angers me greater. Their kind will never learn to adapt. The air around the Visarch sparked, his anger so great at the mere thought of the Seer Council. Hate them as much as your heart wills it, but do try to remember basic manners and courtesy when around them, lest I be forced to separate your head from your shoulders. Though her words held little bite to them, her focus was elsewhere. The fortress of Hera certainly changed even further since she was here last. It was almost unrecognizable from orbit. She wondered how her son was taking to the changes. Her people? Were they accepting the change and attempting to walk forward? Or were they doomed to follow in the Visarch's footsteps and continue to hold on to petty hate in their hearts? The train finally entered the main station inside of the fortress proper, slowly coming to a halt and opening its doors, even as the Visarch took the lead and walked out. A Primarch has come to visit. Emperor. Is it Mortarion? Isn't it? Mortarion. Now how would you guess that one, father? Emperor, shut up. She stood and began to walk from the train as well in one graceful, fluid movement, despite how she felt. Wonderful. Must we endure yet another parade to welcome them here? Or is this an event that most would want quiet? From what you have shown so far, I'm assuming it is the latter. She cooed, calling for Alarinis to follow her. The large gyrinx flowing from the train and prowling alongside her, exuding an aura around him that showed his disdain for trains. Subtlety is how he was greeted, however, this one is different. Pestilence once gripped him, but now not only is it gone, it has been replaced. And I have no doubt that all will be revealed in due time. Though it has replaced the pestilence, she had no idea. She recalled that Robot spoke of one brother whom he fought that had been racked with pestilence during the Plague Wars. What could cause a demon prince to not only escape chaos itself, but be free from the taint of their patron? Question she wanted to ask, but knew better than to ask Visarch. They would be standing there for hours if she did. Once again, she would have to rely on the dependable patience and support from her husband if she wished for information. 206 M42, the Fortress of Hera, Office of Aegidius Guilliman. Robot sat behind his desk, Rogel to his right, both in silence, awaiting the inevitable knock to come in but a moment. The news that had come from Friedrich ahead of his return was surprising to say the least. Immediately followed by a moment of shock, followed by anger, followed by contemplation. From Friedrich's detailed report, Mortarion's position and situation had been revealed rather quickly. The Emperor had something to do with it. Emperor, am I being that damn obvious? Indeed, Dash. You are. Emperor. And one asked you too. Technically, Dash. You Dash. Emperor, shut it, Sherlock's. Horace, when did they come back? Lion, don't question it. It went far beyond the claims of just Mortarion and his own gene sons. The purity of their blood and gene seed, as proven aboard in the Apothecarian, aboard the Iron Will, and Friedrich's description of their newly returned brother, had made sure to stamp a rather firm image of their father's involvement in both Rogel's and Robot's minds. One did not simply abandon his patron god, clear himself of taint, declare his loyalty to those he had once betrayed, and actively fought against only to suddenly stop and sprout the angelic wings of an imperial saint. A knock on the door. Robot closed his eyes and took a breather. Enter. The door opened, revealing Sicarius along with the Victrix guard. My lord, at your command. Send in only him and guard the rest. There was no point in telling him to stay. Neither Sicarius, nor the Victrix guard, nor Friedrich could do much to harm an actual pre-march, even one without any weapons or armor. Sicarius bowed his head and stepped back out, being replaced by the much more massive form of Mortarion. And in the shadows cast by the morning sun, the shade cast upon their brother truly made him look positively angelic. If one forgot that he was once a traitor. Mortarion stepped forward, the doors closing behind him, nervousness becoming evident on his face as he carefully eyed both Rogel and Robot. Brothers he had done a great many terrible things to in the past. You must have many questions. He began, the voice not sounding like Mortarion, reminding both loyalists of another voice that they once had loved. Lorger, wow, you sound just like Father Morty. Mortarion, shut it, choir boy. And do not ever call me Morty ever again if you value your head remaining on your shoulders. From the healthy glow on his skin, the lack of rot, and where in his body, all the way to how he held himself. It took both brothers a single moment to remind themselves that this supposedly was the same person who once ingested poison to stay alive, the same person who lived purely by spite, the same person who led the charge against Terra itself in the first wave, the same person that Robot had only clashed swords with not too long ago in fact, where they both attempted to kill each other. It was almost an insult to look at this man and not see a shred of who he once was, while remembering the misdeeds he had performed willingly. Enough to keep us here for decades, but I shall make this brief. Robot ground out. This was vastly different to when he accepted Conrad back into the fold. Well, this time, Aegidius wasn't here to sway his decision. This time, he was going to judge his brother and find out for himself if the man before them deserved his so-called second chance. Your story, Robot began. It sounds like a tall tale told to children by the priests which prey upon the people of the Imperium. Robot warned, even as Rogel only remained standing, staring at their brother whilst adorned in his full armor, Storm's teeth maglocked to his side, ready to kill at its master's will. Jagatai nods appreciatively nice. I do not intend to swindle, lie, or cloud your judgment, brothers. He spoke softly. I have come to offer myself and my service and penance for my countless crimes against both our father and the Imperium. He sighed. My mind was clouded by my anger, my self-induced spite, It allowed for Horus to sway me to his cause, and eventually, it allowed me to fall into the service of Nurgle unwillingly. He swallowed the lump forming in his throat. From then on, my actions are not my own, not truly. My free will was a falsehood. Strings held by a puppeteer, those were the result of my actions. Mordorion hung his head, biting his lip, before reaching for the edges of his hood, and slowly lowered it. Silent surprise further echoed throughout the room as he was revealed in full to his brothers. His hair, shoulder length and beautiful with every meaning of the word, flowed like the white silk it appeared to be made of. His face reminding both of their father, and his eyes shone a marble like gold. The white hue making evident a violent change. And I have paid for it with my soul, he explained. Father, his pupils grew large and his breathing grew ragged. He stripped it. He crushed and burned it. He made it cinders and gave them to Isha. He looked up, his voice now steady and self-assured. Like it or not, brothers, I am not the Mordorion, not even the kind of pre-March that either of you have ever known. I am simply me, as Father always intended. Emperor, exactly as I wanted. Mordorion, Emperor, well, maybe not the Eldari features. You do not get to invoke our father for your whims. Rogel quickly cut through. You stand here before us, wearing the face of a traitor brother with the voice of our father. Yet you wish for us to accept that the Mordorion we once knew is no longer? Precisely. He nodded to Rogel, who had a flash of pure anger flit through his eyes. Robot, who continued to sit at his desk, contemplated what he should do. The Mordorion that he fought during the Plague Wars was an entirely different person, even more so from the original man that came from Barbarous. He knew the original brother would have stood up to the challenge that Rogel issued just then. He wouldn't have stood for such an insult. Instead, he merely brushed him off and ended the confrontation right there. From how he looked, how he spoke, how he held himself, how he acted, Robot just knew that what his brother spoke of was true. We have only the word of you and your followers to go by, Robot stated. Or is there someone who can confirm these words? Beyond your sons. They're squires. Mordorion answered freely. And my son, my true son, your true son, the one of mine and the blood of Isha, of her own womb, Magnus. And there is the confirmation. You truly are a father, Mordorion. Mordorion, I am still beyond disgusted that I laid with a Xeno, a witch, a goddess, all rolled into one being. The same being that will haunt the me of the future for all of eternity. Lorgar, don't forget, it's one that owns your soul. Mordorion, like the chaos gods with you? Lorgar, fuck, shut up. Oh, wonderful. Now they had a demigod running around his fortress, if the claims were to be believed. Robot sighed and looked up at Rogel, who in turn simply nodded. Robot pressed a rune on his desk. Sicarius, send in the squires and the sun. Now, they would see if Mordorion really was speaking the truth. 206, M42, Bastony, Wildlands. 22 hostiles, approaching in scattered formation. One of the scions called into the Vox, even as Aegidius took a peek, and sure enough, traitor guardsmen, ones corrupted not long ago, according to his studies, no outward marks of mutation, but his Eldari eyes saw the 8-pointed star scratched into their unkempt armor. Early stages of corruption that he could be sure of. Wait until they get closer, and pick your targets relative to your position. He heard Yerrick order over the Vox. On my signal, if that is fine by you, Explicator. He had to remind himself that Yerrick was talking to him, and his grandfather did the same with another mental tap. Yes. He breathed shallow breaths as he waited, his lost pistol at the ready, even as his breath turned to white mist in front of his eyes, the cold beginning to grasp at his fingers beneath his gloves from the lost pistol he was gripping so tightly. The enemy were getting closer. Close enough for even the regular humans amongst them to pick up the sound of their footsteps. Could he do it? They probably all expected him to shoot as well, to kill. He'd never killed someone before, even if they are traitors. Before, when things went wrong, people died, yes, but he didn't see it happen. So it was easy to pretend he didn't kill anyone. How long are you going to hold on to that? You have killed people before. This time it will be with your own 2 hands, and you will watch as life drains away from them. How is this worse than causing the deaths of untold many before? How many do you think were innocent? Conrad, he's not wrong. Vulcan, even I know this. Horus, you'll never change, will you? Emperor, I am telling him the truth. I'm not listening to you. I didn't kill people. I don't kill people. He listened, straining for the order to attack, all the while his stomach weighed heavy on him. Grow up. Remember the time you had a tantrum at your last tutor, who called your mother a whore, your father a degenerate? What did you do? You murdered him, erased him from existence. But did you stop there? No, you didn't. That's not the same. He made me angry, and I just... Oh, so it's fine if they make you angry? I thought you didn't like killing people. Pick one. I don't like it. I hate it. I hate knowing that so many people are dead because of me. Because you had no control, no one to stop you. After he was gone, what happened? Angels, a warped hair, demons. People in Macrage Magnus Civitas died. Human and Eldari, and it was your fault. How about when you had another tantrum before your mother came home? You sent your own uncle's ship off course. Not to mention you threw another tantrum when Damien was taken away. You nearly killed a pre-march, you caused untold millions to die, and you're sitting here whining about not being able to shoot at a person who's going to try and kill you. Grow up. Aegidius was staring at the lost pistol in his hands. It was shaking violently in his grasp as he waged a war in his mind against the Emperor. He didn't want to think about it. He didn't want to be here. He wanted to go home. Fire. The command over the Vox made Aegidius snap out of it, stand, and take aim out of pure reflex and muscle memory from the obscene amount of time he had spent on the range back on Macrage. He took aim at a nearby traitor. He squeezed the trigger, making sure to breathe out and steady his heartbeat. The lost pistol shot, and hit his target square in the chest. Center mass, perfect shot. He froze in his spot, the sounds of lost weaponry going dim as he zeroed in on his work. He watched as the man he shot fell to the ground as his body went cold. Aegidius couldn't stop the chill of horror go through his body as what he had just done registered in his mind. Corvus, he's freezing up, much like the many during my rebellion on Deliverance. Fulgrim, yes, that would happen, wouldn't it? Corvus, when people aren't trained and desensitized to killing, of course they freeze up. Even if he did kill people before, there is a huge difference between it happening outside your vision and actually committing it. He just killed someone. He just killed someone with his own hands, of his own will. No blind rage, no out-of-control psyker powers, no influence from anything outside of him or his mind. Just him. It was him who pulled the trigger. It was him who just ended someone else's life. His vision blurred as he felt his throat constrict. He stared at the body and just wanted to scream. Then the next moment, everything moved again and a shot of adrenaline shot through his body, making him look up from the dead body and to the rest of the battle. The Scions and the guardsmen had done a fine job of killing the rest. They fell quickly for the most part, leaving less than a dozen. The remaining traitors charged, their zeal evident upon their spoiled minds. Their target, the closest thing they could get their filthy hands on. In this case, it was Aegidius. He watched as one of the guardsmen, a man of fair skin and hair, charged towards him. He raised his lost pistol, attempting to aim in time before the madman reached him. He took aim, pressed the trigger, and missed him by a hair. Robot squeezes thrown so hard the armrest breaks. He tried again, and this time, it had an effect, hitting the shoulder of the madman, but not slowing his charge for even a second. Robot breaks armrest clean off. The man would reach him now. Indeed, with his enhanced vision, Aegidius could see the man beginning to leap. He closed his eyes, only to quickly open them once he heard the purr of a chained word. Its teeth rattling like 1,000 curses as they spun, its engine going from steady skipping purr to a roar. The man in front of him suddenly turned into a shower of gore. Bits of bone and organic matter going in all directions as the chained word swung into his midriff, swiftly sawing him in half even as the distinct view of Yerrick took up the entirety of Aegidius' view. The next died just as fast. The massive power claw that Yerrick wielded upon his right arm closing upon his head and squeezing it into mush, painting the Commissar's carapace armor and greatcoat in the blood of the traitors. But he was not finished yet. Setting aside the chain word, Yerrick unholstered his bolt pistol, taking aim and firing 2 shots, both hitting and killing 2 guardsmen. And then, without so much as a blink of an eye, he looked to his side, where another was charging him with a crude weapon, his rage having taken him completely. The man's head exploded, the bale eye laser bionic from Yerrick delivering the blow. Robot sighs and collapses back onto his throne with relief. Lehman, I can appreciate a good show of skill. Corvus chuckles, the old man still has it. Aegidius simply stood there, breathing erratically as Yerrick turned back to him, seeing him in his pitiful state. Explicator, are you all right? Aegidius' hands were shaking horribly. He refused to let his tears fall, and he was sure he hadn't controlled his breathing yet. He just couldn't stop looking at the dead bodies, the one he killed, and he couldn't speak. He barely registered what was going on around him. A slap, and his cheek stung as his head was turned sideways. He quickly looked back, right in time, to see the Scions aim their hellguns for Yerrick, even as he stood, looking down at Aegidius. Snap out of it, Explicator. You are unhurt. He looked back, still on the brink of tears, but the world came back to him. Good. Thank you. He stumbled out, the Scions slowly standing down, even as Aegidius looked up and his hood fell back, causing Yerrick's eyebrows to immediately furrow. Ferris, that didn't last long. Glad we didn't bet on it. Jagatai. Would have been too easy. Aegidius blinked a few times, wondering what he did this time, before he felt the chilly winds on his ears. Then his eyes widened as he realized that not only was his cover blown, but now everything just got a whole lot more complicated. He slowly reached up and grabbed his hood, every so slightly moving it back into place, not looking away from Yerrick and his severely disappointed gaze. Sanguinius barely held back laughter. "I'm sorry, but the image..." Robot, rubbing his eyes in his own shared embarrassment. "He is young, very, very young. Horace, you don't have to explain it to us, Brother Dash. Robot, it is not for you. It's for my own sanity." Downing more ale. The Scions, for their part, appeared to not know what to do, simply standing there. Luckily enough, the other guardsmen appeared to not have noticed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Crown Prince, Yerrick spoke, loud enough for Aegidius and the Scions to hear, but not for the guardsmen. Aegidius smiled nervously, before ever so slightly nodding his head. Another eternity of silence before Aegidius. The tiniest evidence of a smile appeared on Yerrick's lips, and he let out a strangled laugh. "Crown Prince," one of the Scions spoke back. "You are still the highest in command then, sir, assuming you can provide identification. The real identification." Aegidius nodded and dug through his clothes and pulled out his own personal identification rosette, given to him by his father so long ago. He offered it to the Scions, who scanned it, and before long were now standing at attention before him. "Your Majesty," the Scions spoke in unison, carefully handing back his rosette. "It is genuine." Just to stand down Dash, he tried to hush them, seeing that Yerrick was keeping it a secret from the other guardsmen. "I just Dash. What are you doing here, truly, if I may ask?" "Explicator," Yerrick asked. "Okay, look, I'm sorry I lied. I really am, truly. Look, it was really, really, really stupid. So stupid that now that I got sense knocked into me, I realize it has to be the dumbest thing I have ever done in my life. I'm here completely by accident." As Aegidius spoke, his voice cracked more and more as he explained, but not really explained. "I wanted to take the transport further on. I didn't mean to come here, especially since we got shot down. I just wanted..." He trailed off, shoulders sagging. "I wanted to stop being lonely and feeling trapped." "I'm sorry," Yerrick sighed. "We shall keep the charade of an explicator for the time, not just for the sake of the men, but for your sake as well." What? "Primary target," one of the Scions answered. "You are an alpha grade package for any and all enemy units." Yerrick nodded. "Therefore, keep up the charade. We shall return to the forward headquarters and send a hymnal to Mackridge, and if we are lucky, you will be out by the end of this day." Robot sighs in relief. "Oh, thank fuck that people with good common sense are still alive in that millennium." Perturabo, truly a rarity. The young emperor nodded at this. He had no choice but to give up on his crazy idea. It was best to just do as the commissar said and do his best to not die. "Sir," a guardsman came running. "Sir, more of them inbound." Emperor, not clear. Lorder, how dare you? Stop referencing them." Emperor, "OH, I'm sorry, you all can be shitheads to me, but I can't reference ST dash." Sanguinius, "Shut up. More? They rarely travel out this far." Yerrick responded, "No, sir, we got a report through the Vox call. The siege has been broken. Something big led the charge. We lost contact with all our forward positions by the main city. The artillery divisions at the front went next. They're spilling out." Yerrick made his realization clear. "Our forward positions were covered by armor, weren't they?" "Yes, sir. Lehman Russes for the most part." "Then they couldn't have." Yerrick trailed off and went quiet, his head perking up. "Sir Dash, quiet," he demanded, and listened, Aegidius doing the same, his enhanced hearing picking up on what Yerrick most likely did as well. It sounded like engines. Heavy engines. The corruption. Yerrick suddenly spoke, his only non-augmented "I" going wide. It was bigger than I first thought. The sound of the engines got louder, now accompanied by the squeal of tracks. A cry came from one of the guardsmen. "Those aren't ours." Yerrick shouted in turn. "For the Toros. We are leave dash." He was deafened by the sound of heavy cannons. In the next moment, Aegidius was thrown to the snow-covered ground, his own feet being swept from underneath him by something inside of his own body. And in the next moment, the trees next to them exploded. He covered his head, knowing better than to look at an impact site. He could hear more heavy cannons, the sounds of exploding shells and trees all around him as he stayed firmly pressed to the ground. Slowly, the sounds of the Scions, the commissar, and the guardsmen came back into mind, the ringing in his ears subsiding as he gingerly looked up from his position, only to see many, many tanks approaching them with what looked like a lot of traitor guardsmen. "Oh, frack." Sanguinius, "What the oh, come on. Get back to Aegidius." When she was approaching her husband's study, she felt she could breathe easily now. Visarch's barbed words were getting on her nerves, and all she could think about was getting back to her husband. finding out what was going on, and soon be able to hug her darling boy. Though, now that she paid attention to the air around her, it felt off. To her, the air felt clean, untainted. Not like the usual stench of mackerage, one she had gotten used to over the years, but notably it was absent. What by the gods caused this? She muttered to herself. I would recommend you enter your Monkey Ravisher's study and ask him your inane questions. Visarch bit out, not in the mood to answer anything she would ask. Jagatai, Herc, Robot, get over it already. Vulcan, no. Ivrain simply rolled her eyes at this. Once again, your irritation adds enough to the conversation that I wonder why I did not ask for it earlier. At your pleasure, my lady. The Visarch explained as they entered the long hallway leading to her husband's study, where no doubt right now, the newly returned Primarch was discussing things with Guilliman. But as they walked towards the office, Ivrain began to feel strange. It was almost as if a drug tainted the very air they walked in. A calming scent lingering over from something almost ethereal, almost godlike. What was? Visarch, do you perhaps? Yes, he answered without hesitation this time. I feel it as well. As they walked towards the doors, it only got stronger, making Ivrain realize that it was not in fact a smell, but a psychic phenomena. What could be strong enough? What was causing this? It almost felt as if she and her escort were walking towards the collective embrace of all of their mothers. She picked up her pace and was practically a blur as she approached his study, barely having the time to thank the Victrix guard who opened the doors for her. Or rather, they were already going inside, and she happened to cut in front of them. Her demand for answers was halted in her throat when she took one look at the being before her. White wings, an aura of peace, the silks that held a very familiar symbol. She had to brace herself against a nearby wall to keep herself from falling to her knees. From where she braced herself, she could finally see that not only was this godly being here in her husband's study, but so was him, his brother, many Marines she couldn't fathom the names of, some Marines she thought could be Marines, but looked like overgrown humans, and a set of younger humans. Confusion was evident on her face as she watched the scene before her. Robot had been running his hands along his face, exhaustion and exasperation emanating from him. Rogel, next to Robot, looking conflicted and shocked. The Praetorian appearing as if he was on the verge of collapsing and her punching something. The Marines around her in their armor were still, shocked into silence. The non-Marines were standing still, stoic and silent, yet looked as if there was not a single strand of fear in them. And then the young boys. They stood before so many, yet still could stand there before them all. And that is what happened, my lord. One spoke up, finishing their tale. Sanguinius, fucking kill me. Kill me. Horus, I really want to know what happened on that planet. Mordorion, huh? No, none of you will ever know. Ferris, you want to bet? Fulgrim, can we talk about how Ivrain is having a heart attack on screen? Emperor, probably because she is looking at the consort of one of the Eldari gods who is exuding pure energy of the goddess of life and fertility at this moment. Fulgrim, fair enough. She could care less about whatever it was they were talking about. She looked back to the winged man, who looked content to continue standing there in the now cramped study with. Where the hell did that child come from? The child turned to her, giving her a small grin and a wave. She paused, then waved at the boy, then felt the gaze of the winged man on her. She gulped and looked up at him, into the hooded figure's face, and then it clicked. The essence of life itself was swirling within him, the aura of one she and so many Eldari knew by heart. There was only one being that this power could come from, the same being who was so alike to her own god, yet stood on the opposite side of the line of life. You're her consort, aren't you? She spoke up, her declaration cutting through the air of the study, unknowingly gathering the attention of all who were present. I can feel it. You have her power, her presence inside of your soul. The man smiled and bowed his head. May her and the Emperor's blessing be upon you, emissary of Ennead. Mordorion, I think I may vomit. He rose back to his full height, even as she felt the emotions inside of her begin to churn, feelings which she had not felt since. She held out a hand and asked, as meekly as a dormouse, May I? The consort simply nodded, stepping closer. Ivrain cautiously raised her hand and pressed it firmly against his chest where his hearts lied beneath the robes and skin. The effect was immediate. Her emotions swelled to greater heights than she had ever felt, the motherly embrace from before, reaching back and almost pulling her very soul into it while whispering sweet nothings to her. She felt a single tear stream down her cheeks. Sweet mother, she whispered. She has come back. She is free. She could not stop the tears and feelings that swelled within her, even if she wanted to. A burden that had been on her shoulders was lifted, pure joy and relief cut through her very soul. She could not stop the thoughts of their blessed mother being free once more. You saved her. Lorger, hallelujah. Robot, how much did she feel exactly? Emperor, try having my OWN presence exuding over you right now, with nothing else even coming through except gold. Righteousness and TO top at OFF, just my very being with you, not having met me before. All at once. Robot, oh wow, that's overwhelming. Magnus, no shit, Sherlock. He only nodded at this. She let out a bubble of laughter, so this is what they meant by pestilence replaced. She looked at the Visarch, who raised his hands in defense. I did not know of the extent. Behind her, she could hear Robot let out a breath. Well, if it wasn't for the Squire's story confirmation, I could take that as confirmation as well. He looked to Mordorion, who still looked down at his wife. I believe you. Ivrain perked up and looked to Robot, breaking the connection that was between her and the consort. Pardon. You just gave confirmation to my brother's story. Robot spoke plainly, watching his wife flit her gaze from him to the consort and back. She looked back to the consort and thought for a second. Wait, your name is? Mordorion, sister-in-law. The consort answered. She paused once more as this processed in her mind. Then it clicked. Wait, didn't you try to kill Robot not too long ago? Mordorion shrugged. Different me. Different path. Ah yes, that makes sense. She ignored the incredulous sound coming from Rogel. No. Rogel sputtered out. He seriously needed a drink after this. Rogel, no. It does not. Magnus. Yes, it kind of does. Eldari paths are weird. Well, yes actually. Paths are different compared to how humans work out their life choices, but either way, I don't doubt him, and he is telling the truth. She took a few steps away from Mordorion, running a hand along her head. This is odd, to say the least. Too odd. All she wanted was to find Aegidius. Speaking of Aegidius, she tuned out the rest of the meeting and began to seek out the soul of her precious boy. If there were gods walking amok on the planet, she definitely wanted. She stopped, took a breath, and began her soul searching again. Her breathing picking up as she did the search once more, right as the words primaris and volunteer were being thrown about behind her. Obviously, the process of turning your sons into primaris would be a long, tricky, and a dangerous one. But we are willing to run a final test on your sons, purely for safety and as a way to truly test on whether or not they are pure. Robot was going on, aware that something was amiss with Ivrain, but this was the matter at hand that needed addressing. The mortality rate is not as high as it used to be. We have streamlined the process somewhat, but it is still very taxing. I volunteer myself for the process. Captain Tarkus spoke up. It will be my duty to prove to you and all in this room that the Dusk Raiders are pure. We are forgiven, and we will come out of this triumphant. Robot nodded, then looked to Mordorion. Do you object? No. I believe Captain Tarkus can live through the process and prove once and for all that my sons are pure. They can have their second chance here in Imperium Secundus. Robot nodded once more. Then I shall push it forward. Captain Tarkus, you will be the first of your brothers to cross the Rubicon Primaris Dash. Where is Aegidius? Ivrain cut into Robot's speech, causing him to look at her. Robot, where is Aegidius? Her breathing was short, ears fully pricked up as her iris were getting smaller. Lion, took them long enough to notice. Magnus, oh boy, it's starting. In his room being guarded by his custodes. Robot replied, surprised as to why she was suddenly asking this. Farser Eldred and the apothecaries prescribed him rest for dash. She suddenly spun on her heels and bolted out, the Visarch escorting her as she stormed away, leaving a surprised and silenced gathering behind. A few seconds passed before Captain Tarkus cleared his throat. You were saying, Lord Guilliman. Ah, yes, the procedure, albeit still volatile, it has become sanguineous. Again. Horus, sanguineous dash. Sanguineous. Vampiricus. Horus. Okay, maybe we should stop disturbing his soap? Perturabo, let's just stay quiet for a while. For once. He was pulled to his feet by one of the Scions grabbing the scruff of his uniform. We need to leave, sir. One of the Scions shouted over the sound of cannon fire and explosions, even as the rest returned fire along with the guardsmen, who were already running for the toros that they had come in. Some didn't make it far, being shredded by either the explosions or the hundreds of traitor guardsmen, now firing their lost guns as they closed in. He felt a mental slap at the back of his head. Get a move on before you die from a lucky shot. Robot glares at Emperor. Emperor shrugs. Knowing that he did not have the time to argue, he began running, the Scions escorting him in protective formation as they did so. Any shots that hit them luckily either grazing off their armor or being absorbed by it more or less completely. Finally, after what felt like hours but wasn't even really a minute, they got to the toros. Explicator. Yerick shouted. You can ride with us. Your Scions can take the other toros. The guardsmen manning it fell. Aegidius looked back to his Scions, and then back to Yerick, unsure about. Get in the damn Toros. Okay, I'm going. He quickly joined Yerrick and grabbed shotgun. He hoped he wouldn't have to deal with more of his grandfather insulting him every chance he got. I'm keeping you alive. The Scions packed themselves into the other Toros, even as Yerrick sat down on the driver's seat of the one Aegidius was sitting on. He turned the engine over, letting out an undignified curse as it refused to start. By the Emperor, come on you curse machine. The trees next to them exploded from more cannon fire, and out of frustration Yerrick hit the dash with his kill claw, and surprisingly enough, the Toros started up. Lem nods approvingly. Finally, here, hold this. Without so much as a look, Yerrick then detached the kill claw, throwing the heavy thing in Aegidius' lap on the co-driver's seat, causing him to let out an oof of surprise even as they sped off. The Scions and the second Toros close on their heels even as a shell landed near the third, causing it to veer off into a tree, before another shell finished it off. God, Emperor, I hope this is worth it. Those were some damn fine men. Yerrick swore under his breath even as the Toros picked up speed. Round, Yerrick shouted to the back. Man the bolter and shoot this traitorous filth already. Yes, sir. The shout came from the back, even as Aegidius heard the clang of the bolt being pulled back and stood to get a better look, only to immediately sit back down, Round firing the bolter above his head and towards some enemies dead ahead of them, causing Aegidius to plug his ears in a desperate attempt to stop the ringing in them, even as Yerrick's arm fell to the ground of the Toros. Ow! What the feth, grandfather? I thought you'd dull my senses. For the time being. You have any idea how difficult it is to dull your senses while also making sure you don't die to your own incompetence? I may be the Emperor, but I have limits on what I can do on faulty hardware. Robot, even more glaring. Emperor, whistles. F faulty? Wait, I thought you were only dulling my sense. Ow. Too loud. While also making sure you don't decide to get in the way of my plans again. I cannot have you tripping, falling, twisting like usual right now. So just do as I say, and we can get out of here alive. Hold on. Can you explain that to me? Not at the moment. We have company. On the right, Yerrick shouted, causing Round to shift fire as they came onto a road and began driving down it at full speed, Yerrick managing to steer despite all of the ice and snow, even as Round laid down the fire until the enemy was out of sight. For a few blissful seconds, the only sound was that of the engines and tires crunching snow beneath them as they speed along the road, the second Toros managing to keep up until frontal observation camp ahead. Yerrick let Aegidius know. We can reconvene here and then get back to headquarters. They continued driving. Aegidius began to feel a strange feeling in his gut. Wait, he shouted, right, as they entered the camp and went around the corner, and directly into a camp filled with traitor guardsmen looting corpses. Robot, internally screaming. Fuck. Yerrick swore and stepped on the gas, causing the Toros to lurch forward and straight for the woods that were through the base camp, the second Toros with the Scions following faithfully until they got separated and the Scions veered off to the right, through the thick of the observation camp instead of into the woods. Oh no, he hunched down into his seat, holding the power claw, trying not to think about the Scions and their fate. Then again, the Scions were some of the best, so they might be okay. He just couldn't stop thinking about how this was the worst decision he ever made. He just wanted to get home. Don't worry about the Glory Boys. Yerrick explained. They have a strange way of surviving anything they get themselves into. He shifted gears, concentrating on not hitting a tree. Road up ahead now. Brace yourselves. We might have to introduce ourselves a bit rudely. The Commissar floored it, the engine revving to the fullest as Aegidius saw what the Commissar had meant. There was a full-on enemy convoy ahead of them. Yerrick appeared to not be discouraged in the slightest, instead pressing himself to his chair firmly and letting his arms go lax as they slammed into an enemy vehicle, pushing it clean off the road and speeding down and alongside the convoy. Aegidius, seeing the confused and outright shocked looks some of the traitor guardsmen were giving them even as Round shot some of them clean off. Jagatai nods and grins approvingly. But still no. There they are. To the right, explicator. Yerrick nodded in the direction, causing Aegidius to turn his head and see. The signs were back. The Toros was a tiny bit different. Mainly the fact that the entire hood of it was painted red in blood and half of a traitor guardsman's corpse clung onto it, even as the driving Scion was shooting a lost pistol at anything he could see. One was standing, throwing grenades and firing their hotshot, even as the third mounted the bolter, killing with merciless efficiency, and the fourth was clinging to the side, swinging down with a chain word at a clinging on traitor guardsman, sawing him in half even as they closed the distance to. Aegidius and the driver simply saluted. Conrad. The fuck? How are they alive? Sanguinius, hissing. Conrad, hissing back. Wow, everything I read about them is true. Aegidius watched the Scions work, slightly disturbed at the sheer amount of gore that was being flung about. his sense of smell and sight sharpening as he focused on the blood and body parts, and he clasped a hand over his mouth and tried to not focus on the blood and gore. His sense of smell wouldn't stop. The stench of death and blood was making him gag. "Stop it! Stop it!" he muttered to himself, trying to put a lid on his senses. "Good luck with that. Just fix it. I can't stand this any longer. No, deal with it. You are in the middle of an enemy engagement, and I need to be able to move you at a moment's notice if need be. You deal with your out-of-control senses for 10 minutes. What? You are controlling me." Robot breaks throne and has it replaced heavily breathing throne nose, his anger snapping. "Good. You're finally on the same page as me. Now we can go back to surviving." Before he could respond to his grandfather, Aegidius focused on not vomiting up more stomach acid in the middle of Tauros. The process of becoming a Primaris was a horribly tricky one, a process that would require the Marine to not only die, but be reborn from the ashes. Or so he was told. Sanguinius. Why are we here of all places? Captain Tarkus had been given the time to steel himself for the actual operation, time to say goodbye to his fellow Dusk Raiders, to the squires. Yet, he did not seek out his squire nor his brothers. He took the time to simply sit and contemplate his fate. For so long, he had been silent. Silent during the Great Crusade, silent during Istvan, silent during the heresy, silent during the siege, silent during their ascension to Nurgle's garden. He had been silent for so long, yet he couldn't find it in himself to hate the silence that permeated through the room he had been left in. He had spoken plenty through his time after being freed, after getting his second chance. He spoke more during the Ingfeld and Taschen Union. He spoke during the fall. He spoke when he witnessed Vin be unified under the banner of Ingfeld, the banner of the Dusk Raiders. But he couldn't find the words for this moment. He had someone in mind that he wished to speak to, but they were far, far away on Vin. He wanted to speak to them again, to the children of Vin, to the people who were quickly reaching the veil of safety of Imperium Secundus. He looked down to the trinket in his right hand, a metal fixture that had been expertly crafted into the shape of a lily in full bloom. A gift, one he treasured above everything else he possessed. He could remember the day he received this very trinket, the day before they set out to march against the Angevin Empire's capital and end a long, prolonged struggle. She told him to be careful, to come back to Reeves safe and sound. She handed him the trinket then, telling him she didn't have much else to give him beyond his weapons, his armor. He had immediately attached it to his breastplate then. He appreciated everything she made for him. And to this day, he always had it with him. He ran his thumb along the edges of the trinket, thinking about what he had accomplished during his second chance. Then he thought about what he would be leaving behind should he fall and not rise from the ashes, like the others keep telling him will happen. Was he ready to take the plunge and risk it all? The feel of the trinket in hand answered his question. It gave him focus. Sitting in this barren room, upon an operating slab, breathing the air which was thick with the sterilizing smell of counterseptics, all the while being dressed in only his sash, the sterile, white medical lumens shining upon him, making him feel every bit a novice that he was not. Long, long ago, he had sat in a similar environment back upon the cradle of humanity itself, ready for the tender ministrations of the Emperor's own chirurgeons and apothecaries. The door opened, causing Tarkus to look up and see multiple apothecaries, clad in power armor, colored ultramarine, standard approaching him. They were escorted by multiple adepts of the Mechanicus, all bearing incense burners and singing in the soft tones of Benheric, even as some chapter's serfs wheeled in a cooler. Tarkus gulped. Those coolers contained his future. He found it only slightly amusing that the smallest amongst them was by far the most important of them all. "Lie back," one of the apothecaries ordered, motioning for him to do so. Tarkus obeyed without question, feeling the cold of the steel slab upon his back, even as the apothecaries restrained him. For his own safety. It was explained before he had agreed to this. Mortarion, well, at least we get to see how a Marine is converted to a Primaris. Sanguinius, I'm wondering more about what's going on with Tarkus and the trinket. Feels kind of like Dash. Filler Dash. To be honest, Dash. Not that we are complaining. Sanguinius, that too. And Dash. Character development. He gripped the trinket harder. Cousin, one of the apothecaries pointed at the hand, clutching it. You will have to relinquish it for now, for the sake of sterility. Tarkus breathed. Please just keep it somewhere within my sight, if at all possible. The apothecary simply nodded and, quite reluctantly, Tarkus allowed him to take the trinket and place it upon a table, just within his sight. Stand still now. Another apothecary ordered, even as a hololithic laser ran over his entire body and the apothecaries began to poke and prod at certain areas upon his body. Connection nodes of the black carapace appear to be present and unharmed. However, they have somehow managed to grow over. Other organs are present and working at full capacity. We may proceed. Yet another apothecary signed off, and before Tarkus knew it, he felt the sting of multiple hypodermics, stabilization stims, and other narcotics, most importantly perhaps even local anesthetics. That did not mean there would be no pain, however, only that it wouldn't hurt as much. Becoming a Primaris still bore much risk and pain, sad as it was. Soon they had every single location of a connection node marked down and began to cut even as the serfs and Mechanicus adepts left the room. Tarkus looked down at his own body being cut into by the scalpels of the apothecaries, the blood trailing down below him and onto the slab where it flowed away via the built-in sluices. Soon enough, the first holes were cut and the nodes lying underneath were revealed, even as his Astartes' augmented healing managed to stop the bleeding. Strange, without the nodes being exposed, he had looked almost human. The comfort of that thought was ebbing away as his true form was revealed once more, almost as his humanity was being scrubbed away again. More hypodermics, suddenly more stims in his system, enough to dull his senses, but not enough to make him forget what was actually happening. Beginning opening incision. Another hypodermic as a blood bag was attached, and the incision down the entirety of his chest was made. The bones beneath moved, the organs shuffled. The drugs, they helped, but the pain. They began to insert tubes and dig around with various tools. He squeezed his hands into fists. The pain. They dug more. More pain. More. He breathed deeply, staring at the trinket within his sight. He had to hold on. Somewhere along the line, he had closed his eyes. An apothecary forced them open now, a light shining into them. Stable was the only word the apothecary spoke, even as Tarkus' head unwillingly began to shake, and he looked down at his butchered chest and abdomen. Countless tubes sticking out for lines, tools holding him open. Apothecaries with bloody armor walking about. He gasped, not being able to help himself as his head continued to trash about. Inserting the revitalizer. One of the coolers from before was opened, a hiss being emitted by it as the mass of sinew and veins was put into Tarkus' chest, causing the captain to groan in pain. His head trashed again. This time, however, his gaze landed upon the table next to the slab, and upon that trinket, that small trinket. He felt his heartbeat stabilize, and just a small amount of pain dissipate. He would make it through. He had to. The rest of the process was somehow even worse. The steel within was woven in with his muscles, causing shocks to travel through his body as it integrated itself with the organs. And finally, they made a cut into his skull, shaving away the small amount of hair that he allowed himself to grow during his stay on Vin. The amplifier taking almost immediate effect, Tarkus feeling himself somehow become stronger, even as the pain began to reach a whole other level as they began to close him up. One step left, connecting to Gene Seed. He felt himself breathe unsteadily, like a wounded beast on its last legs as he desperately tried to keep his gaze fixed upon the trinket on the table. He heard the apothecaries suture the connection even as they closed his skull and sutured most of his body closed, leaving exposed only the area beneath his right pectoral. Connecting complete, and then they sealed it. And Tarkus had not known such pain had the capacity to exist as he let out a roar and all faded to black. Sanguinius. Okay. All right, that happened. Mortar ion, gory, brutal, yet efficient. Horus, father? Any comments? Emperor, no, gently shaking his head. I am merely happy that the knowledge I have deemed fit to pass on his found talented hands to work with. They rode for a few more minutes in relative silence, before finally spotting the massive lines of entrenched friendly guardsmen, the Aquila banner flying high above what had to be the forward headquarters. Aegidius let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he was going to go home. This had to have been the worst idea he had ever thought of. But at least it was going to be finally over. He heard the scream of the shells, and then saw and heard the explosions go up around them. What the? Enemy artillery. He heard round shout from behind. Those convoys we ran into must be destined for us. Agreed. Yerrick nodded off. With this much heavy fire and approaching forces, there is no way we can get any transports to land or take off. Oh no, I'm going to be stuck here. Okay, he just had to think about his lessons. He learned basic survival and the basic theory of adapting the mission during engagement or loss of camp. They just needed. Do we have a secondary camp? Had. Yerrick confirmed. We drove close to it. If the observation ones are gone, there is no doubt in my mind that the secondaries fell just as quickly. The seed of chaos sows itself deeply and strikes at the worst of times. Okay. The situation was just as bad as before, if not worse. Then we need to regroup and establish a new base of operations, don't we? We can't just be scattered around and let them pick us off one by one. Yeah, that sounded like a good plan. He just had to be smart and not panic. No time to establish a new one. Yerrick grunted. They're coming for us now. We will regroup here at this headquarters, and we will stand. Even if it's to the last man, none shall pass. You have my word on that, explicator. Right, that is true. He tried to figure out what he could do, what he could contribute, but all he could do was sit here and let everyone else here continue to drag him around and get him out of his own mess. He felt a spark of rage at the thought, hating how he was so useless. He wanted to help. He wanted to stop being treated as an invalid. He stopped trying to push down his senses, using his new sight to look out for any incoming artillery or enemies. He was going to be useful in some way, somehow. You will have plenty of chances to do so, but not now. You would only get in the way. I can at least look out for danger. I don't need anything to help with that. The guardsmen know this terrain far better than you do. Your psychic powers are far too unstable to help at the moment, unless of course you wish to repeat the accident that happened in the war room. That was not my fault. Maybe if everyone stopped treating me like the second coming of you, maybe we wouldn't be in this situation. Do you really want to do this now? Listen here, boy. I will tear you apart in 60 different ways on how this is your fault for being a spoiled brat. Don't you dare try to make this my fault. I never asked to have you here with me, you know? I never even wanted to be the emperor or have everyone seeing me as you or having to be taught how to be you. I never asked for any of this. Do you think that matters? Do you not yet realize what world you have been born into? What Imperium you are destined to rule over? Do you truly think that something as little as free will really matter as much over the price of mankind's survival? No, I hate you. Good. Mortarion, this looks awfully familiar. Conrad, very fucking familiar. Emperor, yes. I am the worst. The absolute worst thing in the galaxy. No one and nothing will ever be worse than me. Horus, live. Emperor, Horus, you shut your fucking dash. Mortarion, what? Emperor, nothing. They rode into the headquarters then, both Aegidius and the Emperor inside of his head, completely quiet, even as Yerrick came to a stop and reattached his power claw, even as multiple guardsmen surrounded him and he began giving out orders. In the meantime, the Scions came to Aegidius' side, standing as still as statues even as Aegidius waited, his mind still in turmoil over what to do. This is Explicator Aegidius, representative of Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex. He heard Yerrick suddenly address him in front of his command staff. He will remain with us until we push back this attack. He startled, then nodded to the command staff. I'd say it's a pleasure, but he looked around. I don't think that's very necessary. Most of the command staff let out some chuckles before Yerrick began to shout out orders. Enough fooling about. To your positions, we hold the enemy here, and not a single one shall pass our lines. Am I understood? An echo of yes, sir, was his answer before they were dismissed, Aegidius looking around a bit awkwardly, trying to remember his place. It would be my pleasure if you were to escort me. Explicator. Yerrick nodded in Aegidius' reaction. Aegidius nodded and quickly came to Yerrick's side, but did notice the Scions were still following him. He looked to Yerrick. You don't mind if they tag along, do you? Yerrick waved his regular hand, and they marched away, going for a fabricated building which was lit with hololithic projections, Round staying with Yerrick along with a higher-ranking guardsman and guardswoman. Situation, Yerrick demanded, and the two higher-ranked Militara members began showing images on the hololith. We have roughly 10,000 men which managed to retreat from the enemy breakout and return to the headquarters to hold the front line. We also have multiple heavy missile-armed specialists, and even an artillery regiment that has managed to retreat. However, the man trailed off, looking at the woman, who sighed. We lost contact with all of our tank battalions. In addition to that, any and all artillery units surrounding the main city have either fallen or have cut Vox communications to us completely. Rogel, the situation is dire. Robot, of course it is. In other words, Yerrick took over. We are outnumbered, outgunned, and most likely even surrounded and stuck even as they're coming for us. Wow, a real war room. And I'm actually invited here. He watched the hololith, absorbing all he could to possibly find a way to help, or at least look important. A grim smile graced Yerrick's aged face. By the god Emperor, those traitorous filth can't escape us now. Escape us. Aegidius spoke up, confused on how the situation even remotely could lead to that conclusion. Round snickered. Well, it's due to the situation, Inquisitor. Just pick a direction to shoot in, and you're bound to hit something. He then cleared his throat, standing up straight as he realized he just bantered to an Inquisitor. I mean, yes. Aegidius felt his mouth opening and closing in shock and surprise. Forgive my overexcited aid, Explicator. Yerrick explained, then looked to his commanders. We shall hold them here. No falling back, no reinforcements. We hold, or we fall. He nodded grimly, even as his commander saluted. Glory to the first man to die. One of the commanders spoke, causing the other to smile grimly. Horus, grim humor. Chuckles, menials in war certainly never change. No, Aegidius spoke up, looking to the whole war room. No, we're going to live and we're going to win. He stepped closer to the hololith. We still have some forces here, and we still have the advantage of the home field. Not to mention, we will have reinforcements coming. He palmed his personal rosette in his pocket, not wanting to bring it out just yet. Do any of you know of the First Battle of Armageddon? Did we suffer worse conditions then compared to now? The two commanders looked at each other, then back to Aegidius. Yes, my lord. We still have a chance. Didn't Commissar Yerrick personally lead the Armageddon Steel Legion to victory despite overwhelming odds, despite other simulations pointing to utter defeat? He then stopped as he turned to Yerrick, where he finally realized what had been beside him the entire time. You actually are him? Yes. Aegidius felt his face grow hot and colored red from embarrassment, beginning to stutter a bit. Oh, he attempted to desperately get over it. Anyway, don't give up hope. Reinforcements are on the way. He attempted to ignore the whispers from the lieutenants of how they had Space Marines on Armageddon who came to their rescue. Never were, my lord. Round spoke. It's just the old Humo dash. He stopped as Yerrick shoved an elbow into his gut. Robot, did Aegidius just attempt to give a motivational speech to guardsmen that never needed it in the first place? Fulgrim, Egg, yes. Lorder, he's trying. And how do you know this? Explicata. Yerrick then asked, causing Aegidius to squirm slightly underneath the old man's gaze. My transport going down signaled a backup force on Macridge. If we can hold long enough, they will come. The commanders looked at the hololith again, zooming it out to show the mass of gathering enemy forces slowly coming onto their position. Go, my lord. We will most likely need them. He nodded and quickly started to press the rune on his rosette, making sure to keep in his pockets. No need to make them all panic. You finally did it. You pressed the rune. Of course you knew about this. Of course I knew, you idiot. They should be here within a few hours. They shall sweep up this rabble in no time. Right. There was a silence in his mind before he heard it again. Just try not to die. And good work there. Did you just compliment me? No. Now shut up and survive. And actually help make a battle plan so this goes along smoothly. Aegidius then brought his hands back out and looked to the command staff. Well, now we need to work out the details, don't we? Can't just sit around and let ourselves be shot. He grinned at the Chuckles, happy that something was going his way, even if he was screaming on the inside. 206 M42, the Fortress of Hera, Office of the Adeptus Custodes, Captain General. Captain General, it was Poponius coming to Constantine Valder's side, even as said man studied some reports. Sanguinius, wait, this smells fishy. This is how it ties together. Has he done it then? Valder asked without even having to so much as look up. Yes, Captain General, he has pressed it, just as he himself has foreseen. Valder nodded, but only continued to look at the plastic flimsies in his hand. Shall I deploy the one stationed in orbit? Emperor knew it. Robot. Oh, fuck the shut up. No, you did not. You came in here much later. Magnus. Oh, Robot. Don't you remember? Father loves to just say just as planned for anything and everything. Because as we know, he is the grand architect, the one who plans everything. Everyone is just a pawn, you know. Emperor. This is just standard backup planning. Something you would know very little about. Oh, shatterer of the webway. Horus. As much as I would love to disagree with Father, this has a very eerie but familiar pattern to me. No, she has not come to us yet. We must be patient, shield captain. Poponius simply nodded. Then the test still continues. Indeed, Valder shrugged off the feelings of worry. Though I sense it shall not be so for long. Magnus, wait what? Emperor, smug grin, this isn't even my final form. And true to his word, not even a minute later, the doors to his office flung open and in walked of Rain, closely escorted by the Visarch. Valder looked up. Lady of Rain, to what do I owe your presence? Aegidius is not on Macridge. She immediately answered, a panicked and wild look in her eyes at the mere idea of murdering whoever it was that has taken her baby. A look of shock came over the Captain General's face, even as Poponius immediately looked at the Captain General. Shield Captain, check on the Emperor. Poponius ran, grabbing a hold of his guardian spear, and out the door in the blink of a human, even as Valder stood. How do you know this? He asked of Rain, even as he came around the desk, towering over the Eldar. How do? I feel that his presence is no longer on the planet. Is it not your duty to make sure he is safe? She reined in her worry and anger. It would do no good to explode at the Custodes. I was given explicit orders by the Emperor himself, and a recommendation by his personal apothecary and spiritual guide that complete rest with the removal of our presence directly out of his room was for the best. Magnus, well, what how? Emperor, smug face. Horus, yeah, eerie and familiar indeed. She sighed. If he is close to blossoming, he needs his spiritual guide or even I, more than anything right at this moment. Point is, he is not on planet. He could have teleported or opened a warp tear, or he could have done something or the sword dash. She began to pace. Her worry for her boy was making her think of radically wild theories. In that moment, a custodes ran in. Captain General, we have received a transponder signal from the Emperor's personal rosette. From where? Valder immediately demanded. The ice moon of Bastony. Why is he on Bastony of all places? She stopped, hands grabbing at her crown and nearly tearing it off in frustration. Why would he be there? Was he kidnapped? Did he accidentally teleport himself there? Did that no-good asshole of a grandfather of his have something to do with this? Robot, yes he does. This is the difficult situation. Bastony is many an hour's flight from Mackridge. I shall muster a dread host immediately, Captain General. The custodes reported. No. Ivrain interrupted them all, causing Valder to raise an eyebrow. No. I have a few favors left. What do you mean, Lady Ivrain? There is a webway portal on Bastony. She explained, desperately attempting not to panic. It is ancient and unused, but there are those that know the way. Valder nodded. Will it be quicker than using conventional means? Yes. She answered without a second thought. Much faster. But I must contact the Harlequins. Then do so, my lady. Valder encouraged. I shall gather the companions and escort you personally. See that you do. She nodded to them, then quickly bolted from their office. She had much to do and precious little time to execute the rescue. And in her worry and the Visarch's haste, she had not even noticed the slight nod that Valder gave to the returning shield captain. Magnus, Astriski cooking ding Astriski, Horace. Well, the twins did have to get it from someone. Dead, the apothecary reported, causing the air in the periphery to grow thick with worry and dread. They knew that death was expected of the final voyage, but watching someone they fought with, nearly died with, and were given a second chance would die. Gorm and Goff couldn't suppress the panic of Tarkus, possibly. Mordorian, patience. On a screen in front of them, the counter began. If it went past 30 standard Terran minutes, it was over and Captain Tarkus was dead for certain. The first dozen passed by in complete and utter silence, no one daring to utter so much as a single word. The whirring of countless machinery and reverent, silent hymns instead, accompanying it like that of a haunting song to one's life. He can't be. Gorm finally broke the silence. He is tough, tougher than any of us. Patience, Mordorian suggested. There is still time. All the while, Robot took this opportunity to walk closer to Rogel and give him a knowing look. A look to which the Praetorian responded to by simply nodding. If this failed, there could be no redemption. There could be no chapter of Mortarian's own. Their genes too mutated, their blood forsaken for eternity. But Conrad was not here to do it this time. It would have to be them. The procedures were in place. All it would take would be but the snap of Robot's fingers, or a simple motion, or a single command. It irked the Lord Commander to even think of needing to possibly resort to that. That final of all solutions, however, nothing could be allowed to endanger the Imperium as it had once been. Nothing. More minutes ticked by, and the tension continued to grow. Various looks, now being exchanged between the Marines in the room. They all knew what was to come. They could feel it. If it came down to it, it would be over in but an instant. And the Marines all knew it. And so too did Robot, as did Rogel. Tense silence in the viewing room. Everyone in the room shared those thoughts. That is all but Mordorian. The pre-march continued to merely stand there, gazing out of the periphery towards the now sutured corpse of his Gene son. The counter reached 25. The tension rose again, the air now so thick with it you could positively cut it with a power blade. The counter reached 26. Is he? Goff carefully asked. The counter reached 27. The apothecary within the periphery pressed at some runes, even as Sicarius carefully positioned himself at the door, his blade within easy reach. The counter reached 28. Goff and Gorm looked around. Locked in. No way out. The counter reached 29. Robot opened a channel on his personal Vox and waited, even as Decius, who, until now, had sat at the back of the periphery, stood and began to walk towards the glass. He reached it, just as the counter reached 30. He comes. Ferris. That child freaks me out. Mordorian. The machines began to roar louder. The apothecaries below looked at the corpse. The tension in the room was redirected altogether as everyone's looks shifted down towards where Tarkus lay, still strapped to the operating slab. They watched as the body began to spasm, as the bones began to shift, as the muscles began to grow. They saw life come back to a dead man, and they saw the second that the Belisarian furnace roared to life. With the roar of a man reborn, it brought Captain Tarkus back from death, immediately giving him over twice his normal energy and adrenaline. Enough for him to clutch the trinket within his hand hard enough to make himself bleed, even as he tore himself free from restraints meant to hold the Space Marine in place and took his first frantic steps in a new life. Robot shut off his personal vox, a sigh of relief escaping him. Captain Tarkus had crossed the Rubicon Primaris. Sanguinius, I swear, I am getting whiplash from how much this chapter jumps around. Even we dash, our tired dash, of this as well. He was suddenly thankful for all of his games of battle mace and regicide. Being there in the command center, the war room, felt almost comfortable. Aegidius was keeping up with the rest of the command staff, suddenly remembering moves he made in some of his prolonged battle mace games, or even his regicide battles against Brother Santoda. Though at the moment, he was mostly just giving suggestions on placements and asking questions on any changes to troops, morale, or the surrounding area. Try as he might, he stomped down the fear that was building up in him. He was still terrified of messing this up, that this wasn't just a game, that his actions, his direct actions, are going to get these actual living people he is talking to right now killed. He knew he could contribute on the battlefield, but he's never willingly used and manifested his psychic abilities to harm someone. Well, on purpose. The massive wall of fire, which now appeared to be a constant in the back of his head, flared up. Stop lying to yourself. He felt the psychic sigh. If you have no trust in your own actions, it will only make everything worse. Pick a decision that you thought over once or twice and stick with it. As much as he despised the words of his grandfather from time to time, he had to admit the other times they were actually useful. Thanks, I guess. Thank me later. We still have an engagement to survive. And there was the anxiety. Great. If this is all, we should get moving, sir. The lieutenant guard commander from before, the female one, pointed out. Agreed. The other lieutenant pointed at the map hololithic. They will be on us in under 10 standard minutes. Artillery is still random, but getting closer. Yerrick looked over at Aegidius and raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Anything to comment on Explicator? He looked up to Yerrick, then the command staff. He gulped. Only that the Emperor is watching us right now. Don't forget that. Horus, more than you may believe. Yerrick nodded, and then began shouting orders even as he and the two commanders left the building. Aegidius began to trail them nervously as the camp became an organized mess of running guardsmen. It didn't take long for them all to find their designated positions and an almost eerie quiet to settle over the entire series of defensive fortifications. Meanwhile, Aegidius was going through his breathing exercises. Master Eldred always told him a tranquil mind is needed to call upon the forces of the Imperium. Panicking was going to be bad, and there were a lot of people around who were going to need the extra support. How? He wasn't sure what he could do, but that wasn't going to stop him. Maybe he could explode the artillery before it even hit them, or make a barrier to shield them. Perhaps he could ask. Yes, that is possible in theory. It requires focus and precise timing. Quite doable. For me. He waited, then waited some more. Are you going to tell me how? It's easy for me. Oh, so it should be easy for me, right? Not unless you want to pass out again. Actually, go ahead. That way I can have full control and actually make you useful to everyone here. Corvus, smacking head into back of throne. Robot, cradling face in hands. Emperor, shrugs. Lion, good advice. Aegidius just scowled and went back to his breathing exercises, ignoring the growing anger in the back of his mind. He was going to be useful, whether his grandfather thought so or not. Sanguinius, fuck OFF. Rogel, brother, calm yourself. You are acting like an unhinged woman glued to her chosen Colchision holovision show. Emperor, with NO subtitles TO match, because despite not speaking the language, you claim TO understand it perfectly. Lorger, I still have no idea why so many people care about our holovision shows. The production value is just enough to buy spider milk tortillas for the entire cast and crew's lunch. Corvus, not to mention how many plot lines involve amnesia, comas, deadly incurable diseases, and an overuse of a zoom angle. Not to mention the organ music. The emissary of Ennead, now fully armed and armored, waited impatiently at the webway portal by the foot of Hera's Crown Mountains. Or, as patiently as she could, while her only child was out there on some God's forsaken moon in the middle of some combat engagement and could be in mortal danger, and she was still here. Her escort was not much better off. In these times, the webway was a treacherous place. Before the eye of despair, the webway was at the very least traversable with relative safety. Now, however, it was damn near suicidal to go and use it, Eldari or not. Any type of void travel was preferable to the risk. That is, unless you had a guide. Emperor, Harlequin time. Horus, the clowns. A scream comes from deep in the ship. Conrad, what the fuck? Emperor. Yeah, some of my custodes remember that episode with Segarak. They're still a little angry about it. The mention of clowns gets a couple to just scream. Sanguinius. How about we focus on the vid? Lehman. Imitates an organ sound. Lion. I don't even think anyone cares at this point. Robot. I do. Lion, that's just because your son's life is in peril. Like always. Then it became not only feasible, but an advantage very few held nowadays. Sadly, the guides were very few and far between, and their services had a certain risk involved as well. Emissary. A deep baritone voice raised her from her thoughts as she turned to face Constantine Volder, now armed and accompanied by an escort of 100 or so companions. Finally, she breathed. They should be here in a moment. And you trust them to lead us to the Emperor? She sighed. Trust is a strong word in the Gothic lexicon dash. Then your desperation gets the better of you. My desperation dash, she hissed even as she turned on the Captain General, involves retrieving my son, your Emperor, as soon as possible, before he gets himself into any more harm. She almost shouted at the end, her instincts threatening to overwhelm her. In response, Constantine merely let the butt end of the Apollonian spear rest on the ground. We shall see. Before she could respond, the webway gate began to shudder as it activated. And not a moment later, Ivrain could feel as the toxin that she had gotten used to so long ago began to permeate the air even as various jingles and chuckles were heard. In the next heartbeat, they were everywhere. They danced and spun and jumped, acting out the ancient play of the desperate fool, none of them out of position by so much as a single millimeter as the Avatar bowed low before her, chuckling as he did so. The emissary calls for a guide to this most illustrious of places. He asked in an overly dramatic tone, often present with the followers of Segarak. She nodded slowly to the Avatar. Yes, it is the most dire of missions. Is there a path to it? He chuckled, dancing around her, all the while looking at the present custodes, all of whom stood their ground, on guard but not tense. There are some. Then please, I ask that you share this information. She just wanted Aegidius home, wanted him safe and sound and not in danger. Her tone may have been a bit too pleading. He chuckled, now circling back around to her. But he has already tasted death. Robot, hand instantly closes around Mug, crushing it into nothingness. What? She stopped, then her breathing began to get erratic. What? What? No. No, this should not be possible. His time has not come yet. I have felt nothing dash. Yet he continues to live. A most curious dance he dances. He chuckled even as the trope began to jump into the webway portal. Gulme. It is scattered, and time is disturbed, but the fun remains. He laughed even as he launched himself into the portal. Robot slumps back into his throne and begins to slide down it dead. That's how I feel at the moment. Konlat, cool. Join the fucking club. Rogel, there is no such club. Perturabo, smacks. Not missing a beat, she followed after letting out a sound of frustration, ordering her own entourage to follow. Now even more worried than before, she knew they had precious little time before he tasted death once more. Aegidius paced up and down the line nervously, his escort of tempestuous signs hot on his heels as he patrolled the entire line, watching carefully for what weak points the enemy would attempt to exploit and trying to patch them up in his head as he went along. It wasn't long before the first of the enemy was spotted off in the distance. The spotters already shouting grid coordinates down to the artillery officers and all the guardsmen now well and truly taking their place. The next thing Aegidius knew, all hell broke loose. Their own artillery began to fire even as enemy artillery shells landed on their position, and Yerrick and the Signs dragged him off to a nearby command bunker just above ground and with a view of the entire line. In the next minute, the massive wave of traitor guardsmen revealed themselves, tanks rattling alongside them as Yerrick shouted orders and a show of red light engulfed the field, the lost fire killing indiscriminately on both sides. At first, it looked as if the friendly forces were winning. They were entrenched, and their own artillery was far more effective. However, they're starting to push our weak points, the female lieutenant noticed, pointing things out while observing out of the bunker. But how? Aegidius asked. They can't know where our line is weakest. He stated the obvious, thinking about moving certain troops to reinforce the area, all the while not weakening the rest of the line. Lion, expect the unexpected. Are you sure you trained him, Robot? Robot, seeing as I am here in the present, I cannot give an accurate appraisal. But he does bring up a good point. They have barely even probed them. How would they know their weak points? Spotters, one of the Scions asked. Negative, they couldn't see clearly with how the defenses are stacked. Yerrick immediately dismissed. Getting lucky? The male lieutenant asked. Traitors in our midst. Robot freezes. Oh shit. Aegidius' brow furrowed even as he looked at Yerrick, who looked back at him just in time to lunge and shove Aegidius out of the way as one of the Signs spun around and shot at something. Aegidius spun around on the floor just in time to see the male lieutenant from before fall to the floor himself, his chest blown apart from the hell guns of the Scions. Then he began to change. Shoot him, Yerrick ordered, drawing his bolt pistol and firing while the female lieutenant drew her own lost pistol and fired, causing the changing lieutenant to shake and let out an otherworldly scream as feathers and a beak grew, along with grand wings that were shorn off by the bolts of the scions, Yerrick and the other lieutenant. They kept firing till naught but a pile of burning feathers and otherworldly singe remained on the floor where once the lieutenant was, the demon slain. The taint is even worse than I thought. Yerrick admitted immediately. Conrad. Is anyone even surprised at this point? Sanguinius. Nope. Magnus. No. Aegidius just has the worst of luck. Jagatai. Considering that father is acting like a lich upon his mind. I agree. Mortarion. Acting like? No, he is a lich. The commissar is correct. This is getting out of hand. Aegidius stood. We need to focus on the defense. Agreed, but they know our weak points. The remaining lieutenant pointed out. They will push them until they break, and then our line will follow. She has a point. Perhaps it would be best if you were to let me take over. What? You can do that. Aegidius' mind flashed with a memory of how he had so easily disarmed Damien so many years ago. Then again to when he was in the war room and giving suggestions. Then he began to remember the times when he seemed to do better in his lessons, when he had bouts of genius and was praised. Wait, that was you. He deflated then. He had hoped that perhaps he had been steadily getting better over time, but knowing it was his grandfather instead. Stung a lot. Vulcan, brother, Robot. I am honestly past caring at this point. Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing at this point can surprise me. Conrad. Wheezes and laughs. Oh, fuck freeze. Oh. What's even worse? Wheeze. Don't doubt yourself. You're not a complete imbecile. You have achieved plenty on your own, but you did not possibly think it was all by yourself without my aid? Did it never occur to you how well you can read a situation? Just how powerful you are? Just how much raw warp energy flows through your veins? No, not really. I just thought that I was improving little by myself. That I was doing something all by myself for once, and not just getting it from you. Improving, you say? You're improving by growing and allowing yourself more control over the gifts I've given you. Powers which are mine, beholden to your control. Aegidius went quiet, mulling it over. I suppose. If it's to help, then perhaps I should just give over control to you dash. Then he stopped as he remembered what happened last time. The last time he took control, or was it him being given control? He almost, Uncle Conrad. No, you did not take control. I gave it to you, and you lost focus, thus almost resulting in killing Conrad. But his mind began to struggle. I just needed to focus more. Yes, you keep focus, and you can harness the gifts I've granted to you to slay this vermin. Explicator, the line is breaking. The lieutenant shouted, pointing at a part of the trench where the enemy was engaging in a bloody melee with the guardsmen stationed there. They need help. You can help them. Grasp onto the fire inside of you and will it under your control. They're through. The line is beginning to collapse. The lieutenant shouted even as Yerrick stepped up. Order the retreat to the second line. Aegidius panted, his mind racing. All right, this is the last time, okay? I thought you would never ask. Horus, you sound way too happy about that. Emperor, this isn't me dash. Mortarion, the part of you that loves to destroy everything that opposes him. Emperor, exactly. He felt the fire at the back of his mind explode into a roaring inferno as something clawed its way from the fire and grasped at his muscles, sending a shudder up through his spine and mind. Cancel the retreat. He heard himself order. I shall deal with this. He saw the stares of incredulity on the commissars and lieutenants' faces and felt it echo even harder from the minds of the scions. Explicator, Yerrick asked, even as Aegidius felt himself smile as he reached for the power sword by the lieutenant's hip and drew it into his own hand. I shall be borrowing this. He looked at the scions. Try to keep up. He then turned around and walked out of the bunker, the sword in his right hand as the scions followed him. As soon as he came outside, he felt the attention of countless traitors swing to him. He felt and saw as they looked at him. He felt their fear. In the next second, he drew the sword across the palm of his left hand, drawing blood across the entire blade without so much as an ounce of pain, the wound immediately healing even as the entire sword became engulfed in golden warp fire. Lorder, you can do that. Magnus, quite hard to be honest, but yes, it is possible with practice. Observe. He heard the Emperor say, even as his focus sharpened to an unimaginable degree. He lunged with a roar not of this world, cutting across dozens of traitor guardsmen in one fell swoop. The fire of the sword turning them to ash and destroying the souls of the weaker ones in an instant, even as his gaze fell upon a line of tanks coming closer. He felt himself extend his right arm and flick it as easily as if he was turning the page of a book and sending the entire tank column flying like massive boulders. Lehman spits out ale the fuck. He drew the hand upward and squeezed a fist coming down, crushing countless more traitors in their own armor. Fulgrim, Recoils okay, effective but disgusting dash. The braver ones lunged for him, but were dodged easily as he slashed them in half with his sword. Any shots that reached him and managed to penetrate his armor did next to no damage. Aegidius feeling himself heal immediately even as the fire in his mind grew and grew, threatening to consume him entirely. Above, he spied incoming artillery high above, ready to crash down onto their position. He raised his right hand and waved at the artillery, redirecting it to instead impact the enemy lines, causing the impact zones to explode in flesh confetti of limbs. The ones not hit by the artillery instead impacted with a freshly uprooted tree from the forest and flattened by the offending foliage. When he decided to set the tree on fire was when the real damage began. Swinging the uprooted and on fire tree through the enemy ranks was like sweeping up his own playroom after a long day of fun. The traitor guardsmen were nothing compared to him, like the tiny figures of a toy chest that could easily be destroyed and crushed. Magnus. Okay, now we are getting to be some serious overkill. Lehman. Malficarum. This is pure Malficarum. Magnus. No, it's not. It's overkill, but dash. Lehman. Brother, are we watching the same shit right now? Magnus. Yes. But it is not the point of your Malficarum. Robot. Looking on in utter horror. Aegidius. Embedding the tree into an enemy tank. He then grinned ferally as he threw his right hand downwards, then slowly began to raise it once more as the snow-covered battleground began to steam, then harden into ice spikes that jabbed upwards and impaled through the lines and lines of traitors, skewering them like the olden days of a man who did the same but with pikes. Then, for added measure, sharply raised his hand once more to uproot the ice spikes, turn, then shoot them straight deeper into the enemy lines, tearing through their fleshy bodies and into any of the enemy's heavy infantry and tank support. In one standard tear minute, the Emperor took the field and slaughtered countless thousands doing so. Robot, shut it off. Horus, brother. Robot, turn it off. I can't see him like this. Emperor, Robot, calm down. Yes, they're human, but they are literally trying to kill him dash. Robot, my boy is committing a slaughter. I watch him send me messages, beg me to spend his birthday with him, play with figurines, and do his homework. My innocent boy is slaughtering people, and you want me to sit back and watch it happen while you control him dash. Emperor, will you get a hold of yourself? It's as if you have never done something like this before. Robot, are you not listening to me? You're making a 10-year-old, your own grandchild, commit a slaughter while you smugly sit in his mind and encourage him to throw away his own humanity. I'm sorry if I actually have a heart and care about the well-being of my own child. Unlike you. He felt the power continue to grow as he slaughtered the few remaining traitors of the first wave, feeling intoxicated more and more by the second, until finally, none remained. He felt himself turn to his own line, expecting cheers and cries of gratitude, only to instead be hit with yet another wall of fear. The couple thousand remaining friendly guardsmen all wore faces of shock, fear, and utter astonishment. What? But he killed the enemy. Why would they? His mind flashed. The images of Damien, crying, coming to the surface. The memory of how his cousin, his best friend, begged and pleaded for his own father's life, echoing like an explosion. Wait, stop. He felt the fire begin to die down. Stop. What? How did you? He felt the fire return back to the utmost rear of his mind, even as he melted back into his body, the sword in his right hand extinguishing itself as he dropped to the ground, it hissing when it touched the snow, even as he fell to his knees, taking deep breaths as if he had been on the edge of being choked to death. I'm not a monster. He stamped down the feelings and the thoughts and memory of what just happened. I'm not a monster. You said that you were giving me control. That was not control. That was not me. Lion, a shame. He was much stronger like that. Yet now he threw it away for such a petty reason. Robot, are you serious right now? He is a child. How can you say something like that? Lion, children are capable of cruelties. I do not understand why you must coddle him so. Magnus, that does not mean they should do them. How is keeping him from committing violent slaughter at such a young age coddling him? This can scar him for life. Lion, it can also make sure he is better prepared for the world he will enter when he comes of age. Have both of you forgotten? This galaxy is neither good nor fair. Robot, I am done speaking to you. Leon, Fine, ignore my points. You know them to be right. It was the inner you, the true you. No, that can't be me. I don't want that to be me. But it was. No. I'm not like that. I'm not that cruel. He felt a dark chuckle at the back of his head. Perhaps you shall be better at this than I thought after all. What? Were you dash? He felt as a hand grabbed him by his shoulder and turned to see one of the scions standing there. Sir, a female voice coming from the scion's helmet spoke. Are you all right? He panted. The adrenaline from earlier was wearing off. I'll be fine. I think I used too much power all at once. Can you help me up? The scion pulled him to his feet, the two making their way back to the bunker, passing by the friendly guardsmen who watched him with quiet awe and fear. As they entered, Yerrick and the lieutenant looked at him, questions no doubt on their mind. Good job, Explicator, Yerrick said, maintaining eye contact, making Aegidius squirm. But not enough, I'm afraid to say. He looked back at the centrally projected hololith. There are far more where that came from. The lieutenant sighed. The corruption must be planet-wide. The demon means there are far worse things than just traitors out there, Yerrick pointed out, and we have far too little men left to repel even a second wave. Sir, the lieutenant sighed, looking out of the bunker. Here they come, spotting the second wave in the distance, already approaching their position. Aegidius thought, trying to think of a solution, even as a low vibration was picked up by his Eldari ears. Wait, he spoke, perking up before running outside and looking back behind their own line where a massive amount of ice and snow began to fall from a small hill, revealing that it in fact wasn't a naturally made hill at all, but a webway gate. He turned and saw that Yerrick and the lieutenant, along with the scions, have come back to see for themselves what was happening. Robot leans back, rubbing at his eyes. Please, please. We need to get to it. Aegidius spoke. We need to pull the line back there. Are those the reinforcements? Yerrick asked. I can't be sure. Aegidius squirmed. But it's a very good chance that they are. Yerrick looked at him, sighed once, and turned. Round, he shouted, and the guardsmen from before came running, combat dressing adorning a bleeding left arm. Pull the line back to that gate. Now, it took a total of about 10 standards minutes for the line to move back. The heavier pieces of artillery which couldn't be moved in time, instead being disabled, even as the remaining guardsmen took positions around the gate behind any scrap of cover they could find or put together in the short amount of time. Here they come. Hold your ground. The lieutenant shouted even as they began to fire at the encroaching traitor guardsmen. Not even a minute into the fight, the lieutenant went down. An errant lost bolt hitting her in the head, killing her instantly, even as Yerrick shouted out war cries. The scions focused fire at the closest target, and Aegidius shot at the traitors with his own lost pistol, the Emperor being oddly quiet during all of this. Are they coming? Yerrick asked, shooting still. I don't know, Aegidius shouted, taking a shot at another close-by traitor, squeezing his eyes closed as he did so, and not trying to think about the fact that he was killing people. They are. What? Tell them to duck. A duck. Everyone duck. The guardsmen obeyed, even as the webway gate opened with an ethereal shudder, even as shuriken and plasma projectiles flew out of it, hitting and killing the enemy. It was followed by laughter, giggling, and the bells from their hats, as the eternal dance of the fall began to be acted out as the harlequins jumped out of the gate and danced amongst the traitors as if they weren't there in the first place. In less than a blink of an eye, many of those who had reached the secondary defenses were already dead. Laughter escorted their deaths as the trope tore through them almost as if they were nothing. All the while, the avatar of the trope began to come closer to Aegidius, closing in while dancing. Everything else around them ignoring him, the scions apparently having not even noticed him. Wait, he feels familiar. What? You know a harlequin? No, that's Dash. The Emperor was violently cut off as the avatar began to chuckle. A deep and uncontrollable bout of laughter soon took over as he got closer. Magnus, what? How did the avatar cut off a thought? Emperor, wait a fucking minute, Dash. That is Dash. More laughter that somehow cut off the Emperor directly from Aegidius' mind as the avatar danced around him. Time itself appeared to be affected as he touched upon Aegidius' mind, laughing more and more as he did so. The punchline of the entire existence. The avatar proclaimed even as he continued to dance around, laughing nearly uncontrollably. The joke of jokes. He nearly missed a step as it laughed, jesting amongst jesters. A final chuckle as he finished the dance by falling onto his knees in front of Aegidius and closing in, face to face, to an uncomfortably close distance. Emperor, wait. There is only one asshole that I know who speaks like that. That Dash is the master plan. The avatar appeared to finish Aegidius' thought, causing a massive bout of panic to begin and swirl inside of the young Emperor. Millennia in the making. He chuckled again. But remember, sometimes a play is just a play. He laughed even as he danced away, time returning to normal as he and the entire trope began to dance back into the webway portal that had revealed itself, sinking into it even as a sudden bout of reality settled over Aegidius. That was Dash. Segarak, I try to tell you. Idiotic clown. Emperor, that motherfucker, I swear, Dash. Magnus, you know Segarak? Emperor, honestly, how are you even surprised at this point? What was he doing here? Aegidius nearly shouted in shock. His answer came in the form of the webway, spitting out a very familiar presence, causing the dread in Aegidius to vanish and be replaced by another emotion entirely. Mom. Robot collapses completely now. Oh, thank fuck he's safe. Thank fuck. 206 M42. The Fortress of Hera, Chapter Armorium. Sanguinius. You know what? I'm happy for the transition, especially after what just happened. Magnus, no kidding. Corvus. I am so ready for this to be done already. Captain Tarkus sat on the ornate bench in front of an arming chamber in the main armorium of the Fortress of Hera. The tranquil incense of countless sanctification and the smells of oil and machining reek in the air. From what he had heard after his sudden and none too gentle rebirth, he was to be given some armor and weaponry befitting his status from the Ultramarines' own reliquaries. A new body to fit to. The tranquil hum of a voice, marred with vox corruption, interrupted his thoughts, causing him to unconsciously squeeze the trinket he held in his hand. He attempted to stand, but a mechanical prosthetic of a hand pushed him back down immediately. Please remain sitting. I've already begun my scans. A Marine walked in front of him. His black and silver armor, along with the extensive amount of augmetics he possessed, quickly identified him. An Iron Hand. Tarkus spoke. A surprise to see one of the sons of Ferris here. Ferris, but not unwelcome. It gladdens me to see that my sons still fight in this future. Fulgrim. Some good news for a change, refreshing. Dire times, I am afraid. The Iron Hand spoke as he rounded Tarkus. An interesting feeling, is it not? To grow more than ever originally intended by the Emperor, yet come closer to one's progenitor. The Marine hummed, a mechadendrite extending to probe one of Tarkus' newly revealed connection points. Yes, Tarkus mused. I'm still getting used to dash. A positive ping sounded from the Iron Hand, and he cut Tarkus off. Ah, yes, good. I have a suit which can be adapted to your body fairly easily. He waved at some servitors, which skittered off to do their master's bidding. And the mark and make dash. Not fully standard, I am afraid. The Iron Hand rumbled. Go to a nearby control panel, which controlled the reliquary opposite of where Tarkus was sitting. By that you mean? Well, no Terminator armor adapted to Primaris ever is. Although, if it does soothe your soul, it began its life as cataphractii. That is dash. Here it is. The Iron Hand pulled a lever, and the reliquary doors opened to behold the massive form of cataphractii Terminator power armor. Tarkus stared at the intricate work of war gear. It was unpainted, its ceramite plates and adamantium framework instead colored a metallic gray. It was far larger than his old Terminator armor from the days of the Great Crusade. Though that was logical, him being taller and... What was that? The Iron Hand, who was just about to reach for the controls to lower the power armor, turned around at the door. Is that? Tarkus turned as well. Banging. Ferris, why? Perturabo. I have no clue. Vulcan. I do not want more heartbreak this chapter. It is. The Iron Hand nodded and walked over, pressing the door rune and causing the massive armored doors which lead to the arming chamber to immediately open, revealing. Lucas, Harris, Olivera. Tarkus immediately began to scold. What are you doing here? The squires all gasped and immediately closed their eyes shut. Lucas, always the clever one, stepped forward, clearing his throat. The Iron Hand turned slowly to Tarkus. Then back to the boys. I believe you shall not be able to lift even a single armored plate. He then walked back to the reliquary. Harris puffed up in anger at this. Alroy, listen to me, ye big metal dolt. I won't be talking any orders from ye. Ye ain't miss, sir. Oliver then grabbed Harris and turned him in the right direction of the Iron Hand. Robot, at least it's not Titus Pulo and Lucius Varenus again. Lehman, I like them. Snickers. His voice is coming from that way. Harris. I thank you fair that. Now, where was I? I won't be talking any lip from yer when Monsieur is actually here and doesn't sound like he has his armor melted in his skin dash. Boys, just open your eyes and look dash. Nay, have you lost your senses, Captain Tarkus? The young Tashin shook his head, unbelieving of this. Olivera and Lucas nodded along hastily. You are in a state of undress unbefitting to be seen by other eyes since you are as of yet unmarried. Lucas pointed out. Lehman, chuckling marriage, he. Fulgrim, at least they're polite. Lion, I suppose. Oliver then paused. Wait, wasn't dash. Nay, do not speak of Captain Tarkus' private life in front of someone who does not know him. Lucas quickly shut him down, being Feldian hating when his own people were talked about like this. Morderai, wait what? Sanguinius. What was he going to say? Conrad, I don't know, but probably nothing important. I don't care. Sanguinius, but, lore. Lorger. If you want lore, I will send you more called Chision SH dash. Can you shut the fuck up dash? So we can finish this. Vulcan. Even the twins have begun to have enough. Ah yes. Silly me. The Angevin was sometimes too polite for his own good. The Iron Hand had long since apparently begun to ignore the boys and deployed the armor with an audible thud, controlling many arms to deploy from secret compartments, and some of the arming servitors to return and begin to pry at the massive ceramite plates with their augmented arms. Captain Tarkus, please step forward and be armored. The Iron Hand notioned, and do so quickly before your escort touches anything already sanctified and insults the machine's spirit within it. Tarkus did so with all due haste, knowing that the boys would not back off and stop paying attention to their own primitive and outdated code. It was easier this way, at least, so he had reasoned with himself. Credit where credit was due. The Iron Hand was a master of his craft, as renowned even in the days of the Great Crusade. The armoring went by quickly and effectively, and was complete in just under 5 minutes. The boys struggling to keep their eyes closed with the myriad of noises going on in front of them. Finally, the reactor on his back was sealed and activated with a resounding clang even as the helmet was lowered onto his head. His armor integrated fully while beginning to display life signs, even as the targeting systems calibrated themselves as the Iron Hand cleaned up. "Boys," he spoke, his voice now a deep rumble and thick with vox corruption. "You may look." Lucas almost cried from how beautiful the armor was. But it was Harris who spoke up. "How the hells are you able to walk?" Oliver sighed. "Harris. He can walk with magic. Obviously." Magnus, "Oh." Ferris. "Now they did it." Lorder. "Dive for cover dash." Boys. Tarkus held up a hand, even as the Iron Hand whirled on Olivera. "Magic? What kind of heresy do you speak of in my armorium?" The Iron Hand chided, raising a finger. "He moves with the help of tactical servos, which in turn are powered by the fission reactor mounted to his armor." "The fuck is a reactor?" Harris had no idea what the Iron Hand was talking about. The Iron Hand turned slowly to Tarkus, who raised a hand to calm Marine and stepped forward, surprised at just how precise the servos in fact were for Terminator armor. "They are from a feudal world, cousin, and do not yet understand." The Iron Hand nodded and pointed in the direction of the exit. "Please, off with you, cousin. I have more to attend to. And take your errand boys with you. I detest the idea of them touching anything and ruining the machine's spirits within." Tarkus was quick to usher the boys out. "Come along, boys. That is the only warning we shall receive." "Captain Tarkus, you're even taller than before." Lucas was starry-eyed, looking up at his master and wondering if he shall one day be as big as him. Yes, I'm big. Let's move along now." He ushered out his squires, all 3 of them gushing about how cool his armor looked and demanding if they could one day be like him. He was glad to be answering their questions, the feeling of normalcy returning with force. Sanguinius, he's acting like a father to them. Fulgrim, adorable. Aegidius was swept up into the arms of his mother. She was holding onto him tightly and burying her face into his hair. She refused to let him leave her grasp, even moving with lightning-fast reflexes to throw a shuriken blade at a traitor, then back to holding her precious boy. Alarinis beside her in a moment, and currently was pacing a circle around her and her son. "Aegidius, I'm so happy you're all right." She squeezed him tighter, making him nearly wheeze from the pressure. "Mom, I'm so glad you're here. Please can you lighten up? It's hard to breathe, Dash." "Magnus, huh? No way, child. You are not getting out of her grasp until she is done smothering you with affection." "Cornad, you. Affection. Never. You were taken from Mackridge, and now you're here in the middle of the battleground. I am not letting you out of my sight until I am sure you're safe, sound, and back in your room." She glanced at another traitor, smiting him with a shock of lightning before going back to tightly hugging her son. "Alarinis, please go and have fun. I can protect my precious, darling boy myself." Alarinis flicked his tail and quickly stalked into enemy lines and began to tear through traitor guardsmen like they were little more than a gyring's toy crafted by humans. Nearby, the custodes had burst from the webway gate and were delivering divine justice upon the traitors, passing by Aegidius and his mother. Usually he would be marveling at how amazing and graceful and deadly the custodes were in the middle of their own dance of death. But he was currently preoccupied with having his face shoved into his mother's bosom as she hugged him and checked him over for any damages. "Best place in the galaxy." "Robot, father, emperor, AW come on, titties are titties. Can you blame me for enjoying them, even indirectly?" "Horus, I will remember that." "Emperor, what? What do you don't you dare?" "Imperial decree dash." "Horus, no, you do not get to make an imperial decree to stop me from not only telling everyone you're an ass man, but also to stop me from telling that live person dash." "Emperor, imperial decree, silence upon my demand dash." "Conrad, that's not how decrees war dash." "Emperor, in effect now." "Everyone, shut up. Do not ever say that again about my mother." He practically ground out to his grandfather while also suffering under the attention of his mother, who still hadn't let him go and probably wouldn't let him go for hours. Mom, Mom, it's okay, I'm okay. Please let me go, Dash. Never. I'm going to stay by your side until we are back home, and I am positive you'll be safe and sound. Besides, you're blossoming, and I need to be there to help you. Aegidius went red, groaning at his mother's attention. Mom, please, can we not talk about my blossoming right now? I'm in the middle of a battlefield. He couldn't stop the whining, even if he tried. Which is why I must help you get it under control now, or else you'll spiral out of control. Now, have you been experiencing sharper eyesight or hearing? She then pulled back slightly, turning his face from side to side, intently looking him over as the custodes and harlequins were making short work of the traitors and were setting up a point of defense. The hearing and the eyesight is the worst part of blossoming, sweetie, and I need to know, Dash. Mom, please. Not now. Emissary. The Visarch interrupted. The harlequins are leaving. He pointed to the webway gate and how the rest of the harlequins were dancing through it. The rest of my brothers have yet to get through. A custodes shield captain pointed out, approaching Aegidius even as his guardian spear shot at and killed a traitor. I recommend you pull to the rear and keep the Emperor safe. Agreed. Come, Aegidius. A battlefield is no place for a child such as you. She cooed her boy and dragged him off to the rear, making her son let out distress sounds. Alarinis was returning to her side, the normal blue fur now drenched in the red blood of the enemy. Rogel, huh? Irony. Emperor, Rogel. What did I just say? Rogel, what, Dash? Emperor, silence. Shush. Mom, please, I can walk. Mom, do not carry me, Dash. He was then swept up into his mother's arms, carried easily by her as she brought him to the rear. Sir? One of the signs from before ran next to him to catch up. Are you in peril? What, no? This is my mother. She's just really overprotective and clingy. Well, sir, if your mother does not mind, we could certainly use the help of both of you. The scion pointed behind them. Ivrain held her son even as she shot a glare at the scions. He is a child. He shall not lift another finger here. We have both harlequins and custodes here. Ask them to help instead. She practically snarled at the scion. The harlequins are gone, ma'am. One of the scions pointed out even as the last one just jumped back into the webway and were replaced with the rest of the custodes exiting the webway. Then deal with it yourself. She hissed, eager to leave as soon as possible. There aren't many left. You can deal with a few traitors. Yes, well, one of the scions sighed. Tell that to the demon. She blinked and turned around to see Alarinis already dashing from her side to jump straight into the feathered greater demon, who caught the gyrinx and threw the psychic cat to the side of the webway gate, shattering it. Ivrain paused and looked to the webway gate, seeing it close and shatter as the last of the custodes exited the gate. By Kind's fiery ballsack, she put Aegidius down and called down Visarch. Visarch, protect Aegidius. She didn't wait to hear Visarch's response, instead drawing her crone sword and readying her battle fan. No one threw Alarinis like that. Aegidius got to watch as his mother leapt into battle, witnessing her twisting and swirling battle dance. Alarinis had gotten back up with a limp and was by his mistress's side, joining her own dance of death against the greater demon. As much of a vision, she was in battle. Even Aegidius could tell she wouldn't be able to take down the greater demon. He was pulled back by the Visarch, who was loudly grumbling about his duties. Take care of the spawn. Honestly, that woman wouldn't dare let me upstage her on the battlefield. Instead, she makes me the babysitter of her damn spawn. May I take over? For just a second? Insulting my corporeal container is a bit much for my pride, to be honest. Robot, presumably dying noises. Really? Aegidius groaned. What are you going to do? Get him off your back. I don't know, Dash. 1 second. Fine. Just be quick, okay? True to the Emperor's word, the fire flared in his mind for only a second. A second in which a massive pulse slammed out from Aegidius' body, throwing the Visarch even as Aegidius took the opportunity to run, the scions immediately keeping up with him even as he ran towards. Commissar! Commissar! He shouted, barely being heard over the deafening noise of the battlefield. But it was enough. Yerrick smashed a traitor out of the way with his power claw and looked at Aegidius. What? He shouted back. Tell your men to focus on the demon. My mother will never be able to take it by herself. He pointed vigorously in his mother's direction, the duel dragging down to a stalemate as the demon cackled and Yerrick swore. Emperor's teeth. Fine. He pressed onto his vox bead, and soon enough, the few remaining guns of the guardsmen turned and fired on the demon to the best of their ability, even as the custodes swept up what remained of the enemy armor. But it wasn't enough. Ivrain was slowly but surely beginning to lose. The demon obviously in its master's favor as it teleported around her, fending off her strikes with a pair of massive wings whose shape shifted from swords to feathers in less than the blink of an eye. It made Aegidius nearly throw up from the worry and anxiety he suddenly felt even as the Scions knelt in the snow and fired their own hell guns towards the demon, barely scratching it. Grandfather, can you help? Ah, so now you require my help. Aegidius squirmed. I please dash. Seeming as you asked so nicely, I would normally answer yes. But no. What, why? I am unneeded. Why? A true emperor always knows all the players upon the regicide board. Horus pointedly looks at the emperor. Emperor, a favored proverb of mine. Many glare at the emperor. What has dash? Aegidius' mind trailed off even as his subconscious extended, making him feel every one of the custodes that he was somehow linked to on another level. Wait, he was here. So where? His question was answered by the form of the demon suddenly letting out a scream of pain. Ivrain danced out of the way of the demon's staff, even as its hand parted from its wrist by the blade of a massive guardian spear. Constantine, Aegidius shouted, some relief entering him. The captain general twirled the spear around, blocking the demon's wing, even as Ivrain jumped back to it. I thank you for the distraction, emissary. Constantine spoke, sidestepping a burst of psychic lightning from the demon, even as Ivrain slashed at the demon from behind, drawing its attention to her again as the demon spewed curses in a tongue never before heard. Understand this, Telesfian. The demon let out an otherworldly shout of outrage at its real name being revealed and used. No one stands with a hand raised in harm before the emperor and lives. Constantine finished, dashing forward as the demon's wings glanced off of his ornate Oramite power armor. Reaching his target, the Apollonian spear struck the demon directly where its heart was supposed to be, even as Ivrain leapt, the demon's screaming silenced immediately as the crone sword cut off its head. The demon's body stood for a few seconds before gravity pulled it down, crashing into the snow-covered ground as its body began to unravel, as dead as can be. Ivrain was pulling on Aegidius' ear. Hard. How dare you not listen to me and run into the thick of the fighting and endanger yourself like that? She pulled harder. When I tell you to do something, you do it because you trust my judgment. Or do you somehow believe you know better than your mother? Aegidius, for his own part, was desperately looking for an exit, looking at Constantine and Poponius in the distance. The former was just shaking his head, and the latter, simple, looked away, making Aegidius gasp in shock. Don't you look to them to help you. They know not to get between me and you right now. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? By Isha's grace, I birthed you into this world, and it is my duty to make sure you are safe and sound. How can you expect me to do that if you run off and put yourself into danger? By Kine, I swear dash. Jagatai, snort laughter. Vulcan, shudders. Robot, far away look in his eyes. Mom, I'm sorry. Aegidius cringed, letting out whines as his mother tugged at his poor ears. It didn't help that his sense of hearing and touch were going haywire right now, and everything she was doing was amplified by 100. Grandfather, help me. Oh, hell no. You were the one who decided to go against your mother. Are you seriously running away from my mother? He was tugged again, forcing him to look back up at his mother. Are you even listening to me? Do you have any idea how much trouble you are in right now? Stealing a rosette, using it to leave the planet, impersonating an inquisitor. Actually, I kind of hate them and respect that since you kept cover for a while dash, she spied the Scions who were shaking their heads at this. She huffed. Anyway, when we get home, your father's going to have words with you. I may be your mother, and may be able to make you emotionally suffer for what you did, but your father is dash. Ich hold on, Mom. He cut her off, making his mother wait for whatever it was he was going to say. See Commissar Yerrick and the Scions. They saved my life. I would have died 20 times over if not for them. He kept me safe even when my cover was blown. So can you stop screaming at me and thank them? He thought for a second, then added in, if not for them, Mom, I would be dead. Ivrain sighed and closed her eyes, taking a breather even as she let go of Aegidius' tender ears, even as she knelt down and whispered, you are lucky this has not caused a massive political incident. She then stood, wiping away the blood on her skirt. Commissa, Sions. She addressed them with a friendly-looking smile, even as the Scions remained still and the Commissar raised an inquisitive brow. I would like to sincerely thank you on my idiotic son's behalf. She spoke through clenched teeth, making Aegidius shudder at the upcoming consequences. Nevertheless, your names, please, so that I may pass them on to my husband and have you justly rewarded. Tempestor's Squad Gladius. One of the Scions stepped forward and saluted. That will not be necessary, ma'am. Duty is its own reward in the service of his emperor's most holy inquisition. The Commissar sighed, but stepped forward. Commissar Sebastian Yerrick. He nodded towards his few remaining men. I seek no reward, nor to curry favor with the Lord Commander. Simply take care of my men, if that is what you wish. She spoke diplomatically. Things had finally begun to calm down after that. What few remained living of the guard had gathered even as Constantine ensured that the transport he had sent before going through the webway gate would arrive in due time. "Sir," the Vox operator shouted from his position, getting Yarick's attention. "The lines aren't jammed anymore, and I am receiving missives from orbit." "The custodes?" Yarick asked, hopeful that they would finally get to leave this rock. "No, sir. The missives mark them as inquisitorial." Yarick's eyebrows raised in surprise. "So, they missed the show and expect to help us now?" "No, sir. They are demanding coordinates for safe teleportation." Ivrain's sanity was heard snapping. "Never mind. We do have a political incident." Yarick sighed. "Give them the coordinates." Not even a minute later, the flash of lightning and growl of thunder saw multiple people appear in the middle of the ravaged camp, causing Aegidius to swallow nervously. There were 4 Grey Knights, but that wasn't what he was nervous about. In between the 4, there stood Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex himself. Plus this scene was redacted by the Inquisition on the orders of the Emperor himself. Robot what? They can do that. Lorger. Hold on. How can you censor a magical vid that came from an interdimensional reality chest that travels through space and time? Emperor, I'm not sure, but my Imperial decree dash. Conrad, you know what? Fuck your decrees, I'm not staying silent because you're being pissy. Emperor, I will not forget this, Conrad dash. Conrad, blow me. 206, M42, above Bastony, Oberon battleship, the Emperor's will. Yarick stood in chains in front of the half-moon grand table, behind which sat a variety of people. On the flanks sat a representative of the Astra Militarum and Imperial Navy alike. Further in on the right sat in, as of yet, unnamed Grey Knight and Constantine Valder on the left. On the right of just the center sat Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex, and in the true center sat the Emperor Aegidius Guilliman, his mother standing behind him with a hand on his oversized throne. Yarick swallowed, the chains heavy upon him as he was put under the scrutiny of all the present people. By all rights, the only thing that the Lord Inquisitor should have done upon hearing of the sheer scale of heresy amongst his regimentos should have been to put a bolt between his eyes. But instead, upon the Emperor's own orders, and only because of them, he and his remaining guardsmen were chained and thrown into cells to await judgment. The Emperor somehow even managed to convince the Inquisitor not only not to execute them on the spot, but also not destroy the planet via exterminatus. If what we have heard is true, the Grey Knight was the first to break the silence. Then you have survived what could be no less described as a miracle. Agreed. Lord Hector Rex chimed in. The fact you not only survived this amount of chaotic taint spread throughout your regiment, but managed to avoid it so much as touching you is unusual. Yarick could only nod, advice given to him by the custodes themselves, supposedly words relayed from the Emperor himself. My Emperor, the general of the Astra Militarum, turned to Aegidius, who looked every bit the nervous and out-of-place child that he most likely was. Are you sure of this man? He is a hero, my Emperor, the naval representative spoke. But the taint of chaos cannot be undermined. The safe option would be to eliminate him and be done with it. The Grey Knight agreed. Aegidius lifted a hand and tried to speak. Let's not forget the subject of his age. Most unnatural that one lives so long. The Inquisitor added again, causing Yarick to close his eyes. It was a doomed cause. Silence. The commanding voice of Constantine Valder ordered even as an armored hand hit the table. The Emperor wishes to speak. Yarick opened his eyes and looked at Aegidius as the Emperor looked to the Lord Inquisitor. Lord Inquisitor, he began reluctantly. According to the Codex of the Ordo Malleus, can't dash the young Emperor swallowed. Can't Commissar Yarick and the few remaining guardsmen be examined for heresy? The Emperor appeared to speak reluctantly even as Yarick realized what he was doing just as the room exploded into conversation once more, including onto the subject of the planet. Enough. The ancient voice of Lord Hector commanded. The Emperor is correct. He breathed. If he so wishes it, the planet shall be purged by hand, as discussed with him in private. There were murmurs of agreement. What are the survivors? The general asked. The Lord Inquisitor stood, looking Yarick directly into his one remaining regular eye, and announced. Their faith will be tested. Thoroughly. Corvus, oh boy. Lehman, well, if he lives through this, at least we'll know he's a good choice. Lion, fair. The memory of that tribunal echoed across Yarick's memory now, along with the chanting hymns of the flying cyber cherubim, which echoed around the interrogation chamber. Various clerics and interrogators surrounded the chair he was strapped in even as various lines of truth serums and stims were attached, and the excruciator prepared as the Lord Inquisitor himself descended into the chamber. Begin, he ordered even as the door to the chamber slammed shut and was filled with Yarick's screams of pain. He awoke with a start. Looking around in panic before the counter-septic smell of the apothecarium filled his nose and sight returned to both his eyes just as he realized that he was lying upon a bed. Perturabo, good choice then. You are awake. A deep voice started, causing Yerrick to turn and see a custodes standing before him. I am Shield Captain Poponius, the Emperor's personal caretaker. Yerrick reached back slowly and rubbed his aching head. What happened? You passed. The custodes stated simply. Who else? Yerrick asked quickly, his thoughts falling to that of his man. Only one, a man known by the name Realm. The confirmation caused Yerrick to release a sigh, even as he let his head hit the pillow. His entire body was still in shock and slight pain from the interrogation. Why am I here? He finally dared ask. I am to congratulate you on your promotion to the rank of General Commissar. As the Emperor himself has claimed your long life in the service of the Imperium to have gone unrewarded, to be criminal and obscene, and has seen to it personally that you are rewarded for your valiant service. Yerrick had a tough time believing that, having seen Aegidius up close and personal for long enough. Why am I here? Yerrick asked again. The decorations of the room were not sparse and bone-white, such as they would be on board the vessel of a space marine ship, nor were they filled with the typical motivational posters or stark gray of an Astra Militarum transport. Instead, they were rich with artifice. Even the apothecarium, so tastefully decorated and obviously very well kept. You are on board the cruiser-class Aurum, en route to Macrich. Once we reach the fortress of Hera, you are to stay there, where you shall be given quarters suitable of your rank and embedded as the Emperor's personal tutor on the matters of war. Yerrick swallowed, taking an ornate canteen of water and downing it, noting that unlike on other ships, the water didn't even have the taste of being recycled. And what if I refuse? He asked, even as he put the canteen down. The custodes turned and began to walk away. You will not, Commissar General. As soon as the custodes was out the door, Yerrick closed his eyes and sighed. No, of course he would not refuse. One did not refuse the Emperor. Even if said Emperor was half the time a bumbling child and the other half an unstoppable killing machine who could burn down everything in his sight, he had a lot of work to do. Robut, well, there are worse tutors to choose from. Horus, agreed. Corvus, yup. Rogel, indeed. Robut, please let this be over already. Sanguinius, why won't ITEND? Lorger, I thought you wanted content. Sanguinius, it's dragging on. Mortarion, a question, if you will. Robut asked his brother, standing outside the armorium and welcoming back Captain Tarkus in his successful transition. Once the captain was far enough away, Robut was adamant about a certain subject in his mind. Beyond the elation that Mortarian's gene seed was pure and their father really did give him a second chance. The subject of their sire was enough to bring up the dire question that was swimming in Robut's mind. Mortarion nodded at this, awaiting whatever it was that Robut would speak to him about. Do you recall how close our father kept the custodes to him? How he included them into his plans? I do not enjoy the memories. However, yes, I do recall. I was a different person back then, but I do recall how he favored them heavily. Mortarion had no idea where this line of questioning was going, but chose to indulge Robut. Robut paused, unsure if voicing the thought that hung behind him at all times was a good idea or not. But he had to speak, else he feared he would be alone in this predicament. And you recall how the custodes jumped at the opportunity to go and find Aegidius with my wife. He paused, then added in. And are you aware that they invited themselves to be the protectors of Aegidius when they first arrived? Where are you leading me with this line of pseudo-questions? Something that would never change about his brother. The need to just cut to the chase. I believe my son is the vessel for our father's soul. The silence that grew between brothers grew with each passing eternal moment. Mortarion thought back to what their father was capable of, and knew deep down that their father would use the body of a child, his grandchild, to return to life. No matter how much time passed, he knew that he would always have the experience of being around the Emperor and his horrible actions. Sanguinius, hold up, this isn't filler anymore. Robut, so the me of the future has come to the same conclusion as well. Emperor, suppose, let's get on with it dash. Robut, no, you don't get to talk your way out of this. We are not moving on, you will explain. Now, Emperor, are you demanding this of me? Everyone else. Yes, Emperor. You want me to sit here and explain everything that I am planning? Or how about you watch and see your brother's reasonings first? Are you sure that is your son then? I am sure. Robut did not even entertain such a notion. I know that Aegidius is still himself, still my son, but I also know that our father used him to return to life. I know not the extent of control that he has over him. However, I do know that he resides inside of him, like a squatter inside a condemned building. And you know this, how? He was curious about the evidence that Robut had for such a preposterous claim. His shadow. Aegidius' shadow, changes when father is in control. His eyes change as well, increasing his intelligence, his speed, and power. He even can gain some of father's psychic potential, point being, when he almost attempted to kill Conrad not too long ago. He took a deep breath. That day would haunt him for a long time. His mannerisms change as well, the way he sits, talks, acts. You can tell when father takes over. It is almost as if I'm talking to the Emperor again when he is in control. And now, I realize it explains the outbursts Aegidius has had throughout his life. When he killed his last psychic tutor, summoned angels, opened a warp tear to teleport to his room, summoned a greater demon in the war room. And most damning of all, he lowered his voice, causing Mordorion to pay closer attention to the final piece of evidence. He can awaken a custode's dreadnought with nothing but his voice and mere presence. Mordorion was quiet for a long time. So, father has returned. Robot nodded at this. Mordorion sighed. I can see him using his own psychic connection to his grandchild as a vessel to return. How long? If what I have gathered is true, his entire life. I still remember the first 2 weeks of Aegidius' life. He was in true, extreme pain since birth. That moment wasn't just the pain of being born, it was the pain of father attaching himself to my son and causing the Astronomicon to flare to life once more. I know it. I truly know it deep within myself. He let out a shuddering breath. If I could, I would, he shook his head. My own son is a prisoner to our bastard of a father. Mordorion only stayed silent. It was a lot to know that their father was alive, well, and using his own nephew to return to life like some unholy lich feeding off of the life force of the living. Which, honestly, is what he did before. How was this any different from back when he walked among us? Or when he was confined to his throne? Mordorion asked, his voice gentle, yet firm. He wasn't using my son to live, but he was using everyone around him to do his bidding. Mordorion pointed out. It's different. He's using my son to live instead of the countless menials that he used before. He stopped himself, finally voicing the terrible thought that had been dancing in the back of his mind. Do not cloud your judgment because of sentimental attachment, Robot. Mordorion chided. Father has always been like this. We have always been his puppets, the tools he most liked to use. It is no different now. His excuse has and always will be the same, for the good of the Imperium and of mankind, an excuse no one can argue against. Everyone slowly turned to face their father. Emperor impassively waits. It's just perfect, isn't it? Robot scowled. He waits for the perfect vessel to come along. A child between human and Eldari, in a seat of power, sharing the same blood as he. He planned for this. I cannot believe he gambled it all on this. Did he? Mordorion asked. Did he well and truly gamble? You and I both know he would. He has planned for deeper and longer schemes. It would not surprise me that he planned for this as well. He ordered me to answer the summons of the Eldari when they called upon us before Terra was destroyed. He ordered me to play nice. I would not be remiss to point out that he most likely wanted all of this to happen. He trailed off, then straightened as the realization hit him. This wasn't a gamble. He planned for all of this. He planned for me to return. He planned for me to lash out at him. He planned for Yvraine and I to get closer. He planned for us to marry and have Aegidius. He planned and manipulated all of us to get to this point. For all his faults, father was never an unwise man. Mordorion rumbled. There is a scheme and well-done reason behind him giving my soul to Isha. It will unravel itself in due course. And we can't do so much as point a single accusatory finger without looking as if we have gone mad. Robot murmured in realization. There is a deeper meaning to everything our father does and says. He always knew what to say and do to get anyone to do as he wished. No one could play the great game in a way such as he. Mordorion lamented, but he has never been this cruel. Something has changed him, twisted him. He is different, uses different methods now. Horus. Robot realized. Horus changed him. The Lord Commander sighed. Rogel told me when father found Sanguinius' body on the vengeful spirit. He wasn't on the bridge, but he could feel the psychic backlash. He could feel the anger. It broke him. Mordorion spoke. I realized that the second I saw the true him upon his throne as he judged me. A faraway look was in his eye. Whatever it was that happened on board that ship, it made what little was left of father's sympathy leave completely. It made him take on new methods. Robot murmured. He waited, planned anew, bid for time, made Lehman get lost in the warp in a pocket dimension until he could call back his executioner. Mordorion realized. Swore Vulcan to secrecy until he was needed again. He looked at Robot. Kept you alive long enough to plant you in front of Fulgrim, knowing that the only thing he needed to do was wait. All the while making sure I would eventually run into him and Isha could reach out to me. Robot shook his head. No, that doesn't explain Rogel dash. Rogel. Mordorion spoke, just loud enough to catch the approaching Praetorian's attention. was thrown into the warp aboard that accursed ship, and kept safe somehow. Rogal himself explained. I survived and returned. Ow, Mortarion asked. With a call. Rogal explained. My oath to defend Terra. Call bot. Robot suddenly realized. The custodes. All three spoke at once. Constantine. Rogal spoke grimly. It would not surprise me if in fact his disappearance was a mere cover to ensure that Father's plans would proceed according to his design. Robot ran a hand along his face as he let out a long, suffering sigh. And there's nothing we can do except stand here and let it happen. He never once stopped playing the great game. He continued to play it even beyond the grave. He looked to his brothers. What is it that Father always said? Rogal was the one to supply the answer. A true emperor always knows all the players upon the regicide board. You don't know the full of it. Robot finished the proverb, but only the holder of the tarot knows when it shall be too late. The three primarchs could only suffer in silence, the knowledge too heavy for them all to bear at the moment. Like pieces on the regicide board, waiting for their next orders. One did not ever leave the board until their usefulness was at an end. Magnus, you planned all of this for over 11 millennia. Rogal manipulated all of us surviving sons dash. Perturabo, so that they could be recalled any time during your machinations dash. Robot, and intentionally planted us into the right circumstances so that we could then be manipulated further into doing what you wanted while thinking it was what we wanted dash. Lehman, which turned into all this time dash. Jagatai, to eventually lead to the actual plan of you manipulating one son to come back and sleep with an Eldari dash. Vulcan, to have a child and have them be born into an advantageous position dash. Fulgrim, so you can not only return to life dash. Ferris, but then also get access to not just humanity, but the Eldari as well. Emperor, yeah, sounds about right. Every single one of the primarchs. Incoherent screaming and rambling. Sanguinius, wait, everyone, shut up. It's not over. Robot, why? Robot was sitting at his desk in his study, swirling a glass of Inwishin whiskey, awaiting his son to return to Macridge and come meet him in his study. Oh, he was livid at the idea of his son running away from home and putting himself into danger, but he was much more livid at his father for allowing this to happen in the first place. He had many words piled high and waiting for the right moment to unleash them onto him. The hesitant knock on his door alerted Robot to his son's presence, causing him to place down his glass and let out a single, enter. Aegidius slipped into his father's study, ears lowered dramatically and his body language radiating fear and discomfort. Hey, you called me. He shrugged, clearing his throat when his voice came out cracked and childish. Robot, yes, I suppose this would have to happen. Robot did not rise. He did not say anything. He merely nodded to the chair across from him and watched as his son quickly scrambled to the seat, sitting there and being dwarfed by the Astartes' grade leather seat. Aegidius sat there before his father, squirming under his gaze as his father took a sip from his glass, all while staring him down. Aegidius didn't dare speak up. He knew how livid his mom was with him. Now he had to sit there with his father. Did it even occur to you how dangerous this was? Robot spoke up after a full 10 minutes of staring down his son. This was hands down the most irresponsible thing you have ever done. And I can think of a long list of irresponsible things you've done in the past. Aegidius furrowed his brow, looking from side to side without moving. Sure, what he did was wrong and crazy and irresponsible. But what else did he do? Falling off of the outer wall wasn't that bad compared to now. It wasn't just the fact that you went off planet. It wasn't the fact that you used an illegal rosette. It was how out of control the whole situation was. But you and I both know it wasn't out of control, was it? He took another sip, emptying his glass and slamming down the glass, open and down, onto his desk. You played with the lives of countless people, all of them a part of your sick little game. Lorgar, wait, you're not talking to Aegidius. Robot, no, I'm not. Sanguinius, well, you did just get done coming to a horrifying realization about him, so I don't blame you. I didn't mean to. It wasn't a sick game, I swear, dash. And you have the gall, the absolute gall, to sit there and not even try to defend your actions. But I am. I mean, no, I didn't mean to. Things got out of control and dash. Robot sighed, running a hand along his face as he collected his thoughts. And the worst part about all of this is how you've backed me into a corner. I have so much I want to say, accuse you of, yet I know that if I do, you will turn it around to make me into the bad guy in this situation. You have done more than you are willing to admit. It is due to your actions that I cannot even condemn you lest I look the part of the fool. He let out a laugh, and yet you continue to hide, not even having the stones to stop hiding behind your own grandson and answer for your transgressions. Aegidius snapped his jaw closed, the click audible in the study. His ears pricked up, the dance before him lost to him as he tried to figure out what was really going on. You think I have the time or energy to explain to you my plans? The scoff in Aegidius' mind echoed inside of him. Your father is wasting our time. Best to leave now and rest for the next time my powers are needed. Robot glares at the Emperor. I'm so confused. Unsurprising. Are you two having an argument? No, he cannot hear me at the moment. Now, stand up and leave. I cannot stand being in your father's presence right now. All he's going to do is continue to lecture me when I didn't even do anything wrong. Robot continued to stare. So be it. I thought you wouldn't rise to the bait. Most likely isn't part of your grand plan. Aegidius clenched his fists, his ears folding back as he shook in place. Then he took a deep breath and shouted out, Will you look at me? Can you just look at me for once and not just see grandfather? He took a few breaths. I did wrong. It was me. I was the one who did all of this. Yet you're sitting here and lecturing grandfather. Do I not exist to you? Oh, great. Now I have to sit through one of your teenaged outbursts. Robot narrowed his gaze at Aegidius. What are you not telling me? Aegidius. Aegidius breathed hard through his nose, realizing that he just messed everything up again. Why did he have such a need to be seen? To not be seen as the Emperor, but as Aegidius. I could tell you weren't talking to me. Everyone treats me as if I'm grandfather. No one sees me as me, even you. And why is that, son? Robot asked, tilting his head slightly. Aegidius scowled. Did you not hear me? Everyone is treating me like I am the Emperor already, like I'm grandfather. No one is listening to me. Oh, they are. Robot responded. Everyone is Aegidius. But I believe there might be more of your grandfather within you than even you yourself might be aware of. I think I know what's going on with me, more than you do. He sat back in the seat, crossing his arms over his chest. Then explain almost killing Conrad. Killing your uncle. That was different. That's not what this is about, Dash. Explain opening a warped tear in the middle of the fortress like some wizened librarian with centuries of experience. Explain to me how you command custodes through a mental connection. I was mad at everything. It just happened. Explain the Astronomicon Aegidius. Robot nodded slowly. There is something afoot here. You and I both know it. Stop pretending there isn't. Robot sighed. I am your father for crying out loud, Aegidius. The worry on the Primarch's face now evident. I can't tell you that. He shut down. He knew his dad wouldn't understand. But no, his dad had experienced so much. He could understand if he just explained, no, he couldn't. I can tell you. No, I can't. I need to tell you. I can't, Dash. Then his lips sealed, making him unable to speak. He scratched at them, trying to pry them open as the voice of grandfather was ringing through his mind. No, do not even think of spoiling my plans to your father. I cannot and will not have thousands of years of planning be ruined by a meddling child having a temper tantrum. He wanted to let out a scream at this, but was forced to sit rock solid on the seat, his hands shakily forced down to grip onto the seat and stop trying to pry his mouth open. There are things far above your understanding at play here, boy. For the good of the Imperium, you will listen, and you will obey. Am I understood? I hate you. Good. I'll tell him nothing is wrong. Just unseal my lips. No need. There was a knock on the door, just as Aegidius' lips unsealed and Robot's gaze fell to one of sadness and disappointment. Enter. He spoke, as the door opened and he looked back over at his son. I do not blame you. He spoke, looking directly into the eyes of his son, as bright and blue as his own. It is a game that has been played since before you were born, or even I for that matter. Robot, whatever game the future me refers to father, sighs, losing the rest of his hope. Sanguinius. It's the same one he has been playing for much longer than any of us will know. Lorder. And what is this game? Emperor. Something none of you will ever understand. Nor, I hope, ever will have to. The sound of a throat being cleared made Aegidius snap out of a sudden stupor, even as both Robot and Aegidius turned to the door to see Mortarion, Decius on the ground, next to him along with Sicarius holding the door. Your uncle. Robot gestured. Mortarion smiled warmly in turn. Greetings, young one. He spoke in a warm tone, even as he put a hand on Decius. And this is my son, Decius, more or less of your age, and Dash. A half-breed. Aegidius spoke in astonishment as he hopped off of the chair and began walking over towards the boy with his mouth covered in an ethereal scarf. Like me, he smiled, it being genuine. Decius looked at Aegidius curiously, a sleeved hand coming to his mouth as he chewed on the fabric. It's you again. How are you faring now? It has been such a long time since we spoke last. Magnus, wow, wait, what, Dash? What? Aegidius glanced to his uncle, then back to Decius. This is the first time I've met you. Decius smiled mysteriously, then took Aegidius' hand with his other sleeved hand. Yes, you're right. How silly of me. But at the same time, we have known each other for an eternity. But that is neither here nor there, or anywhere for that matter. Magnus, Eldarimine maybe. He would have been supremely freaked out and demanded more information, but the young emperor did not. Instead, he felt at peace and relaxed in the presence of Decius. Just holding hands was enough to calm the young emperor down, somehow completely resetting his mental state to that of a young boy emperor. Oh, okay. He looked back to his father. Can I show Decius around? Robot stared at the two boys for a long minute, then nodded to let them leave. Right? Come on, Decius. Let me show you around. I have no idea how long you'll be here, but might as well start now. Before you leave, I have approved your request for the commissar. He will make an excellent tutor, a fine job at that. Robot called after his son, giving him a small smile, even as his mind played at the questions in his mind. Of course, that begged the question. What was the commissar doing there? How did he get there? Was it fate that Aegidius would run into him then and there at the exact moment he decided to run away for once? Something told him that if he looked at the dispatched orders, he would find them sealed with nothing less than the symbol of the magisterium, Lex Ultima. Aegidius nodded at his dad. Thanks, Dad. I think he'll be great too. Then he looked back to Decius as he gave his cousin a smile, then asked as they left the study. You are my cousin, right? Cousin and servant. At your service. Please don't do that. Decius shrugged, then smiled once more. Then I'm just your cousin. That sounds good. Then the two boys were gone. One who was mysteriously watching everything around him, and the other who couldn't remember why he was so distressed before. Robot and Mordorion simply looked at each other and closed their eyes as they sighed, and Sicarius closed the door, staying outside of the office. The final nail was hammered home. All that remained was to bury it. He did not seem to react at all. Robot sighed no. No, he didn't. You know what this means, don't you? Robot went quiet. It was difficult to accept, but this and the conversation he had with Aegidius confirmed it all. At his core, he isn't even truly Eldari. He sighed, sitting back into his seat. No, he isn't. Mordorion echoed, wondering how this was going to affect everything. Robot then spoke up, accumulating everything he felt and thought of for the moment. His entire feelings on the return of the Emperor, his son being used as a sacrificial lamb to slaughter, to his son not even reacting to the presence of Isha's consort or even a demigod of his own people. His feelings on the situation that his son was somehow lost, taken, and will be used against his will as the vessel for his father. All of his feelings were rolling into the exact feeling he could vocalize as, fuck, Tavid Kutu Blak. Practically everyone in the viewing room refused to say or do anything at this point. Many have been trying to just watch a vid, piss off their father, get kicked out, and run as fast and far away from the Bucephalus as possible. But all they achieved was antagonize Robot, make their standing with their father worse than before, antagonize each other, and reveal truths none of them could imagine. Father, Robot began. Can we get a break? Of course. The Emperor responded. We can end early today and reconvene tomorrow dash. No, Robot intervened. I meant, can we get a longer break? Preferably one away from one another, one that lasts a few months, maybe even years. And why do you wish that, Robot? We are on the verge of great discovery dash. You've been saying that the entire time, Father. Lorder butted in. Yet we're not much closer than we were the last chapter. The only thing we well and truly learned is that you're a massive asshole. Mordorion finished for his brother. All we have done is sit around for weeks on end, nearly try to kill each other, almost started wars with each other, and have found a newfound hatred of being around each other. Perturabo was the one to speak up, scowling. I will not forget the time you left the room for 10 minutes, and we almost descended upon each other like a pack of starving canids. As much as I agree with many of your words, the lion added on, I would say that after such a sizable revelation, we should endeavor to watch some more. Perhaps we are at a precipice after all. All we have learned, Fulgrim sighed, is that Father has been planning something so completely asininely convoluted and has been manipulating us and everyone else in the future for a vague attempt at resurrecting himself. And perhaps that answer is in the next holotape. Lion spoke. I suggest this. We watch another. If we see nothing of value in it, we finish these sessions until we can all get our sense back together. Rogel then began to chuckle. This made many pause as Rogel continued to chuckle. Ironic. Lion is correct. The Emperor praised. One more then. One perhaps not of the main ones for the sake of Robot's sanity. There were many grumbles, but the Emperor did not heed them in the slightest. One of your choosing. Well, Seaman, the cat is being so loud. Any vid for him? Lehman added his suggestion. That might be inadvisable. The Lion quickly corrected. Magnus lifted any eyebrow, immediately intrigued by his normally secretive brother. Oh, why is that? You were quick to say no. You might find something distasteful. The Lion crossed his legs and intervened his fingers upon his lap, his face blank of emotion. More distasteful than that slaughter? I doubt it. Corvus voiced his displeasure. It cannot be that bad. Who has the vid? We do not speak Calabanian dash, Alfarius began. But this carving appears to be rather Omegon held up a holovid, its side covered ancient Calibanian script, angry. Impossible. Lion's features actually furrowed at this. I have checked. I did not see a single vid that was signed by him. None. Robot sighed. Give it here. He took the holovid from the twins and began to read out loud. Ah yes. To my father, Lionel Johnson, may you die in pain. Expletive. More uses of the word fuck, more descriptive ways of a long and painful end, and finishing with, I hope you suffer eternally for what you did to Mother and I. Robot trailed off, looking at the lion with wide eyes. Is this right now? Lion stayed silent, then slowly spoke, perhaps. However, I do not see a reason on why I should extrapolate any further. Everyone slowly turned to face their brother. I vote for this one. Mortarion raised his hand. I do too. Magnus agreed without hesitation. Same here. Wait, Horace shouted, calming down the room. Is anyone expressly against us watching this one? Lion immediately raised his hand. Horace clicked his tongue. No one then. Everyone in the room, besides the Emperor and Lion, nodded vigorously. Wonderful. Muggos, if you will, and Lehman. Morale. I have a feeling we are going to need it. They had no idea what type of hell they were about to unleash on themselves.